Calling all detectives. Suppose you were a private detective and found that your client was not only killed, but that you were the prize suspect. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. There are some types of cases no private detective likes, and I, Jerry Browning, am no exception, because about all you expect from such cases is...
And tell my wife that if she sends any more private detectives after me, they'll get the same treatment.
I got up off the floor of the tavern, went on back to my office, and wrote a polite note to Mrs. George Maynor explaining why she'd have to hire another detective to follow her husband around. I also enclosed a bill for $50, but without much hope of ever collecting it. About an hour after I'd mailed the letter...
Hello, Mr. Browning. This is George Maynor. Listen, I'm sorry about hitting you. I apologize. I need your help. Something terrible has happened. Could you come right over to my apartment?
I rubbed my still aching jaw. It didn't hurt as much as the thought of how flat my bank account was. So, after only a second's hesitation, okay, Mr. Maynor, I'll be right over. The Maynor apartment was on the 4th floor, so when the elevator didn't come, I ran on upstairs, found the door to the Maynor apartment unlocked. But as I stepped into the room, I caught a fist flush on the point of my chin. When I came to, a cop was bending over me.
Get up, mister. You're under arrest for the murder of Mrs. Maynor.
Lured to the house of a man who'd slugged me earlier that day, I was slugged again and found myself under arrest for the murder of a woman, my client. At police headquarters, the desk sergeant said,
I never heard a more unlikely story in my life.
But I tell you, Mrs. Maynor was my client. She hired me to check up on her husband.
All I know is we got a tip that a suspicious character was hanging around the house. The squad goes out there, finds the poor lady shot, and you on the floor knocked cold with a vase.
Listen, George Maynor called me. I went there because he asked for my help.
You just said he slugged you in the afternoon, and you expect me to believe he called you up in the evening, and you go running back for more? Lock him up.
Okay, Browning, you want it upstairs? I left my cell with a feeling that I was walking the last mile. Earlier, I'd had an interview with my lawyer, who'd showed me how bad things looked. George Maynor denied having phoned me, claimed that the reason he'd slugged me in the tavern was not because I was following him, but because he resented my attentions to his wife. The district attorney, my lawyer, and 2 men from the homicide squad were in the big office. The DA scowled, shoved a piece of paper across the desk at me.
Here, Browning, sign this and you'll be released.
I looked at my lawyer, who nodded slightly. I picked up the paper, saw that it was a form waiver of any legal action for false arrest. I signed and gave the form back to the DA.
It's lucky for you, Browning, that you were in such a hurry to quit working for Mrs. Maynor after her husband hit you. We intercepted the letter and bill you sent her. That verifies your story. A warrant's been issued for George Maynor's arrest. That's all. You can leave.
I was tired, dirty, and unshaved after my 24 hours in jail, but I didn't go home. Well, maybe the police didn't know where to find Maynor, but I'd spent 2 days trailing him, and I knew his habits. I didn't locate Maynor until I'd made the rounds of half a dozen joints. Finally collared him in a waterfront bar. Gave him back the 2 wallops he'd given me and 1 more to remember me by. Maynor came to as I was taking him to headquarters.
Listen, Browning, I didn't kill my wife.
Shut up or I'll put you back to sleep. Maynor kept on pleading with me. He'd come home that evening, found his wife shot,
realize that he'd be blamed for it unless...
I had to do something, stall for time, so I thought about you.
I smiled sourly. You'll be lucky if time is all you get, instead of the chair. I turned Maynard over to the police, went on home for some well-earned sleep. But the more I thought about Maynard, the more troubled I got. The chances were that he'd killed his wife. But if he hadn't, then he was an innocent man without a chance in the world. I got up, looked at my watch. 11 o'clock. Oh, well. The sleepy-eyed elevator operator said,
What for?
4, the Manor apartment. The operator snapped, suddenly alert.
They got Maynard. I just heard it over the radio.
I nodded. Take me upstairs.
You know, Mr. Browning, I never figured you'd done it. I had Maynard pegged right from the start.
I grinned. Oh, you know me, huh? The operator nodded vigorously.
Oh, sure. Your picture was in the paper when they arrested you. And the way I doped it out, Maynard was waiting upstairs for you that night. And when you come in, he slugged you, left you there for the cops to find.
I stepped out of the car. Hey, come on inside with me a minute. I turned to the operator. Open the door with your passkey. The operator frowned.
You haven't got a passkey.
You're a liar. You have got a passkey because you were in the apartment, hiding there when Maynard slugged me. That's how you knew he slugged me, because the newspaper story was that I was hit with a vase. He tried to dart past me. I put out my foot, tripped him, and a moment later had a thoroughly subdued prisoner. When I got to police headquarters, I felt like I was coming home. I'd been there so much the past couple of days. Well, it didn't take long to get a confession from the elevator operator. He'd been using his passkey to burglarize apartments in the building. Mrs. Maynard caught him at it. So he killed her. But before he could get out, Maynard returned home. That's why I had to walk upstairs that evening. Because a murderer was hiding in an apartment and watched one innocent man try to pin the blame for the murder on another innocent man. It'd be nice to say that Maynard was grateful to me. Actually, he threatened to sue me for false arrest. Though he never did. Like I said, when anybody interferes between a husband and wife, the best he can get is a poke in the jaw. And the worst, an accusation of murder. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. A face appears on a television screen. One face among thousands. As you watch the television screen, that face suddenly assumes the mask of death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, learns to be a close observer, even of things happening 20 miles away. When I'm very busy, I generally grab a bite to eat at whatever place is handiest, which generally turns out to be a bar and grill. These days, one thing that every bar and grill seems to have is...
And here they come out for the third round. The bruiser looks weak. Look at him swaying there.
Yeah? Television. That evening, I was watching what looked like a one-sided massacre with the bruiser on the receiving end. At the end of that round, the camera swung around on the fans at ringside. Right in front, there was a heavy-set, red-faced character who promptly made faces at the camera and waggled his fingers. I saw him only for a moment because the camera returned to the ring. 1 minute later, the bruiser suddenly came back to life and knocked his opponent kicking. The next night, in another bar and grill, I watched some harness races coming from a different station. Between races, the camera picked up the crowd. And there, right in front, was the same red-faced character, still making faces and waggling his fingers. But as I watched, his eyes glazed over and his mouth sagged open. In that moment, I was seeing a man who had been shot to death,
at a track 20 miles away. 2 nights running, I saw the picture of a man mugging into a television camera. And on the second night, for a brief instant, I saw death slip over his face. At police headquarters, Lieutenant Dawson told me,
Frankie Cosgrove was his name, Jerry, one of those sporting characters. Nobody knows how to make a living. What's your interest in the case?
I saw him die. Dawson looked shocked.
You were there? Saw a man killed and kept quiet about it until now?
I shook my head. Don't get excited, Dawson. I saw it on a television screen. The camera was on Cosgrove at the moment he was killed. What's more, I saw him on a different television screen the night before. Dawson stared at me.
Jerry, let's talk to the people who work those television cameras.
We talked to the television cameramen and to other people higher up who ran the television stations.
Mr. Browning, some people are inveterate show-offs. When they see a camera turned on them, they act for it. Remarkable coincidence that this murdered man got his face into the picture on 2 successive evenings, but believe me, only a coincidence.
I haven't made a living as a private detective for 10 years by taking anybody's word for it that what he can't explain is just a coincidence. Laughing Boy is one of my best sources of information for a price.
What do you want, Browning? Hurry it up.
There was a character killed at the track the other night, Frankie Cosgrove. Laughing Boy barely moved his lips.
I don't know who killed him.
I didn't think you would. What I want to know is, how did Frankie get by? What was his racket?
$20 buys that.
I held the money cupped in my hand. Laughing Boy's fingers closed avidly over the 20.
Gambling. Cosgrove was a percentage boy. Never with his own money.
At 6:30 in the morning, clocking horses as they worked out around the track, Sad Sam Soper looked even sadder than usual.
What a life, Jerry. What a life.
Sam, as a handicapper, I thought you'd know most of the sporting characters around. I am looking for a line on a small-time gambler, Frankie Cosgrove. Made his living betting other people's money. Sad Sam's eyes were remote as he gazed across the track.
Jerry, if a man's job is to bet money with bookies for big-time gamblers who don't want to be seen doing their own betting, that's what you might call approximately legitimate. But if he figures out an angle on how to give the boys he's working for an extra point or two, then you understand, the bookies might get very, very annoyed with him. And the biggest bookie in town is Joe Peckham.
Joe Peckham's bookie parlor was one of the best equipped in town. It served free drinks to customers. Anybody could enter the place except...
You're a private dick, Browning. Keep out.
There was plenty of steam behind my wallet, but it didn't even rock the muscle man at the door. And he didn't raise a hand to return the blow. I said, I'll just keep slugging until you lose your temper. We stage a battle royal and the cops show up. Or you let me in. The muscle man smiled thinly.
Come on in.
The doorman was right behind me as I entered the big room. When he saw us, Joe Peckham walked out of the cashier's booth.
This sham is slugged this way in.
Peckham nodded, whispered,
This way, Browning.
Peckham sat down at a small desk, waved a negligent hand at me.
Talk to me, Browning. Give me one reason why Tommy shouldn't kick your teeth in.
I grinned at him. Well, I know who killed Frankie Cosgrove and why. How's that for a reason? Peckham was amused.
Why should I want to kill a mosquito like Cosgrove?
Because he had a system. Because he went to fights and to the track and picked up information that would change betting odds. And then he worked his way up to where he'd get picked up by a television camera and wigwagged his information to somebody on the outside.
It didn't work for him every night, most likely, but if it worked just once in a while, what a shellacking a big-time bookie like you would take. And did take. Peckham wasn't amused anymore.
You chump to come here with stuff like that and expect to get out alive.
I glanced around the room. The muscle man. He didn't look happy. Then I turned back to Peckham. Something's bothering your boy, Mr. Peckham. Maybe he's even thinking. As, for example, how did I find out? They made a film from that telecast. It showed Cosgrove getting killed, and it showed who killed him. If your mug here starts anything with me, he'll wind up where you're going, which is a chair wired for voltage. Peckham whispered,
Take him, Tommy.
Nothing happened. The guard just stood there. After a moment, I got up. Come on, Peckham. Let's go. Huh? Peckham was the killer. He'd done his own dirty work. The stuff about a film of the telecast was nonsense, of course. But it was real enough to Peckham so that he started talking and talked himself into a life sentence. Like I said, a murderer always has plenty to worry about. And these days, he's even got to be careful about television. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. One thief at a time is bad enough. But when a detective finds himself at a convention of criminals, then he's really in trouble. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. The most important thing a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, learns is to be in control of any situation. I was in one of the convention rooms of the Fowler Hotel because an hour earlier, somebody who didn't tell me his name phoned and hired me to keep a protective eye on the people attending the Flour Millers Convention.
Pardon me, sir. Is this your watch?
I glanced at the watch a benevolent-looking gray-haired man was holding out. It certainly was my watch. Yeah, thanks. I took the watch, shoved it back into my pocket, and melted into the crowd. Fine thing. A detective hired to protect a convention and getting his own pocket picked.
Excuse me, did you lose this?
I blinked as another man offered my watch to me. Yeah, I guess I did lose it. Where'd you find it? The man smiled, patted my shoulder.
Don't give it a thought, my friend.
I grinned ruefully, took the watch. This time put it carefully into my trouser pocket. No two ways about it, I had to find somebody in charge. I stopped a portly little man ambling by. Can you point out to me who's in charge of this convention?
Sorry, son. I just got here myself.
He started to walk off, then turned back to me.
By the way, isn't this your wallet?
I snatched the wallet, closed my fingers over his wrist. Yes, it is. And what's more, I think you just lifted it.
Why, of course I did. And if I may say so, I don't think you have much future in the profession.
He shook off my hand and stalked off. I leaned against the wall and mopped my brow. Obviously, I'd come to the wrong meeting room and stumbled on a convention of pickpockets. Hired to guard a convention, I entered the wrong meeting room and found myself in the midst of 50 pickpockets. My first impulse was to get out of there and yell for cops. Then I thought better of it. These men weren't bothering anybody. The cops could have no reason for arresting them. But even if there was nothing I could do about it, I did have the chance of a lifetime to watch pickpockets practice on each other. Just then, a soberly dressed man came up to me.
Pardon me, I'm Arthur Warner. Astralis is my society name. Do you know where I might find the house detective?
I gave him a suspicious look. The house, Dick? What for?
I hesitate to say this, but I'm afraid there's a thief among our number. I'm a diamond dealer. A packet of stones has been taken from my pocket.
Very funny. Very, very funny, Mr. Astralis. But don't think you can distract my attention. Go work on somebody else. I leered at him, turned him around, and pushed him back into the crowd. Then I took my watch and my keys, put them into my inside jacket pocket along with my wallet, and started across the room.
A tall, bearded man clutched at my sleeve.
May I give you a demonstration of a new device that is absolutely detection-proof?
You certainly can. The bearded man took a handkerchief from his pocket.
Now watch this. Notice that my fingers are wide apart and motionless.
He held the handkerchief lightly between thumb and forefinger.
No!
Couldn't believe my eyes. The handkerchief had vanished into thin air. The bearded man pulled up his coat sleeves.
Not up my sleeves, you notice. This device makes use of none of the usual methods. I'll sell it to you for $100.
I glanced up, noticed that a group of men had surrounded it. One of them was Arthur Warner, who'd given me the line about being a jeweler. He stepped forward and pointed at me.
That's the man.
I looked around at the circle of angry faces. One private detective among 50 pickpockets. Not so good. An elderly man stepped forward.
Sir, nobody here knows you. If you are one of us, a recent member perhaps, kindly tell us your society name.
I glanced in the direction of the door, a good 30 feet off.
The door is locked, young man.
I jammed my hand under my jacket and grabbed for the revolver I always carry in my arm holster. Behind me, a voice said,
I have your gun.
I shrugged, dropped my hand.
Okay, so you got me. But the room clerk downstairs knows me. He saw me come in. And if he doesn't get a report from me pretty soon, he'll figure out I'm in trouble, and you know what that means.
The old man looked perplexed.
You work with the room clerk?
I saw that I was getting control of the situation.
Not only the room clerk, but the house stick as well.
Warner looked shocked, then incredulous.
This is preposterous. The man is a thief and a liar. And I suggest we call the police at once.
I couldn't believe my ears.
The police? You're going to call the police?
Certainly. Why shouldn't we call them?
But you're all pickpockets.
How dare you? Certainly our members demonstrate manual dexterity by extracting small objects from one another's pockets, but they return them instantly. I will have you know, sir, that not in 40 years has there been any actual theft at a meeting of the Merlin Magician Society.
Magicians? The thing would have been funny if it hadn't been so serious.
Gentlemen, I can explain everything. I'm a private detective.
The voice behind me said,
So he is. Here's his badge and his license. In his wallet.
I ignored that.
Never mind about me. The fact still remains that there's a thief in the room. Somebody who has Mr. Warner's packet of gems. If you'll permit me, I'll try to recover them.
Very well, Mr. Browning. We will be grateful for your aid.
I let my gaze wander from face to face. No two ways about it, I was in command of the situation. But what was I going to do about it?
Is there any other stranger in this room?
The old man shook his head.
Only you, Mr. Browning?
I nodded.
Fine. And Mr. Warner's jewels are still in the room, because the thief wouldn't risk calling attention to himself by leaving. Not if he's a society member.
Nobody has left the room, Mr. Browning.
I did some of the fastest thinking of my life. The thief, whoever he was, would be prepared for a general search and was not worried about it. These men were all magicians. They knew tricks. They had devices.
Of course, it had to be that. I suddenly turned and grabbed the bearded man. You offered to sell me a disappearing gimmick. You called attention to it because everybody here must know you've been working on it. Would think it funny if you didn't demonstrate it. I say Mr. Warner's missing jewels are hidden in this whatever it is. Trot it out and show it to us.
There was a long pause. Then the bearded man slowly unbuttoned his jacket, folded back the lining to reveal a leather-lined pocket, and an arrangement of wires, and a small packet.
I only took them for a dramatic opportunity to demonstrate my wonderful illusion. Mr. Warner, your jewels!
Well, that was his story, and he stuck to it. Maybe it was the truth. Maybe not. I've got my own opinion on the subject. Anyway, they let him go rather than expose the Merlin Society to scandal. As for me, I got $50 as a reward from Arthur Warner, plus a life membership in the Merlin Magician Society. Brownie is my society name, in case you're interested. Like I said, it's important for a detective to be in control of the situation. But when he's working with magicians, he's got to be careful he doesn't wind up losing everything else.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. When crooked gamblers invade a carnival, when mob violence is ready to break out, could you halt it? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. I, Jerry Browning, private detective, can recognize 100 con game tricks, but new ones are invented every day. As I followed Al Robertson, owner of the Robertson Carnival, through the grounds, I noticed that the rides weren't getting much of a play, but that little crowds were clustered around most of the take-a-chance booths. In the truck that served as his executive office, Robertson said,
Browning, I'm worried. In fact, I'm scared stiff. My nose tells me that crowd out there is loaded for bear.
If it is, it's your fault, Mr. Robertson. Why did you let those con men and grifters move in on you? Robertson mopped at his brow.
I had no choice. I had to get money or close down, so when Cowell made me an advance payment offer for the games concession, I grabbed it. Now I'm stuck.
You've been here 6 days without any serious trouble. Maybe a concessionaire isn't operating as crooked as you think. Robertson shook his head.
This is our last night, Browning. That's when trouble always comes. When the people have been fleeced, realize they're moving on, and there's no more chance to get even.
Robertson shivered.
Hear that? It's a mob in the making. Browning, I don't know how you can do it, but if you don't head it off, there's going to be killing.
A carnival owner who had permitted crooked gamblers to move in on him pleaded with me to head off mob revenge. The roller coaster that thundered past had only 3 or 4 riders, but at one of the take-a-chance booths...
Come on, folks, it's your last chance. We're folding in a couple of hours. Come on, double up and beat the house.
The gambler working the Wheel of Fortune held a sheaf of $5 and $10 bills between his fingers. If the sullen crowd murmur bothered him, he certainly wasn't showing it. I walked down through the grounds to the trailer where Jim Cowell, the game concession boss, had his headquarters. I had to identify myself to a pair of tough mugs before I could get to see Cowell, a pudgy, bland-faced spider of a man.
Nothing to worry about, Browning, not a thing. If Robertson has milk in his veins, I'll take full responsibility for getting the wagons out of here.
That's fine. Will you also take full responsibility for the people who get killed if a riot starts? Cowell's face darkened.
There'll be no killing. A couple of heads cracked, maybe. Nothing I can't square with a few bunks. Now get out of here.
Hurrying back through the grounds, it suddenly struck me that I wasn't hearing the crowd anymore. If there's anything worse than a sullen, muttering crowd, it's that same crowd when it isn't making a sound. Then it's about ready to act.
Come on, folks, only 1 hour to go. The last chance to get your money back. You, Grandpa, you're hooked for plenty. I'll give you a last chance. $1,000 a spin. Where's your nerve, Grandpa?
The old man the gambler was picking on moved in, and as he did, the crowd moved with him. A moment later... As though the shot were a signal, the crowd suddenly dissolved and fled. I caught one glimpse of the old man disappearing among some wagons. In his booth, the Wheel of Fortune man was slumped over his counter, slowly slid to the ground out of sight. From all over the grounds, carnival workers streamed to the booth. Cowell, the concession boss, and his bodyguards picked up the shot gambler who hung limp and dead in their arms. I shouted, "Where are you taking that man?"
Don't bunny and Browning. I'll take care of my own people.
Two hours later, at local police headquarters, Cowell was bland and smiling again.
Chief, we're not pressing charges against anybody. My man isn't badly hurt, and, well, he had it coming to him.
The police chief looked puzzled. Plainly, nothing like this had ever happened in his town before. I said, "Chief, I think the man is dead. They've concealed his body. It's your duty to investigate."
Nonsense. Do you think the rest of my men would permit anything like that? Chief, we don't want any trouble. We'll get out of town, never come back.
That's how it was. The police chief was so anxious to be rid of the carnival that he let them pack up and leave. And in Robertson's truck, a few hours later...
Browning, maybe the man isn't dead.
I shook my head. It was point-blank range. The killer couldn't have missed. If somehow he had missed, that mob would have torn the gambler to bits. Robertson's head sagged.
Well, close down the carnival. If I don't, it'll be the same thing all over again at our next stand.
Yeah? I guess you're right. A sudden thought struck me. The same thing all over again. I turned to Robertson. I've got an idea. Pull the truck out of line, over to the side.
What's the matter, Brownie?
I think I've discovered Mr. Cowell's reason for being so sure of himself. The rest of the line of trucks rolled past us until Cowell's truck, bringing up the rear, came into sight. Now, Robertson, out in on Cowell's truck. Do as I tell you. I jumped out of our truck, dashed to Cowell's almost before it had stopped. I flung open the trailer door. And there was Cowell, his two mugs, an old man, and the dead Wheel of Fortune man. Alive and without a scratch on him. Don't make sudden moves, boys. This gun is loaded with real bullets.
Okay, Browning. So you got hip to it. Now let's talk business. We'll cut you in.
I grinned at him. Oh, Mr. Cowell, you're going back to Cedarville. You'll stand trial for running crooked gambling games. And they'll find some law on the books to take care of people who stage fake murders so that they can get away with all the booty. That is, if the folks ever let it come to trial. Cowell shivered.
Okay, you win. What's the price?
I made the price steep. Forced him to surrender his concession with the carnival and to give up the amount he'd gouged at the last stand from the citizenry. There was no way of returning that money to the individual losers, so it was paid to the local community chest. Like I said, you'll never learn con games as fast as people will think them up. It's a lot easier and smarter to keep away from them in the first place. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. There generally isn't much doubt about who's dead and who's alive. But I was once asked to prove that a dead man who claimed to be alive was really dead. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Of all the cases a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, handles, the toughest are the ones where I don't even know what kind of a crime was committed. John Cooley, head of the investigations department for Consolidated Insurance, gave me the benevolent stare of a hungry tiger as he swallowed his pills.
Browning, last week I asked you to locate Mrs. Margaret Walcott, widow of the late Jonathan Walcott. Where is she?
I shrugged. I don't know, Mr. Cooley. She left town about 8 months ago. Present whereabouts unknown. How badly do you want her? Cooley pulled a file folder to him.
Jonathan Walcott, 49, died about a year ago. Cause of death, heart failure. Place of death, Greencrest, North Carolina, a summer resort. Beneficiary, Margaret Walcott, widow, paid $25,000 in 2 policies, both written by us.
I nodded. You think there was some funny business about the death, Mr. Cooley? Cooley got up from his chair, walked to the door.
Come in, please.
A tall, heavily tanned, middle-aged man walked into Cooley's office.
Browning, let me introduce to you a gentleman who says he is Jonathan Walcott.
The tanned man offered his hand.
Yep. Been in South America the past year. Come in to pay up my premiums. They tell me I'm dead.
But if you're Walcott, then who is buried at Greencrest? Walcott sat down, crossed his legs.
Sonny, maybe you should look into that.
After an insurance company paid a $25,000 policy, a man showed up to pay his premium and claimed he was the person who'd been declared dead. Walcott grinned at us.
Since I'm not dead, I guess you folks will just have to reinstate my policy.
Cooley opened his mouth, then closed it again. I said, Mr. Walcott, assuming you are Mr. Walcott, you know what this means, I hope. Your wife is criminally liable for having accepted payment on the policy and may possibly even face a murder charge. Walcott's smile didn't waver.
My wife is an impulsive woman. Maybe this will teach her a lesson.
He got up.
If you want me, gentlemen, I'm at the Carlton Hotel.
There were two ways to attack the case. First, to prove that the man who called himself Walcott was a liar. And second, to assume he was telling the truth, which meant finding the missing widow. In either case, the first thing to do was... I stood alongside the district attorney, the police chief, and a reporter in the little cemetery at Greencrest, North Carolina, and watched as a group of workmen opened the grave of Jonathan Walcott. A couple of minutes later... Depending on what we saw, I was prepared to follow up one of my two possibilities, that the real Walcott was either dead or alive. I wasn't prepared for a third possibility, that the coffin would be empty. It was empty. The office of Dr. Marbridge was one flight above the Greencrest Bank. The doctor was a pleasant-faced young man, crisp and professional-looking.
You say I signed the death certificate for Jonathan Walcott? Well, you must be mistaken, Mr. Browning.
This is a photostat of the death certificate, Doctor. Isn't that your signature?
No, I'm sorry to say it is not. That is my father's signature. He died 3 months ago.
In his hotel suite, the man who called himself Walcott was hugely amused.
You went to all the trouble to check on me in South America, didn't you, young feller?
I shrugged, smiled. You knew I would. Everything about your story checks. But you still haven't proved that you are the Jonathan Walcott. Who can you get to identify you that's acceptable to us?
My wife, if you can find her. Never made any friends, always traveled a lot. Of course, you could compare my signatures.
We have compared them. They either match or they're very good forgeries. Walcott stopped smiling.
Now, listen, Sonny. I'm finished being good-natured. I've got $20,000 equity in my policies. Will your company pay them, or do we go to court?
I'll let you know in 24 hours. I had no idea what I could do in the time left. I was simply stalling. The 24 hours passed, and I had nothing new. Not even instructions from Cooley, who refused to see me. When the time limit expired, I went back to Walcott. Mr. Walcott, I've got good news. We found your wife. She's being brought back here, and the identification question will be settled.
I don't believe it. You're trying to gain time. I'm filing suit next Monday.
Well, I had been stalling. I didn't have the faintest idea where to find Margaret Walcott. But now I had more than an idea. I was practically positive. Urgent, you check. Margaret Walcott, deceased within past 6 months. Report soonest. Jerry Browning, collect. I sent my telegrams late Friday. By Saturday, I had my answer from Oklahoma. Margaret Walcott died and buried in Tulsa March this year, coronary. Now I knew why Walcott didn't believe I could produce the widow. Because he knew that she was dead. But if he was really who he claimed to be, why had he kept from us his knowledge of Mrs. Walcott's death? In Tulsa, I learned all there was to be known about Margaret Walcott, including that she'd gone to Tulsa shortly after her husband's death because her sister lived in that city. Her sister was also her heir and had inherited Margaret's estate. I had a talk with the sister. Then we confronted the man who claimed to be Jonathan Walcott with the dead woman's sister in John Cooley's office. It was quite a meeting, especially since the sister told the impostor that she had been the bridesmaid at the wedding of Margaret and Jonathan Walcott. This time, John Cooley didn't shut his mouth.
You will sign this confession immediately, stating that you impersonated Jonathan Walcott in order to defraud this insurance company. You will further tell us where you hid Walcott's body. Under those circumstances, we may be somewhat lenient.
Yeah, he confessed. What else could he do when confronted with his supposed wife's sister? He admitted that his name was really Joseph Hazel, that he'd met Margaret Walcott shortly after Jonathan's death, and realized that the circumstances were ideal for an insurance fraud. Knowing that Mrs. Walcott would not long survive, Hazel carefully established an identity for himself as Walcott, then waited for Margaret to die. The only thing he had to fear was that we'd learn about her death, and through that knowledge find some member of her family who could brand him as a fraud. Well, we didn't prosecute him, because the only charge we could have proved was desecrating a grave when he moved the real Jonathan Walcott's body. You see, Margaret Walcott's sister couldn't have branded him an impostor in court. She was the only living relative of the deceased couple, and she had never met the real Jonathan Walcott. But that was a small fact the impostor didn't know. Like I said, it sometimes doesn't make any difference whether you can prove a criminal's guilt or not, just so he thinks you can. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A scraped fender, a radio broadcast, and a mob of children. Those are the exhibits on this page of my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Anything I, Jerry Browning, private detective, have learned, it's this. Never start anything you can't finish. It was about 9:30 in the morning, and I was getting a lift downtown from one of my neighbors. Marvin was a huge man, big and fat. He made his living by telling good-humored stories over station KLMX to a vast late-afternoon audience of children who knew him as Uncle Marv. On the radio, Uncle Marv was all laughter and jollity. But right now, he was sullen and tight-lipped.
Just look at those guys drive. Insane. They're all insane. Cutting in and out of traffic.
You're getting driver's nerves, Marv. They're just in a hurry to get to work. If you'd relax... I never finished the sentence, because at that moment, a driver in the lane alongside decided to cut in ahead of us. He misjudged the distance by a few inches, scraped the fender of Marvin's car, then cut over still another lane and vanished. Marv got out of his car, inspected the damaged fender.
$20 it'll cost to fix that. Hit-and-run drivers, never a cop around when you need one. I tell you, Jerry, this town is lawless, and I'm going to do something about it.
I grinned. Yeah? Like what? Talk about it over the radio? Marvin's face muttled.
I may do just that.
Marvin dropped me at my office, and that was the last I heard of him for 2 days, when he came to my office. He was hatless, coatless, dripping with perspiration, his eyes bulging with fright.
Jerry, whatever it costs, you've got to help me out. I got 1 million kids started on a crusade, and I don't know how to stop them.
When Uncle Marv Drakeman's car was scraped by a hit-and-run driver, Marv told all about it to his radio audience of children.
Me and my big mouth. I wasn't satisfied to let it go at that. I had to tell them the town was lawless. I had to build it up. Now the kids have started a crusade.
Take it easy, Marv. What can kids do besides nag their folks about better law enforcement? That's all to the good. At the sound of the sirens, Marv's huge bulk quivered.
What can they do? Do you hear what I hear?
What's going on, Marv?
I keep telling you, it's the kids. They invade bookie joints, picket taverns, block off streets, and stop motorists. They trail tough-looking characters. Jerry, in another couple of days, they'll have the city standing on its ear.
I grabbed my hat. Marv, you and I are going to police headquarters. The entire block around headquarters was teeming with kids, all yelling and screaming. I shouted to Marv, "What are they doing down here?"
They're bringing clues, places they want raided, people they want arrested. What can I do, Jerry?
Get out and talk to them. was impossible to talk. In fact, it took a squad of cops to rescue Uncle Marv from his frenzied fans and drag him inside the station. The police commissioner's face was 2 shades redder than Marv's.
So you were the fool who's responsible for this riot. Drakeman, you'll go to jail for this if I have to have a special law passed to get you there.
I stepped between the commissioner and the cowering actor. That won't help, Commissioner. If you lock up Marv, the kids will consider him a martyr. There'll be no possible way to stop them. The commissioner opened and closed his mouth a couple of times. Then,
What do you suggest, Browning?
we're dealing with a mob. The fact that it's a mob of children doesn't make it any less dangerous. What's needed is to take the mob and drain off its violence. The commissioner got up.
I don't know what you're talking about, Browning, and I don't care. You call those kids off, or this fat ham is going to jail for life. Now get out of here, both of you!
I sneaked Marv out of the station through a tunnel connecting with the courthouse. By then it was time for his regular afternoon broadcast, except that when we got back to the station, in view of the situation created, the station has decided to cancel Uncle Marv for the time being and substitute a program of soothing music. Good day, gentlemen. Marv and I were driving home, both of us very quiet. A couple of times we heard sirens in the distance. Neither of us commented on it. Suddenly,
Jerry, look, in that lane. There's the guy who bumped my fender, started all this. Jerry, what are you doing?
I'm going to catch him and save your career. I was out of the car almost before it started. I ran over to the speed demon. I put you under arrest for reckless driving and leaving the scene of an accident. He was meek enough. They always are after you grab them. I hustled him to a precinct station, had him booked. Then I called every newspaper in town, gave them the story. And finally, at the radio station... We interrupt our Hollywood broadcast to bring a special message to the children of this city from the well-known private detective, Jerry Browning. Mr. Browning. How are you, fellow sleuths? This is Jerry Browning. I'd take him alive. I got news for you, kids. A big idea, too. Here's the news. The lawless driver who ran into Uncle Marv's car is under arrest. He wilted and confessed. And he'll go to the big house. Or anyway, pay a fine. So you don't have to worry any more about Uncle Marv. He's in fine shape. And, here's the idea. This law enforcement campaign you kids have started is fine. And I want you to keep it up. That's right. Keep it up. Anytime you see something suspicious, write me a letter to Jerry Browning in care of this station. And if your information leads to the capture of a criminal, well, you'll get a Jerry Browning Jr. Sleuth diploma. But remember... all I want is the letters. Don't try to make arrests yourselves, because I'm the president, and that's my job. And now I return you to Hollywood. Well, that did the trick. For a while, letters poured in by the thousands, and Uncle Marv's sponsor supplied the junior sleuth diplomas. And the thing petered out as the force of mob violence was dissipated. In fact, a few months later, Marv's sponsor was bothering him to think up another wonderful publicity stunt. I understand Marv has a new sponsor. Like I said, radio is a great and powerful force. And these days, when I tell about my own cases and problems, the one thing I'm careful not to do is ask for help. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A transcontinental train, a pretty girl, and a revolver slipped into a handbag. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning,
soon learns there's no sense in using violence, where gentler methods are just as good. The Super Comet all-bedroom train is the pride and joy of Wilbur Norris, the Great Valley Railroad's first vice president. At 3:50 twice a week, Wilbur Norris stopped whatever else he was doing and personally supervised his pet train's departure.
Look at those people, Browning. The finest passengers in America. Extra fare.
What I wanted to talk to Mr. Norris about was whether the Great Valley would consider hiring me on an annual retainer. But this wasn't the time to open the subject. Instead, it's a fine train, Mr. Norris. Wish I were riding it myself.
Best train in the country. Look at that, Browning.
I looked where Norris pointed and saw a big, florid-faced man come stalking along the platform, followed by 3 baggage-laden porters. As the traveler drew abreast of us, he paused to look at one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen. She was small, blonde, dynamic, and at the moment talking to a sallow, bespectacled young man.
Pull aboard!
The florid man and his retinue of porters got on the train. At the same moment, a blonde girl flung her arms about her companion in a touching farewell. Norris beamed.
I love to see people happy, riding on a fine train like... Browning, did you see that?
I saw it all right. As the blonde girl kissed her companion on the cheek, the man slipped a revolver into her handbag. Then the girl broke away and entered the car, the same car the florid-faced man had gone into. Norris grabbed my arm.
Browning, I won't stand for anything like that on my train. Come on, we are getting on board.
When Wilbur Norris, vice president of the Great Valley Railroad, saw a young woman passenger get a revolver just before she got aboard his pet train, he decided we were also going on the train. But, Mr. Norris, we haven't any clothes with us, no space to sleep in. Anyway, you can't go up to strange young women and ask them why they're carrying revolvers. Norris turned a frosty glare on me.
Don't bother me with trifles, Browning. Your job is to get that gun.
Yes, sir. Norris wheeled as the train and Pullman conductors came up to us.
I'm Wilbur Norris. This is Mr. Browning, our special investigator. Cooperate with him.
Norris turned and marched off in the direction of the club car. I was on my own. I decided it was time for some explanations. Look, conductor, there's a girl in this car up to some funny business. When you get to her space, make her change with somebody else, anybody, just so I get a chance at a quick frisk of her handbag. I'll say this much for the conductor, nothing fazed him. At the girl's room...
Conductor, miss, an error's been made. You'll have to change space. My assistant will transfer your luggage.
She made no trouble about it. When the conductor went into his routine at the next bedroom...
You can't make me change. I'll take it up with the president of the line.
Yeah? It was a florid-faced man, and his tirade halted abruptly when he saw the girl.
Why, for this sweet little lady, I'd be happy to change. Permit me, miss. Let me help you with your baggage.
As I stepped forward, I got the red-faced man's shoulder hard against my chest.
Step aside, boy. I'm helping this little lady.
The 2 conductors and I stood by helplessly as the big man introduced himself to the girl. Forrest Dendridge. Inquired and learned her name, Nanette Westcott. She gave him about 20,000 volts from big, grateful eyes, and from that moment on, he was a gone goose. In the club car, I sat drinking ginger ale while Wilbur Norris concentrated on glaring across the aisle at Dendridge and his newfound girlfriend. They were drinking highballs, seemed delighted with each other's company.
Yes, ma'am. Made $300,000 on that little deal. Inside stock info.
The girl smiled up at him. Norris moved his lips in soundless rage. I mumbled, "Take it easy, Mr. Norris. This is no spot to start anything." The spot came about 20 minutes later when Dendridge needed cigarettes, walked back toward the bar. I got up, strode across the aisle. "Listen, miss, I know you're carrying a gun in your bag. If you start anything on this train, She slapped me. Just like that, a hard, stinging blow. A moment later, I felt a hand grab my shoulder, spin me around, and...
I'm sorry, Nanette. They let anybody ride trains these days. Shall we go have dinner?
I picked myself up off the floor. Norris gave me a long, hard, cold stare.
Browning, I am not pleased with you.
Norris went into dinner about 7 o'clock. I just sat in the club car and brooded. At that moment, I didn't care whether I never got another Great Valley case or whether blonde menaces plucked whole trainloads of rich, loud-mouthed braggarts. As for the gun in her bag... The gun in her bag. The cool way she slapped me down. Of course. I grinned, relaxed, and lit a cigarette. I had a late dinner, then hung around the corridor of the car where both Dendridge and Nanette had their rooms. They were in the club car. But about 10:30... It was the girl, Nanette, alone. She went directly to the room Dendridge had been assigned, opened the door, went inside. A few moments later, Dendridge came staggering along, opened the door to his room, and let out a bellow of rage. That's when I went into action. I found what I expected, Dendridge's briefcase open and papers strewn about the room, and Dendridge struggling with a girl who was trying to get the revolver out of her bag. This time I yanked Dendridge around and... I turned to the girl. Grab the stuff you need and get out of here quick. I've already told the conductor to let you off at an emergency stop. You can take care of yourself from there on. The girl gave me an appraising look, nodded, then swiftly made a selection of the papers and slipped out into the corridor. A couple of minutes later... Well, that was almost all. I left Dendridge's room, found Norris, and hustled him into one of the baggage cars, and we stayed there until the train made its first regular stop. And when he protested, Mr. Norris, have you heard about guys who made a lot of money during the war and never bothered to declare their incomes? The tax department likes to collect from people like that when it can get evidence. And there's nothing like a pretty girl agent against guys like Dendridge, if you understand what I mean. Norris understood all right. About a week later, there was a small paragraph in the papers about a Mr. Forrest Dendridge who had voluntarily declared an additional $900,000 in income, piously paid his tax, and a walloping big fine as well. That was all. But a week after that, I got a letter appointing me a special investigator for the Great Valley Railroad on an annual retainer basis. Like I said, you can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. And when a honey like Nanette packs a gun, you can be pretty sure she's after bigger game than flies. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. What could you do to help a man who doesn't know whether or not he committed a crime and doesn't care? That is the problem on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Sometimes a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets a case at the point where it's supposed to be all over. It was the trial of Vincent Harmon, charged with murdering his wife and disposing of a body. Witnesses had already testified that Harmon and his wife quarreled incessantly, that he'd threatened to leave her, that she'd said he'd never dare leave because of what she knew about him. Now the district attorney was trying to prove the corpus delicti. Corpus delicti doesn't mean the body of the victim, as some people think. It means the fact of the crime. In the absence of a body, as in this case, the DA had to prove that a crime was actually committed. He proved it through Professor Jenkins, an expert on blood types.
The poker had stains on it, which I analyzed and which are blood stains. The blood matches for type, the blood type of Mrs. Harmon, as contained in the hospital record of a transfusion she received 5 years ago.
Vincent Harmon did not take the stand in his own defense. His attorney claimed that corpus delicti had not been proved, that Mrs. Harmon was someplace presumably alive. A few hours later...
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
And that was that. I went back to the offices of Consolidated Insurance to tell John Cooley that he wouldn't have to pay the $50,000 policy Consolidated had issued on Mrs. Harmon's life. I found Cooley studying a pink slip.
Browning, I've just learned that a $12,000 loan was made 6 months ago to Mrs. Harmon on her policy.
I shrugged. So what? Lots of people borrow on policies. Cooley shook his head.
Mrs. Harmon was a wealthy woman. Her husband had no money, not even enough to hire an attorney for his defense. The court appointed one. Browning, what happened to that $12,000?
I stared at him. What are you driving at, Mr. Cooley?
Browning, find that $12,000, and you may find the missing Mrs. Harmon.
After a man was convicted of his wife's murder, her insurance company began to have doubts about whether or not she was really dead. I had a talk with Vincent Harmon at City Jail.
Mr. Browning, I know nothing about a loan my wife made on her policy. I didn't even know she had any insurance.
I looked at the sensitive-faced, soft-voiced young man. He was 32. His wife had been 10 years older. Why didn't you say so in court? Why did you refuse to testify at all? Harmon smiled faintly.
You assume I am innocent. This sovereign state thinks otherwise. Maybe you were wrong and the state is right.
All right, Harmon, you've been convicted. You can't do yourself any more harm. Did you kill your wife?
Mr. Browning, I don't know. And I don't much care.
If it were up to me, I might have dropped the whole thing then and there. Except that Cooley's instructions were...
Browning, don't come back until you've found that $12,000 or Mrs. Harmon.
I know an order when I hear one. I'd received permission to make a search of the Harmon house, and that's what I did next. It was a big, expensive house on about a half-acre of ground. The grounds had once been landscaped. Now they looked shell-torn after weeks of digging for a body that wasn't there. I went over that house from attic to cellar. Found absolutely nothing. In Harmon's room, there were some regimental trophies. A bureau drawer, a couple of medals, including the Purple Heart. I left the medals, walked to the window, gazed out again at the shell-torn garden. Medals, shell-torn, shelling, shell shock. Shell shock. Shell shock. That could be it.
Yes, I was Captain Harmon, superior officer. Good man, very good man.
Colonel, was Harmon a shell shock case?
Well, obsolete term. Combat fatigue. He was invalided out for combat fatigue and wounds.
I got to Harmon again just as he was being taken aboard train for transfer to state prison.
Harmon, you've got to talk fast and honest.
You have periods of amnesia. You don't know what you're doing. Is that right? Harmon bowed his head.
And you were ashamed to admit that, even though you got it fighting for your country.
Isn't that why your wife said you'd never leave her? Because you were afraid to trust yourself alone? Harmon's lips twisted in agony.
Leave me alone. I'm better off dead.
I didn't need Cooley to keep me working now. What I did was... Your Honor, in view of all this evidence, record of head injury, signed statements from his commanding officer and the Surgeon General, I submit that Vincent Harmon, even if he did commit that murder, is not mentally responsible. Belongs in a hospital, not the death house.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Browning. Examinations are necessary, but I think you may rest assured that the transfer will be made. And, Mr. Browning, the court thanks you.
Okay, so now the pressure was off, and I could return to the basic problem of what happened to Mrs. Harmon.
Yep, Mrs. Harmon kept a custom-built convertible here. A lot of power in that car. She liked to pass everything on the road. Beautiful gray and green two-tone job. Never could figure out why she had it repainted black.
So, Mrs. Harmon had ordered a flashy car repainted black. The car that disappeared when she and $12,000 did. To all state highway patrols, Mexico, Canada. Be on lookout for black convertible coupe. Custom built, repainted, driven by woman. Description follows. I had the thing pretty well figured out. That Mrs. Harmon planned and executed a phony murder, and with the $12,000 meant to hide out in some inaccessible spot, return after her husband was executed, claimed she'd heard nothing about the trial. Well, with Harmon now in a hospital, she'd have a long, long wait. The reports came trickling back. No trace of the car, no trace of Mrs. Harmon. Months passed. At the hospital, Harmon was operated on for a head injury, judged legally competent to organize a defense for a new trial. And then I suddenly remembered something. What the mechanic had said about the way Mrs. Harmon drove that afternoon.
To all state police, Mexico, Canada. Investigate and report any fatal accidents on or about April 17 last. Black convertible coupe. Motor number follows. Yeah, that did it. The report came from Wyoming. The car had gone over a mountainside at night. Apparently, she'd been doing all her driving at night. There wasn't enough left of car or occupant to tell motor numbers or much of anything, except that it was a black convertible driven by a woman. Funny. The same hospital record she'd counted on to identify the blood stains she left on the poker finally identified her body, won Vincent Harmon's release, and made him a rich man. Like I said, I may sometimes get a case when it looks like it's finished. But I've learned that while a man is alive, nothing is ever finished. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. Suppose you found a man who'd been shot, stabbed, bludgeoned, and strangled. Could you determine how and why he'd really been killed? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Believe me, Jerry Browning, private detective, there is no such thing as a false clue.
Come on, boys, make it snappy. The police have work to do.
Okay, Dawson, just one more picture.
When the reporters had gone, Lieutenant Dawson turned to me.
Well, Jerry, what do you make of it?
It was the body of Casper Norton, wealthy young stockbroker. The body, clad in pajamas, was lying on the couch in the living room of Norton's bachelor apartment. It was the most thoroughly dead body I'd ever seen. Norton had been shot, stabbed, hit over the head with some heavy object, and there was a silk robe sash knotted around his neck. The room looked as though a giant hand had picked it up and shaken it. Furniture overturned, small objects smashed. I shrugged helplessly. Dawson, I think we're knee-deep in phony clues. If I were you, I'd test for poison. All this violence makes no sense. Dawson nodded.
Okay, Jerry, I will. And how come you're interested in the case?
Norton hired me last week to check up on his intended bride, Madge Temple, society girl.
And what'd you find?
Nothing, so far. I took another look around. Dawson, we're either up against one of the most savage or most clever murderers of all time. A wealthy stockbroker was found murdered several times over. While the police were testing to find out whether he'd also been poisoned, I went to see Norton's intended bride, Madge Temple. Madge Temple was a slender, willowy young woman with a permanently bored expression. At the approximate time her fiancé was being done to death, she was having her hair done at a beauty parlor. After I'd talked with her a few minutes, her brother came into the room.
Browning, I don't like the way you're questioning my sister. It's ridiculous to suspect that she could have anything to do with such a brutal murder.
I guess you're right, Mr. Temple. Where were you at the time? What that got me was thrown out. Oh, well, I didn't really think the Temples had anything to do with Norton's murder. I'd investigated them closely the week before. Found that George Temple had a big contracting business, a fine home, rich friends. As for Madge, she was just another society girl. In the crime lab, I got the autopsy report on Norton. No poison in his system.
He was strangled, Jerry. All the rest, shooting, stabbing, and banging over the head, must have been plain savage fury. Come on upstairs. I want you to meet Norton's lawyer. He's in my office.
Norton's lawyer was a white-haired, scholarly gentleman.
I feel you should know that Mr. Norton made a will leaving his considerable fortune to Miss Temple. Made the will shortly after announcing their forthcoming marriage.
There's nothing unusual about that, is there?
The lawyer pursed his lips.
No, but it is unusual for a man to call up, say he wants to change his will again, and that he is in fear of his life. I stared at him. Norton did that? The lawyer nodded vigorously. Norton phoned me a few hours before his death. Said he was leaving town for a while because of his fears.
Did he say where he was going?
I'm sorry he did not. But I distinctly recall hearing a sort of roaring in the phone. Perhaps airplanes nearby. Does that help you?
At the airport, Dawson and I tried an experiment. He got into one pay-phone booth, I in another. Then I called him up. We both listened for roaring in the earpiece. There wasn't any. The booths were too far from the field to pick up any motor sounds. It was the same at the railroad stations. But when we tried the experiment at the bus terminal... that was it. Casper Norton had phoned his lawyer from the bus terminal. Now, what made him change his mind, return home to be killed? None of the porters remembered seeing anybody that answered Norton's description. And when we talked to one of the bus drivers...
Mister, we ain't allowed to talk to people. If you got complaints, stuff lost on a bus, take it up with a lost and found department.
Dawson turned away, but I grabbed his arm. Let's try the lost and found. On a hunch.
Gentlemen, you simply wouldn't believe what things people lose. Handbags, wallets, umbrellas, parcels, baggage. Why, yesterday, a man not only left his baggage, but even his jacket on a bus. Got off the bus a few minutes before it was to leave, never returned. I'm police homicide squad. Let's see that baggage and the jacket.
The baggage was Norton's. The jacket didn't match any trousers in his apartment, but it was identified by his tailor as part of a suit made for Norton. Dawson, Norton's body was dressed in pajamas to conceal the fact that part of his suit was missing. Those clues are beginning to make sense.
Sure, Jerry, but what about the rest of it, all that violence?
It's all got to have a reason. Look, Norton was jumping town. Somebody followed him to the bus terminal, persuaded him to get off the bus for a minute. That's how he happened to leave his jacket behind. It has to be somebody persuasive. Somebody he wasn't too afraid of. That could only be...
Madge Temple! But, Jerry, she's got an alibi that checks. Besides, a woman just couldn't pull a murder like that. Anyway, how could she talk him into leaving the terminal without his baggage or coat?
I can't answer any of that. Dawson? She couldn't have persuaded him. Norton must have been dead before he left the station. We need another autopsy on his body. The first autopsy had been for poison. This one was for anything. And what anything turned out to be was a fragment of hatpin buried in the base of Norton's skull, causing instant death with reactions of strangulation. It was to conceal that inch-long sliver of steel that all the other violence had been committed on the body. 2 hours later...
Madge Temple, I arrest you and your brother for the murder of Casper Norton.
Yeah, they were guilty, all right. Norton had learned that Temple's business was shaky, that Madge was marrying him for money. So he backed out. Temple got ugly, made some threats, which decided Norton to leave town. That's where Madge came into the picture. She talked Norton into leaving the bus, flung her arms about him, and buried the hatpin in his skull. But by the time she and her brother got the victim out to a car, pretending he was drunk, the bus had left with Norton's baggage and jacket. She went on to the beauty parlor to establish her alibi, while her brother set up the phony violence at Norton's apartment. Like I said, false clues can hamper a detective, but the very fact that they're present generally points to something that's missing. And when you find that missing something, somebody goes to the chair. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A ship struggling in a storm, and a lighthouse beacon that suddenly goes out just as the ship goes on the rocks. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. You don't have to be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to prove the old saying, any port in a storm.
I was spending a few days at Windy Point, at the cliff house owned by old Ezra Crummett.
Yep, about this time every year get a batch of weather. Wind enough to knock Windy Point clear off the map. Sure don't envy Larry Olson up to the lighthouse. Weren't for his beacon, boats had piled right up on the rocks off Jarvis Island.
I peered out the window, watched the lighthouse beacon sweep the sky in a wide arc.
Jerry, how'd you like to see how Larry works that light?
What, in this weather? Certainly not.
Brisk walk's just what you need.
That wasn't a walk. It was a battle. But old Ezra...
Right perky night. Just follow me, Jerry. If you can't see me, follow the beacon.
The beacon. Even as Ezra said it, the beacon went out. In the flash of the lightning bolt, the whole countryside was illuminated for a second. But time enough to see the outline of a vessel far out on the water.
Hurry up, Jerry! Something wrong at the lighthouse. Let it fix quick. That ship's a gunner.
It took us 20 minutes to reach the lighthouse, climb to the light tower. Ezra flashed his lantern at the shattered beacon, then all around the tower room. The place was completely deserted.
Say, if saving money means anything to you men, if you want to get the most out of every dollar...
When a ship was in trouble during a storm, the lighthouse beacon went out, and the lighthouse itself was deserted. By dawn, the storm had spent itself. We could see the ship now, broken and battered, and listing crazily on the rocks off Jarvis Island. Speeding toward us was a motor launch filled with men, and with a small boat in tow.
Young Phil Jarvis' boat. Done it again. Says another pack of idiots. Well, hey, he's got the lighthouse keeper, Larry Olson, with him.
When the launch docked, Ezra made himself a one-man reception committee.
Come on up to the cliff house, folks. Dry clothes and grub for everybody.
Thank you, sir. I'm Liggett Creighton, captain and owner of the Mary Ann, or what's left of her. My crew and I owe our lives to these men, Bill Jarvis, Larry Olson. Olson didn't say anything, but Jarvis grinned.
No need for thanks, Mr. Creighton. I'll be well paid for what I did.
Creighton nodded. You mean salvage? It cost me more to salvage the Mary Ann than what she's worth now. If you want her, you can have her. Jarvis smiled and shrugged.
Guess I'll have to take her if I want me pay.
He turned to the silent lighthouse keeper.
Larry, I'll tie your dinghy up to the dock. For the next time you feel like doing rescue work.
Olson's face was white as he watched the burly Jarvis stride off.
I'll fix him someday.
Mr. Olson, how come you left your station during a storm?
Because it was the only way I could help. The lightning shattered the beacon, so I rode out there to try and head the Mary Ann off the rocks.
Creighton's face was grim. Maybe so, Mr. Olson. But my impression is that the light was on until after we grounded on the rocks. Of course, I can't prove it. I was left alone with Olson, and I was curious. So, Mr. Olson, why don't we go up to the tower and see if we can figure out what did happen to that beacon, and when? While Olson installed a substitute light, I prowled around the tower, pored over the shattered glass on the floor, finally found what I'd begun to suspect might be there. A flattened piece of lead. And later that afternoon, at Cliff House... Mr. Creighton, the Mary Ann was deliberately wrecked. This is a slug from a rifle. The lighthouse beacon was shot out. Careful, don't raise your voice. Who's responsible, Mr. Browning? I've got a pretty good idea, but that's far from the kind of proof a court of inquiry would accept. You can't do a thing now, but if you'll wait a year and spend a little money, we could try a very interesting experiment. Creighton eyed me for a long moment. Mr. Browning, I have enough money and enough patience for that purpose. The shipyard contractor was very unhappy.
Mr.
Mr. Creighton, who ever heard of a ship being built to crazy specifications like this? Why, she's nothing but a rowboat with a fancy superstructure. She'll skitter over the water like a frightened doodlebug.
Creighton ignored the outburst. Is this the way you want it built, Mr. Browning? I nodded. It was perfect. Creighton took out his checkbook.
Complete her according to specifications, and we'll name her the Doodlebug.
It was just about a year after the wreck of Creighton's yacht. Another season of storms, another savage, wind-torn night. And like that other time, a ship was struggling up the coast. But this time, I was on the ship. As night closed in about us, the beacon at Windy Point was our only guidance. At the wheel, Creighton grimly kept his eyes on the light. Then it happened. In the instant that the bolt hit, the beacon snuffed out and reappeared a moment later. This time, instead of being to our right, it had shifted far over to our left.
There goes the light. We weren't expecting it. We'd never noticed it change positions.
What do we do now?
Head for the light. That's why we built the Doodlebug.
I'll say this for Creighton. He had plenty of nerve. He knew we were heading for the submerged rocks of Jarvis Island, but he never swerved. 10 minutes later... For a long moment, the Doodlebug hung poised on those wicked rocks. And then, light as the bug she'd been named after, she skidded over the rocks and into the calm water in the lee of Jarvis Island. We ran her right up on the beach. And caught a wrecker red-handed. Bill Jarvis, all set for another rescue and a fat salvage claim. He had a false light rigged up on his island out of sight from the mainland. We didn't give him time to hide the light or the rifle with which he shot out the Windy Point beacon. But a maritime court gave him plenty of time to think it over. In fact, they threw the book at him. Today, Windy Point is as safe as any place can be for people who insist on going out in stormy weather. If you happen to pass by there, drop in on Ezra Crummett at Cliff House. He'll show you the Doodlebug, given to him and Larry Olson by Creighton, as thanks for true heroism and hospitality. They don't think much of the Doodlebug. Too shallow draft. Like I said, it's easy to be at sea in any undertaking. But if you're willing to take a chance, you'll generally find smooth sailing. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A man goes off to make his fortune, and for 25 years sends an orchid a year to the woman he loves, but never writes a letter. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. You can't be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, and be sentimental, too. Sentiment just doesn't mix with this business. I was working late one evening at my office, fixing up an expense account of money I'd spent in behalf of a client, trying to make the thing read like fact rather than fiction. At 7:30, I was still trying to make it come out even when... It was the building scrubwoman lugging a pail and mops. She hesitated in the doorway. It's all right, you can come in. She was a woman in her mid-50s, I judged. Hair graying, short and tending to be dumpy, pleasant though plain face, nice direct eyes. None of that was remarkable. What was startling was the fresh purple orchid pinned to the blouse of her shapeless dress. I looked and looked. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I know it isn't any of my business, but would you mind telling me how you happen to be wearing that flower? She gave me a shy smile and then calmly told me one of the most fantastic and improbable stories I'd ever heard. When my office scrubwoman came to work wearing an expensive orchid, I couldn't resist asking how come. The story went back over 25 years. A boy and a girl in love, without money, unable to marry. He'd gone off to make his fortune, to California. Said he'd come back for her someday. In the meantime, he sent her an orchid every year on her birthday as proof that he still thought of her.
Now, 25 years later, she had another birthday, another orchid, and the faith that someday he'd return. I leaned back in my chair. Mary, that's such an amazing story. I just don't know what to say. Well, I started out by saying that it was none of my business, and it still wasn't. Yet I couldn't put it out of my mind. I had to find out why that orchid was being sent. Really why, and by whom. The nearest florist shop to our building is Lober's, a couple of blocks down the avenue. I went there the next morning.
Really, sir, when the donor of a sentimental gift requests secrecy, we never divulge his name. Never.
I took my badge out of my pocket and gave the clerk a quick look at it. The badge says private operative, but few people read that. Sonny, I'll have to ask you once more. Where do the orchids for Mary Kovach come from? After that, I won't ask anymore.
I didn't realize. Police matter. One moment, sir.
The clerk came back with a ledger.
This is a record of our flowers by wire orders. The annual orchid on her birthday is sent to Miss Mary Kovach from Pasadena, California. The donor's name with instructions not to divulge is Arnold Dranacek.
Oh, that was that. The name of Mary's long-absent sweetheart was Arnold Dranacek. And if he wanted to send her orchids for 25 years, but no letters, there was no law to prevent it. I could pretend that I got right on a plane and went to California, except that I did nothing of the sort. But 5 months later, I happened to be in Los Angeles. With my business finished and nothing to do for 8 hours, I suddenly remembered Mary Kovach and a bashful beau. Pasadena is a beautiful little city, and some fine people live there. But Arnold Dranacek was not one of them. His name wasn't in the phone book or the city directory. So I took my problem to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. And there...
Yep, here it is. Dranacek Arnold. Could be mistaken with that name. Died 13 years ago.
Flowers from a man who'd been dead 13 years. Ordered each year by somebody representing himself as Arnold Dranacek. It was utterly, fantastically impossible. I went to a telephone. Hello, this is Jerry Browning. You have me scheduled on a plane for 10 this evening. Cancel it, please. I'm staying here indefinitely. You go about tracing a dead man a lot differently from one who's alive. Just to be doubly sure, I visited his grave. His fine, big tombstone gave me verification of his identity and my first real clue. It's a hard world. Poor people get little while they're alive, and they don't get big tombstones after they're dead. I dug through reams of musty old court records during the next few days and discovered quite a lot. Arnold Dranacek had been an enterprising businessman, in a quiet sort of a way. He'd had a grocery store, then a bigger one, then a small chain of stores, and at the time of his death owned 36 such stores. The Draymore chain and a dozen smaller California cities. His will, as filed with the probate court, listed an estate of over $500,000. Final beneficiary, a Mr. Welton Wallace, chairman of the board of the Draymore Groceries and Corporation. To get an interview with Mr. Wallace, I merely sent in my card with the name Mary Kovach scrawled across it.
Delighted to see you, Mr. Browning, and I might add delighted to hear that you have some news of the late Mary Kovach.
She's alive, Mr. Wallace, and you know it as well as I do.
Someday you must tell me how she died. At the moment, rather busy. Pardon me.
What he shoved across the desk at me was a check for $10,000. And what I did was... Mr. Wallace,
I arrest you for deliberately negating the terms of a will and for pretending that Arnold Dranacek was alive for the past 13 years. Okay, so maybe you read the headlines of how a scrub woman learned that she owned $1 million business because Dranacek's will made her the prime beneficiary, with the estate to go to Wallace if she wasn't alive at the time of Dranacek's death. Wallace had been sending those orchids every year and meant to continue sending them as long as Mary lived, as insurance, so that Mary wouldn't think Dranacek was dead and maybe investigate. Wallace got a 10-year sentence, and I got $500 plus a kiss from a millionairess. Good pay. Like I said, I'm not a sentimental guy. And when I find somebody who is, it's okay. Provided I don't think he's overdoing it. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. An unidentified body, 2 quarts of milk, and a bet. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Take a tip from me, Jerry Browning, private detective. The next time you hear somebody say, dead men tell no tales, don't believe it. I stood alongside Lieutenant Dawson. Both of us peered down into the dead face on the morgue slab. I nodded. That's Turk Tyrone, all right. The morgue attendant rolled the body back out of sight. Dawson sighed.
Thanks for the identification, Jerry. You go on. I've got other business here.
Yeah? Like what?
I've got an unidentified corpse problem. Nothing you can help me on.
Dawson, don't hint. If you want me to look at the body, say so. Dawson grinned weakly.
Just take a quick look at it, will you, Jerry?
The body could have been anybody. Height, 5'8", weight around 150. No scars, no marks, except a neat bullet hole in the chest.
Harbor Patrol fished him out last night. Absolutely no clues to identity.
What about clothes, wallet, papers? Dawson shook his head.
Where you see him now is where they found him. Jerry, here's one man can't be identified.
That's ridiculous. Anybody can be identified. I could identify him in 24 hours.
Bet your hat you're talking through your hat.
I got mad at that. You give me 24 hours and every resource of the police department, and I'll not only give you this man's name, but his killer's name as well. I let Lieutenant Dawson needle me into a bet that I could identify and name the killer of a man on a slab in the morgue, all in 24 hours. It took me about 15 minutes to pick up Doc Eaton from the medical examiner's office and Jack Wilson from the crime lab. They both protested violently.
Browning, there's no need to see that body in the morgue again. I've already given Dawson a full report in my findings.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I've got to have the answers to a few questions.
All right. What are the questions?
I don't know yet, but we'll find them at the morgue. When Doc Eaton and Jack Wilson worked as a team, they were really something to watch. They analyzed the scrapings from the dead man's fingernails. They typed his blood, calipered his head, photographed hair strands, x-rayed teeth, probed the gunshot wound, tested stomach contents. And their findings were...
Blood type D, age about 50, head shaped, dolichocephalic, slight baldness at temples, teeth remarkably free of caries, no nicotine staining. Last meal, ham, bread, apple, and an extraordinary amount of casein and other milk solids. Prior to death, this man must have consumed at least 2 quarts of milk. Overdeveloped muscle in right forearm. Body immersed in fresh water for approximately 5 hours subsequent to death. Cause of death, .38 caliber bullet. Name of man, unknown.
That was absolutely every bit of what I had to work with. After I drove the Doc and Wilson back to their offices, I went on to the district headquarters of the Public Health Service.
You, say the man had consumed large quantities of milk?
Could be a painter, Mr. Browning.
We strongly recommend milk as a preventive for lead poisoning. Painter's colic, it was formerly called.
My next stop was the headquarters of the Painters Union. Yes, I think I can get you that information, Mr. Browning. This way, please. The union official introduced me to a nice-looking blonde and explained what I needed to know. Mr. Browning would like to find out whether any of our local members have been reported absent from a job within the past 48 hours. It took a couple of extra hours to get the information. But I did learn that 3 men had failed to show up on various assigned painting jobs around town. 2 of them didn't tally with a description of my man, but the third, that sounds like the one. You say he was on an industrial job at 1040 Water Street? Had been working overtime? I see. Thanks a million. I made a quick phone call. Hello, Dawson. This is Jerry. Got half your problem solved. The guy's name is Lawson. Lawson. Eric Lawson. No, I'm not kidding. Well, I can't stop to tell you how I found out. Meet me in half an hour at 1040 Water Street. The address was a big loft building with a sign that read Baker and Arden, Import-Export. I made fast time getting there, but Dawson made even faster. He was sitting in a police car waiting for me. Jerry, how on earth did you get the lead to this place? We suspected funny business here, but we had no proof. I'm sure surprised. If Dawson was surprised, I was astonished. Wait a second, Dawson. You mean to say this Baker and Arden outfit is not legit? Dawson stared at me uneasily. You and I are not talking about the same thing, Jerry. Mr. Baker died a couple of days ago, bad fall. We weren't satisfied with the explanation of his death. We're still investigating it. And I thought you'd uncovered something about that. Dawson, I think maybe we've got 2 murders to solve. Come on. It was late, but Mr. Arden was still in his office, and the place smelled freshly painted. Arden wasn't happy about our visit.
Gentlemen, I've already explained my partner's death was an accident. There is nothing more I can tell you.
Maybe not. But we'd like to make a search of these premises, with your permission.
This is an outrage. I will not give permission.
That's what I thought you'd say, Mr. Arden. Dawson, go get a search warrant. Well, we got the warrant. And found hidden behind some crates what I'd hoped we'd find. A painter's white overalls, cap, stained shirt, paint-encrusted shoes. The missing clothes of the man in the morgue. We put Arden under arrest for the murder of the painter. And after that, he confessed his partner's murder, too. Arden killed his partner first, then shot the painter, who, working overtime, had been an accidental witness to the crime. You see, Dawson, the man's lack of clothing was the first clue. It suggested a distinctive outfit, something that might be a clue to his occupation. From that, everything else followed step by step. No smoking because of working with inflammable paints, the heavy milk consumption, the overdeveloped forearm, and the rest of it. And by the way, Dawson, I wear only the very best hats. Fork over another $10. And that's all there was to it. Like I said, there's no such thing as a nobody. What you do is a sure giveaway to who you are. But don't try to test me by getting in the way of .38 caliber bullets. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. I was given a table at which a woman had fainted a few minutes earlier and found scrawled in lipstick a strange message. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When you're a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, you know that the tiniest crumb of information can contain a lot of food for thought. The kind of food I wanted when I walked down Layton Street was roast beef, rare. So when I passed Smithson's Grill, I walked in and found myself in a scene of confusion. The head waiter was carrying the body of a woman who hung limply in his arms. At that moment, the proprietor came dashing over.
Nothing to worry about. The lady just fainted. Turn up the air conditioning higher, please.
The head waiter and the proprietor took the woman outside. Another waiter grabbed me and propelled me to a table.
Sit down, sir. Have this table cleaned for you in a second.
I sat down, but I wasn't hungry anymore. The food already on the table had barely been touched, and there was a crumpled napkin soiled with lipstick before me. Obviously, this table had been the one occupied by the fainting lady. The waiter saw my expression, gave a signal, and a moment later, 2 busboys were sweeping the table clear. The waiter laid a fresh tablecloth at one end of the table, started unrolling it toward me. At the same time, a busboy picked up the last plate from the used cloth and revealed some letters and numbers scrawled on the cloth in lipstick. I stared at the markings. I was looking at my own telephone number. A waiter gave me the same table at which a woman had fainted, and on the tablecloth, in lipstick, I found scrawled my telephone number. I grabbed the head waiter. What was that woman's name, and where was she taken?
Miss Margot Welsh, and we took her to the doctor across the street. Please, sir, you're hurting my arm.
At the office of Dr. Henry Drake,
I gave Miss Welsh emergency treatment for poisoning. She was taken to Wentworth Hospital just a few minutes ago. What is your interest in the matter, Mr. Browning?
I don't know yet. I found a message intended for me. I'll know more about it after I talk to Miss Welch at the hospital. Dr. Drake shook his head.
I doubt that. She has a bad case of shock, loss of speech. May take weeks to recover.
Margot Welch looked like an enormous doll in that hospital bed. She stared wildly at me, then at the hospital attendant. I leaned over her. I'm Jerry Browning, Miss Welch. If you want my help, blink your eyes twice. Her eyelids fluttered shut, opened, shut, opened again. I turned to the attendant. You saw that? This woman is now my client, and I'm authorized to act for her. I want a 24-hour nurse on duty, and I will send a registered operative down here as a guard to ensure Miss Welch's personal safety. I turned back to the woman. I must ask you some questions, Miss Welch. If the answer is yes, close your eyes. If it's no, keep them open. Do you understand? Her eyes closed. Okay. I'll make it as brief as possible. Well, I've been in on some tough questioning sessions, but this was the worst of them all. I got permission to examine her purse, learned that she was a designer of exclusive costume jewelry. Then, are you afraid of somebody? Answer, yes. Do you know who it is? Answer, no. Have you received threatening letters? Yes. Do you have the letters? No. What happened to them? Question withdrawn. Did you destroy the letters? No. Did you give them away? Yes. Do you have a business associate? Yes. Does she have the letters? Wild fluttering of eyes, question rephrased. Does he have the letters? Yes. I got up. You go to sleep, Miss Welch. I'll stay outside until your guard arrives. You have absolutely nothing more to worry about. Out in the corridor, I mopped my brow and wished I felt as self-assured as I'd sounded. I phoned Jack Marbridge, an unassuming little operative who'd slap a tiger in the teeth if it happened to be in the line of duty. I explained the assignment, waited until he arrived, then... The showroom and shop of Margot Creations was a swank salon in the Palmerston building. As I entered, a distinguished-looking gray-at-the-temples man came forward to meet me. Yes? What can I do for you, sir? You can talk to me. Are you Miss Welch's business associate? Yes, I'm Gregory Morgan. Is something the matter? Yeah. Your partner is dying at Wentworth Hospital. Somebody tried to poison her. Let's have those threatening letters she was sent. Morgan looked embarrassed. Why, the fact is, I didn't take them seriously, and I'm afraid you threw them away. Very, very smart. Okay, tell me this. Why should anybody threaten Miss Welch? Who are her enemies? Morgan hesitated. No enemies. But a very strange thing did happen recently. Margot designed a pair of bracelets, heavy Renaissance stuff of which she's noted. They were a matched pair, but one had a tiny concealed compartment for a picture or a charm, you know. Yeah? Go ahead. Well, I told her the compartment would be ideal for carrying poison, like the Borgias did. Mr. Morgan, skip the build-up and get to the point, if any. Morgan looked pained. The bracelets were purchased by Martingale's most exclusive shop. Meanwhile, Margot kept getting those letters, which depressed her terribly. This morning, one of the bracelets came back, a faulty clasp. And when we examined the bracelet, it was the one with the concealed compartment. And what do you suppose was in the compartment? I've never been so outraged in my life. I grabbed Morgan by the coat. What was in there was baloney like the rest of your story. I picked up the unconscious Morgan, slapped him out of Slumberland, took him down to my car and downtown to Smithson's Grill, where Miss Welch had been poisoned. I want every waiter in the place to take a good look at this character and tell me whether he remembers seeing the guy here about the same time as Welch got sick.
Why, sure. He was across the room, and when he saw the dame, he got up and talked to her for a couple of minutes, then went on out.
That's what I thought. And he dropped some poison, probably into a water glass. Come on, you amateur Borgia, let's go to headquarters. Well, we had another questioning session, this time with Mr. Morgan. And he finally confessed that he'd tried to frighten Margot Welch into selling out. And when that didn't work, tried to poison her. His big mistake was to assume that Margot was really dying, and to hint that she'd tried to commit suicide with some poison she'd found in a bracelet. That was the point at which I slugged him. Like I said, you don't have to be smart to realize that a woman who's trying to kill herself won't merely leave a detective's telephone number scrawled on a tablecloth. The female of the species is never that quiet.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. A man without a single distinguishing characteristic vanishes with $250,000. How would you go about finding him? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Lots of people ask me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, whether I've got a system. The answer is no. No system. And I'll tell you why. I waited outside the vault of the Cheerful Credit Loan Association while its president and other officers completed their inventory inside the vault. When the officials came out, there was nothing cheerful about their faces.
Browning, it's just as we suspected. Not only our treasurer, Byron Lockwood, is missing, but so are $250,000 in cash.
Okay. What kind of a guy is this Lockwood?
Why, he's about average height, 5'8", average appearance. He never drank, gambled, smoked. In fact, Byron Lockwood was one of the most average people I ever knew.
Byron Lockwood had been a bachelor. And at his average little apartment on an average suburban street, I learned that he'd walked out of his building the evening before, carried no suitcases, and just strolled out of sight. But Lockwood didn't just disappear. A bus driver remembered taking him to the station.
Sure, I even kidded him about going to town at night. He never done it before.
And at the railroad station...
Oh, yes, of course I recall Mr. Lockwood buying a ticket to New Orleans. I asked him what on earth he intended doing there.
I reported back to the loan company. Gentlemen, I don't know where your missing Mr. Lockwood is, but I'll tell you where he isn't, and that's New Orleans. A loan company treasurer who stole most of his firm's ready cash left an obvious trail to New Orleans, just to play it safe. Send this wire to New Orleans police. Be on lookout for Byron Lockwood, wanted for embezzlement. Description follows. Average height. I didn't expect any results from my telegram, so my immediate problem was to try to learn something about the average Mr. Lockwood as possible clues to his present whereabouts.
Mister, I've lived in this apartment below Lockwood for 9 years, and I never heard him say more than good morning or good evening.
I got the same story every place, from tradesmen, from the people who'd worked with Lockwood. Not much to go by? You're wrong. I learned something important. That I was up against a man who deliberately suppressed every personality trait in anticipation of a gigantic theft, in order to make his subsequent detection that much harder. I was up against no theft of impulse, but something long planned, carefully executed. And that's when I heard from New Orleans. To Jerry Browning, man you want, Byron Lockwood, seen in New Orleans. Purchase ticket SS Buenaria, destination South America, now at sea. I read the telegram over twice because I just couldn't believe it. A man doesn't spend years carefully planning a huge theft and then not only leave a trail a mile wide, but wind up trapping himself on a boat at sea. Still, I suppose it could happen. Armed with a warrant, I flew down to New Orleans, had a conference with local police officials, got positive identification of Byron Lockwood, then took a seaplane to intercept the SS Buenaria. The captain of the Buenaria was waiting as we climbed aboard ship.
Senor, the man you want has jumped overboard.
The open porthole told the story it was supposed to tell. There were suitcases and a steamer trunk, all new. Everything in them new. We found dozens of clippings about the theft scattered about. And under the mattress of the bed, a package containing $30,000 in currency.
I recall the man clearly. Acted strangely when he came on board. Never left his cabin, not even for meals. When we received your message, we forced the door. Alas, too late.
Captain, this is just what I expected. At the Cheerful Credit Loan Association, the president looked moderately happy.
Naturally, we are happy to recover even $30,000. And in view of the circumstances, we consider the case closed. Please send us your bill, Mr. Browning.
I'll send you a bill after I catch Byron Lockwood. Maybe you think I was just being stubborn. No. I was simply giving a smart, calculating man credit for being just that. And when newspapers that night carried headlines, "Absconding treasurer jumps overboard," I really went to work. Now I was looking for a man who no longer considered himself hunted. I picked up all available photographs of Lockwood and studied them. Height, 5'8". He'd make himself taller with built-up shoes, say 5'10". Hair, brown. He'd dye it black. Eyes, brown. Eyeglasses. Strong astigmatism. Myopia. That's nearsighted. What do you do about that? Contact lenses. Of course, he'd need glasses badly, but he wouldn't dare wear them. Not a careful man like Lockwood. If you think there are many companies in the country manufacturing contact lenses, invisible eyeglasses worn directly over the eyeballs, just check up on it. I had Lockwood's eyeglass formula from the oculist where he bought his ordinary glasses, and it was almost as individual as fingerprints. 24 hours later, from Boston, I had my reply. And 12 hours after that...
Yes, the gentleman gave his name as Morley Creighton, purchased contact lenses from us 7 months ago. Very pleasant gentleman, about 5'10".
The Boston police worked quietly and swiftly.
All right, Browning. Lockwood is registered at this hotel as Morley Creighton, room 618. He's up there now. Do you want to be in on the arrest?
No, I don't think he'll be hard to take. I'd sort of like to feel that here's a crook I could track down and have arrested
without ever bothering to see him. They tell me Lockwood made no trouble at all. Was so astonished at being captured that he babbled out a confession right on the spot and gave up better than $200,000 in cash he had in a valise. Of course, he'd laid the trail to the ship, made sure he was seen getting on, locked his cabin, and slipped out again with departing visitors. There never was any doubt in my mind about capturing him, because he was a man with a careful, orderly mind. When you're up against that kind, they never spring surprises. They never do the unexpected. Like I said, give me a crook with a system every time, and I'd be the most prosperous detective in town. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. When a man is almost killed for jaywalking, that is an accident. But when he makes a habit of it, then something peculiar is happening. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Sooner or later, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets to meet everybody in every walk of life. At the intersection of Market, Pine, and Harvard Streets, the way traffic goes is every way. And if you're a pedestrian, you could use an extra set of eyes at the back of your head. I stood at the curb and waited for the light to change. Behind me, a man apparently decided that he couldn't wait, because he suddenly elbowed me aside and darted into the path of the oncoming car. Halfway across, the guy seemed to lose his nerve, just froze there. I ran out into the street, practically picked the little guy up, and got him safely to the opposite side. I was a hero. People grabbed my hand, patted my back. A man with a press card in his hat and a news camera in his hand stepped out of the crowd, shouted, "Hold it!" and snapped me and the man I'd rescued. The cause of all the excitement, the jaywalker, struggled in my grip, broke away as the photographer came over to us.
Nice work, mister. Mighty nice work. Hey, let's have your name.
You don't need my name. That was no grandstand play.
Okay, you don't want glory. Makes a better story that way. Here, how about the potential victim? Where's he?
We both looked around. But the man I'd rescued had vanished, as completely as though the sidewalk had swallowed him. I saved a jaywalker from being pulverized at a busy intersection, only to discover that he'd disappeared before he could be questioned. The Evening Star-Times made a big page 2 story of the thing, headlined it, "The No-Hit Run Case." Under the byline of Dale Fuller, the paper's top feature writer, was the picture and a story that identified me, thanks to smart work by Fuller, as Jerry Browning, the well-known private detective, who, for his courageous act in disregard of personal danger, will receive the Star-Times Weekly Award for Valor. Way down at the bottom of the story, it was revealed that the Weekly Valor Award consisted of a bronze medal and no cash. Oh, well. I had to go to the mayor's office for my medal, wait 2 hours in an anteroom, then spend another hour posing with the mayor, Dale Fuller, and the publisher of the Star-Times. As the thing finally came to an end, I turned to Fuller. And by the way, Mr. Fuller, did you ever learn that jaywalker's name? Fuller gave me a blank look.
What? Oh, him. No, a guy like him can't sell no papers.
And that was that. It was about 6 weeks later, and I'd completely forgotten the whole incident. I was driving down Marlin Boulevard one afternoon when out of nowhere a middle-aged man suddenly darted into the street directly into the path of my car. I cut the wheel, climbed the far sidewalk, managed somehow to keep from turning over, and missed the jaywalker by inches. Talk about close calls. I'd driven about 2 blocks further when suddenly a bell rang in my mind. I'd caught only the quickest glimpse of the jaywalker as I flashed past him, but that was enough. He was the same man I'd rescued from a similar fate 6 weeks earlier. At the Star Times office, Dale Fuller remembered me with difficulty. And when he did...
Now, look, Browning, you got a good hunk of publicity out of that Valor Medal deal. Be satisfied. Don't try to overdo it.
What I wanted to do was jolt him loose from his cynicism, preferably with a smack in the teeth. But you rarely accomplish anything that way. Instead, you don't understand, Mr. Fuller. I think I've stumbled over a racket. There may be a story in it for you, and all I want is a print of that picture your photographer took of me and the jaywalker.
Don't try to play me for a chump, Browning. You heroes, always looking for a repeat performance.
Diplomacy is fine, up to a point. After that fails, sometimes the smack in the teeth works fine. I was halfway down the corridor before Fuller caught up with me.
Hey, Browning, hey, wait a minute. You've convinced me. Come on back. I'll get you the picture and we'll talk this over, quietly.
When Fuller cooperated, he did it all the way. I got more than a print of the picture I wanted. I got an enlargement of the section showing the jaywalker's mousy face. No two ways about it, he was the same man I'd almost run down. I outlined my plan to Fuller. We'll need 3 roving cars to cover all the heavy traffic intersections. But if I'm right, we're really onto something. I was at the wrong intersection when it happened 5 days later, but I got the flash on a shortwave radio as we'd prearranged. I reached the scene of the accident just as the ambulance was taking the victim to the hospital. A cop was taking details of the accident from a frightened-looking motorist.
But I tell you, the man just darted out in front of me, right into traffic. I had no chance to stop.
Save it for the judge, mister. You're under arrest for reckless driving.
On the edge of the crowd, Dale Fuller beckoned to me.
You were right, Browning. It's the same guy. Now what do?
We go to the hospital and wait. At Sherwood Hospital, I had a talk with the doctor on emergency service.
The young man's a commercial artist, Mr. Browning. His name is Thomas Archer. No, he's not badly hurt, except for his right arm. It's going to be stiff. He'll probably collect plenty.
You're only partly right, Doc. He'll get plenty. But it'll be time, not money. Come on, Fuller. We walked in on the injured man just in time to keep an insurance adjuster from making a quick settlement for the rigid arm. I shoved the picture under the nose of the man in bed. Too bad you ran into me twice, Archer, because this picture will send you to jail. Archer's right hand shot out, snatched the picture, and crumpled it. It's only a print, Mr. Archer. You forgot that you can't use your right arm. You're under arrest for accident faking. That settled Archer. But before the police were through with him, he exposed a whole accident-faking ring, worked with voluntary catatonics as victims. People who could automatically stiffen up an arm or leg to maintain a rigidity that would fool the average doctor. Archer got 5 years. Fuller, the material for a full week's feature stories. And as for me, I refused a second bronze medal. Like I said, anybody who walks around looking for trouble generally finds it, though not always in the way he expects. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. Many detectives never encounter a perfect crime. But I once ran into 2 of them on a single case. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. People often ask me, Jerry Browning, private detective, whether I've ever run into a perfect murder. The answer is yes, twice.
Attention, cars 12, 14, 15, 17. Proceed to 3742 Waverly Court, 3rd apartment, Harold Mannix, signal 34.
That's how it started. When I picked up the police call on my car radio. Harold Mannix was a friend of mine, a man who made his money backing ideas and inventions. Signal 34 meant that he'd been murdered. The police cars were drawing up before 3742 Waverly Court as I arrived. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide met me at the door.
It's murder, all right, Jerry. Mighty carefully planned, too.
I looked beyond Dawson at the body of my friend slumped over a desk. Any idea who did it, Dawson? Dawson shrugged.
Somebody Mannix knew and trusted. He left the killer in, no sign of a struggle.
A cop came over to us.
We've got the safe open, Lieutenant. No money in it.
That's odd. Mannix always kept a lot of money on hand.
Looks like somebody tried to work a swindle on Mannix. Killed him when he got suspicious and cleaned out the safe.
I turned to Dawson. Yeah. And what's more, I think I know who it might be. Man who called himself Walker T. Driscoll. Mannix told me a couple of days ago that he was negotiating with Driscoll for an amazing invention, if Driscoll was telling the truth.
That sounds like our man, Jerry. What does this Driscoll look like?
I never met him, but I bet I will. When my friend Harold Mannix was murdered, I remembered that he'd mentioned the name of an inventor, Walker T. Driscoll. 2 hours later...
We've checked with the bank, Jerry. Mannix drew $150,000 in cash this morning. That money's missing. We've got no leads at all to this Walker Driscoll, no fingerprints, no description, no address, not one single thing.
Nothing more happened that day. But in the next morning's mail at my office was a letter from Harold Mannix. It must have been mailed only a few hours before he was killed, and asked me to visit him in order to discuss a checkup of Walker T. Driscoll, who claimed to have invented a new machine that would positively locate underground oil deposits. The letter mentioned that Mannix had drawn $150,000 from his bank as first payment on the machine, but that he would not pay out the money until I verified Driscoll's claim of being an expert geologist and mining engineer. I grabbed the letter and made a beeline for police headquarters.
Well, Jerry, I just got through trying to phone you. They caught Driscoll in St. Louis.
Caught him? How? We don't even know what the guy looks like.
He used his own name, was registered at a hotel. St. Louis police made a routine check. Driscoll said he was an oil man, so they grabbed him.
I shook my head. I don't get it. A man covers his crime that carefully and then registers at a hotel under his own name?
His idea is to bluff it out, defy us to prove it. You'll see.
I showed Dawson the letter I'd received from Mannix. Dawson read it over and whistled.
This'll cook Driscoll's goose. I'm going down to St. Louis to bring him back.
If you don't mind, I'll go with you. What is your name and profession? The man squinting into the spotlight was short, stocky, furtive-eyed. Looked more like a petty hoodlum than...
My name is Walker T. Driscoll. I'm an oil man.
Why did you have $150,000 in cash in a valise?
I want to buy oil wells.
From what bank did you draw the money?
I won't answer any more questions without a lawyer.
Well, he got a lawyer, waived extradition, and was brought back to town. The lawyer rode with us all the way, made sure we didn't question Driscoll any further. So far as I was concerned, I didn't want to question him. Driscoll was obviously no more an inventor, geologist, and mining engineer than I was King of Siam. I'd known the murdered man Harold Mannix and known him well. To me, it was impossible that Driscoll could have fooled Mannix even for a moment. Dawson, I tell you something's wrong. We've got the wrong guy. Nobody'd believe this punk's a mining engineer. Dawson was hugely amused.
Of course he's no mining engineer. His right name is Frankie Palace, gambler, suspected hold-up man, has a record as long as your arm.
Yeah, but was he ever a swindler?
Why, sure. He tried to swindle Mannix, didn't he?
I was still convinced we had the wrong man. I tried taking my suspicions to the DA and was tossed out for my pains. I tried talking to Driscoll's lawyer, who gave me a queer look.
Mr. Browning, the confidences of a client can't be violated by his attorney. My client, who calls himself Walker Driscoll, now admits that his real name is Frank Pallas. But he claims to have assumed the name of Driscoll only to evade San Francisco police. He denies ever having met Harold Mannix.
Where does Pallas say he got the $150,000?
He earned it, gambling.
That's the story the lawyer tried to tell in court. A jury of 12 men and women listened to it and then returned their verdict.
Guilty of murder in first degree.
Well, that's almost the complete story. I got the last bit of it 12 hours before Frank Pallas, alias Walker T. Driscoll, went to the chair.
You're a square guy, Browning. I know you're trying to help me, but it wasn't in the cards. You see, I never did know Mannix. Never heard of him. But I run into this character, Walker T. Driscoll, on a train for St. Louis. I figure him for ready dough. He flashes big bills. On the train, I tell him about a big party in St. Louis and get him all excited. When we arrive, he sends his bags to the hotel and goes with me. I rent a car, drive out a ways, and let him have it. Then I bury his body good and deep, and when I come back to town, I go to the hotel, and I'm Walker T. Driscoll, so as I can get his bag and beat it. Except that as I step in, the cops grab me. Funny, ain't it?
And that is the complete story of 2 perfect murders. Like I said, criminals can be smart. So smart that they sign each other's death warrants. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A man in a turtleneck sweater, an heiress with a broken leg, and a blackjack. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A certain amount of the work I, Jerry Browning, private detective, get is acting as a bodyguard. As a rule, it pays well and is easy, but not always. The man in the turtleneck sweater leaned over the table.
I say the little lady give me the eye, and I say I'm gonna dance with her, see?
I glanced at Daphne Springer, who was sitting alongside of me at the tiny table. Her hands were primly folded in her lap, and her eyes were demurely lowered. That meant she had given this mug the eye. Look, pal, the little lady can't dance with you. She's got a broken leg.
Oh, a wise guy. For 2 cents,
I make it a firm rule of life never to wait and find out what a man would do for 2 cents.
I do it first.
I knocked the mug into the laps of the people at the next table. He let out a bellow of rage and came charging back at me. Across the room, 3 other turtleneck lads leaped up to join me. Under the circumstances, I took out my blackjack and... At a definite point in these free-for-alls, somebody always puts out the light. I laid about with a blackjack up to that point, and reached out, picked up Daphne, slung her over my shoulder, and started cutting a path to the door. Well, Daffy, I hope you're satisfied. Daphne wasn't satisfied. She considered it unsporting to use a blackjack against only 4 opponents and a couple of bouncers, who, in a manner of speaking, were really neutral. I listened to her patiently, then, Daffy, if you didn't actually have a broken leg, I'd break it, and I may break the other one. Now shut up, you're going home. For answer, Daffy suddenly reached over, turned the ignition key, cut the motor, and tossed the key out the window. I didn't have a chance to comment on that, because just then a car overhauled and cut in front of us. In it were my late opponents, the Turtleneck Boys. Hired as a bodyguard for an heiress with a broken leg, I found myself in a stalled car and facing a gang of toughs. I took out my revolver, walked up to the other car, shoved the revolver muzzle against the nose of the mug who'd started all the trouble at the Pink Poodle Roadhouse. I think I'll blow your brains out. What's more, I'm a detective and can get away with it. The mug looked as though he'd faint.
Please, we was only kidding.
I'll bet. Okay, all of you out of the car and start walking.
What are you going to do?
I'm taking your car. You can pick it up in the morning at the police garage. I went back to my car, picked up Daffy, flung her in the back seat of the car I'd commandeered, and drove her home. She didn't open her mouth once. Here's your fun-loving daughter, Mr. Springer. What she needs is not a detective, but the National Guard. Springer watched as his daughter was carried upstairs by a couple of servants. Come into the library, Browning. Browning, shall I tell you what's wrong with Daffy? I know what's wrong. She's crazy, trying to ski down a mountainside on one foot and... Well, she may be a little crazy, but that's not the main trouble. She's in love. With you. I sat down. This is just a plot. To have me bodyguard her free. I'm through. I quit. I resign as of yesterday. The next morning, I took the commandeered car over to the police garage, explained how I'd come into possession of it. The sergeant kept nodding, writing down my answers until... Hey, is something wrong? The sergeant put down his pen. The guy who owns that car, Nick Whalen, was shot to death last night. You better stick around a while, Browning. Okay, but Daphne Springer will tell you that I took a ride home. The sergeant put in a call to the Springer home and talked for a while in a low voice. Then... Browning, you're under arrest. So, there I was, in a nice, comfortable cell. I lay down, had a good, long nap. A while later, the guard came by and woke me up. Hey, Browning, there's a classy blonde babe outside in a wheelchair wants to see you. I raised my head. Tell her for me to go break her neck. I don't want to see her. The guard prodded me. Come on, you gotta get up. She cleared you. Daffy was dressed all in black, as though already in mourning for me. When I started to bawl her out, she dabbed delicately at her eyes with a tiny handkerchief. Finally, the sergeant couldn't stand it any longer. Drowning anybody who talks that rough to a poor little girl must be a killer. I got a mind to lock you up again. It would probably be the safest thing that could happen to me. Oh, well, come on, Daffy. I'll wheel you outside to your car. Springer was waiting for us in the car. I heard about what Daffy told that policeman. Made her come down here and retract. I hope you're not in trouble. Nothing I can't handle, if she'll just stay out of my life. That evening, I took a cab out to the roadhouse where all the trouble had started. At the door, I halted and ducked back out of sight. Daffy Springer was in there, sitting at a table with 3 of the turtleneck boys. As I watched, she got up, walked to the dance floor with one of the men, and danced. Broken leg, huh? I retreated to the parking lot, hung around, and waited. After a while, Daffy and a dancing partner strolled out, walked over to one of the cars, and got in.
Daffy, what do you want to worry about Nick for? He had it coming to him. Hey, give us a little kiss, eh?
Daffy made it plain she wasn't handing out kisses, just yet.
When a classy babe like you, I could go places. And you was smart to shake off that dumb shamus. Now me, I'm strictly from the big time. And I'll let you in on something. Nick had a jukebox route in this territory. But did he develop it? Did he put in slot machines? Nah. So, naturally, somebody smart has to take it over. Like me.
I got up from my hiding place and laid my blackjack alongside his skull. Then, slide over, Daffy. We're taking this big-time operator into the police. Well, that cleared up the matter. At the cost of Daffy's broken leg racket. She admitted it had healed 2 weeks ago. She just liked having me lug her around. She claimed she knew I'd follow her to the roadhouse and just got mad when I pointed out the risk she'd taken. The upshot was
she fired me as her bodyguard. Which means that when I take her out these days, it costs me money. Like I said, bodyguard work is fine, provided you got nothing tougher than a killer to worry about. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A murdered man, a wire recorder that didn't record, and a shoe full of diamonds. These are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. You don't have to be a mind reader to be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, but it certainly helps. The office of Chet Pearson, private detective, might have been my office. The same battered desk, a telephone, a big steel filing cabinet, a couple of straight-back chairs. There was only one difference. In this office, Chet Pearson lay slumped across the desk. He'd been shot 4 times through the heart. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide walked over to me.
I'm taking that filing cabinet over to headquarters, Jerry. Check through all of Pearson's cases for possible lead.
I nodded. I suppose you have to. But I don't think you'll find anything, Dawson. The cabinet was unlocked. Nothing in it looks disturbed. Dawson seemed inclined to agree, but just the same.
Couple of you men, pick up that file cabinet. Easy, it's heavy.
2 cops started walking the cabinet across the floor. As they did, something wedged between the cabinet and the wall fell clattering to the floor. Dawson pounced on it, then turned to me.
A spool of wire. Know anything about this, Jerry?
I took the spool, examined it. Well, Chet was a radio amateur, had his own shortwave call letters, made a lot of his own equipment. I turned the spool over in my hand. Dawson, do you suppose this could be from a wire recorder? Because if it is, there may be voices on it. Even the voice of Pearson's killer. In the office of a murdered private detective who was also a radio amateur, we found a spool of wire that looked as though it might be the kind of wire on which voices can be recorded. At the police laboratory, the lab technician took the wire spool, threaded it into the machine.
I don't think the stuff is recording wire. Too thin.
Well, try it anyway.
I watched as the technician uncoiled the snapped wire from the machine.
Pearson must have used this wire to wind coils. Certainly didn't record voice on it.
And that was the end of a potential clue. I picked up the spool. Mind if I take this?
Go ahead, it's worthless to us.
With the wire in my pocket, I went on back to my office, sat down at my own battered desk, stared at my own filing cabinet and straight-back chairs. Not much to show for 10 years of risking your life. But then I never knew an honest private detective who got rich from his work. Chet Pearson was honest. And at the end of the road, all he got was 4 slugs in his heart. As payment in full. That and a little short-wave station that he'd mostly built himself. An idea stirred at the back of my head. Hello, Chronicle. I want to place a classified ad under personals. Well, I'll read it to you. Jerry Browning, private detective, announces that he has taken over the practice of Chet Pearson, deceased. Confidential investigations. Conversations recorded with latest electronic equipment as perfected by Pearson. Put on my name and address, substitute it for my regular ad until canceled. The clerk in the radio parts store thought I was crazy.
A portable recording set strapped around your body? Well, sure, it could be done, but with batteries that are way over 50 pounds, and it looked like a radio set with shoes.
2 hours later, I had a lapel microphone with wires leading from it to an arrangement of coils and miniature batteries strapped around my waist. Best of all was a little housing containing a tiny spool of recording wire that wound from one reel onto another when I pressed a button in my pocket.
You understand it's not doing anything, just winding from one side to the other. That dough guys will spend just for a laugh.
When I got back to my office, I had a conversation with Dawson, warned him about my ad. Then I waited. The ad got almost immediate results. People for whom Pearson had worked and who assumed I'd made some sort of arrangement with his heirs to buy his practice. I stalled all offers of cases until Jonathan T. Olcott arrived. He was tall, suave, and bulged suspiciously in the vicinity of his left armpit. Mr. Browning, I'm a dealer in precious stones, and my business is of such a nature that I occasionally require proof of certain conversations. I leaned back in my chair. I know all about you, Mr. Olcott. Pearson left a spool with part of a conversation you had with him recorded on it. I eased my jacket open, let Olcott look at the apparatus. See that wire turning? It's recording our conversation through this lapel microphone, just like Pearson always did with his visitors. Olcott's hand slipped inside his jacket and came out with a revolver. I ignored it. In fact, I laughed right out loud. Wait a second, till I disconnect this thing and get it off. I removed the belt from around my waist, tossed it on my desk. That's better. I looked up at Olcott. And don't you think you better put that gun away? After all, the other spool isn't here. I've got that one in a vault. Olcott hesitated, lowered the gun. You're sure that thing is disconnected? I nodded, showed him that the wire wasn't turning anymore. You can talk freely now, but you'd better talk money. Olcott smiled with approval. I like a smart man, and you're one. If Pearson had been smart, he'd still be alive. He slipped the gun back into its holster. I won't make any offer for the wire, but you can work with me. I frowned. I need money fast. This stuff was expensive. You'll make 10 grand on the first job. The Mocamba Queen is docking tomorrow. 2 sailors are carrying 20 uncut diamonds in false linings of their shoes. They'll have shore leave about 10:30. We'll be waiting for them. I got up, sauntered around the desk. We sure will. 2 cops walked in, strode over to Olcott, yanked him to his feet, snapped handcuffs over his wrists.
So he fell for the old dictograph trick. A smart hijacker like that.
I glanced at the junk on my desk. Just goes to prove that an old trick can always be given a new twist and brought up to date. Okay, take him away. The 2 sailors from the Mocamba Queen were met as they came ashore, not by hijackers, but a police squad that arrested them and confiscated their smuggled gems. At that, the men were lucky. They might have met Olcott and fared much worse. That's what Olcott was, a crook who preyed on other crooks, a hijacker of smuggled stones. Pearson had been investigating the murder of a seaman for a steamship line that was his client, and he ran across Olcott's trail. Olcott tried to buy him off, and when that failed, used simpler means to shut Pearson's mouth. Like I said, in this detective business, it isn't what you know that counts, but what the other fellow thinks you know. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. Some crimes appear to have no motive. Others have too much motive. But I once had a case in which both conditions existed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. For a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, there are 2 kinds of crime that are really tough. Those with no motive and those with too much motive. I was driving home through deserted streets when I heard the gunshot. Automatically, I glanced at the dashboard clock. The hands lacked 1 minute of midnight as I slammed on the brakes. The woman was lying on the pavement almost directly before the now dark entrance of the old Victoria Hotel. I bent over her, saw that she'd been shot through the upper right arm. I made a tourniquet of a handkerchief and my fountain pen. By then, the woman recovered consciousness. She was about middle-aged, thin, angular-faced, and with wispy gray hair. Don't try to move. There's been an accident. You're hurt, but not badly. I'll call an ambulance. I dashed into the hotel, shook a sleepy elevator operator into wakefulness. There's a woman out on the sidewalk, shot. Call an ambulance and the police.
The woman was lying where I'd left her. There wasn't much chance that her assailant would still be in the vicinity. Still, it doesn't hurt to look around. I didn't find anybody, but I did find something. A revolver in the gutter. And a couple of minutes later, what had been a deserted street was now teeming with cops. A big cop dashed over to me.
Shame on you for shooting a poor defenseless lady. Will you hand over that gun or must I bang you over the head if you...
When I stopped to help a woman who had been shot and even found the gun, a cop tried to arrest me. Well, that's happened before, so I'm Jerry Browning, a private detective.
You mean private detectives can go around shooting people?
Captain Doherty came over about then.
How'd you happen to get the gun, Jerry?
I explained that I'd found it in the gutter, surrendered the weapon. Who is she, Captain?
Miss Jessica Brandt, assistant cashier at the Merchant National Bank. Lives only a few blocks from here. Said she couldn't sleep and was taking a walk.
Did she say who shot her? Doherty shrugged.
She mentioned 6 people who want to kill her, including the president of the bank. I think she's got hallucinations.
I pointed to the gun Doherty was holding. Maybe so, but that's the most solid hallucination I ever saw. The next morning, I had to go to police headquarters, sign a statement about how I'd found Miss Brandt and the gun. When I'd finished, Doherty remarked,
"We've checked ownership of the gun, Jerry. It's registered to Stephen Perry at the Victoria Hotel. I sent a couple of men out to bring him in. Hang around a while, will you?"
Stephen Perry was a stout, elderly, and frightened man.
Yes, that's my gun. I'm a railroad man. Come home late at night, so a few years ago I got a permit to carry a gun.
Did you also get a permit to shoot it at citizens?
No, sir. I didn't shoot it at anybody. In fact, my wife doesn't want me to carry it at all. Last night she got so excited about it, I just chucked it out the window.
Well, that sounded interesting. And what time did you throw it out?
At 11 o'clock, just about 11.
Doherty looked as though he believed the earnest little man.
Which means somebody found it and had an hour to find a use for it.
Then can I go home?
Certainly not. Lock him up.
After Perry had been led away, Doherty sat down, scratched his head.
I sure don't know what to make of this deal. Perry don't know Miss Brandt. And over at the hospital, the dame keeps yelling that there's a conspiracy to kill her. She suspects everybody, except Perry.
Let's go down to a bank, see what people there have to say. The president of the Merchants National Bank had plenty to say.
Miss Brandt is efficient and unpleasant, in equal parts. She's quarreled with all her fellow employees, and if I hadn't inherited her from my predecessor, I'd...
He shrugged helplessly. You'd like to kill her? The bank president gave me an icy look.
I do not consider that remark funny. Good day, gentlemen.
The names on Miss Brandt's list of people who'd cheer at her funeral included, besides the bank president, the head teller, Miss Brandt's brother, the superintendent of the building in which she lived, the driver of the bus she took to work every morning, and a neighbor lady across the street.
The man I left on guard at the hospital says she gave him a whole flock of other names, but these ought to do for a start.
Just a nice, friendly lady, huh? Well, good hunting.
Oh, no, you don't, Browning. If you started this, you'll see it through.
It took the best part of a day's chasing around to interview all the people on the list. They all had fine alibis. They were at home, sleeping at midnight. Also, they all agreed that Miss Brandt was suspicious, truculent, nosy, opinionated, and caustic. Their favorite candidate for the person least likely to be missed. But all of them denied shooting her. Along about 5 o'clock, Doherty wiped his brow.
You know what, Jerry? I think that dame is so mean she probably up and shot herself.
That's the one thing I don't believe, Doherty. Isn't in her character. Anyway, the gun was lost a full hour before she came along. I stared at the perspiring captain. Doherty, I've got an idea. Let's go talk to that guy you locked up, the one whose gun it is. Mr. Perry, you said you were a railroad man, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I'm a dispatcher at Central Station.
You've got a watch in your pocket. Tell me what time it is now. Perry dragged out an old stem winder.
20 minutes to 5.
I looked at my own watch. It said 20 minutes to 6. You have railroad time, Mr. Perry, but the city is operating on daylight time right now. So when you threw the gun out of the window last night, it must have been not 11 o'clock, but midnight. Well, I'll be. Jerry, that gun must have hit the sidewalk, going off as the Brent dame was passing by, and hit her accidentally. I nodded. That's exactly what happened.
Can I go home now?
Certainly not. Lock him up. I'll teach you to go around shooting people and wasting my time.
Well, that's just about all there was to it. A mystery solved when I realized how stubbornly railroad men refused to admit the existence of daylight saving time. Perry paid a fine for mishandling a dangerous weapon, and as for Miss Brandt, I understand she came out of the hospital a changed woman. Acted practically human from that time on. Maybe she figured that the next time a gun went off in her direction, she might not be as lucky as the first time. Like I said, crimes without motive or with too much motive are bad enough. But when you get both on the same case, then it's time to ask somebody the time. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, Mystery Drama, Mystery Quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. Antique Egyptian jewels, broken pottery, and a fabric design. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. In my years as a private detective, I, Jerry Browning, have seen people try to steal everything from a railroad to some broken hunks of pottery. I stood alongside Clifford Beamish, curator of the Wentworth Museum, watched while a couple of attendants swept up the fragments of a glass display case. Up to an hour ago, that case had held a tablet inscribed with Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Mr. Browning, this is the second theft in a week. Last Thursday, the Egyptian Hyksos jewels disappeared, and now we've lost the Ankh-Mem tablet writings.
Well, what did the missing items look like, and what were they worth? Beamish handed me a catalog.
You'll find complete descriptions here. As to value, the Hyksos jewels are appraised at 4,000. The Ankh-Mem tablet at only 700.
I leafed through the catalog. Where could a thief unload stuff like that, Mr. Beamish? Beamish shrugged.
The jewels are semi-precious, valuable only for their antiquity. The tablet is worthless, except to a scholar. Those items are unsaleable.
We left the gallery and walked on into Beamish's office. There was a tall, weedy-looking youth sitting at a desk. Beamish introduced him as Gordon Wentworth, grandson of the museum's founder. Wentworth brightened when he heard I was a detective.
Have you any theory about the thefts?
I said no, it was too soon for theories. Wentworth looked disappointed and wandered off. A couple of minutes later, while Beamish was writing out a retainer check for me, Beamish and I dashed out. We found a crowd around still another shattered display case. I saw Wentworth bend over the case, then straighten up again.
Browning, our primitive pottery shards are missing. The thief has struck again.
While I was being hired to investigate thefts at a museum, another display case was smashed and some pottery fragments stolen. I wanted to have the entire gallery roped off and all visitors in it searched. Neither Beamish nor Wentworth would permit it. Back in the curator's office, gentlemen, I think we're up against a vandal of some kind. The museum needs police protection. Both Wentworth and Beamish looked terrified. Rather than have that sort of publicity, they were prepared to accept the losses. And since the Wentworth Museum was a privately endowed institution, they were well within their rights. I walked out of there muttering to myself about people who hire a detective and then won't take his advice. But all I could do was hang around the place and hope to catch the thief red-handed on his next attempt. Except that there was no next attempt. After the business of the pottery shards, the theft simply stopped. By then, I'd been around the museum long enough to recognize most of the regular visitors. There were two of them who stood out from the rest.
The first was a man who sat hours at a time on a portable canvas stool and copied picture graphs, figures, and hieroglyphics in the Egyptian gallery.
I am Henri Dubois. It is I who create the exclusive Dubois fabric prints, and it is this room I thank for my inspiration, no?
I agreed that the gallery was very inspiring. Dubois was deft and fast. His skillful fingers could easily have made off with the vanished exhibits, and the camp stool he lugged around could conceal jewels in its folds, or a tablet, or even broken pottery pieces. My number 2 suspect also hung around the Egypt room. His name was Khalik, a gentleman from Memphis, Egypt.
I come from a district close on the ruins of the ancient Memphian civilization. For me to visit here is like spending a happy afternoon with my venerable ancestors.
I remembered movies in which small, swarthy men like Khalik would go to any length to restore missing treasures to the tombs of their ancestors. I shook myself. The Egyptian gallery was giving me the creeps. I went on outside and lit a nice, modern cigarette. After a while, I made up my mind about what I needed to do. Beamish and Wentworth were in the curator's office. I gave it to them flatly. Gentlemen, with the restrictions you place on me, there isn't anything I can do except quit the case. They both looked a little relieved. Beamish mumbled that he expected no refund from me, and Wentworth shook my hand.
Enjoyed meeting you, Browning. I'll look you up when I get back.
Fine. Where are you going? Wentworth was casual about it.
Little digging in Egypt.
Beamish wasn't satisfied to let it go at that.
Gordon is too modest. He's a fine archaeologist. If it weren't for his expeditions and brilliant discoveries, the museum would languish. But thanks to Gordon and his finds, we never lack for financial support.
Wentworth looked embarrassed.
Being an archaeologist is just a job, Mr. Browning, like being a detective.
I grinned at them, said I hoped the missing stuff would turn up somehow, sometime, and walked out. But I didn't leave the museum. Instead, I went on down to the basement, prowled around until I found a wooden crate marked Wentworth Expedition, Cairo, Egypt. This was obviously the equipment Gordon Wentworth intended to take along with him. I picked up an iron bar and... I was so absorbed in forcing a slat off the crate that I didn't hear the footsteps behind me until it was almost too late. I started to turn... took the blackjack blow on my shoulder instead of my head. After that, I had no more trouble with Mr. Wentworth. Picked him up, carried him upstairs, dumped him into a chair in front of the astonished Beamish. Here's your thief, Mr. Beamish, Gordon Wentworth. That case downstairs is loaded with Egyptian stuff that he meant to take along with him, and salt in his digging. You'll find your missing jewels and tablet and pottery shards in there, along with uncatalogued stuff that he lifted, to prove what a fine archaeologist he is. Well, Wentworth confessed after he came to that he'd been stealing from his own museum to maintain financial support for it, and incidentally for his own job. The thing never was made public. Wentworth resigned from the Board of Trustees and as archaeologist for the museum, which changed its name to the Orient Museum. As for my 2 suspects, Khalik the Egyptian gave the reorganized museum $1 million for a really big-time expedition, while Dubois created a print he called Orient Romance and made the museum the most popular place in town. Like I said, the more nearly worthless a theft appears to be, the easier it is to find the one person to whom it can have any possible value. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Calling All Detectives. When a man refuses a $20,000 bequest and even threatens to beat up anybody who so much as mentions it, then something strange is going on. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Let me, Jerry Browning, private detective, tell you something. Everything is against a criminal. As I stepped into the office of John Cooley, head of the investigations department for Consolidated Insurance, one muscle twitched in his right cheek. That was his idea of a smile.
File number 60928B, Mrs. Agnes Meriden, age 57, deceased.
I put on what I hoped was an intelligent look and waited. After a moment, Cooley added reluctantly,
Beneficiary is Mr. Arthur Anderson, a nephew in Kansas City, Missouri.
I nodded. What's the value of the policy, Mr. Cooley? Cooley blinked.
$20,000 plus accumulated dividends.
There was a long pause, so I decided to help him out. You think there was something peculiar about Mrs. Meriden's death? Are you holding up payment? Cooley picked up a bottle of pills, looked at it, shook it, put it down.
Browning, the beneficiary, Anderson, has refused to accept payment.
It was my turn to blink. You mean he won't take the 20 grand? Why?
He claims he never heard of Mrs. Meriden. Something is fishy, Browning. Very fishy.
The beneficiary of a $20,000 insurance policy refused to accept payment on the grounds that he'd never heard of the deceased woman. My job was to find out what it was all about. The address I had for Arthur Anderson in Kansas City turned out to be a dingy apartment above a small machine shop. The woman who opened the door was middle-aged, but had sun-bleached brown hair, a rather plain, weather-beaten face, and nervous eyes. She told me that she was Mrs. Anderson and that her husband was in his machine shop downstairs. And at that point, Anderson himself came galloping upstairs.
Martha, is that another man from that insurance company?
I turned to face Anderson. It was a big, sullen, beetle-browed man.
Now you look here. I told the last man from your company that if anybody else came around bothering me, I was going to pitch him downstairs.
I backed away a little. Take it easy, Mr. Anderson. We're trying to pay you money. Anderson's answer was to lunge at me. Well, Consolidated doesn't pay me to beat up beneficiaries, so I let him push me around and finally shove me downstairs. Just as I reached the sidewalk, I heard what sounded like a woman's scream from upstairs. That settled it. I went across the street, found shelter in a doorway, and watched. After a while, Anderson came down looking very red and grim, marched into his machine shop. About an hour later, Mrs. Anderson came downstairs with a market bag. Even from across the street, the red welt across her cheek was plainly visible. I followed her to a supermarket a couple of blocks away, accosted her again. Look, Mrs. Anderson, I don't know what's wrong with your husband, but if you're in some kind of trouble, I'm a private detective. I'll be glad to help you. She didn't want to talk to me at first, and ended up by telling me all her fears. She was a farm woman, as I'd thought. A widow who'd made a mail-order marriage through a correspondence club, sold her farm, turned over all her money to a new husband. An old story. Mrs. Anderson, I don't know what your husband is up to, but I'm afraid he's a dangerous man. Mrs. Anderson put her hand up to the red mark on her cheek. Yeah. If he hit you just for talking to me, he's liable to do worse. By now, I had a pretty fair idea of what kind of man I was up against. My problem was how to protect Mrs. Anderson without arousing her husband's suspicions. Finally, I got an idea. Look, when you return from marketing, tell your husband that you ran into some old friends from your hometown visiting here in Kansas City. You gave them your address, and they said they'd drop in to see you sometime this week. I went over the story with her a couple of times until I thought she had it down plausibly enough. Then I left. At City Hall, I did some checking. There were records of 2 previous marriages between Arthur Anderson and women from remote small-town addresses. His first wife was listed as having died. His second wife he'd divorced. Desertion. I went on to the Central Insurance Clearance Office. I'd like these 2 names checked on. Alice Mabley Cooper from Chinook, Washington, and Grace Lauterman from Bangkok, Virginia. I want to know whether either woman ever had any insurance, and if so, what happened to it. In a rented car, I drove back to the Anderson address, parked across the street, and watched. There was a light in Anderson's apartment. After a while, I saw Mrs. Anderson pass the window. A while later, pass it again as we'd arranged. She was safe, at least for the time being. The next morning, I had the reports on the two women. They'd both had insurance policies. Both turned them in for their cash surrender value shortly after the date shown for their marriage. It was getting warm. And this time, at police headquarters, I want a search warrant for Anderson's shop. I think he's a mass murderer. Anderson kicked up a terrific fuss.
I'll sue for defamation of character and false arrest.
I felt a little sick about that until a cop said, "There's a body buried in the basement. Anderson, you're under arrest." Yeah, he was a mass murderer, all right. By the time he finished confessing, he admitted 5 other murders, all of mail-order wives, some of whom he'd married in other cities. But he still insisted that he'd never heard of Agnes Meriden, the woman who'd left him $20,000, and which he'd suspected was some kind of a trap. Well, I came on back to town and reported to John Cooley.
Browning, why haven't you been in touch with me? On that Agnes Meriden policy, she made a mistake with the beneficiary's address. The beneficiary is Arthur Anderson of the same address in Kansas City, Kansas, not Kansas City, Missouri.
And that was it. The one chance in a million. 2 different Arthur Andersons at the same address, but in different cities. Yet that mistake saved a woman's life and sent a murderer to the chair. Like I said, everything seems to be against a killer. Even the law of averages.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. Most people consider golf a reasonably mild pastime. But I once had a case where a game of golf killed one person and convicted a second. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. There's one thing I, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, am sure about. You can't play with the idea of murder. It's a losing game. Hank Foster and I were on the practice green at swanky Silver Oaks Country Club, waiting our turn at the number 1 tee.
Sorry we have to wait, Jerry. Big turnout today.
There was a rumpus going on at the number 1 tee. Hank scowled.
That's R.J. Walker kicking up a fuss again. Every club has one old crab like that.
R.J. Walker was a genuine business tycoon. And I don't get to see people like that close up very often. I strolled over to the tee just as...
I won't have this caddy. He's stupid, lazy, and steals golf balls.
The caddy was a nice-looking youngster. At the moment, mad clean through. He flung Walker's golf bag on the ground and stalked off. Walker fumed some more, but just then Hank came up to me.
Come on, Jerry. The caddy master's signaling. Let's tee off.
Right from the start, I played poorly. I was pressing. And the harder I tried, the wilder I got. Finally, on the 13th hole, I hit a screaming slice far into the rough. Both the caddy and I prowled the thick undergrowth in the rough. We didn't locate the ball. But we did find the lifeless body of R.J. Walker. Invited to play golf at a swanky country club, I hit a ball into the rough and found the body of wealthy, cantankerous R.J. Walker. Back at the clubhouse, a doctor diagnosed the death as instantaneous and resulting from
a sudden severe blow in the head. In my opinion, Mr. Walker was hit by a golf ball.
My friend Hank looked at me. So did my caddy. I knew what they were thinking, that it was the ball I hit into the rough that killed Walker. Well, maybe it was. I walked over to the body, took a good look at it. Hey, doctor, come over a second. Look at these skin abrasions and the depth of the wound. If Walker was killed by a golf ball, it must have been shot from a cannon to hit with such force. In my opinion, this was no accident. It was murder. walked outside and almost ran into the caddy master. He was arguing with a tall man who had a golf bag slung over his shoulder.
I'm very sorry, sir, but this is a private club. When the Greens chairman reported that you didn't appear to be sponsored, it was my duty to question you.
When I tell you I'm the guest of our jaywalker, if you'll call him, he'll identify me.
Isn't he likely to do that, sir? What is your name? And why didn't Mr. Walker sign you in on the guest book?
The tall man set down his golf bag, mopped his brow.
This is ridiculous. I'm Roger Powell. I'm in the same business as Mr. Walker, cotton milling. He invited me here to discuss a possible merger of our companies. I joined him at the 11th tee. We played 2 holes, then I lost my ball and got separated from him. If you ask him, I know he'll confirm it.
The caddy master looked unhappy.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Walker is dead. An accident.
Powell looked stunned. Then, without another word, picked up his golf bag and slowly walked away. I watched him go. Something about the man puzzled me. The story he'd told was straight enough, but some obscure mental impulse kept nudging me, warning of a false note. And then suddenly I had it. I found my friend Hank Foster in the clubhouse. Hank, do you know a man named Roger Powell?
My father knows him. Why?
He's outside, getting ready to leave. We've got to stop him, get him into a game of golf with us. Don't ask questions, just hurry. We caught up with Powell just as he was about to step into his car. His golf bag was propped against the fender, and I pretended to trip over it. Powell dived for the bag, recovered it, and stood glaring at me. I'm very sorry, sir. Entirely my fault. Powell nodded curtly and started to get into the car again when Hank stepped up.
Aren't you Roger Powell?
Powell turned.
Yes, I am. Why?
I'm Hank Foster. My father does a lot of business with your company.
Powell gave him a frosty smile. I put my hand on the car door, held it closed. Hank and I heard about your discussion with the caddy master, Mr. Powell. We don't want you to think that folks at Silver Oaks are rude to guests. In fact, we'd like you to play a round of golf with us. Powell obviously didn't want to do it, but Hank, taking his cue from me, was insistent. Finally,
well, I don't have time for a full round, but if you insist, I'll play a couple of holes.
I led off, hit one straight and clean down the fairway, now that I wasn't interested in how well I played. Then Powell teed up, with his bag still swinging from his shoulder. That was strange enough, but when he pulled a number 5 iron out of the bag...
Mr. Powell, you don't really drive with that, do you?
Powell was badly flustered.
Why, I always thought I'd like to try driving with this kind of a club.
Hank didn't get it.
And with a bag over your shoulder?
Powell shook his head, took a wild swing at the ball, and didn't even hit the ground. That's when I stepped up. It's no use, Powell. You can't bluff it. You may as well admit you've never played golf before. I think I'd better see what you've got in that golf bag. He put up a fight, but he didn't have a chance. While Hank held him, I looked through the bag and found the murder weapon. An iron club with a steel ball approximately the size of a golf ball attached to the end of it. He confessed after that. Tough old R.J. Walker had been ruining him. So Powell eliminated the competition. The hard way. After we turned him over to the police, Hank and I finished our game. I was playing rotten again. Now that it counted. Hank watched my hook go into a sand trap, shook his head.
You sure are a terrible player, Jerry. Is that why you suspected Powell couldn't play at all?
I smiled, shook my head. Nope. He was wearing ordinary street shoes with a pointed toe. And I figured no golf player, not even the worst duffer, would appear on a course in shoes like that. And that's all there was to it, aside from the fact that Hank beat me on every hole. Like I said, a lot of people play with the idea of murder. But those who carry it out are generally left holding the bag. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. People go to school to study all sorts of subjects. But I once had a case where somebody was studying how to be a murderer. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets his education in the School of Hard Knocks. And the way he knows he's passing the course is because he's still alive. The man who came into my office introduced himself as
Richard Gibby. I'm a chemistry instructor at Dunlop College, Mr. Browning. Professor Logan does the actual teaching. I supervise the students' laboratory experiments.
I knew the school. It had a good reputation. Do you work with the day or the night classes, Mr. Gibby?
The night classes. We get people of all ages, all backgrounds in our night sessions. Quite different from the daytime enrollment.
I would imagine so. What's your trouble, Mr. Gibby? Thefts? Gibby nodded.
Yes, but not the kind you might think. Mr. Browning, somebody has enrolled in that chemistry class for some sinister purpose. A quantity of poisons has disappeared from our lab supplies. I'm afraid somebody is learning to be a murderer.
Whom else have you told this to?
Nobody. The lab supplies are my personal responsibility. I don't have very much money, but I do need help.
I'll help you, Mr. Gibby. I've always wanted to meet a murderer while he was learning the business. When poisons disappeared from a night school chemistry lab, I agreed to find the potential murderer. The next evening, I had an interview with Professor Logan just before his class assembled. He was a handsome man in his early 40s, very different from the average idea of a professor. Jerry Brown, eh? Why are you entering the class in the middle of the semester, Mr. Brown? Well, Professor, I just want to brush up on chemistry for my own satisfaction. Logan nodded. Well, all right, since Mr. Gibby is satisfied with your qualifications. So there I was, Jerry Brown, student, trying to figure out which was the business end of a Bunsen burner. The classroom sessions with Logan weren't bad. I could sit quietly and study the students, of whom there were about 20. The lab sessions, even with Gibby there to help me bluff my way by, were harder. There's a lot of tricky apparatus in a lab, and if you're not careful... A pet tube of acid I knocked off the table hissed viciously as it hit the floor. A blonde girl working alongside of me jumped to escape the spatter. Instantly, a red-headed young guy rushed over to her, made sure she hadn't been hurt. I don't know anything about chemistry, but I know all about the look he gave her. That was love. Just then, Gibby came over, did something about the acid on the floor, gave me a hurt look. A boy and girl went back to their experiments, but not before he murmured, "How about buying you a hamburger after class, Betty?" The girl shook her head, said something about having promised Professor Logan that she'd help correct the papers from another class. The classroom session under Professor Logan followed the lab session. It was a long lecture about carbon chains and almost put me to sleep. After class, the blonde girl remained in a seat while the rest of us filed out. Gibby cornered me after the rest of the students had left.
Well, Mr. Browning, do you know who the thief is?
No, it's much too soon to tell. Who's the blonde girl and that red-headed guy?
She's Betty Walker. The boy is Randall Forrester. They call him Red. You don't suspect them.
I shrugged. I suspect everybody. Well, see you tomorrow, Mr. Gibby. After a week, I had the students pretty well sorted in my mind. There were 3 budding romances going on, including the one between Betty and Red, which last wasn't going too smoothly. It seemed Betty had part of her tuition refunded because she helped Professor Logan, and Red didn't like that a bit. On the following Monday, after the lab class, Professor Logan wasn't on hand to deliver a lecture. Instead, the dean of the college walked in.
I am sorry to say Professor Logan will be away for a few days because of a death in his family.
I got the story from Gibby after class.
It's dreadful, Browning. Mrs. Logan died suddenly a few hours ago. At first they thought it was indigestion, then heart attack. Browning, do you suppose there can be any connection between her death and the stolen poisons?
I don't know. But if somebody hated Logan and wanted to strike at him, that might be a way. Late that night, I had a talk with the coroner. Look, Doctor, I hate to start anything. Mrs. Logan's death has been diagnosed as heart attack. But if you suspected poison and made an autopsy on your own initiative, it might prove interesting. A week later, Professor Logan was back. During that time, with him out of the way, the romance between Betty and Red really flourished. Now it was ready for another setback. Logan called his class to order, apologized for his absence in a dry, tight voice. Then the hour drew to a close.
Betty, Miss Walker, if you'll be good enough to remain a few minutes after class, I'd like to discuss the work that has accumulated during my absence.
Alongside of me, Red started to say something. I took his arm. Come on outside, Red, I want to talk to you. He was so surprised, he let me propel him out of the room.
Hey, what's the big idea?
The big idea is that I'm a detective and that Mrs. Logan died of poisoning. Come on, you and I have some talking to do. What I was waiting for happened 2 nights later in Logan's class.
Mr. Forrester, I'm not satisfied with your lab experiments on cellulose. Tonight after class, I suggest you repeat the experiment and report to me tomorrow.
I met the boy after class. All set, Red?
Yeah, but I'm a little scared.
Don't worry. You'll have plenty of protection. It happened 10 minutes after the boy left for the lab. Logan was the first one in the lab, and even before he got there, he was moaning about that poor red-headed boy and how careless he'd always been with explosive chemicals. Nothing to worry about, Professor. Red is right in back of you. There was nobody in the lab when your bomb went off. Logan grabbed for a bottle of cyanide, but I knocked it out of his hand. He wasn't going to get off that easy. He had a date with high voltage. And finally, he kept it. He'd been stealing the poisons in order to get rid of his wife and pave the way to marrying Betty. And when it looked as though Red Forrester might be in the way, well, what's one murder more to a man like that? What he didn't know was that as soon as his wife's death was properly diagnosed, he'd been under constant police surveillance. Like I said, people are like chemistry. Get the wrong combination, and you'll have the kind of explosion that spells murder. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A man is murdered, and the only clue to his death is a hand of stud poker. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, knows that no matter how lucky a killer seems, murder is always a losing gamble. The Club Coquette is the kind of joint that attracts high society and low characters. It offers blackjack, roulette, chuck-a-luck, and every other standard device for losing your money. The reason I was in the place was because I was being paid to be there. Ace Hogan owned the Coquette. Marty Wilson ran a rival joint out on River Road. Tonight, Ace and Marty were going to bury the hatchet, and my job was to make sure they didn't bury it in each other's heads. The people around the roulette wheel were betting $10 chips like nickels. Right up against the table was young Wade Julian.
Hello, Jerry. How are you doing?
I'm not betting, Julie, just watching.
Lucky you. These 6 chips are the last of 1,500.
Well,
here goes nothing. Did I say nothing? I was so right. Excuse me, Jerry. Gotta see Ace. Arrange for a little credit.
I watched him go. So, Wade Julian, 4 gold polo player, had gambling debts. Too bad. I walked over to one of the 26 girls, picked up the dice cup, and bet $1 on 5s. I threw 1 5 4 times in a row, and 2 5s for the next 6 rolls. That's so good. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. Ace Hogan, the boss.
You picked the wrong number, Jerry. You should have took aces like me. Hey, wait a minute. These aren't house dice. This dame is cheating you.
He glared at the girl.
Sister, I don't stand for cheating. Scram out of here and take your crooked ivories with you.
Ace turned on his heel and walked upstairs. A couple of minutes later, Marty Wilson, the rival joint owner, came in, nodded to me, and went upstairs. By then, the dice girl had taken her hat and coat and disappeared. I waited around for Ace and Marty to call me. I waited almost an hour. Then... Ace was upstairs in his office, alone, and very dead. Called in as arbitrator between two rival gamblers, I discovered that Ace Hogan, one of the gamblers, had been murdered. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide stared suspiciously at me.
Jerry, is this all there was on his desk? Just his playing cards?
I nodded. Ace's body lay slumped over the desk, as though he'd made a last desperate attempt to get help, or his killer. In front of him was a deck of cards and a hand of stud poker. The exposed cards were the 2, 3, 4, and 6 of diamonds. I picked up the 5th card, which was face down. It was the ace of spades. Dawson had a theory about that.
Ace was playing two-handed poker with somebody. They got into a fight. Ace had the losing hand and lost his life, too.
I shrugged. Maybe. Ace was pretty busy tonight. He had a meeting scheduled with Marty Wilson, a run-in with a crooked dice girl, and even Wade Julian, the polo player, wanted to see him. When would he have time to play poker? Dawson didn't know. He was too busy taking down the names I mentioned and ordering the arrest of their owners. But I kept thinking of that poker hand. I went on home after a while and fell asleep dreaming of a straight flush in diamonds ruined by the ace of spades in the hole. I sat up suddenly in bed, said out loud, "The 5 of diamonds is missing, whatever that means." Out of the darkness, a voice answered me.
Don't mean a thing, Jerry. Not a thing.
I blinked as light suddenly flooded the room. After a few seconds, I made out Marty Wilson sitting in a chair and dangling a revolver on one finger.
Honest to goodness, Jerry, I like you, but I'm awful nervous. Don't do anything to make this gun go off.
I feel sorry for nervous people, so I sat real still. Dawson has a warrant for you, Marty.
Yeah, that's why I'm nervous. Guy like me, a gambler, has no chance. They got me convicted in advance. Sure, I talked to Ace, but we got along fine. He was a square guy. We fixed up the major, and I drove back to my own joint. And a fair chance I got of anybody believing me.
Look, Marty, I believe you. And the only chance you've got is to give yourself up.
You're crazy.
Okay, make yourself hard to find and see what happens when they do find you, Marty. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, get dressed and make it snappy. I'm your prisoner.
Dawson was at headquarters by the time we got there, and he wasn't happy about getting out of bed either.
So, decided to give yourself up, Wilson. Sergeant booked this man along with the other 2.
Give him a break, Dawson. He gave himself up voluntarily. And what about the other 2 you've got locked up? They can't all be guilty.
At 2 in the morning, everybody's guilty. I'm going back to bed.
The next day, I got permission to talk to the other prisoners. The 26th girl was sitting alone in a lockup cell. She was still wearing the hat and coat I'd seen her in when she left the Club Coquette. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She kept insisting that she hadn't meant to cheat me at dice, and anyway, she didn't keep the money for herself, and besides, she wouldn't kill a nice guy like Ace Hogan. I listened for a while and promised to do what I could. In another cell, Wade Julian, the polo player, was a little more self-possessed.
Jerry, I don't know a thing about Ace's murder. Sure, I owed him a lot of money, but I owed him money before and paid it. I talked to him, and he offered me credit, just as he did before. I didn't have to kill him.
I'll check into it, Julie. My last interview was with Marty, the gambler. I found him sitting on his cot, a deck of cards spread out before him. What are you doing, Marty? Playing solitaire?
Yeah. A guy has to pass the time, doesn't he?
Sure, Marty. Did you play poker with Ace when you saw him? Marty stared at me.
We talk business. Why should we play poker?
There were cards spread out on his desk. A poker hand, just like you got spread out. Marty grinned.
This ain't poker. It's blackjack.
Every gambler plays it by himself to see can he beat himself.
Blackjack. Of course, it had to be that. Marty, in blackjack, the ace counts for 1 or 11. Add to that the 2, 3, 4, and 6, and you have
16 or 26. Why?
26. In his dying moments, Ace named his killer the 26th girl, who killed him because he found out she was a thief. That cracked it. I got the 26th girl upstairs, showed her the card layout. After a while, she lost her nerve and confessed. Ace had tried to make her give back the money she'd stolen with a crook of dice, so she shot him. Just a nice girl. Like I said, every killer thinks he's smarter than other people. But nobody can get away with murder. It isn't in the cards. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. Some people have strange ideas of protection. I once had a case that involved a thief being set to catch a thief. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, never believes in old sayings. As, for instance, set a thief to catch a thief.
Stop it, Browning! Turn that thing off!
I yanked at some wires and stopped the awful racket.
What set it off that time, Browning?
Well, Mr. Lerner, this super special burglar alarm is awfully sensitive. Dust spots in front of the photoelectric eye must have tripped the alarm. Lerner's mouth tightened into an angry line.
Well, get it out of here. I won't have the thing in my house.
I groaned. Oh, but Mr. Lerner, now that you own the Blue Wonder, you've got to protect it. A diamond like that, 22 carats. Every crook in the country is drooling at the thought of it right this minute. Lerner smiled.
I'm a simple man, Browning. Made $3 million with one simple rule. Buy cheap, sell dear. I live by rules. Early to bed, early to rise. A stitch in time saves 9. No 100 of them.
That's fine, Mr. Lerner. But what's it got to do with protecting the Blue Wonder?
There's a maxim to cover every situation. In this case, it's set a thief to catch a thief.
You're joking.
Browning, nobody with $3 million ever jokes. Go out, find me a clever jewel thief. I'll pay him enough to be honest, and to protect me from other thieves.
I walked to the door, shook my head. Okay, Mr. Lerner, have it your way. But don't forget another famous saying. Experience is a dear school, but fools will learn in no other. An eccentric millionaire wanted to hire a thief to protect him from other thieves. Well, an assignment is an assignment. I found the man I was looking for, Velvet Joe Acton, at a waterfront bar. I walked up to him, put my hand on his shoulder.
It's a lie! I didn't do it! I got an alibi!
Velvet turned around and gave me a sick smile.
Honest, Jerry. Whatever it is, I ain't guilty.
Relax, Velvet. How would you like to make an honest buck, guarding the Blue Wonder?
Sure. I mean, sure.
All the way back to Lerner's house, Velvet kept assuring me that he was getting old and slowing down, that he'd thought of going straight several times. Okay, Velvet. And don't forget, I'll be around, too. After a long cross-examination of Velvet, Mr. Lerner appeared satisfied that I'd picked the right man. He led the way to a safe and let us see the Blue Wonder in all its blazing beauty. While Velvet and I were examining it, Lerner strolled over to a table that held a white crystal vase filled with flowers. He picked a tiny rosebud, put it in his lapel, then faced us again.
That will be all, Browning. Velvet will stay here as custodian of the Blue Wonder.
I was paid for such work as I'd done and gave the thing no further thought for about a week when I got a phone call from Velvet.
Mr. Lerner, it seemed, was at that moment entertaining a guest who said he wanted to buy the Blue Wonder, and who Velvet thought he recognized as Pierre Soutan, an international jewel thief. Okay, Velvet, don't let this character leave until I get there. I parked my car, went on upstairs, opened the door, and found Velvet holding a gun on both Lerner and his guest.
Why am I glad you got here, Jerry? The Blue Wonder's gone, and it's a cinch one of them two has it, because I haven't.
I walked up, took the gun from Velvet. Both Lerner and his guest relaxed.
Browning, I was a fool to hire this man. You were right. He's a thief and always will be.
How you like that? And me straight for a whole week.
The one I was interested in was the guest, a dapper little man with a waxed, pointed mustache.
I suggest, monsieur, that you search us all. In fact, I insist to end the suspicion.
I gave him a cold stare. Mister, maybe you've been searched before, but not the way you'll be this time. And that goes for you, Velvet. And you too, Mr. Lerner. I searched all three, found nothing. Nobody had been out of the room since the Blue Wonder disappeared. So I searched the room. Nothing again. The Blue Wonder had simply vanished.
No, monsieur. Since it is evident I have not Mr. Lerner's jewel, I must insist you permit me to leave.
Jerry, I tell you the guy's a crook. Don't let him go.
I grinned. He can go, Velvet. He hasn't got the Blue Wonder. In fact, we'll all go and lock up this room. In the morning, I'll get an electronic carbon-sensitive detectograph from the police lab, and we'll find the diamond. That calmed Lerner, which pretty well convinced me that he hadn't stolen his own diamond for its insurance value. I locked the windows and took the key to the library door, locked that. You go on up to bed, Mr. Lerner. I'll take Velvet and this gentleman downtown. As soon as I dropped my passengers, I turned the car around and headed back for Lerner's place as fast as I could. I had plenty of reason for hurrying. That stuff about an electronic carbon detector was strictly comic book stuff that existed only in my imagination. I was sure the blue diamond was still in Lerner's library, and that whoever had hidden it would be back for it. It isn't exactly housebreaking when you pry up a basement window in your own client's house for the purpose of protecting him. I got to the library, unlocked, and then locked the door behind me. Went in, sat down, played my flashlight cautiously around. The Blue Wonder was in here, but not in any ordinary hiding place. If there was an electronic carbon detectograph in my brain, now was the time for it to start working. Hours later, I was sitting in an easy chair in the corner of the dark room when I heard the window being forced. The intruder went straight for the white crystal flower vase. No use fishing that water. The Blue Wonder isn't there anymore, Pierre. He took a shot at where he thought I was, and after that, he belonged to me. He'd palmed the Blue Wonder, and then hid it in the perfect place, in a crystal vase of water. Diamonds are invisible in water. If you don't think so, try it. But be sure you try it with your own diamonds, because these days, that's the first place a smart detective will look. Well, Lerner sold the Blue Wonder. Having it around made him jumpy after that experience, but he's still got Velvet working for him as a personal companion. Like I said, when you're on the lookout for stolen jewels, sometimes you even uncover a diamond in the rough. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. When burglar-proof safes open as easily as sardine tins, then it's time to start looking for a new kind of master criminal. That is the problem on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Any private detective like me, Jerry Browning, loves tricky crimes, because the trickier they are, the easier it is to find out their pattern.
Charles Conrad, president of the Conrad Tool and Die Works, was a very unhappy man.
Browning, a bundle of valuable blueprints have disappeared from my safe, $2,000 in cash, and all my personal securities.
I glanced at the open safe behind him. It was not only open, but empty.
Cleaned out, Mr. Browning. Absolutely cleaned out.
I took another look at the safe. It was a new, modern-looking job. How was the safe forced?
It wasn't. A safe expert was over here this morning. Claims the safe hasn't been tampered with in any way.
Okay. Then who besides you knows the combination?
My secretary, Peter Bourne, and my controller, George Randolph. Both have worked with me for years. I'll stake my life on their honesty.
That's fine. But I think I'd better check on both of them. I didn't have a chance to check on anybody because when I returned to my office, I found a stout and highly excited gentleman waiting for me.
I am Kurt van Orten, president of Europa Import Associates. $50,000 and a packet of unset diamonds have been stolen from a locked safe in my office.
I told Van Orten to sit down for a moment, called my message-taking service, and learned that I was wanted urgently at the McGowan-Elwood Trucking Company. Yeah, their burglar-proof safe had just been burglarized. Within a couple of hours, I was offered 3 cases involving thefts from company safes in various parts of the city. I stood by as the expert tested the Van Orten safe. In your opinion, Mr. Wilson, how was this safe opened? Wilson shrugged.
Mr. Anybody can open a safe if he knows the combination. Hey, here you are, Mr. Van Orten. I changed the combination, and this time, keep it to yourself.
Van Orten looked helplessly at the paper in his hand.
Browning, I trust my associates. Our business is built on trust and honor. At this point, I don't know what to do.
I've got 2 other cases like this, Mr. Van Orten. I suggest you do nothing until you hear from me. One of my good friends is an ex-burglar who now runs a restaurant called Louie's Hamburger Heaven. That's where I went. And as soon as Louie had a free moment, Louie, I think maybe you can help me.
Why, sure, Jerry. Any time, any place. Can I try a new specialty of the house, peanut burger?
Not right now, thanks. Louie, who's the best safecracker in town?
Well, that's easy. Tumblers O'Rourke. The way he handles the acetylene torch or a bottle of soup, he can crack a crib in 9 minutes. Make a hole no bigger than your fist. Oh, you can't hit a bang half a block away.
I grinned. You mean Tumblers is the best there is? But even he works with a torch and nitroglycerin? Can he figure out a combination? Louis curled his lip.
Maybe he could, if you give him 3-4 days. But why bother when he can blow it open in 9 minutes? Jerry, in the safe-cracking business, time is very important.
Louis, I see what you mean. At the McGowan-Elwood Trucking Company, the 3rd outfit whose safe had been burglarized, I found the company treasurer, Malcolm Thurston, in a state bordering on collapse.
Mr. Browning, I'm the only employee with the combination to the safe. Mr. Browning, everybody thinks I'm a thief.
I finally got the old man calmed down. Look, Mr. Thurston, there's been a series of robberies identical with this one. Don't worry about it. I'll prove you're not a thief. My problem was reasonably obvious. To find some connecting link among 3 safe robberies at the offices of companies that had no relationship with one another, which meant that they had no employees in common. Well, maybe they had something else.
Our safe, Mr. Browning, was made by the Atlas Safe Company.
The safe, sir? It is a Jordan, tamper-proof. Our safe, Mr. Browning, is the Caldwell Multilock.
Well, that wasn't much help. 3 companies, 3 different makes of safe. Just the same, I was sure those safes had something in common that some smart crook had figured out. At the Atlas Safe Company, I talked with its manager, a Mr. Harris. Browning, there's no such thing as a burglar-proof safe. Any safe can be opened by force, given the proper tools and enough time. Yeah, I found that out, Mr. Harris, from another source. Now, could somebody develop a super-sensitive instrument, maybe electronic, so that he could hear the tumblers drop? Harris grinned.
Sure, maybe somebody could. Except that we don't use tumblers in our safe, so there wouldn't be anything to hear.
Oh. Well, suppose something goes wrong, safe gets out of whack, or combination lost. What do you do then?
What any other company does, we call in an expert. Most of the time he has to open the safe by drilling it, but then he has plenty of time and nothing to worry about.
Mr. Harris, you're wrong. I think he's got a lot to worry about. I got to the little office of T.J. Wilson, safe expert, just as he was starting out on a job. Just a minute, Mr. Wilson. I want to ask you one question. Did you service the safes for the Conrad Tool and Die Works, the Europa Import, and the McGowan Elwood Trucking Company, all three of them? Wilson smiled.
Yeah, I did. I can't stop to talk to you because I'm just leaving town, and this says you won't stop me.
This was a revolver pointing straight at me. I wouldn't dream of stopping you, Mr. Wilson, but I can't answer for that cop climbing through your window. He turned around. You'd be surprised how many of them do, and that's the last thing they remember. Sure. We found all the loot from his 3 robberies, and one other that hadn't been reported, because 2 partners suspected each other. Wilson worked on safes all over town, and months after he got an order to service one or change its combination, he came back and calmly cleaned it out. His mistake was bunching a group for a final haul and getaway. Like I said, when crimes have a pattern, and you hit the right combination, then it's an open and shut case. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling All Detectives. When a sidewalk pitchman gives away free samples, and they're genuine diamond rings, then it's time to start asking questions. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has to be a super salesman, because all he has to peddle is his knowledge of human nature. The pitchman working on the corner of Elm and Vine Streets was doing a land office business.
Here it is, folks, the most amazing, the most remarkable item you ever saw. Practically given away. This is our way of advertising. Take a look at this, folks. You say it's a cigarette lighter, and right you are. A twirl, a whirl, she never misses. But you haven't seen anything yet. Now watch.
He blew out the flame, twisted the bottom of the metal cylinder.
And now it's a ballpoint pen. Only $1, folks. Who'll be the first?
The pitchman was doing fine business, but he didn't look happy. While he chatted away, his eyes darted from side to side, always watchful and wary. Oh, well, watching out for cops is an occupational hazard of sidewalk salesmen. No cops showed up, but about a minute later, a mousy-looking little man joined the crowd. The pitchman spotted him.
This is our way of advertising. Free samples to every 50th customer. And for you, my friend, this genuine imitation diamond bracelet.
From his suitcase, the pitchman pulled a flashy bracelet, tossed it to the latecomer, who grabbed it, put down $1, bought one of the combination lighter pens, and disappeared. About 5 minutes and 6 sales later, the pitchman repeated his giveaway stunt. This time,
a 14-carat simulated almost genuine diamond ring.
The man who got the ring looked vaguely familiar to me. I followed him as he edged away from the crowd. He glanced over his shoulder, saw me, and started to run. I grabbed him at the next corner. Well, if it isn't Hot Eyes Harry. Hand over the ring, Harry. I want to see the kind of samples pitchmen give away these days. I took the ring, examined it. It was a 6-carat marquise-cut diamond in a platinum setting, worth at least $10,000. A street corner pitchman had a new angle. He gave away genuine diamond bracelets and rings with $1 cigarette lighters. The pitchman had disappeared, but my prisoner, Hot Eyes Harry, was perfectly willing to go to police headquarters after I put the cuffs on him.
And when we questioned Harry...
Duke, he's the pitchman, glams the stuff, see? Then he passes it along one piece at a time to guys like me, and we peddle it in taverns, take ads in the paper. Nobody suspects a pitchman. It's a perfect setup. Except I got caught.
Where do you meet Duke to give him his share of the money?
In a junk, the Green Lantern on 18th Street.
The Green Lantern was noisy and disreputable. A place where you can get a drink of liquor, a bang over the head, and your pockets picked, all for 35 cents. The bartender was a massive 250-pounder who could have made a better living as a Hollywood villain.
Listen, Bub, this is the fourth time you come nosing in here. For what are you looking besides a smack in the teeth?
Who around here's big enough to do it? The bartender put his hands in his apron pocket.
Bub, I'm a peaceful man. I don't like trouble. It makes me sad.
He took his hands out of his pocket. There was a bung starter clenched in his right fist. I ducked the wrong way. When I came to, I was sprawled in the gutter outside the Green Lantern. I staggered to my feet, wobbled down the block. Oh, well, I've lost many a first round. I fumbled through my pockets. Sure enough, the $20 I'd had there was gone. But somebody had thoughtfully put in a dime for car fare. I went on back to my office, got my wallet and credentials out of the desk drawer where I'd left them. There was also a revolver and blackjack in the drawer. I looked at them thoughtfully. Finally decided this was a blackjack-type job, took that and left the revolver. Fat Boy, the bartender, spotted me as soon as I came into the joint again.
Well, well, Punchy is back for more. Come here, sweetheart, let me slug you again.
The bartender came around the bar as I approached. He turned for a moment to his silent customers.
He loves this.
I didn't say anything. I just swung the blackjack and cracked him lightly across the bridge of his nose. He let out a bellow and went down to his knees. I swung the blackjack again. They crashed forward like a pole-axed steer. I glanced around. Show's over, folks. The bar's closed. Everybody out. About 10 minutes later, the bartender struggled to his knees.
I'll kill you for this.
Sure you will, but not now. When he came to the second time, I dragged him off the floor, flung him into a chair.
What are you going to do to me?
I grinned at him. I'm going to beat your fat head in, an inch at a time. I dangled the blackjack from my fingers. Where's Duke? The bartender leered at me.
You'll never know.
Okay. I got time. I swung the blackjack in a wide arc, but before it landed...
Wait! He's hiding out. 67 Forest Street, 3rd floor. Don't hit me again.
You mean you don't love it? Come on, let's go for a ride. I picked up a street corner cop, turned Fat Boy over to him, then went on to the Forest Street address. The place was a ratty tenement. I went on up to the 3rd floor. There was only one door. I flattened myself against the wall, reached my hand around. The bullets ripped through the door as they would have ripped through me if I was standing in front of it. A second later, the pitchman dashed out. Once more, I swung the blackjack. And after that, everything was nice and peaceful again. Yep. Fat Boy, the bartender, had stalled me long enough for somebody to get word to Duke that I was coming. Then he gave me the address that was supposed to be a death trap. Except that I know a few things about human nature, too. As much, say, as a bartender with murder in his heart. Well, that broke up the jewel gang. I got a fine reward out of the deal. Not bad for a night's work. Like I said,
No matter how tough a proposition may seem, you can generally work it out, if you've got the right pitch. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. There are many ways of inviting death, and being shot from a cannon is one of the surest. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Take it from me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Murder is one performance that doesn't bear repeating. I just put my money down at the ticket window at Colton's Colossal Circus when a voice behind me said,
"Hold it! That man's money is counterfeit!"
I spun around and faced Phil Gainey, whom I hadn't seen since college days. Phil grinned.
"Your money's counterfeit at this box office, Jerry. Pass him."
I grinned, too. What's your job here, Phil?
Boss supervisor. A house detective to the circus, you might call it.
A tall, thin-lipped character sauntered past, waved at Phil, who grabbed him.
"Hey, Windy, want you to meet an old school pal, Jerry Browning. Windy's our 24-hour man, Jerry. Travels a day in advance of the show, gets the lot, buys the provisions, puts us into business."
Windy smiled acidly.
The chief makes it sound like a big job, Mr. Browning, but it isn't. Well, have fun.
Inside the big top, the show moved smoothly and swiftly to its big climax, the cannon act of Challenge Colton, who was both the circus owner and top-billed performer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Challenge Colton will now defy death by being shot from a cannon higher and further than any human being has ever dared attempt.
Dressed in a crash driver's suit and helmet, Colton came striding out, climbed into the cannon's muzzle. Several moments later, Colton's body arced through the air and landed heavily in the net. But he didn't rise for his bow or clamber out. Two clowns jumped into the net, picked up Colton, pulled him out, walked him off with exaggerated staggering and stumbling. They didn't fool me. Those clowns were carrying a dead man. The performer owner of a circus was shot from a cannon and landed dead. Phil Gainey, the circus detective, had left right after the act. A couple of minutes later, he came back. Is Colton gone? Phil nodded tightly.
"Yeah. We're cutting the show short. Closing right after these Joeys get through."
The Joeys are circus clowns named after Joe Grimaldi, the most famous clown of them all. There were two Joeys in the main ring now, the same pair who'd carried Colton out of the net. One of them was a huge man wearing an inflated chest and enormous rubber shoulder muscles. The other was a tiny man. The big man pushed the little man around, abused him, and finally the little man took a huge revolver from his pocket and shot the big man. The big man's fake chest collapsed and he sank to the ground. Then the little man grabbed the bully by the legs and dragged him off. This time, even Phil couldn't keep me in my seat. "Phil, come on. You've got another dead man on your hands." We pushed our way outside. The circus doctor was bending over the body of the clown, still dressed in his bully's costume.
"There's nothing I can do. This man was shot to death."
Phil grabbed the little clown.
"You always were jealous of Eric. You'll get the chair for this."
The little man was too shocked to answer, but I had some ideas on the subject. "Look, Phil, I'm a detective, too, and I've got a hunch that this death may be mixed up with Colton's death in the cannon act." An hour later, most of the top circus people were at police headquarters. Toby, the little clown charged with murder, was in a cell. Phil Gainey, Windy, the advance man, and the circus treasurer were arguing with the police commissioner for permission to take the circus out of town the following evening.
"There's been 2 murders, and I'm not satisfied with the accounts of how Colton died in that cannon. I'm sorry for you people, but you'll have to stay in town for the time being." After the commissioner walked out, I looked at the three circus men. Is this going to hurt you people? Phil smiled wryly.
It'll just about put us out of business, Jerry. The circus has a big payroll. It can't sit idle very long.
Wendy, the advance man, got up.
Well, it's sure been nice knowing you folks. I'm going on ahead. Phone me when we get permission to move.
I turned to Phil. Where's he going?
Up ahead to the next town. If the circus can't get there as scheduled, Wendy will have a lot of changes to make. Food orders to cancel or postpone. I don't envy him.
I stared at the door. I don't either. Especially when the commissioner finds out that Wendy didn't consider himself included in that don't leave town order. A circus lot, settled down for the night, is a place of strange shadows and weird sounds. Silent figures flitting around tent ropes, animals coughing and stirring in the cages. Kilganey pointed out the huge, shrouded bulk of the cannon from which Colton had been flung to his death.
Most of the gadgets are propped, Jerry. It's just a big spring that propels him out. The flash of fire and the explosion take place outside.
Yeah, but the coroner says he was asphyxiated, smothered to death. How do you account for that? Phil shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe gases leaked back into the cannon from the flash powder.
Maybe. And maybe a real bullet leaked into the gun that little clown fired. But I don't believe that either. Back at police headquarters, I had a talk with Toby, the clown who'd been charged with murder.
Yeah, Mr. Browning. When Eric and I pulled Mr. Colton out of the net, his hands and face was ice cold. I remember Eric saying Mr. Colton was froze to death, like.
All right, Toby. That's all I wanted to know. A police patrol picked up Wendy on the highway. They put him under arrest, brought him back on the technical charge of being a fugitive material witness. But when I faced him, Wendy, you bought a quantity of dry ice this morning, and none of it was used on the circus grounds. What happened to it?
I decided it was dangerous stuff. Threw it in a creek.
It's dangerous, all right. But you put it in the cannon so that the carbon dioxide fumes would asphyxiate Colton. Yeah? He finally broke down. As advance man, he'd handled circus funds, mishandled them mostly, and was on the verge of being exposed, unless he managed to kill off Colton. He might have got away with the crime, but he tried to play it too safe by killing one of the clowns who'd noticed how unnaturally icy Colton's body had been, and by having the other clown charged with murder. And that was just too pat. Like I said, murder is nothing to clown about, because the law always manages to have the last laugh. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
SWGN, Chicago 11.
Calling all detectives. When a scientist was killed in an earthquake recording station, it took an earthquake to locate a clue to his death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Listening to these cases, some people ask me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, whether I ever work from conventional clues. The answer is yes, when I find any. The instrument room of the Loudon seismograph station was crammed with tricky and impressive-looking gadgets. These instruments were so sensitive that they could record the slightest earth tremor in any part of the world. But at the moment, what I was interested in was the body on the floor. It was the body of a middle-aged man, Dr. Harrison Montrose, assistant director of the seismograph station. Somebody had crept up behind Dr. Montrose and stabbed him to death, pausing only long enough to remove the weapon. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide was very unhappy about the whole thing.
Jerry, these folks here are driving me crazy. Them all fussed about something happening to their instruments and helped me find out who killed this Joe. And anyway, what are you doing here?
Dr. Alwyn, the station's director, answered that one.
We've retained Mr. Browning.
They'll be most grateful if you and your men will leave this instrument room as quickly and as quietly as possible.
I tried to soften that. Dawson, these instruments are so sensitive they'll record even a heavy footstep. Dr. Alwyn's afraid of having all his calculations wrecked. Dawson fixed us with a fishy eye.
I'll bet he is. And maybe the calculations he's afraid we'll mess up include murder.
When the assistant director of a seismograph earthquake recording station was killed, I was called in on the case. I persuaded Dawson to move the body out of the instrument room.
I shall have to recheck every instrument to make sure nothing has been thrown out of balance.
Dawson gave Dr. Alwyn a dirty look, said nothing. I asked, "Are you going to run an autopsy, Dawson?"
You bet your sweet life I am. I don't like the smell of this place or what anybody here has told me. My instruments.
Well, I'd always heard that scientists were peculiar guys. And now I knew. The station maintained a staff of 6, 5 now that Dr. Montrose was dead, and operated as a semi-independent division of State University. There were 2 junior assistants and 2 senior workers, one of whom had been moved up to replace Montrose as assistant director. The 2 senior men were Robert Scarsden and Morley Wagstaff. If ambition for advancement was a motive, then both had equally good motives. At the police lab, Dawson told me,
Montrose died of a stab wound, all right. About 10 hours before he was found.
That would set time of death, let's see, 11 at night. That makes sense. Montrose was on duty in the instrument room from 9 at night to 9 in the morning. Was killed about 2 hours after he took over. Dawson nodded.
Yeah, and all of them have alibis from 9 o'clock on. Alwyn was in a meeting at the university across town. 2 junior men were home. Montrose took the instrument room over from Scarsden, the senior, at 9. Scarsden went from there to a party, arrived at 9:15, stayed until after 1.
Well, how about the other senior, Wagstaff?
He was sick, a bad cold. That station's so air-conditioned, it's practically refrigerated. It's the weakest of all the alibis.
I shrugged. A weak alibi doesn't make a guilty man. Whom do you suspect?
Alwyn's my man. Montrose had powerful friends. He wanted to be director of the station. Would have got it, too, after a while. I'm working on Alwyn's alibi now, and if I crack it, he'll be put under arrest.
Back at the seismograph station, I had a talk with Alwyn in his precious instrument room.
Sit in one place, Browning, and don't fidget.
Look, Doctor, you don't realize how serious this is. Dawson is trying to crack your alibi, and he'll do it. Alwyn stared at me.
Nonsense. Half the faculty at the university will testify that I attended a board meeting from 10 in the evening until well past midnight.
That's fine. But where were you, say, at 9:30 o'clock last night?
Why'd you ask that?
Because Dawson has the wrong time of death. He set the time at around 11 p.m. because of the condition of the body. But he hasn't allowed for the fact that this room is heavily air-conditioned, which would sharply affect the time of death report. Alwyn started to answer, stopped as the seismograph went into action. There wasn't a sound or a tremor in the room, but someplace in the world the earth was shaking, and this instrument was recording it. Alwyn bent over the instrument, finally straightened up, sighed.
Probably a subterranean shock in the vicinity of the Sea of Japan. Mr. Browning, I love my work. I live for it. Montrose saw it merely as a means for personal advantage. At 9:30 last night, I came here, intending to ask for his resignation. I found him already dead. Knowing that I would be suspected, I left, because if I am compromised, my work is compromised. You may believe that or not, as you choose.
Dawson walked into the room.
Dr. Alwyn, I have a warrant for your arrest.
Wait a second, Dawson. I know you're onto the air conditioning angle. Just the same, Dr. Alwyn isn't guilty, and he can help us find out who the killer really is. Dawson never took his eyes off Alwyn.
Yeah? How?
With that seismograph. It took an earthquake to make me realize it. If it's sensitive enough to record a heavy footstep, it should certainly be sensitive enough to record a body falling. Alwyn's face lit up.
You're right, Mr. Browning. Of course you're right. I'll check the graph from
from 9:30 last night backward. And if we find a peak unrecorded by similar instruments elsewhere, that must mark the time when poor Montrose was murdered.
We found the peak quickly enough. Registered at 8:47 the previous evening. A peak that should have marked a tremor of reasonable intensity. Yet that had not been reported on the station chart. We checked with 2 other seismograph stations, and that settled it. Dr. Montrose had been killed at 8:47, while the senior, Robert Scarsden, had presumably still been on duty. The same Scarsden who said he turned over the room to Montrose at 9 and then went to a party. Yeah, we grabbed Scarsden, and he broke down fast. He and Montrose had been working together to get rid of Alwyn. Scarsden's reward was to be the assistant directorship. But with Alwyn practically out, Montrose reneged on the deal. The 2 men came to blows, and Scarsden stabbed him. Like I said, clues are fine things to have. But sometimes it takes an earthquake to make you realize you've got them. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Calling all detectives. Do you believe that some people can cause fires to happen just by walking into a room? That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Most private detectives are pretty realistic guys, and I, Jerry Browning, am no exception to the rule. The tall, grave man who entered my office had a pretty little blonde girl with him. She couldn't have been over 12. He said, "Sit down, Alicia, my dear." The girl smiled shyly at me, sat down, smoothed her skirts, and stared past my ear. "Torvik is my name, Gregor Torvik. Mr. Browning, how do you feel about poltergeists?" I thought about that for a few seconds. Mr. Torvik, the way I feel about poltergeists is that in this country anybody can go to any church he likes. Torvik frowned. "I'm afraid you don't understand. A poltergeist is a ghost which generally attaches itself to a young girl, making her the cause of inexplicable phenomena, as, for example, fires." I leaned back and laughed. Mr. Torvik, this I don't believe. Torvik nodded gravely. "So, then how do you account for the fact that the wallpaper behind you is on fire?" I jumped up so fast I knocked over my chair. Behind me, the wall was on fire. Another tongue of flame suddenly appeared on my desktop, and across the room, a chair standing all by itself burst into flames. "Hey, get her out of here!" "Certainly. Alicia, my dear, please stay downstairs." A few seconds after the door closed behind the girl, all the flames flicked out. Oh. Now, Mr. Browning, shall we discuss poltergeists? When I doubted the existence of poltergeists, ghosts who cause fires to happen, I got a practical demonstration right in my own office. Okay, Mr. Torvik, now that I know what a poltergeist is, what do you expect me to do about it? These phenomena originate in the psyche, Mr. Browning. Alicia, my niece, has had an emotional disturbance of some kind. I believe that if you investigate and learn the source of her upset, these disturbing external events will cease. Torvik and I looked at each other. Then I dashed to the window. Across the street was a loft building. Flames were shooting out of its upstairs windows. And down in the street was little Alicia, gazing up at the fire with girlish interest. Torvik had given me an address on the edge of town, and that's where I was driving him and his niece. As he put the key into the lock, Torvik explained, "I'm sorry, but we have difficulty retaining help. At the moment, Alicia and I are alone." "I'll bet you are." I waited until the child went upstairs. Then, "How many fires have you traced to her, Mr. Torvik?" He shrugged. 6 or 7 major ones elsewhere. We frequently have 3 or 4 simultaneously in various parts of this house. They rarely do much damage. I thought about the fire I'd seen across the street from my office. Flames hadn't done much damage there either, but water and chopping into walls just about wrecked the building. Tolvig took a sheet of paper from a desk drawer. Here's a list of Alicia's friends, the schools to which he has gone. Her parents died 2 years ago. I am a sole guardian. I think if you start your investigation with the names on this list, you may uncover information of value. I drove back to town, straight to the library, where I read a long article about poltergeists and the stuff they were able to do. Maybe. Near as I could make out, the writer of the article was hedging. He told you what some people believed. Take it or leave it. From the library, I went on to the fire commissioner, found him plenty hot under the collar.
That fire today was incendiary, Browning, and just as soon as I get a bit more evidence, I'll put the building owner under arrest.
Commissioner, have you ever heard of poltergeists?
Browning, I got a rule. I don't talk politics with anybody. Now get out of here.
The list Tolvig had given me contained maybe 50 names. Schools, schoolmates, relatives, friends of Alicia's parents, neighbors. It would have taken 6 months, maybe longer, to investigate them all. It was just too silly. Besides, an idea was beginning to form at the back of my head. I took a chance, opened the commissioner's door again. Hey, Commish, don't get sore. You want to catch a firebug?
Now you're talking. Let's go.
On the way out to the Tolvig house, I gave the commissioner a briefing on poltergeists and what I intended to do about them. He listened gravely. Then,
it's a bit irregular, Browning, but I'll take a chance.
I walked up alone to Tolvig's door, rang, and was admitted. What? Back so soon, Mr. Browning? Yeah. I got an angle for you. Have you considered that maybe Alicia is just a plain garden variety firebug? She does it with matches? Preposterous. You saw that she was nowhere near that building or the objects in your office. I nodded sadly. Yeah, that's right. Hey, I smell fire. Alicia must be playing tricks again. Tolvig smiled, then stiffened as he caught the smell of smoke. He started to leave the room, but I stopped him. Why worry, Mr. Tolvig? You said yourself the flames don't do much damage. Tolvig started to dart past me, struggled as I grabbed his wrists.
Let go of me. That's a real fire. You fool will burn to death.
I held him tightly.
No, we won't. I read all about poltergeists at the library. They can put the fire out whenever they like. It's all in the spirit of good, clean fun.
By now, the room was full of smoke. Tolvig stopped struggling in my grip.
All right. You win. I set those fires. Now, for heaven's sake, hold Alicia and let's get out of here. This house is on fire.
That's about all there was to it. We put out the brush fire the commissioner had built outside the house, got the youngster from upstairs. She hadn't even smelled the smoke yet. And Tolvig? He was a professional firebug, set fires for people who wanted their houses burned down for insurance purposes. The commissioner had several such cases under investigation, was beginning to close in on the source, so Tolvig figured out the poltergeist gag. Blame everything on Alicia if they ever grabbed him. But he needed evidence to back up the gag, so he picked me, got into my office earlier in the day, doused the wall, desk, and chair with some stuff that would burst into flames when it dried. Then he timed his visit to me to coincide with when the flames were about due. It was a neat stunt, simple and spectacular. And the only thing that spoiled it was that I find it easier to believe in firebugs than poltergeists. Like I said, I believe in evidence I can prove. And how can you prove poltergeists when even the guy who writes about them doesn't believe it? Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Calling all detectives. A man confesses to a series of murders, none of which have taken place. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. About once a year, somebody asks me, Jerry Browning, private detective, whether there's any such thing as a criminal type. The answer is no, there isn't. But I was in the office of Lieutenant Dawson of the Homicide Squad. I was watching the police teletypewriter giving a practically blow-by-blow account of how a bank robber was being captured in a small upstate railroad depot. I glanced up momentarily from the machine as an unassuming little man entered and sidled over to where Dawson was working at his desk.
Excuse me, Lieutenant, but I'm afraid I've done it again.
Dawson looked up, sighed.
Who'd you kill this time, Mr. Pruitt? Alexander McIntyre. He's president of the Inland Plastics Corporation.
Dawson nodded.
Pruitt, I told you the last time that... Oh, well, I'll check it again.
He picked up the phone, gave the operator some low-voiced instructions. After a little delay, he talked to somebody on the other end. And finally...
Pruitt, I just talked to Mr. McIntyre. He hasn't been shot and he never heard of you. Mr. Pruitt, this is your third confession to a murder that didn't take place. The next time you come in here, I'll have you committed to a mental institution. Now get out.
The last sentence on the teletypewriter report was the terse news that Red Stafford had surrendered, which meant that my worries about that case were over. I grabbed my hat, followed Pruitt outside. I caught up with him as he was leaving the building. Hey, Mr. Pruitt, wait a second. The little man turned.
Do I know you, sir?
Not yet, you don't, but I think you will. You see, I believe you. I think you are a murderer. A man confessed to 3 murders that never took place, but I told him I thought he was a killer.
Why, the fact is, it was a mistake. The police...
I closed my hand over Pruitt's arm. What's the matter, Mr. Pruitt? A couple of minutes ago, you were anxious to be locked up.
You take your hands off me. I didn't kill anybody. I have delusions, but they pass away. I haven't done anything. Please, let me go.
Out of a corner of my eye, I saw Dawson approaching us. I let go of Pruitt, who darted away, but not before I'd called after him. Don't forget, Pruitt, I believe you. Dawson came over to me.
Jerry, what were you doing to that poor little guy? Don't you recognize a delusions case when you see it?
Sure I do, Dawson. And I know you checked each of his delusions just to be safe. All I was doing was making sure that if he had any ideas about really killing somebody, now he won't. I went on back to my office, filled out a report for the Banking Association on the capture of Red Stafford. But all the time I was thinking of Pruitt. Sure, there are people with delusions, but I have also heard of other people who used precisely that stunt as a build-up for very genuine crimes. Finally, I called up Dawson and asked him to give me a line on Pruitt. I learned that he was a night elevator operator and watchman for 544 Market Street, a big downtown office building. I went there the next morning, had a talk with the starter.
Pruitt, he's a nice guy, a little queer in the head like a lot of guys who have lonely night jobs, but he's okay.
On the directory board in the lobby, there were a dozen columns of tenants' names. Neither Inland Plastics Corporation nor Alexander McIntyre, Pruitt's most recent mythical victim, were listed as tenants of the building. Oh, that was interesting. As an indication that Pruitt was picking his imaginary corpses safely remote from where he worked. I called Dawson again, got the names of the victims in Pruitt's 2 previous confessions, an investments counselor and a steamship line official. Neither of them had their offices at 544 Market Street either. Since I didn't have another case, I checked on Pruitt thoroughly, even followed him for a couple of days. He lived alone in a nice 3-room apartment, had no strange friends. Later in the week, I got another case and gave up on Pruitt. A few weeks passed, and then one afternoon I ran into Dawson on the street.
Say, Jerry, thought you might like to know. Your friend, Pruitt, tried another phony confession yesterday. Claimed he'd stabbed John Markstone, the wholesale grocer. This time I did have him sent for mental examination.
Did a report come through?
Sure. They let him go. Said he's harmless. Now, I suppose I'll have to listen to his confessions as long as I'm on the force.
I thought about that. Yeah. And just so his victims stay alive and healthy, there isn't much you can do to the guy. Now he's in a nice spot.
What are you talking about, Jerry?
Dawson, I've got a hunch. And I'm going to see Mr. McIntyre at Inland Plastics.
Well, that's Pruitt's third confession, Jerry, not his latest one.
I know. That's why I'm going to McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre, I know you weren't acquainted with Pruitt at the time he claimed to have killed you, but have you met him since then? There was a short pause.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Browning. He came up to see me to apologize.
Uh-huh. And what did you do about it? McIntyre looked uncomfortable.
Well, when a man has delusions, if you can remove the cause of his delusion, then you're certain it'll never take, well, a violent turn.
In other words, he extorted from you. Maybe he said it was for treatment, but actually as insurance so that he wouldn't really kill you at some future date. Isn't that it?
I'm afraid it is.
We rigged up a trap at the office of the fourth victim, the wholesale grocer. And when Pruitt told him,
I'm so sorry the police phoned and troubled you, sir. I suffer from these delusions. I feel I must kill. I feel I have killed you. Of course, you're alive. The police say I'm harmless. I know I'm not. If I could pay for treatment, rid myself of this obsession against your life, a couple of $1,000 would be enough.
It's more than enough, Pruitt. You're under arrest for extortion and intimidation. Yeah? It was a cute stunt indeed. A brand new extortion wrinkle. Pruitt wanted his victims phoned by the police and thoroughly frightened before he came calling with his apology and veiled threat. It worked 3 times so well that a jury paid tribute to Pruitt's cleverness by putting him out of circulation for 8 years. Like I said, there is no such thing as a criminal type. But most people who claim to be criminals have some larceny in them, someplace. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A woman who was tried for murder and acquitted faces a second murder charge. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. When you're a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, the way you see people is generally at their worst. The scene of a murder, at the point when detection begins, is a picture of organized confusion.
Hey, Browning, you in on this case?
I don't know yet. There's an insurance angle I'm supposed to check for Consolidated. Harvey Trustin had been shot while working at his office in the Granite Trust building. The scene was typical. Homicide squad men all over the place. And over in one corner of the office were the usual terrified people involved in the crime. A cleaning woman who'd found the body, Trustin's partner, Willis Canby, and the dead man's secretary, Irene Lawrence. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. Lieutenant Dawson spotted me as I came in.
Hello, Jerry. We got this one under pretty good control.
That's fine, Dawson. What happened?
Trustin was working late in preparation for vacation. Cleaning woman says she saw a man lurking upstairs in one of the corridors. Ran down here when she spotted him. A couple of minutes later, there was this shot. Guy must have come in here, tried to hold up Trustin, and killed him when he put up a fight.
I kept looking at the secretary. Irene Lawrence. That strangely serene face was stirring a memory somewhere deep in my mind. And then it came to me. Dawson, Trustin's secretary, her name used to be Mrs. Irene Elliston. 5 years ago, she was tried for the murder of her husband and acquitted. Dawson's face clouded over. He turned to one of his men.
O'Brien, put Miss Lawrence under arrest.
What started as an investigation of a sneak thief killing took an abrupt turn when it developed that the dead man's secretary had once stood trial for the murder of her husband. At police headquarters, Dawson questioned Willis Canby, the murdered man's partner.
How long did Irene Lawrence work for your partner?
About 2 years.
Did they ever see each other outside the office?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Harvey told me he was planning to marry her.
He probably found out about her past, changed his mind, so she killed him.
That was as much of it as I could take. I remembered the Elliston murder case well. He'd been a painter, married Irene Lawrence, a girl he'd met in a small town. He became violently jealous of his beautiful wife, made life so miserable for her that she tried to run away, go back home. He followed her, caught her at a bus terminal. He brandished a gun. She snatched at it, and that was that. In a subsequent trial, the jury acquitted her in 20 minutes, but just the same, it was in the record. Irene Lawrence had once been tried for murder. I went on back to Consolidated Insurance, made out a report on the case. Trustin and his partner Canby had a type of business insurance that's fairly common. $50,000 in policies on the lives of each in favor of the other. Some people will do a lot for that kind of money. John Cooley, head of Consolidated Investigations Department, didn't agree with me.
The police have secured some damaging admissions from the Lawrence woman, Browning. She admits having been engaged to Trustin, admits that he found out about the other death and broke off the engagement the same day that he was killed.
Mr. Cooley, does every woman whose engagement is broken shoot the guy because he changed his mind?
Browning, I don't like your humor.
Mr. Cooley, I don't like the whole case. What happened to that sneak thief the cleaning woman saw? Nobody's even trying to find him now. There was a long pause while Cooley rubbed his jaw. Then,
all right, Browning. Go out and find him.
I had a long and unsatisfactory talk with the cleaning woman. No doubt about it, she had seen somebody. A man who kept his back turned to her, fled down the emergency stairs as she approached. Well, that was possible. Though why a thief would run in panic from an elderly woman and then invade an office where a man was working and shoot him was something I couldn't figure out. Nobody else saw the thief. Nobody reported any thefts in the building for that night. Well, that was possible, too, though not very probable. At the offices of Canby and Trustin, I got hold of the personnel manager. I wonder if you'd do me a favor. Look up your records and see how Miss Lawrence originally got the job as Mr. Trustin's secretary. The old man blinked.
It happens, I remember. Miss Lawrence originally came here to see Mr. Canby. I believe he'd met at some gathering. She worked for a short time in our foreign correspondence department and then became Mr. Trustin's secretary.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. So, Canby had introduced Irene Lawrence into the company. That was interesting. I drove across town to a firm of public accountants. I want a thorough investigation of Canby and Trustin's financial standing. They do an import and export trade with South America. There wasn't anything else I could do for a couple of days. In the meanwhile, Irene Lawrence had been charged with the murder of Harvey Trustin. In not a single newspaper account that I read was there the slightest intimation that maybe she wasn't guilty. On the third day, I got my report from the accountants. Canby and Trustin were considered shaky, and Canby had been gambling and losing on foreign commodity prices. That afternoon, I waited outside the Granite Building. As Canby came out, I called to him. Hey, Mr. Canby, somebody behind you wants to talk to you. He turned around, and in that instant, I snapped the picture with his back to me. He whirled around. Why have you taken my picture? I want a photograph of you, Mr. Canby, with your back turned to see if you resemble a certain sneak thief. He dived for the camera, tried to snatch it from me. Instead, I clamped my hand over his arm. Mr. Canby, you and I are going to police headquarters. He blustered and raged, but by now I had enough scraps of evidence to hold him long enough for the picture to be developed and hesitantly identified by the cleaning woman. By itself, that wasn't worth anything, but combined with the insurance motive, Canby's gambling, and his introduction of Irene Lawrence into the firm, we finally broke him down. What came out was what I'd suspected, that he'd deliberately tried to find an attractive woman who'd once been accused of murder and whom he could frame for a second murder that he might otherwise himself be suspected of having committed. Having found her, he gave Irene a big build-up with his partner, and then at the right moment, broke the news of her past. Yeah, sure, Irene Lawrence was released, but I hate to think of how few people remember that she was completely innocent. Like I said, in my business, you meet people at their worst. And the worst people aren't always the ones who stand accused. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling All Detectives. A man tries to borrow $50 on a $10 clock and offers his soul as security. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. One of the lessons a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, learns after a while is that you can't tell what anybody will do until after he's done it. In my business, there's an awful lot of tedious work, as for instance, checking pawn shops for stolen property. What I was after that day was a 4-carat diamond ring, insured by Consolidated, and stolen under conditions that made me think it was the work of amateur housebreakers. An amateur without fence connections might try to pawn a valuable ring for a small amount, just to be rid of it. Jacob Faust's was maybe the 40th pawn shop I'd visited. Through its soiled windows, I could barely see a few moth-eaten fur coats, some second-hand clothing. There was one customer at the counter, and behind it a wizened little man, probably Mr. Faust himself.
$50 you want to borrow on this clock? Worth 10 when it was new?
The customer was a tall, thin man with sunken cheeks.
I must have the money. I need it very badly. Then, my friend, you must have more security. What other security do you have?
The customer's answer was low, but not too low for me to hear.
I'll put up my soul.
Faust eyed his customer.
All right. It's a deal.
He opened a drawer, and as I watched, gave a man a $50 loan on a $10 clock, plus his soul. A pawnbroker named Faust gave a customer a $50 loan on a $10 clock, plus the customer's soul as security. Faust turned to me after the customer left.
What can I do for you, mister?
I showed him my credentials. I'm looking for a 4-carat diamond ring, square cut, worth $12,000. Maybe pawned by some punk. Have you been offered anything like that in the past week? Faust smiled, shook his head.
No. I make very small loans. $100 is the absolute most.
Well, that was that and what I'd expected. But I'd overheard words I had to have explained. Mr. Faust, did you tell that man you'd accept his soul as security? Faust smiled faintly.
Only an old man's whim, Mr. Browning.
I don't believe it. When that man offered his soul, he meant it, and when you accepted, you meant it too. Faust sighed.
Mr. Browning, some people are poor. Very, very poor. But you understand, they get hungry. They must pay rent, buy food. If you press them hard enough, they steal. A voice. So those I lend money. Their soul is the security because it is their most precious possession. While he owes me the money, a man must so behave that his soul is as good as new. Because what other security have I?
I turned away to hide my embarrassment. On the case I was facing, there was a tray of cheap costume jewelry. Is that stuff for sale, Mr. Faust?
No. These are pawns on small loans. $2, $5.
What about this ring?
It is one of my soul loans. $35. The stone is glass.
You're wrong, Mr. Faust. That's the ring I'm looking for. I'm sorry, but you'll have to get your hat and coat and come with me. At police headquarters, Willard Canopy, the owner of the ring, came down and identified it as the one stolen from his house. Just to be sure, I had a diamond expert look at it, too.
This is an unusually fine-cut stone of superb quality.
Well, there are strict laws about pawnbrokers making reports to the police on valuables they take in. They don't have to report souls, but when they take in $12,000 rings...
Mr. Faust, I have no choice. You're under arrest. You can call a lawyer if you like.
I have no money to waste on lawyers. I'm a poor man. Today, I lost a soul.
Okay, so I'm a heel, but I'm also a detective. There wasn't anything I could do but take him in, but there was plenty I could do after that. I drove back to the pawn shop, climbed the rickety stairs of the tenement above the store.
Yeah, what do you want?
Take it easy, pal. I'm looking for some friends of Jacob Faust.
Everybody's Jake's friend. Why?
He's in jail. Somebody slipped some hot ice over on the old man. He's in a bad spot.
Hot ice? Well, that poor old guy wouldn't know a real stone if he saw it. Come on, we'll take care of this.
The street was packed with angry, muttering people.
You wanted to meet Jake's friends? This is them. Go ahead, talk to him.
Somebody pawned a ring with Mr. Faust this past week. A ring with a square-cut stone. That ring, plus his soul, was security for a $35 loan. I must find out who pawned that ring. A gray-faced man pushed his way out of the crowd.
I'll tell you who pawned it. I did.
I grabbed the man. That ring is worth a fortune. Where did you get it? The man looked at me and at his silent neighbors waiting for his answer. Then
I stole it.
I let the crowd see my hand heavy on the gray-faced man's shoulder. This man is my prisoner. Nobody touches him. Nobody tried to touch him. I got my prisoner to my car. All right. What's your name?
Tom Fresner.
Okay. Mr. Fresner, you put your soul up as security with Jake Faust. Now, there aren't many people who take souls as security. And when somebody like Faust does, I figure he must know his business. Mr. Fresner, you didn't steal that ring. Now, where did you get it?
My son. He said he found it. I needed money badly, so I brought the ring to Jake.
Where's your son now?
Please, he's just a boy, only 16.
Let's go get him. Who knows? Maybe he has a soul, too. Yep, we got the boy. He and 3 other kids had broken into the Canopy house. I told you it was an amateur job. So amateur that they took only that ring, and having taken it, didn't know what to do with it. The thing had no value to them. It was their first burglary, and their last, too. Faust was released, and the boys were put on probation. And when last I was in that section of town, the neighborhood kids had a supervised playground and club, thanks mainly to the efforts of Jake Faust.
Mr. Browning, if men and women are to have souls, we must take care that they do not become chipped or shopworn when they are children.
And that's about all. Like I said, people do all sorts of peculiar things. Why, even I own 10 shares of stock in a neighborhood youth foundation. Just plain doing myself out of future business. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. When I went into a movie house with an hour to kill, I didn't realize somebody else was planning a different kind of killing. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. To a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, the time element in crime is very important. Once I even had a case of a man who had an hour to kill. I picked up my change at the ticket window, handed in my ticket at the door, and sauntered into the cool darkness of a newsreel theater. A few moments later, the usher came down the aisle, leaned over.
Is this too far back for you, sir?
No, it's okay, thanks. There was a cartoon on. I relaxed and chuckled as did everybody else, except the man sitting next to me. He sat in stony silence, staring at the screen. A moment later, his arm fell heavily against mine and stayed there. I glared at him, and when that produced no results, I nudged him. He sagged over to the other side, would have fallen if I hadn't grabbed at him. It took about 5 seconds to realize that I was holding a dead man. I pushed him back into the seat, got up, put my hat on my own seat. At the back of the theater, I found the usher, whose features I could now make out. He was a tall, good-looking, red-headed young guy. Where's the manager's office?
I'll take you there, sir.
The manager was a stout little man who nodded as I told him what I'd found.
We'll take care of it, Mr. Browning, and thanks for telling me instead of maybe starting a panic in the theater. Red, get another usher and go with Mr. Browning.
A couple of minutes later, we had the dead man in the manager's office. As the ushers laid him on a couch, his coat flopped open to reveal a red stain on his shirt front. This was no heart attack death. It was murder. In a newsreel theater, I found a man who'd been stabbed to death. In just about nothing flat, a homicide squad detail under Lieutenant Dawson was at the theater.
Please do this quietly. Don't start any trouble in the audience. Don't worry, mister. We know how to handle these things. Casey, put 2 men on each exit. Make every person leaving the theater identify himself.
The manager nodded, hurried off. Dawson looked at me.
Do you know who this man was, Jerry?
He looks familiar, Dawson, but I can't place him.
Well, I can. He's Burton Fowler. Remember him now?
I remembered. Fowler had once been a highly successful criminal lawyer until he'd been charged with attempted jury fixing and disbarred. The people out in the audience were beginning to sense something wrong. Dawson gave some rapid orders.
Turn on the house lights. Stop the film. Phone headquarters for extra men to handle this crowd. If that murder's in the theater, he isn't getting away from me.
The situation seemed under control, so I strolled to the far end of the lobby, talked to one of the ushers on that side. Say, what time do you boys go off duty?
We work staggered schedule, sir. Some, like Red Bailey, are almost through for the day. Red goes to night school, but me, I like this graveyard shift.
Red Bailey was the usher who'd led me to the manager's office and helped get the body out of the theater. Tell all the ushers to stick around after the audience is cleared out. The boy nodded.
Sure. We won't leave.
It was almost an hour before the last audience members were out of the auditorium. It was brightly lighted now and swarming with cops. In a center aisle was all the stuff they'd collected. Gum and candy wrappers, gloves, scarves, all sorts of junk. But no sharp-pointed instrument that could have been the murder weapon. Dawson was discouraged.
Maybe the killer took it with him. We have to make sure, even if it means ripping the seats apart.
I winced. Dawson, let's try the obvious hiding places first. That's where I'd have hidden it. In one of those big stone urns filled with sand and intended for theater patrons to snub out cigarettes. We found the weapon, all right. A tiny knife shaped like a scalpel and as sharp as a razor.
Jerry, it's a good thing I know you, because a man sitting alongside of you was killed, and then you lead me straight to the weapon.
Half an hour later, Dawson and I were riding uptown. There'd been no fingerprints on the knife, and interviews with the ushers had been just as fruitless. We searched the dead man's suite at the Wingate Towers Hotel. It yielded nothing. No letters, no papers. According to the superintendent,
Mr. Fowler always said his money came from dividends. He never had any visitors. He was a nice, quiet gentleman. Dividends, eh? Blackmail, more likely. Fowler had plenty on a lot of people in this town. Jerry, we'll have to trace all his old clients, check court records, get some names to work on.
Okay, but it'll be an awfully long job. Dawson shrugged.
Yeah, mighty ticklish. The law doesn't like people who've been acquitted to be reaccused. We'll have to handle them with kid gloves.
I turned sharply. What did you say?
Why, just that we'd have to handle any suspects with kid gloves.
Kid gloves? Dawson, that's it. Come on, we're going back to the theater. Dawson didn't get it.
What's it all about, Jerry?
Dawson, it's an old gag. The man you never notice at the scene of a crime. The postman.
Jerry, you've lost your mind. There was no postman in that audience.
With Dawson trailing me, I led the way backstage to where there was a group of lockers. The ushers were changing into street clothes. I looked at each one carefully, finally picked out the one I wanted, Red Bailey. Red,
What have you got in that portfolio?
Why, school stuff. I take night courses.
Yeah, so I heard. Do you take art courses?
Yes, sir. I'm kind of late, so if you'll excuse me, I'll just go on to...
He tried to brush past me, and when I grabbed at him, he made a fight of it. Oh, he never had a chance. The portfolio was full of art supplies. Everything except a palette knife. The one he'd used to kill Fowler. Of course, there'd been no fingerprints on it because he wore gloves, as do all ushers. He'd killed Fowler when he came down the aisle and bent over to ask whether my seat was okay. Sure. He admitted it. After a while.
I planned it for months. Used to watch him come in here every week. Filthy blackmailer. He'd been getting money from my father for years on some phony evidence he cooked up. When my father died, I paid off Fowler the way he deserved.
Dawson listened in silence. Then,
Now I get it. An usher in the theater is like the postman on the street. You just never think of him.
and that was all. Like I said, the time element, the opportunity to commit the crime, is important. Too bad criminals don't remember another kind of time. The years they spend in payment for their crimes. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Calling all detectives. After 8 years in jail, a man I'd arrested faces me with a gun in his hand. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It's a strange and peculiar world we live in, and nobody knows that better than I, Jerry Browning, private detective. It had been a long, hard day, trying to handle 2 cases at the same time for clients who retained me by the year. I'd run myself ragged, trying to get each case a little closer to solution.
And finally, about 10 that night, I was driving home for some much-needed sleep.
I caught a red light at Mansfield and Warner. A brake to a stop. And as I did...
Don't turn your head, pal. Just start rolling when a light changes.
There are times when you do as you're told, and this was one of them.
Well, I'll draw it to an inside straight if it ain't Jerry Browning.
I turned my head a few inches and looked at terrible Teddy Vanson. He looked older than when I'd last seen him, which was 8 years ago on the occasion when a judge gave him 20 years to life on the Habitual Criminal Act. I smiled. People sort of smile. Hello, Teddy. This is certainly a surprise.
I'll bet it is. Seeing as you thought you'd put me away for keeps.
Did they, parole you, Teddy?
Nah, I crushed out. Jerry, I got a lot to catch up with. 8 years wait. You and I are going to have some fun. And then, I'll croak you.
A man I'd sent to jail 8 years earlier escaped and climbed into my car at gunpoint.
Jerry, this is perfect. Croaking you is my pet ambition. But first, let's go eat. I am hungry, and you've got dough.
Terrible Teddy ripped into his steak as only a man who spent 8 years in jail can do. I sat beside him, wedged into a corner of a booth at the Charcoal Steakhouse.
Don't make no sudden moves, Jerry. I'd just as soon kill you with this knife as with a gun.
I gulped, nodded. Teddy, if I'm pale, it's not because of what you're saying, but because I'm thinking of the size of the check. Teddy had a shrimp cocktail, a double thick steak, potatoes, salad, ice cream, and coffee. 2 hours later...
Food like you dream about, Jerry. You pay the check and let's move on.
Waiter, the check. The waiter put the check down and fled. I took a quick look at it. So did Terrible Teddy.
$38? For what?
Well, you did have a drink, Teddy.
Not $38, White. Come on.
He picked up the check, grabbed my wrist, and pulled me toward the cashier.
Who's the manager?
I am, sir. Any complaint?
No complaint, no.
That wasn't so smart, Teddy. You'll have half the cops in town looking for you now.
They're looking for me anyway. $38 for 2 dinners, and they put me in jail. Anyway, if I let these clip joints take your dough, there won't be none left for me when I croak you.
Let's not think about that for a while, Teddy. Where do you want to go?
Well, let's go to Moxie's place. You can always get a quiet drink there.
Moxie's isn't like that anymore, Teddy.
I said we're going to Moxie's.
Harvey Haymarket, the sleepy-voiced songster, was at Moxie's place. And the way people got into the joint these days was with a shoehorn.
Not tables without reservations. Not tables, not tables.
Slip the guy a buck, Jerry. Everybody's got to eat.
Okay, if you say so, Teddy.
$1. $1 does not buy the head check. Boy, throw these bums out. 1 minute, boy. This way, gentlemen.
What changed the head waiter's mind was Terrible Teddy's revolver practically shoved up his nose. To prevent shooting in that crowded joint, I gave the man $10, for which he didn't bother to thank me.
Hey, what are the dames hollering about?
Harvey Haymarket. They swooned for him. Teddy looked at the willowy singer bowing his way off the postage stamp-sized stage.
For him?
Yeah. Here's your drink.
I didn't order no drink yet.
You got it, just the same. In the next 20 minutes, a rapid succession of drinks was placed on our table and snatched away after a sip or two. Teddy couldn't stand the noise, so I called for the check. It was $57.
Charge it. Jerry, I gotta hole up before I croak you. Drive me to the Palace Hotel.
Sorry, sir. Reservations are made 6 weeks in advance.
Room and bed? I can let you have one for $20 a day. 3 weeks from now.
A room? We require bank references, a letter from your minister, and...
I'll get you 2 co-signers. Come on, Jerry.
Look, Teddy, times have changed in the 8 years you've been away.
Well, maybe they... Hey, be careful!
The car came roaring up behind us, cut around in front, tore ahead at 65, jumped the light at the next crossing, and...
There's nothing you can do for him. Keep going. Keep going, I said.
Can't take it, Teddy. We have 3, 4 like that a day. More on holidays. These days we kill more people in traffic accidents than we used to lose in battle.
Pull over to the side.
I thought, well, here it comes. Teddy turned to face me.
Jerry, you're right. I'm too far behind the times. I can't take it.
He took out the gun, balanced it in his hand.
I figured to kill you. Now I think you're worse off if I let you live. Here, I don't need this anymore.
I took the gun, dropped it into my pocket. You were always tough, Teddy, but you never were a killer. So, what now?
Jerry, I'd be obliged if you give me a lift back to the big house. Got a parole coming up in another 6 years, and who knows? By then, times may get back to being what they used to be.
Yeah? That's the inside story of how I persuaded Terrible Teddy Vanson to return to jail. Maybe times will be different 6 years from now. But, like I said, it's a strange and peculiar world. And I wouldn't care to make any guarantees about anything. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A man who is colorblind, a $10,000 ruby, and a label on an ink bottle. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Justice, they say, is blind. Maybe that's why a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has to see twice as well as the average guy. I was in traffic court at the invitation of Judge Woodruff, who was trying to enlist help in a safety drive. He was doing his bit by really cracking down on offenders.
Speeding on a school street, $100 fine. Next case.
The bailiff called.
Bernard Thompson, arresting officer John McConnell, charged doing 45 in a 25-mile zone, passing a red light.
Up front, a little man jumped from his seat.
Your Honor, I can explain everything. I couldn't tell that the light was red, and I was on my way to police headquarters.
Judge Woodruff leaned forward.
Let's have the details, Mr. Thompson.
Your Honor, the firm I work for, Jordan and Andre, the jewel importers, had a theft, a valuable ruby stolen. I was hurrying to police headquarters when I passed the light at Front and Grand Streets. You see, I'm colorblind, can't tell green from red.
The judge looked severe.
Color blindness is a serious handicap, Mr. Thompson. You should not drive a car. How often have you been arrested for this sort of thing?
Well, never, Your Honor, and this time only because I was in an unfamiliar part of town. Where I usually drive, I've memorized the position of the lights. Generally, the red is at the top.
The judge hesitated, then beckoned to me. I walked up to the bench.
What do you think of that story, Browning?
Pretty thin. I'd say he was lying.
Mr. Browning, the court delegates you to accompany Mr. Thompson to the police and verify his story. If he's lying, I'll throw the book at him.
A traffic court judge delegated me to verify the story of a speeder who claimed to be colorblind. But at police headquarters, Thompson repeated his story about a ruby having been stolen from his employers.
What is the stone and what's it worth?
It's the Caswan ruby, very valuable. Insured, of course, but not for its full worth.
Thompson then went on to say that his employers kept all unmounted stones together. The semi-precious stones right were the most valuable.
I can't be suspected. I wouldn't be able to pick a ruby out of the heap. Couldn't identify the color, you know.
Why wouldn't you? As who told her to?
Thompson explained his color blindness, added,
I am the bookkeeper, sir. I have no knowledge of jewelry.
I asked one question. Mr. Thompson, why wasn't the loss reported by phone to the police instead of sending you all the way to headquarters? Thompson shrugged.
I couldn't say. Mr. Jordan, one of the partners, asked me to report it personally, and I do as I'm told.
And that was that. I reported back to Judge Woodruff that Thompson had been telling the truth, at least about the theft, then started back for my office. But when I passed the Greylock building where Jordan and Andre had their offices, I couldn't resist stopping off. I had a talk with Jordan, who told me, frankly, Mr. Browning, we sent Thompson to the police because we wanted an opportunity to check his books. And what did you find? The books are in perfect order. We did Mr. Thompson an injustice, even suspecting him. Maybe. Do you know that he's colorblind? I believe he's mentioned it. Mr. Browning, the Caswan ruby is worth $10,000. If you can recover it, I'll pay you 10% of its value. Mr. Jordan, that's a deal. The firm had 5 other employees, all with an employment record of over 15 years. Thompson had been there a little less than 3 years, which proved nothing. I found him in a little cubicle that served as his office. Being colorblind, Mr. Thompson, how do you know when you're making entries in red ink?
It's very simple, sir. Look.
He held up a bottle.
I merely read the label on the ink bottles. This one says black, the other one red.
I grinned. Okay. And by the way, Mr. Thompson, where did you work last?
Why, in California for the Marwick Company in San Diego. I didn't care for the climate.
A trifle too warm for you?
No, Mr. Browning. Too damp.
I let it go at that. But just as soon as I got back to my office, I wired San Diego for a complete report on Thompson. I checked with the insurance company, learned that the Caswan Ruby was insured for $5,000, valued at twice that much. I spent the rest of the day doing routine checks on the firm's other employees, got nothing of interest. The report on Thompson came in the next morning. He had worked for the Marwick Company, a high-class specialty store, as head bookkeeper for 7 years. Left of his own accord. I would have filed and forgotten the report except for one sentence. Thompson not colorblind so far as anybody here knows. Well, that was interesting. A man can't work 7 years at a place and keep something like colorblindness a secret. I picked up the phone. Long distance? I want to place a call to San Diego, California. The Marwick Company. There was one question I wanted answered, and when I got my party... During the time Bernard Thompson worked for you, was there any unexplained theft of money or merchandise? There was? An emerald from your jewelry department? You consider it a shoplifting case. 2 years before he left. Well, thank you very much. You'll hear from me. That evening, I had a conference with both Jordan and Andre, and the next morning at their office, I walked into Thompson's cubicle. He had the books of the firm spread out on his desk and was making entries in them. I glanced over his shoulder, watched the figures being entered in a neat, round hand. Finally, Mr. Thompson, how long will you try to keep pretending you're colorblind?
But I'm not pretending, sir, and you can't prove I am.
I've proved it already. Last night I shifted the ink in your bottles. The one that's labeled red now has black ink, and the black labeled bottle has red ink in it. You don't really bother to read the labels. You just go by color, as any person with normal vision does. And since you haven't mixed the colors in your entries, you, Mr. Thompson, are under arrest. That did it, of course. With his color blindness disproved, it didn't take long to get a confession. We recovered the Caswan Ruby from a deposit box he'd rented under a false name. The emerald he'd stolen in California he'd long since sold. He had no part of that money left, since it appeared he had a slightly less than perfect system for beating the horses. I collected my reward, and Thompson got 5 years for stealing the ruby. He'll have to face trial in California when he finishes serving the term here. Like I said, justice may be blind, but sooner or later, it manages to see through a phony. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A bandit, whose life I helped save, showed his gratitude by giving me a message in double talk. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. I, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, have the reputation of being a very tough guy. The reputation doesn't hurt, but the fact that it isn't true sometimes helps. Vic Porter was cornered in a warehouse building on Commerce Street. He couldn't get out, and the police weren't anxious to go in after him.
Come on out, Potter, or we'll blow the place apart.
I knew Vic Porter. He had the kind of brain that would have made him a rich man, if it could also have kept him honest. As it was, this looked like the end of his road, unless... I turned to the FBI man. Vic Porter's no killer. Give him a chance to surrender without being blown apart, and he'll take it. The FBI man smiled thinly. You think so, Browning? Then why don't you go in there and get him? Okay, I will. I darted across the street, shouted, Vic, it's me, Jerry Browning. I'm coming in. The figure that rose from the floor was the once dapper Vic Porter.
Browning, I never thought I'd be glad to see you. Where do those feds get all their ammunition?
They don't buy it. Come on, Vic, you're my prisoner, and I'll guarantee that you'll live. Well, that's how Vic Porter was captured. Nothing to it if you know your man. He was convicted of the Union Chemical payroll holdup. Well, that was only the last of a whole series of such robberies.
None of the loot was recovered. And the last time I saw Vic...
Browning, when it comes to nerve and a square shake, you've got both. But have you got brains? I mean really top-class brains. Listen, M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. Can you remember that?
Sure, M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. What's it mean?
That you figure out.
When Vic Porter was taken by the FBI, alive, he showed his gratitude to me in a peculiar way.
M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. You figure out what that means, Browning, and you've not only got brains, but you'll be in good shape.
Okay, Porter, let's get going. I went on back to my office, reported to Union Chemical that Vic Porter was on his way to jail and had refused up to the last moment to reveal the hiding place of all his loot. That concluded my official connection with the case, all except Vic's cryptic last words to me. They could mean a lot, or nothing. I wrote the letters and words out on a piece of paper just as I'd heard them. M.D. Green, D.X. Case, M.C. Gibbon. M.C. Master of Ceremonies. Johnny Gibbon was a master of ceremonies at Club Rendezvous. Well, in that case, M.D. was probably the abbreviation for Doctor. M.D. Green, Dr. Green. My telephone directory told me there was a Dr. Lucius Green in the Tower Building down the street.
Of what do you complain, sir?
I don't complain of anything, Doctor. But the FBI... Dr. Green's color matched his name. He opened his desk drawer and brought out a thick packet of money.
I have been meaning to declare this for some time. A physician gets paid in cash so much. So easy to lose track of receipts. I assure you I did not mean to defraud the government of income tax. Please take this money.
I turned the money over to the Internal Revenue Department, and they took over the good doctor from that point. It was fine for Uncle Sam. But just exactly what it had to do with Vic Porter, I had no idea whatever.
Sure, my name is Case. Wilfred Case. Sure, DX is my hobby. I got an amateur radio license, and what's it to you?
Mr. Case, I have reason to believe there are some peculiar activities connected with your DX work as an amateur radio broadcaster. Now, the FBI... Wilfred Case looked as though we were about to jump out of the window and only reluctantly thought better of it.
You got me. I confess. I've been sending shortwave during restricted hours and on wavelengths I'm not supposed to use. I'll take my medicine like a man.
Well, the Federal Communications Commission handled that one. But I had the feeling I was getting further from rather than nearer to Vic Porter and his secret. And that night, when I went up against Johnny Gibbon, the MC at the Club Rendezvous, who am I to fight the FBI? Okay, so we ain't been given the patrons top-grade scotch. And I tell the boys whose check they can pad. But since when has the FBI been sitting in on penny-ante stuff like that? You can strictly search me. But you'll have to take it up with the Alcohol Commission. 3 visits, 3 cases cracked. What of it? I thought, there sure is magic in those 3 letters FBI. They make anybody with a guilty conscience think that instead of a name, he'll soon be wearing a number. A number? M.D., D.X., M.C. Maybe these were letters that stood for Roman numerals. M for 1,000, D for 500, M.D. 1,500. And Green, instead of a person's name, went on a place name. 1500 Green Street was an impressive-looking apartment building. There were dozens of letterboxes, but I didn't look for anybody's name. Instead, I did a little more Latin addition. DX 510. Apartment 510 was locked, but the nameplate under the knocker told me I was at the right place. The name was Virgil Carrier. V for Victor, and Carrier, just another way of saying Porter. My badge persuaded the building superintendent to open the door for me. The living room was a book lover's paradise. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and glass cases filled with rare editions and sets. I ignored the bookshelves because I remembered case. A case for books. I knew exactly what I was looking for. Gibbon. And there it was, a handsome set of volumes, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. The rest was almost too easy, because in chapter 62, page 1100, MC for 1100, there was a small key. It was the key to a safety deposit box. Boy, have I got brains, if you give me enough time.
At the bank, we opened the box, and inside it was more money than I've ever seen before in my life. It was the loot from all of Vic's holdups, and it was over $400,000. The place was swarming with cops and FBI men and reporters and photographers.
One more picture. Just one more picture, please. Hold the stuff up again for another picture.
Yeah. All they wanted to photograph was the money and the district attorney holding it. $400,000 all in one great, big, beautiful lump. And who wants to hear about a private detective's brains when he can look at that much money? Just the same, I collected over $3,000 in reward money. Like I said, tough guys get all the headlines. But what you cash in at the corner grocery is generally what you've earned with your brains.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives.
A man confesses a crime involving murder, even though he took no part in it. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. If you ask me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, what is justice, all I can tell you is I know it when I see it. Crimes of violence run in bunches. A couple of hoodlums will get together and spread terror in a city or a district until you catch up with them. That's why Lieutenant Dawson and I were cruising in the patrol car.
Cars 4, 16, 23, go to 18th and Westwood, signal 6.
Signal 6 was armed robbery. We were less than half a mile from the address given. Dawson shouted,
Jerry, watch out for suspicious-looking characters. We may catch up with these babies.
I see somebody right now. Stop! The man I saw was hurrying along across the street and keeping to the shadows. I dashed after him. Hold her, I'll shoot! He had no chance to escape. I frisked him swiftly, took his gun. What's your name? Where are you going?
None of your business, copper.
Dawson came up.
Got one of them, eh? Say, I know you. You're Frankie Cobbler. Hold out your wrist.
We shoved the sullen hoodlum into the police car, went on another couple of blocks to the scene of the robbery, a small grocery store. There'd been 2 men involved in the robbery, we learned, and the store proprietor, an old man, was shot in the shoulder by one of the trigger-happy mugs. By the time we got there, the old man had already been taken to a hospital. Dawson turned to his prisoner.
Who is on a job with you, Cobbler? You'll never know, copper.
Up to that point, it was strictly routine stuff. But 2 hours later, another prowl car surprised 2 men in the act of holding up a gas station. Under questioning, they admitted the grocery store holdup and insisted that they'd never heard of Frankie Cobbler. Along about then, we also got word that the wounded grocer had gone into shock and was dead. A tough young hoodlum didn't deny taking part in a holdup, even though 2 other men subsequently confessed the crime. At police headquarters, our first prisoner, Frankie Cobbler, was brought to Lieutenant Dawson's office.
Cobbler, it's a murder rap. The grocer's dead.
Cobbler gulped and looked sick. Then he shrugged.
It's tough. A bum break.
Dawson looked at me, spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I turned to Cobbler. Frankie, did you ever hear of Tom Stafford and Mike DeWinter? Cobbler shook his head.
No. Who are they?
Couple of guys who want to save your neck. Cobbler's eyes became alert again.
You mean you got the guys who really stuck up the joint? Oh, that's for sure a break.
Frankie, why did you say you were in on that job when you weren't?
I never said I was. You did. I mean, when a cop wants to get you, if you deny it, he'll just beat it out of you.
Dawson gave him a look of contempt.
Nobody touched you, and you know it. Now get out of here. Jerry, that Cobbler's one of the toughest mugs in town. I just don't get him.
I think I can give you the answer, Dawson, but I'd rather prove it first. I drove back to Westwood Avenue where we'd picked up Cobbler. It was a neighborhood of run-down apartment buildings, untidy homes, tiny stores. At that hour of night, only the taverns were open. I cruised up and down the empty street, saw nothing out of the ordinary until... A man spun around as he heard my footsteps.
Oh, it's just you, Browning.
Yeah, Pete. Just me. What were you expecting? Pete smiled thinly.
Nobody in particular.
Is that why you've got your hand on a gun in your pocket?
Look, Browning, you ain't a bad guy considering what you do. But you'll live lots longer if you don't go borrowing trouble.
I took a long chance. I'm not borrowing anything, Pete. I'm looking for Frankie Cobbler, too. Pete took his hand out of his pocket.
How did you find out?
Since I couldn't answer that one, I ignored it. Take my advice, Pete. Don't make me stop looking for Frankie and start looking for you. Well, now I had a little to go on. Pete Morden was muscle man and bodyguard for Happy Joe Alden, the bookmaker. Any time Pete went out gunning, it was a cinch he was on Happy Joe's business. Happy Joe's place was in back of a pool room on 16th Street. When I got there, the place was lighted but deserted. Happy Joe did business in a big back room. He was there, sitting at a desk, looking as happy as anybody could, with 3 bullet holes in his chest. It's an eerie feeling to cruise the streets of a sleeping city at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. But that's exactly what I did. By 4, the very latest of the late spots closed their doors. And at 4:15, I got out of my parked car as Frankie Cobbler came darting down the street.
Hello, Frankie. What's your hurry?
Cobbler froze in his tracks.
I ain't gonna rob. Give me a break. Don't shoot.
I walked closer, let him get a good look at me. Frankie, you sure are a nervous type. Afraid of cops, afraid of anybody, it looks like.
You again. What do you want this time?
You, Frankie. I want you to admit that you killed Happy Joe Alden. That's why you confessed the grocery store holdup before you realized what a rap it was. Because you just killed Happy Joe and couldn't explain where you'd been. Frankie laughed.
Were you dumb shamus? You really expect me to tell you I killed Happy Joe just like that?
I expect you to confess, Frankie, but not just like that. You haven't got a gun. The police took it away from you, which leaves you practically naked. I jerked my thumb back over my shoulder. Pete Morden is gunning for you, Frankie. If I don't get you, he will. We both heard the quiet footsteps down the block. We looked, but there was nothing to see. It might have been a late celebrator entering a building. Or Pete Morden, waiting. I turned to Frankie. It's the brakes. You haven't been getting them tonight, Frankie. Huh? What do you say?
Okay. I killed him. But it was self-defense.
Save it for the jury. Let's go, Frankie. And that's how Dawson got credit for solving 2 murders in one night. A poor elderly grocer and a bookmaker who was pressing too hard for the payment of back debts. Like I said, justice is only a word until it's aimed at you. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Where there's a will, there's a way. But I once had a case of a will that pointed the wrong way. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, generally knows when somebody is talking through his hat. I saw this hat before I saw its owner. It was an antique derby thrust by a shaking hand through my opened office door.
I'm Simpson, Mr. Browning, butler to the late Mrs. Thaddeus Morgan. Do you know her name?
I'll say I did. Mrs. Thaddeus Morgan was one of those leftovers from the Victorian era. An elderly lady whose fortune had been founded on buying up farmland where skyscrapers were later to be built. Very simple, if you were born long ago enough and with good judgment. I gave Simpson the best chair to sit on, the one that didn't creak. What's your trouble, Mr. Simpson?
I worked for Mrs. Morgan 32 years, Mr. Browning. The morning of the day she died, she asked me to witness a document. I assumed it was a new will, though naturally I did not read it. She then asked me to locate her 2 sons, Mr. Ted and young Richard. Neither of them is married. They both live at home, but were out at the time. Before they could return, it was too late. Mrs. Morgan had passed on.
Okay. And what seems to be the trouble?
Mr. Browning, I saw Mrs. Morgan put that will under her pillow, and it has not been seen since. Out of loyalty to her memory, I will pay you $500 to recover the will from whomever now has it.
When the wealthy Mrs. Thaddeus Morgan died, her butler hired me to recover a missing will. Driving back to the Morgan home with Simpson, I asked a few questions. In whose favor was the new will drawn?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't read it.
What about the old will? In whose favor was that one?
Except for some charities and gifts to our servants, everything was evenly divided between our 2 sons, Ted and Richard. However, Mr. Ted has been, well, in some escapades. Mrs. Morgan quite recently threatened to cut him out of her will.
We met Richard Morgan as we entered the house. He was waving a folded piece of paper.
Look, Simpson, Mother's new will. I found it in the trash barrel. It must have fallen from a pillow into the wastebasket.
I introduced myself, took the will, and glanced over it. It was handwritten in an angular, spidery scrawl and bore the names of Simpson and Mrs. Morgan's nurse as witnesses. I turned to Richard. Have you read the terms of this will? Richard made a wry face.
Yes, I read it. I'm left $10,000. The balance goes to my brother, Ted.
But Simpson told me... I understand your mother didn't approve of Ted. Threatened to disinherit him. Richard shrugged.
I guess that was just her way of keeping him in line.
Simpson gulped, looked at me unhappily. I gave him the will. Mr. Simpson, since the will has been recovered, you obviously don't need my services, and you don't owe me anything. Bye, Mr. Morgan. That should have been the end. Actually, it was only the beginning. An hour later, Simpson called me back. He was practically incoherent with excitement.
Mr. Browning, that will, it's a forgery. My signature was forged, so was Mrs. Morgan's and the nurse's. I want you to find out who did it. Please come here at once.
This time, both brothers were at the Morgan house. Ted, the one who stood to gain by the new will, came up to me.
Look, Mr. Browning, I don't know what this is all about. I didn't expect to get anything from my mother's will, but if she did leave the money to me, then I intend to defend my right to it.
You'll get that chance, Ted. In court. George Barry was the lawyer Richard Morgan hired to prove the will a forgery. And in court...
Mr. Simpson, I ask you to look at this document bearing your signature. Is this, in fact, your signature?
It is not. That is a forgery.
I saw Ted Morgan sitting up front and listening, his face stony as a whole parade of expert witnesses denounced the will as a clumsy forgery. Then the family physician was called to the stand.
Doctor, do you believe there was anything strange or suspicious about Mrs. Morgan's death?
It was the question everybody had been waiting for. The doctor glared at the lawyer.
There certainly was not. Mrs. Morgan's death was the result of a heart condition for which she had been treated over a long period of years.
That was the high point of the case, and it turned out to be an anticlimax. Thereafter, the trial droned on to its inevitable conclusion. The new will was declared invalid, and the old will, the one that divided the estate equally between both brothers, was reinstated. But as the judge handed down his decision...
The court takes cognizance of the fact that a forged will cannot exist without a forger, and recommends to the district attorney that appropriate action be taken. This court is adjourned.
I was right behind Ted Morgan as he walked alone and defeated out of the courtroom. And in the corridor...
Mr. Morgan, I have here a warrant for your arrest and a charge of forgery.
My job was finished. I'd earned my money. But I wasn't happy. Ted Morgan had never impressed me as a fool. Yet only a fool could have hoped to get away with such a forgery. One that involved a completely handwritten document and the signatures of 2 other people. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. And later that afternoon, at the bank where Mrs. Morgan had kept her checking account,
Mr. Browning, during the last year of Mrs. Morgan's illness, 4 checks with her signature forged came to the bank. I personally showed Mrs. Morgan the checks, and she instructed me to honor them, and to take no action whatever. Naturally, I respected her wishes.
I see. Thank you very much. I found Richard Morgan in his room at home. What I was looking for was on the walls. A group of watercolor paintings signed with his name. Richard, you forged that will in your brother's favor. You're an artist, and you could do a fair job of forgery, especially a forgery that you wanted found out. You also forged your mother's signature to checks. She found out and made a new will in Ted's favor. You destroyed that one and made an identical copy of it, knowing that it would be invalidated and your brother arrested. He tried blustering, and when that failed, took a shot at me. He was guilty of the forgeries, of course. The same handwriting experts who denounced the fake will also proved that only Richard could have written it. He was convicted on a long series of counts. Forgery, perjury, and wound up with 10 years in which to think things over. Like I said, you can get away with a lot of phony talk. But when you put it on paper, you'd better be careful about whose name you sign. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. You generally think of ghosts as invisible, but I once had a ghost who asked me for help on a case. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It isn't often that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets involved in a ghost story, but it can and did happen. This was a very substantial ghost. Didn't look like one when he walked into my office. In fact,
hello, Jerry. Long time no see.
Well, Mark Wendell, the big man on the campus. It certainly has been a long time. What's with you these days? Mark didn't like that question.
Not so good, Jerry. Remember how I was voted the guy most likely to succeed? Well, I've succeeded all right in building other people's reputations.
I didn't get that and said so.
I'm a ghostwriter, Jerry. I make other people rich and famous on my brains.
Calm down, Mark. I don't know what you're talking about. Mark Wendell sat down.
Sorry, Jerry. I'll take it easy. Did you ever hear of Barton McCoy?
I knew McCoy's name about as well as does anybody who has a radio. McCoy is a commentator. In 15 minutes a night, he solves all the world's problems.
Sure he solves them, Jerry, from the stuff I write for him. And that's not all. I wrote the guide and travel books that made Frank Ireland famous, did a series on home decorating for Paul Renard, and even the lectures on child care and family living for Gloria Terry. Parasites, that's all they are, every one of them.
There was more in the same vein. Finally, I got tired of listening. Look, Mark, why have you come to see me?
You can call it sour grapes if you like, Jerry, but I can't take it anymore. I've written a book, shows up all these fakers for what they are, and, well, I expect trouble when it's published.
You'll probably get it.
If I do, Jerry, promise you'll help me if I call for it. Because I'm going to expose those phonies even if it kills me.
Mark Wendell, a ghost writer, intended to write a book exposing his clients and wanted to be sure of my help if he needed it. I promised to do what I could, and that's the last I heard of him for 6 months. Then, it was a messenger boy with a heavy package in his hand. I signed for the parcel, took it inside, and discovered I had the complete carbon copy text of Mark Wendell's book, The Real McCoy. I glanced through a few pages and discovered in 5 minutes that the thing was pure dynamite. Somebody had to stop Mark from letting this book get published, or else he'd face a dozen libel suits. Mark's apartment was on the top floor of a walk-up building. I went on in without knocking. There was nothing for me to do. Somebody had already stopped Mark, the hard way with a bullet. He was stretched across the dinner table, his hand still clutching a bunch of grapes in the fruit bowl. Half an hour later, the little apartment was jammed with cops. My friend Lieutenant Dawson was in charge, and I told him as much as I knew about the case.
Jerry, this won't be too hard to figure. You got here at 7:30. We know the messenger boy picked up that copy of the manuscript you were sent at 6:30. It's on his official receipt, which means Wendell was killed between 6:30 and 7:30.
Okay. And we know who our suspects are, the people named in that manuscript. One of those people is the killer. Half a dozen police stenographers grabbed my carbon copy of Mark's book. Each of them took a group of pages, and as soon as they ran across a name...
Barton McCoy, bring him in. Frank Arlen, eh? Go get him. I want every one of them.
There were 20 names listed in the script. But because we had the time element figured so well, we could narrow down the list of suspects to those people who couldn't or wouldn't account for that 1 hour between 6:30 and 7:30. Finally, our suspects narrowed to 4 people. The same 4 Mark had mentioned to me. Barton McCoy, Frank Arlen, Paul Renard, and the lady lecturer, Gloria Terry. McCoy, the radio commentator, was indignant.
See here, I have a national reputation for being cool and judicious. Do you suppose I would stoop to murder?
Frank Arlen, the travel expert, was frightened.
I am Frank Arlen, the Frank Arlen. I want a lawyer.
Paul Renard, the designer, was amused. Of course, I knew Richards and Morley were about to publish this book, but I doubt whether anybody would read it. The fellow had no reputation. Murder him? Ridiculous. And as for the lady lecturer, all she seemed worried about was that her makeup wasn't on straight. We put all 4 of them into one room, paid no attention to their threats or complaints. We gave them all copies of Wendell's manuscript to read, insisted that they read it, and waited for reactions. We got a fine bunch of reactions, especially if you could figure out what they meant. Renard, the designer, was still amused. He was reading the book for laughs. McCoy, the commentator, kept talking to himself. Gloria Terry read only a few pages and then just stared at the ceiling. As for Arlen, the travel expert...
I absolutely refuse to read this lying trash. Wendell was a fool. He had brains, a flair for words, but no originality. This book was written solely out of jealousy, just a plain case of sour grapes.
Sour grapes? That was a familiar phrase. Wendell had used it about himself. But there was another bell ringing in my mind. Grapes. The grapes his dead hand had been clutching. I had it. I got up quietly. None of you have to read anymore. 3 of you will be released in a moment because I know who killed Mark Wendell. Dawson was frantically shaking his head, warning me not to commit myself, but I ignored him. I faced the 4 suspects. Mark Wendell named his killer just before he died. There was tension in the air, and McCoy couldn't take it.
I didn't do it. I don't care if he did name me. I didn't kill him.
Take it easy, Mr. McCoy. I wasn't thinking of the title of Wendell's book, The Real McCoy. This time, the McCoy isn't that kind of a McCoy. I'm thinking of another phrase, of the fox and the grapes. Paul Renard tried to dart past me, but Dawson nailed him. Sure, it was Paul Renard. And Mark Wendell did name him. Renard, another word for fox. The grapes he was clutching. The last desperate attempt of a literary mind to draw an association to the age-old fable, the fox and the grapes. Yeah? Paul Renard confessed. He'd tried to buy Wendell off. And when that failed, he killed him, thinking that the book wouldn't be published after its author was dead. He was right about that. The publisher decided the manuscript had enough libel in it to put him out of business. But Renard wasn't foxy enough to figure that out. Like I said, it's all right to let somebody else think for you. But when you start getting your own ideas, and they include murder, then you don't stand the ghost of a chance. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A diamond necklace, a locked safe, and a packet of pins. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It's pretty hard to tell a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, anything new about larceny or the kind of people who commit it. I was typing a report to Consolidated Insurance about the Fenwick jewel theft when the little man walked into my office.
Mr. Browning, I am Gerald Fenwick.
I nodded. Sit down, Mr. Fenwick. I kind of thought you'd be coming around to see me. I took the unfinished report from the typewriter and put it on my desk. This is a report to the insurance company about the diamond necklace stolen from your wife. Stolen from a locked safe in your library. Shall I read the report to you? Fenwick squirmed and looked unhappy.
No, I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Browning, I've been away for a few days. Just returned today and learned that my wife reported the theft of the necklace. You see, well, she hasn't worn it in a very long time, and, well, to put it bluntly, I sold it some months ago. I needed cash badly.
And you didn't tell your wife? Fenwick smiled wryly.
My wife isn't the kind of woman you can tell things like that.
I shrugged. I'm afraid you'll have to tell her just the same. Fenwick passed a hand across his forehead.
Yes, of course. I'll do it today.
Okay, Mr. Fenwick. And in that case, I won't send in this report, which says just about what you told me. Fenwick thanked me and left. A couple of minutes later, I ran to the window, saw the crowd gathering in the street below. A man had been hit by a car. He was Gerald Fenwick. By the time I got downstairs, Fenwick was dead. A man admitted he'd sold a necklace his wife had reported as stolen. 5 minutes later, he was struck and killed by an automobile. John Cooley, head of the investigations department of Consolidated Insurance, was so furious he sizzled.
Why didn't you compel him to sign a statement? Now we have only your word for his admission. Mrs. Fenwick's attorneys are suing us for $35,000 insurance on that necklace. You find out where Fenwick sold it. You prove he sold it, or don't ever let me see you again.
Yes, sir. Well, Cooley was right, of course. I should have made Fenwick sign a statement that he'd sold the necklace. But he'd been so frank, and his explanation of having been out of town was so obviously the truth that... Yeah, I was really in trouble now that he was dead. Mrs. Fenwick's lawyer was a thin-lipped dandy with pale blue marbles for eyes. Mr. Browning, I am not interested in your supposititious story. Can you prove that Mr. Fenwick sold the necklace? There's no other way it could have got out of a locked safe. You suggest that safes have never been burglarized? I suggest that this one wasn't. And what's more, Fenwick told me it wasn't. Mr. Browning, that is a matter of opinion for a court to decide.
Your Honor, we ask a postponement in order to gather further evidence. I object. There already have been 2 postponements. Mrs. Fenwick is in need of this money.
I will grant another postponement. A final postponement until a week from today. The court is adjourned.
One more postponement. And a fat lot of good it would probably do me. For weeks I'd run myself ragged without pay trying to find where Fenwick had sold or even pawned his wife's necklace. A $35,000 necklace gone without a trace. And that wasn't the only strange thing about the case. An accountant that I consulted told me
Fenwick owned the National Silver Plating Company, rated at $1 million and over. Their financial position is excellent.
Well, maybe he needed personal money.
Maybe, except that he had over $150,000 in cash in his personal bank accounts when he died.
I wagged my head sadly. And that won't do us any good in court. I got up. Keep digging. Maybe you'll uncover some reason why he needed money. I was absolutely up against a brick wall. I knew the court wouldn't accept my statement of what a man now dead had admitted. And now I couldn't even prove that he needed money. Then an idea struck me. Fenwick had said he'd been out of town. Maybe he'd sold the necklace in some other city. I dashed over to his office, talked to the National Silver Plating Company's general manager. Mr. Fenwick was in Bermuda. I know he flew there and back nonstop. I groaned. Oh, you'd have about as much chance of selling a $35,000 necklace in Bermuda quietly as you would of selling a herd of elephants. And if you did somehow sell it, you wouldn't be paid in American money. I smiled weakly at the general manager.
Okay. Thanks. Quite all right. Glad to help you in any way I can. I stared at him. Maybe you can help me at that. This company, is it a corporation? Well, no, Mr. Fenwick owns it personally. Who gets it now, Mrs. Fenwick? I don't believe so. Mr. Fenwick's brother arrived from the West Coast this morning, and I think the will gives him majority control. You don't say. Well, thanks a lot. I drove downtown to a fancy dress shop. One of those places where they'll whip you up a number for $200 or $300. The credit manager there told me, Mrs. Fenwick, she used to have an account here. She doesn't have one anymore. I wouldn't extend credit to her for a packet of pins. Well, I may not be the world's best detective, but when a fact comes up and hits me over the head, I know enough to grab it by the throat. I checked on Mrs. Fenwick's credit all over town, got the same story every place. She had no credit because her husband had refused to pay her bills during the past year. The picture was completed for me by Fenwick's lawyer, who was not the same as Mrs. Fenwick's attorney. This is rather confidential, Mr. Browning, but Mr. and Mrs. Fenwick had been living apart for over a year. She accepted a cash settlement in lieu of dower rights, that is, her right to inherit in his will, and she has an apartment in another part of the city. I nodded. Then what was she doing in Fenwick's house while he was in Bermuda? The lawyer smiled briefly. Why don't you ask her? Don't think I won't. I asked her that and a lot of other questions. I told her what happens to people who lose things where they can find them any time they want and then try to collect insurance. Her attorney was there, and when I got through, Mr. Browning, I think Mrs. Fenwick will be able to recover the necklace and that we shall drop the suit against the insurance company. I looked him in the eye. That's fine. Put it in writing. Yeah, I got it in writing. And that was the end. Like I said, there's all kinds of larceny. And for my money, the kind that's the worst is the kind practiced by people who've got the least reason for it. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. 3 men marked for death. 2 have already died. Can the third be saved? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. The man in my office had gray hair and gray skin to match. His name was Arnold Warwick, and his problem was simple. Mr. Browning, I'm scared to death. Take it easy, Mr. Warwick. Whatever you're afraid of, it can't touch you here. Warwick sat down. You don't understand, Mr. Browning. Martin Cantrell is a demon. There's no other word for it. He's killed 2 of us already. He said he'd kill me, and somehow he'll find a way of doing it. I tried to look impressed. Whom did he kill, and why? Warwick didn't like the question. It goes back a long way. Do we have to go into that? Yes, we do, if you want my help. It took a while, but I finally got the story. Martin Cantrell was a chemist who discovered a new cheap way of extracting vital chemicals from seawater. He sold his patent to a syndicate composed of Warwick and 2 others. Not to put it too delicately, the 3 men had cheated Warwick, framed him on a charge of having misused corporation funds, and had him sent to jail. He swore he'd get even with us as soon as he was released, and he did. John Maller got the first death letter. He died 3 months later. Cantrell waited a year before sending the letter to Bruce Davies, but Bruce died of poisoning only 2 weeks later. Now it's my turn. Have you received a death letter? Warwick nodded. Cantrell waited over 3 years before sending it, but now it's here. Mr. Browning, you've got to find him. Tell him I'll make restitution, do anything, if he'll spare my life. A chemist who'd been falsely sent to jail killed 2 of the men who had framed him and sent a death threat to the third. I drove the terrified Warwick home, told him to stay indoors until further notice. Mr. Warwick, I'd like to see that death threat letter.
was written in a neat, precise hand and came right to the point. 2 have died. You have no more chance to escape me than Joe Evold had. The letter was signed Cantrell in a bold hand. I turned to Warwick. Mr. Warwick, you told me the other 2 men were named Maller and Davies. What's this reference to Joe Evold? Warwick smiled nervously.
I checked into that. Cantrell was always a great reader of crime news. That was his hobby. Joe Evold was a gangster, killed a policeman, was cornered and shot to death in St. Louis.
I shrugged. Okay. I'll take this letter, Mr. Warwick, and try to locate Cantrell.
Tell him I'll pay the money back if he'll leave me alone.
I don't have much sympathy for you, Mr. Warwick, but I have none for a murderer. Tracing a man who's been in hiding for over 4 years isn't the world's easiest job. It was no trick to locate his wife and children. They lived in a small town just outside of the city. She supported the children by working in a dime store. Assured me she hadn't seen her husband since he was released from prison. I believed that, since the police had her under almost constant watch since the first murder 4 years ago. It was a cold trail, and I didn't have much hope of succeeding where an entire police department had failed. Still, I tried. Did a man by the name of Martin Cantrell work here?
Sure, 4 years ago, for 2 weeks. Are you another one of those cops looking for him?
Yeah, I guess I am. Never mind. It happened that same night. A flash from police headquarters that Arnold Warwick was dead. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide stopped giving instructions long enough to tell me the details.
We found him in the living room, Jerry. Not a mark on him. But just look at his face.
I looked and saw a face still contorted in terror. Cantrell said he'd get him. I guess he did. Warwick was right. The man must be a demon.
He won't get away. I've got every road and every station blocked. Sooner or later, he'll show himself and we'll get him.
Just like they got Joe Evold, eh? Dawson stared at me.
I don't know what you're talking about. Does it have anything to do with this case?
I don't know. I guess not. Dawson was sure that Cantrell would show himself, but days passed and there was no sign of him. The newspapers gave the story a big play, especially after the autopsy reports could give no clue as to how Warwick died. The papers ran pictures of Cantrell and trotted out all the old yarns about mysterious poisons that leave no traces in the body. But even all the publicity didn't help reveal Cantrell's hiding place.
Jerry, I don't get it. Man has no money. He's got to eat and have a place to sleep, and he can't get either without working someplace. So where can he be?
I don't know, Dawson. Unless his wife is hiding him out. Dawson shook his head.
She's got a tiny 3-room flat above a store, no place in it to hide. He's not with his family, I guarantee that. Looks to me like he's clean vanished off the face of the earth.
Dawson, maybe he did just that. I went on back to my office, got out the letter Cantrell had sent Warwick, read it over again for maybe the 50th time. You have no more chance to escape me than Joe Evold had. Strange comparison for a man to make. Even one who made a hobby of crime news. Why Joe Evold? Why not any of 3 or 4 big crime stories that had made the papers in recent months? Why did Cantrell pick a name that not even a police lieutenant recognized? On a hunch, I went to the file room of the Evening Courier. I found the Joe Evold story after a while, hidden on page 3 in the issue of August 18, 1 year ago. No wonder the name meant nothing to Dawson, but it meant a lot to me. I got out the death letter again, but this time I concentrated on the blurred postmark on the envelope. I couldn't make out the city or exact date of mailing, but I could just barely see the year stamp. A letter had been mailed last year, and by one of those strange accidents that happen once in a while, had taken over a year to arrive at its destination. And I was willing to bet that it had been mailed in St. Louis shortly after the Joe Evold story was big news down there. Dawson and I went to St. Louis, and we located Martin Cantrell with practically no trouble at all. In a cemetery. He'd been living under an assumed name, but it was easy enough to track him by description. Maybe he'd meant to kill Warwick. Probably he did. But he died first in a rooming house fire. And what did kill Warwick? A heart attack, brought on by cumulative fear and tension. Like I said, there are many ways of dying, and being frightened to death is just as permanent as any. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. When a leading banker won a large sum of money at cards, he stepped into what looked like a perfect swindle. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Take it from me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. The way some people dream of finding gold, con men dream of finding the perfect swindle. I walked through the bank, up to the door of the private office that said Alden Porterfield, President. I gave my name to the secretary sitting outside, and she sent me in immediately. When Porterfield saw me, his eyes lost their hunted look.
Sit down, Mr. Browning.
He flipped a key on his desk intercom.
I am not to be disturbed for any reason.
Then he turned back to me.
Browning, I am in very serious trouble. Have you ever heard of the Business League Club?
I shook my head.
It's a social organization, rather exclusive. Browning, I have been accused by my fellow club members of cheating at cards.
I couldn't believe my ears. Porterfield was an old-line banker, a civic leader. That's ridiculous, Mr. Porterfield. It's somebody's idea of a joke.
I'm afraid not. It happened 2 days ago after what turned into a rather large game. I was accused of marking the cards. And, Mr. Browning, those cards were marked.
I see. You were losing?
No, I'd been winning. I've been winning for weeks. In the last month, I've won over $5,000. And now I'm threatened with exposure, being branded as a cheat unless I pay them $25,000.
Don't pay. If you pay once, you'll pay as long as you live.
But I have no choice. Such publicity will ruin me. Mr. Browning, I'm trapped.
A prominent banker was accused of cheating at cards and threatened with exposure unless he paid $25,000. Mr. Porter, need a week for me later. I drove to the office of George Lanyard. I'll aim to go to George. I grabbed club under the name of George. Their members of a big stakes, and the steward treated me like a letter from home. You'll like this game, Mr. Lanyard. Lots of action, steep enough to separate the men from the boys. Hallie, the steward, introduced me to the other players, and I sat down. Yeah? I won right from the start. The game was poker, and I had the kind of luck people dream about. In 2 days, I won over $15,000, real money that they let me take away from the place. It was really a beautiful setup. The lightning struck the next day. Just a moment, Mr. Lanyard. May I see those cards you're holding? Why, sure. What's the matter? These cards are marked. There were 4 other players in the game, and they all registered shocked amazement. Hallie swept up all the cards, put the deck into his pocket. Please step into my office, Mr. Lanyard. In the steward's office, Hallie proved that the cards were marked with tiny red and blue dots on the back. Then he reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out stubs of red and blue pencils. An easy palming trick. I protested. I yelled, went through all the motions of outraged indignation. Finally, Mr. Lanyard, we caught you red-handed. You've won over $15,000, a lot of money to win dishonestly. You will at once refund those winnings, plus $25,000 additional. Suppose I don't. You know I've been framed. If you don't, the story will be given to every newspaper in town, and don't think I'm bluffing. Furthermore, we'll sue for the $15,000. I didn't think he was bluffing. With the kind of swindle he was pulling, it helps to sacrifice one goat to warn the others. I mopped my brow. I've got to think it over. Certainly. Until tomorrow morning. I called the steward that same afternoon. I won't pay. If you want to give the story to the papers, go ahead and give it. Art McComb, city editor of the Morning Sentinel, pursed his lips.
You're fooling with dynamite, Jerry. Just look at this story they sent us.
I looked. A full and complete exposure of George Lanyard as a card cheat, all neatly typed out. I smiled. They've done just what I hoped they'd do, Art.
Okay. I promised you I'd hold the story up 24 hours, Jerry, and I will. But I can't sit on it forever, and neither can the other papers.
Art, I don't need 24 hours. Now, let's go down to the composing room. Late that same night, I was back in the club steward's office. Mr. Halley, I've changed my mind. I'll pay.
It's too late. I can't stop the stories. It's already appeared in the Morning Sentinel.
He picked up a newspaper from his desk, indicated the story on page 1. Prominent merchant accused of cheating at cards. I smiled. Halley, I've got news for you. I'm not George Lanyard. He's on the West Coast and has been there all week, which makes that newspaper story libel. I took a folded piece of paper from my pocket. This is your summons in a libel suit for $100,000. And by the time we get through, I have a hunch you'll be facing a few other charges as well. He didn't take it lying down. He made a few phone calls, verified that Lanyard was out of town, and that my name was Jerry Browning, private detective.
What's your price, Browning?
I took another paper from my pocket. Your signature on this paper, confessing that accusations against Lanyard, Porterfield, and others were false. You also agree that you and your crew will get out of town and stay out. Well, he didn't have much choice, not with that phony copy of the Morning Sentinel staring him in the face. A paper that McComb had printed up specially for delivery to the club. Halley signed, and that was the end of him and the Business League Club. Like I said, the men who hunt a perfect swindle have a lot in common with the men who hunt gold, because they both generally wind up with nothing but trouble. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. A sample of pure iridium, a bear cub, and a check for $1 million. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Every once in a while, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets a case that stops him cold.
Sleigh bells, Mr. Browning, sleigh bells. I carry them with me always. They are symbolic of the snow, the cold, beautiful, inscrutable snow.
That was my introduction to J. Parkington Wamhurst. He was wearing a parka and a fur-lined jacket and seemed completely comfortable, in spite of the fact that it was a warm Indian summer day. Whack or not, J. Parkington Wamhurst was one of the 3 richest men in town. So I nodded wisely as he said,
All my life, Mr. Browning, I have been intrigued by the mystery of the white wastes of the polar regions. Would that I could have been an intrepid adventurer. But no, I must stay here, the slave to an inherited fortune. My grandfather, William Worthington Wamhurst, was the patent medicine king.
You didn't have to tell me. That old-time medicine man's wealth was very solid stuff. Proof even against the Sharpies, who were always trying to help his descendant get rid of it.
Mr. Browning, 2 years ago, I backed an expedition to the Antarctic. It was my vicarious voyage. I couldn't resist it, even though my attorneys told me I was simply throwing the money away.
How much did you put up? Who was in charge of the expedition?
I invested $70,000. Johnny Howard was the expedition leader. He arrived back in town yesterday, alone. He'd had a most successful trip.
He did, eh? Well, how come there was nothing about it in the papers? Wamhurst leaned close to me, reached in his pocket, dropped something on my desk. It was a blob of dull, silvery metal.
We have deliberately kept his return a secret, Mr. Browning, and that object is the reason. Johnny Howard tells me it is iridium, an extremely rare and valuable metal. He claims he has discovered an enormous field of it in the Antarctic. Wants me to invest $1 million for the development of that field. Mr. Browning, I want you to prove or disprove the genuineness of his story, even if you have to go to the South Pole to do it.
An eccentric client with $1 million to spend on an expedition told me to investigate it even if I had to go to the Antarctic. Instead, I went to the Acme laboratory and hung around watching the technicians put the metal through a bunch of tests.
This is iridium, all right, Mr. Browning. That hunk of metal is worth plenty. The stuff's like platinum, only better because it's harder and heavier. Incidentally, it's so pure, I think it's been refined.
I brought the Acme lab report to my client, J. Parkington Wamhurst. Found him out on the sun deck of his 40-room house. This time he was wearing slacks and a pair of Eskimo mucklucks and playing with a fuzzy polar bear cub. The cub was cute and kittenish. Wamhurst fondled it gently while he read the report.
How do you like him, Mr. Browning? I call him Howie in honor of the donor. Iridium wasn't the only valuable thing Johnny Howard brought back from the South Pole. Made me a present of this cub, too. Wasn't that generous of him?
Well, considering that Howard had taken Wamhurst for $70,000 and was after another $1 million, I figured he could afford to be generous. But I didn't say so. Instead, the lab reports that the stuff is iridium, all right, Mr. Wamhurst, but suspiciously pure. Wamhurst nodded absently.
Imagine a field of pure iridium. Well, Mr. Browning, you've given fast, satisfactory service. Just send me your bill.
Send you my... Hey, wait a minute. I've just begun this investigation.
Oh, no, you're finished. I am now completely convinced of Johnny's reliability.
How do you like that? Give a guy a cuddly bear cub and get the combination to his safe in return. I pleaded with Wamhurst, argued, got abusive, and finally, okay, Mr. Wamhurst, if you say I'm through, I'm through. But I would like a chance to meet a big-time explorer like Howard. Can you arrange it?
Why, certainly, certainly. He's staying right here with me. You can meet him at once. But please don't offend him.
We left the bear cub snoozing in the sun. In a very handsome suite on the second floor of the house, I was introduced to Johnny Howard, a handsome hunk of man. He was a good 6'3", and his face had the rugged, leathery look that comes only from being out in the elements. Or under a strong sun lamp. Glad to meet you, Browning. You're an explorer also, eh? Digging out crime, unearthing murders, and all that sort of thing? The vigilance that never sleeps. Say, you ought to come back with me to the South Pole. You could get a lot done in the course of a day, 'cause our days are 6 months long. I didn't like his laugh, and I didn't like his rover boy personality. What's more, I didn't go for that stuff about the long days and nights of the Antarctic. Every school kid knows that. I wondered why Johnny Howard thought it necessary to drag this fact into the conversation. And then I wondered about something else. A vague something, not even a memory I could focus on. It was more like the memory of a memory. I left the Wamhurst mansion, drove to the library. I got a book about polar explorations. I found out that the South Pole is at latitude 60, its elevation 10,200 feet, its temperature 70 below in winter. I couldn't picture Johnny Howard in that. Then I had it. I'd captured that missing memory. I left the library. In front of the bear cages at the city zoo, the head keeper answered my question simply by pointing at a descriptive placard. I dashed back to the Wamhurst mansion just in time to see my ex-client hand a check to Johnny Howard. I made a grab for it. Howard, you're a fake and a phony. And you'd better start figuring out how you're going to pay back that $70,000 you got from Wamhurst on false pretenses. That's all there was to it. Howard gave up without a murmur. Not the $70,000. He'd spent that long ago. What he surrendered was the hopes of another $1 million. Wamhurst wouldn't prosecute. Said he'd chalk it all up to experience. Because he was the kind of fool who'd learn in no other school. Yeah? Howard admitted he took Wamhurst's money, went to South America for a couple of years, and when he was ready to make the big killing, showed up again with a purchased sample of iridium and a polar bear cub he'd got from a farm in Minnesota. He should have planned his background more carefully. I found out at the zoo that polar bears live only at the North Pole. In fact, the South Pole has no land animals of any kind. Like I said, when somebody offers you a deal, there's only one way to be sure you won't be left out in the cold. And that's, before you invest, investigate. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Chinchillas that turn out to be rabbits, and a certified check for $75,000. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. If you're a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, you've always got to watch out for some new wrinkle on the old skin game. Joe Benson and his partner Al Russell threw the bundle of tightly wrapped fur skins on my desk. Now, what's the matter with you guys? This package doesn't weigh over 10 pounds. Why do you both have to carry it? My two visitors got red in the face. I get it. You boys don't trust each other, right? Joe nodded, and Al swallowed hard. Then Al took a deep breath.
Matter of fact, Jerry, we don't trust anybody. Not after what happened this morning.
Okay, let's have the story. What happened this morning?
We've been robbed. Or else Joe robbed me.
You mean you robbed me, Al?
Now, wait a minute, you two. I'll listen to one of you at a time. Al? Al scowled at his partner.
It's like this. Up to now, our partnership in a wholesale freight business has been strictly 50-50. I'm the outside man, do the buying, make the sales contacts, while Joe here handles the inside stuff. Runs the plant, oversees the dressing of the raw furs, keeps the books.
I nodded. Go on, Al.
Well, when it comes to the actual picking up the raw skins, we worked out what we thought was a foolproof routine. Joe hands me a certified check, I hand it to whoever I'm dealing with in the market, and bring back the bundle of furs.
Makes sense to me. What went wrong this morning?
That's what we don't know. Or at least I don't know.
Let me tell it first, Joe. This morning, I took the check to the Great Northern Fur Market. Watch 'em wrap the pelts in that bundle, the same super heavy paper, the same wire binding, I'm positive. Then I came right back to the plant.
Joe couldn't keep out of the act any longer.
Here's the Great Northern receipt for the check, $75,000 for chinchilla pelts. That's what was supposed to be in the bundle. After we saw what really was in it, we tied it up again. Now you open it.
I opened it. I don't know much about furs, but I know enough to realize that what I was looking at wasn't chinchilla. It was rabbit fur. I'd just opened a bundle of trouble. When two partners in the fur business came to my office, they showed me a bundle of rabbit skins that had been switched for costly chinchilla pelts. I handed back the bundle to both men. Here, take it back to your office, and both of you stay there. I got in my car, drove down to Walnut Street. The Great Northern Fur Market was a busy place. I was ushered in, finally, to a dim cubbyhole where I met Louis Didot, the company manager.
What you tell me, Mr. Browning, is a terrible thing. What I can tell you is nothing.
All right, he was. All he did was confirm Al Russell's story. After Didot got the check, Al picked up the bundle of furs and walked out with it. Mr. Didot, would you answer a couple of questions?
But certainly.
Okay, question one. Were those chinchilla pelts insured?
For the Great Northern protection, yes. We carry what is called a floater policy on all merchandise. Automatically, as the merchandise is given over to the customer, that protection ceases.
Question two. Are Benson and Russell good customers?
Of the best. The very best.
From the Great Northern Company, I drove straight to the boys' office and plant. I found them sitting in the big reception room, both of them alternately staring glumly at the ceiling, then glaring at each other. The bundle of rabbit fur was on the table between them. All right, fellas, let's get to work. I want you to show me exactly what took place from the minute Al brought the bundle back from Great Northern. Both men stood up. Al picked up the bundle, walked into the corridor.
I come in here like this. Joe was standing next to the table. I put the bundle down, gave him the receipt, and then I went into my office, made a couple of calls, was out of here maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Joe started in to tell his version of what had happened, but I stopped him. Save it, Joe. I pointed an accusing finger at Al, then at Joe. From what you two characters haven't told me, I realize that neither of you suspects anyone else. Your employees, for instance. That right? They nodded in unison. Now I'll tell you something else. Both of you had equal opportunity to make the switch. Both of you could have stashed old wrappings from Great Northern, the wire and the crummy pelts. Al, you could have swapped the packages any place from the market to here. And you, Joe, could have done it while Al was out of the room telephoning. One of you's lying. Are you sure you want me to find out which one? They nodded, and suddenly the air in that room got awfully tight. Okay, boys, you asked for it. Ever hear of word association tests? No, neither one had. I explained it to them. I give you a word, and you answer it with another word. The first one that pops into your mind. Sometimes a liar pauses too long before answering, or else he answers with a word that points to his guilt. Whenever you're ready to take the test, gentlemen, I'm ready to give it to you. I worked on Al first. Partner.
Red.
Furs.
Stolen.
Hidden.
Here.
Guilty.
Joe.
I walked into Joe's office, repeated the business. Partner.
Skunk.
Furs.
Switched.
Hidden.
Here.
Guilty.
Al.
Fine thing. My word association tests were strictly a flopperoo. Told nothing but the partners' suspicions of each other. And then the truth hit me. They both agreed the furs were hidden here because what each had done was pull a double-cross. I brought Joe back to Al's office and led off with a shot that was strictly in the dark. Al, when did you start suspecting there was something wrong with Joe's books?
Huh? Oh, about a month ago. We've been doing more business than we ever did, but his books show a loss.
So you figured you'd outsmart him, switch the fur bundles, and quietly pocket the proceeds. Now you, Joe, when did you start worrying about Al's honesty?
Why, I guess last month when some invoices didn't jibe with his cross sheets.
So you pulled a switch on his bundle. Yeah, they both broke down and admitted it. But then the question was,
where are the real chinchilla furs? I took them from where you hid them, Al. But I took the same ones you hid, Joe.
Wait a minute, you double, triple crosses. You've each got a bundle of furs hidden. Bring them out and we'll find out who has the real chinchillas. Maybe you guessed it. Each of them had a hidden bundle, and each bundle was rabbit fur. We had 3 bundles of rabbit and were right back where we started until...
Hello? This is the door at Great Northern. I have good news. When Al came here for the bundle of chinchillas, he picked up the wrong package. And the chinchilla skins are here, waiting for you. And don't mention it.
And that was that. Switching and double switching, and all the time the real furs were at Great Northern. But the boys learned a lesson, and they've never had any trouble since. Like I said, when 2 guys want to skin each other, all they ever get is a raw deal. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Most treasure hunts are paper chases, but I once went on a hunt with a real treasure at its end. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, doesn't have to look for trouble. But once I actually accepted an invitation to danger. It came in the morning mail. There was no signature below the stiff, formal printing, and ordinarily I'd have handled it like any anonymous letter, flung it in the wastebasket. But this invitation was different. It was written in rhyme and started off, "Calling all detectives and literary sleuths. You are hereby invited to demonstrate that truths are stranger than fiction." Then it went on to say that in honor of the memory of Edgar Allan Poe, the originator of detective fiction, there would be an exciting treasure hunt, starting at 8 p.m. in Willow Lawn Cemetery on Friday the 13th. I went for it, but I wasn't the only one. On the night of Friday the 13th, there must have been about 25 cars and at least 40 people in front of the towering gates of Willow Lawn Cemetery. I recognized Dr. Thayer, professor of literature at nearby Dunham College, Agnes Cranston and Harvey Cowper, both top-flight mystery fiction writers, and a sprinkling of the town's bigger brains. I wandered over to talk to Dr. Thayer.
Well, Mr. Browning, joining this sortie into mystery, glad to see you.
I'd always admired that scholarly man. I asked him if he was going back to England soon, but he said no, he was here for keeps. Then as we watched still more people assemble, I asked him if he knew who was behind the clambake. Thayer shook his head.
I haven't an inkling, but that merely adds to the excitement.
Just then the cemetery gates slowly opened, and from them walked a masked man whose entire body was wrapped in a long black cloak. I found out later that he was the harmless old caretaker who'd been paid plenty for the masquerade, but at the moment he looked impressive. He handed each person an envelope labeled Poeser, Poser number 1. I opened mine and read, "Here starts the chase, and to find the clue, go to the street that murderers rue." That was easy. The reference was, of course, to Poe's story, The Murders in the Rue Morgue. And naturally, everyone headed for Wheeler Street, where the city morgue is located. It was a good try, but not good enough. I got there along with the rest of the pack, but what we found was absolutely nothing. If I intended to find that treasure, what I needed was a hot new lead on an ice-cold trail. When I accepted a clever, rhymed invitation to a treasure hunt, I found out that it was going to be a difficult chase. A new idea suddenly struck several of the crowd. There was another kind of morgue in town, in the newspaper offices of the Daily Clarion. The morning edition was coming off the presses, and add to that the thunder of our feet tramping upstairs. You can imagine that morgue was a plenty noisy place. The envelopes labeled Poser number 2 were stacked and waiting for us. This poser read, "Congratulations, you're on to the plan. Now seek and find the exclusive Dupin." This time, everybody seemed to go off in different directions. I headed for a phone book. There were 2 Dupins listed, Henry and J.W. I wasted no time on them. I played around with the French and English pronunciation and came up with D-O-O-P, Dupe, followed by the name Anne, a hairdresser. Her shop was on the ground floor of the Kenton Hotel. By now, the chase had narrowed to only 5 participants. Besides myself, Harvey Cowper, Dr. Thayer, and 2 people I didn't know were still in the running. I saw them all come up as I drove away with my envelope and Poser number 3. This verse read, "It keeps time, time, time with an on-the-hour chime. So look where the pit and the pendulum blend. There in the cavern you'll find treasure's end." I found the clock, the big old-fashioned number with a pendulum, in the tower atop the Board of Trade building, which, of course, housed the pit, the floor of the grain exchange, the place where the traders operate. I walked into the deserted building, looked up, and out of the blackness above, something white floated down to me. It was the 4th and final poser. It's number 12, but not by lift when footsteps are much better. Just walk inside and please recall Poe's purloined letter. The 12th floor housed the shop of Curran and Lorgan, one of the country's biggest dealers in rare books and manuscripts. I used a skeleton key to unlock the bookshop door. The shelves were lined with rare books, but I knew exactly what I was looking for, a volume by Edgar Allan Poe. There was only one such book. I opened it and found that it was really a box, and inside the box there was some manuscript paper. The writing on it began, "Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary." Wow! Talk about treasure. I was holding the original handwritten manuscript of Poe's great poem, The Raven. I figured it was worth thousands, and now I understood the treasure hunt. What a publicity stunt. I put the manuscript in my pocket, locked the door, and went on downstairs, got into my car. I reached out my hand to turn on the ignition, and as I did... Oh, I never knew what hit me. When I came to, the manuscript was gone. So was my assailant. And 2 husky cops were holding me. The next morning, the treasure hunt hoax was spread all over the papers, made idiots of the writers, the professor, the lawyer, and the society folk. who'd been taken in by the ruse. But mostly the laugh was on me. Jerry Browning, unwitting aid to theft. What's more, Curran and Logan, who'd been robbed of their most valuable item, were going to sue me for every dollar I had. I went down to their offices. Mr. Curran, Mr. Logan, I've been a fool. But apologies won't help now. What will help is that I can recover that stolen Poe manuscript. The three of us waited until the buzzer sounded. Then we marched into the classroom of Professor Thayer. The look on his face was a dead giveaway. And in his briefcase, we found the manuscript. Figuring it out that it was Thayer wasn't much harder than solving the posers. First, there was his greeting to me just before the hunt began. He talked in rhyme about a sortie into mystery. Tiny lead, but it did point to him as a guy who thought in rhyme. A possible author of the invitation and the posers. But the big thing was the wording of the final poser. It's number 12, but not by lift. That's the English word for elevator. And Thayer was English. Funny thing, Thayer didn't want the manuscript for the money he could realize on it. He was just a scholar who let his love for rare books go to his head. Like I said, it may sound clever to commit crime in rhyme, but remember that criminal is now doing time, which is my idea of poetic justice. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. When I looked through a Dymalook telescope, I saw a way to solve a case I never knew existed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Every once in a while, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, solves a case that he doesn't even know he's got. Police Sergeant Klusky and I were driving on Summit Street, which is a business street leading to the river tunnel just below Summit Heights, where Thomas Granger had his apartment from which $20,000 in jewels had been stolen the day before. To get to Summit Heights, you had to leave your car on Summit Street and walk a flight of stairs up the bluff. It was a nuisance, but once you got upstairs, you did have a magnificent view of the river and the shore opposite. Klusky, look down the block. That guy on the corner with the Dymalook telescope.
Yeah? What about him?
Suppose that telescope wasn't pointed at the moon, but at the apartments up in the heights. Wouldn't that be a way of casing places to be robbed? Klusky's eyes lit up.
It sure is short and wood. Come on, I'm going to pull that monkey in.
The telescope man's name was Shep Latcher. At police headquarters, he vigorously protested his innocence, even though it developed that he had a previous criminal record. I kept in the background as Latcher insisted.
Who'll need a telescope to case a joint? You can tell just looking as the light's on a roof.
Well, that was true enough. So after some more questioning, he was released. But as he left, lugging the telescope over his shoulder, I had the feeling that Shep Latcher knew an awful lot that he wasn't telling. When a swank River Bluff apartment was burglarized, a Dymalook telescope man was arrested and released. Thereafter, the Granger burglary case settled down to routine. 2 days later, I got a break when I overheard a snatch of conversation in a tavern. That same day, Sergeant Klusky found some of the loot at a fencer's shop. Between the two leads, we cracked the case, made 3 arrests, recovered practically all the missing jewels. At no time after his initial questioning was Shep Latcher, the telescope man, involved. It was about 7:30 in the evening, and I was walking down Summit Street. There, on the corner, was Shep Latcher and his telescope. See the moon, 10 cents a look. There was a fair amount of passenger car and truck traffic leading to the river tunnel, but not many pedestrians at that hour. Here, I'll take a look. Latcher glanced at me indifferently, obviously didn't recognize me.
Okay, a dime for 1 minute.
I gave him the dime. How can I see the moon when all those clouds are in front of it?
What do you expect for a dime, an observatory? Point the thing at the houses up on a bluff and see how the swells live.
I did as he suggested, and the houses up on the bluff leaped into view. At one window, a young woman was looking out. As I watched, she raised her hand in a gesture, probably speaking to somebody in the room with her.
It's all, buddy. A minute's up. Another dime if you want to look some more.
No, thanks. I've seen enough. I strolled down to the corner, ducked into a doorway. In the next couple of hours, Latcher had only 7 customers. None of them lingered more than the minute he permitted or stayed to talk with him afterwards. At 10 o'clock, he shouldered his telescope and shuffled off. Well, I'd spent an evening proving nothing, except that an ex-criminal now appeared to be satisfied to earn 40 cents an hour with a telescope that must have cost him $75 to $100. The more I considered that, the less I believed it. When you're working on something for curiosity's sake, you don't work at it very hard. The next day, I got a case from Consolidated Insurance, spent a week on it, then found myself once more with a few free days. That night, I was back watching Latcher, and with binoculars over my shoulder to help my watch. Latcher had shifted his position somewhat closer to the far corner, but otherwise the performance was the same. Few customers, and none of those solicited. But I noticed something else. Tonight, he looked through his telescope once. By now, I was positive that he was picking up signals from someplace up on the bluff. I swept the bluff with my binoculars, saw nothing. Not one single thing. I lowered the glasses, shook my head in disgust. Then I glanced at Latcher and realized that the telescope wasn't even pointed at the bluff. The guy was really looking at the moon, or at the dark hills across the river. How do you like that? I was so annoyed at myself for wasting all that time and suspecting a poor guy trying to go straight that I stayed away from that whole district for the next few days. Then one afternoon, an idea hit me like a rap over the knuckles. Suppose Shep Latcher wasn't receiving signals, but sending them. He could get mumbled information from one of those casual customers, then relay it across the river. Yeah. But how? And about what? When I walked up to Latcher that evening, he seemed surlier than usual.
Too cloudy. Can't see nothing, mister. Save your money.
It's only a dime. I got a pocket full of them. I searched the cloudy heavens. I peered up at the bluff. In fact, I spent more dimes than Latcher had probably taken in all the previous week. In between looks, I stalled, tried to make him talk. He kept getting more and more annoyed until...
Listen, buddy. Ain't you got no place else to go? Go and beat it.
Long as I got dimes, you gotta let me look.
You're finished, buddy. There's another guy here wants to take a look.
My money's as good as his. By then, the other customer, who looked like a truck driver, started walking off, but Latcher still seemed determined to get rid of me.
Beat it, mister, before I knock your teeth down your throat!
I bent over him, searched his pocket swiftly, found what I was looking for. A tiny flashlight. I blinked it several times at random. Whoever was waiting across the river for the light signals could chew on that for a while. Then I yanked Latcher to his feet.
Okay, Latcher, let's go visit some cops.
Sure. He broke down. Though by that time it didn't make much difference, because the cops waiting at the river tunnel entrance across the river had picked up the rest of the gang. The whole thing was a truck hijacking scheme. Latcher got the license numbers of trucks with valuable cargoes from men inside the truck depots. When the truck marked for hijacking rolled past on its way to the tunnel, Latcher blinked the last 3 numbers of its license to accomplices waiting across the river. They spotted the truck as it emerged from the tunnel, followed it sometimes for hundreds of miles before hijacking it. I got a $500 reward from the Truckers Association for solving a case I didn't even know about. And Latcher got 5 to 15 years in which to think up a new scheme. Like I said, it's okay to look through telescopes if you're sure you won't see prison bars at the other end. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling All Detectives is a Jerry Joss feature written by Ken Houston, directed by Alan M. Fishburne, with Paul Barnes in the role of Jerry Browning.
Calling All Detectives. A man whose mind contained 1,000,000 facts walked out on a stage and could barely remember his own name. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. People lose all sorts of things. And when they do, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, sometimes gets the case. There's something about the way people in show business carry themselves that identifies them every time. That's how I knew the man who entered my office was showfolk even before he handed me his card. I glanced at it, then, sit down, Mr. Misto. You're a magician, eh?
I, Misto, a magician? Certainly not. I, Mr. Browning, am a memory marvel. My brain is the repository of 1,000,000 interesting facts. Ask me anything, anything.
I grinned. Well, okay. What's the population of Nome, Alaska? Misto wrinkled his brow.
Nome, Alaska? Childishly simple, but I don't know the answer.
I stared at him. Well, how about this one, then? What's the area of Texas?
The area of Texas is... I'm afraid I don't know. Mr. Browning, I can't remember anything. With my memory gone, my living is gone. You're a detective. Help me find my memory.
When Mr. Misto, the memory marvel, lost his memory, he asked me to help him find it again. I was driving Misto back to the Casablanca Club, where he was the headliner of the floor show.
My memory deserted me as I went on for the second show last night. I just blanked out, Mr. Browning. I pretended to be sick, got off somehow, but I don't know what I'll do tonight. If this gets out, I'm finished, washed up.
What's your real name? Where do you come from?
George Peabody, Erie, Pennsylvania.
Why? Just a test to see whether you had a complete amnesia, but you haven't. I shook my head. I understand. Well, I'll do what I can. There was a swarthy, heavy-set man waiting in Misto's dressing room.
Mr. Damati, Mr. Browning, Jerry here is a friend of mine.
Damati glowered at Misto.
Don't care who he is. All I want to know is, you in shape to go on tonight or not?
Misto looked at me helplessly. I twisted my face into a leer. He'll go on tonight, but first he pays me the money he owes me, see? Misto's mouth sagged open in surprise, but Damati got it. Or, thought he did.
Oh-ho. So that's what made you sick. Okay, Misto, if you got yourself on a hook to gamblers, you get yourself off the best way you can. But remember, you work tonight or you're through.
Poor Misto looked ready to collapse. I helped him to a chair. I hated to do that, Misto, but it's the only kind of alibi a man like Damati understands. Misto nodded weakly.
Yes, but what happens tonight? I can't go on. I don't even remember the capital of Maine.
It's Augusta, and we'll worry about tonight when we come to it. Now, what happened here last night? Misto looked around, shrugged.
Nothing.
You're not even trying. Did you have a visitor, Damati, somebody in the show, or a stranger?
I'm trying to think. Visitor. Oh, it's no use. I can't remember.
What's your name?
George Peabody.
Where are you from?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Who was here last night?
Janie Morland. Janie Morland? Yes. She's the singer.
Okay. Now we're getting someplace. Why did Janie visit you?
Just to talk. She's a nice kid, young enough to be my daughter. Oh, I wouldn't want that to get around. She comes from Crawford, PA, which practically makes us hometown neighbors.
What did you two talk about last night?
Just hometown stuff.
Let it go for now. You'd better start dressing for your act. I'll go try to find Janie Morland.
But I tell you, I can't go on.
Don't worry about it. Just get dressed. Nobody answered my knock at Janie's dressing room. I tried the doorknob, was just about to go in when...
Just a minute, Bob. Where do you think you're going?
I turned to face Damati. Well, I wanted to talk to Miss Morland. Figured she could give me a line on this Welsher Misto.
Now, look, pal. If Misto owes your dog, get it. But don't bother the rest of my people. Anyway, you won't find Jenny. She quit last night, walked out.
Walked out or was carried out?
I don't care whose mob you're tied up with. Get out of here and stay out.
I got, but not out. Instead, I went back to Misto's dressing room, opened the door. Misto, I apologize in advance for what I'm going to do. Slugging Misto was a dirty trick, but it was the only positive reason I could give him for not going on with his act. I went out to my car, drove back to my office, and really went to work with the telephone. What I wanted was to locate Janie Moreland, if she was alive. At the fourth booking agent I phoned.
Sure, Janie quit the Casablanca Club. Who are you and what's it to you?
I explained who I was and how urgent it was for me to get in touch with her. Finally, I learned that Janie was working at another club way out on Green Oaks Road. I had a long talk with Janie after she'd finished the first show. Then I got back into my car, drove to the hotel where Misto told me he was staying. I found Misto in bed, nursing the biggest shiner I'd ever seen.
Oh, you didn't restore my memory, and you almost killed me.
Relax, Misto, your memory will come back. And as for that wallop, I didn't know it at the time, but you had it coming. I pulled up a chair, sat down at his bedside. Misto, you told me yourself you're old enough to be Janie Moreland's father. Well, you didn't remember that last night. You mistook her homesickness for love, asked her to marry you. And when she refused, you got nasty about it. She finally slapped you, said she'd tell Damati. Misto's stricken face told me that memory was flooding back. You know you've been slipping. Your kind of act isn't as popular as it used to be. If you got fired for bothering a performer, you'd be washed up. But Janie knew that, too. She's a trooper, so she said nothing. Just walked out on the show. Now, what's the area of Texas?
267,339 square miles.
Okay. Your memory block is cured. You owe me $250 and Janie Moreland a formal apology. In writing. And that's all there was to finding a missing memory. Like I said, if you search your mind for the things you've forgotten, you'll generally find, if you find at all, that they're the things you're ashamed to remember. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. All kinds of objects can tick, and I once heard a ticking that was the sound of death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Every private detective knows what I, Jerry Browning, tell you. That there's a time for everything, even murder. It was about 1 a.m. I'd had a hard day, gone home early, and was sound asleep when the persistent ringing of my phone yanked me awake.
Mr. Browning, you don't know me, but you've got to help me. My life is in danger. There's someone in my piano factory who...
Hello? Who is this? What's that ticking? I got no answer to my questions, but that strangling noise through the telephone earpiece spoke for itself. It sounded like only one thing. Murder. I didn't waste time trying to trace the call. Instead, I dressed and headed for police headquarters. I didn't have to go all the way to headquarters. The fire engines and police cars streaking through the streets toward the Olympus Piano Factory told me which way to head. The piano factory was an inferno of flames. I worked my way through the fire lines, found Police Lieutenant Dawson.
Jerry, what are you doing here? There's somebody in the factory. He phoned me just a few minutes ago.
It was almost an hour before the flames were brought under control. And by then, the piano factory was a mass of debris.
Lieutenant, there's a body over here.
Dawson and I picked our way over the still smoldering timbers.
It's the watchman, Jerry. The poor guy must have suspected something.
Dawson, I can't prove it yet, but I'd stake my life he was dead before the fire started.
Mr. Browning, your suspicions were right. This man had no smoke in his lungs. He was dead before the fire at the piano factory started.
I nodded, turned to Dawson. Have you any dope on how the fire started?
Not too much, Jerry. Police had vats of resin for waxing the piano strings and lacquers for wood finishing. Both are highly inflammable. Who's in charge of the place, Dawson? Dawson frowned.
Well, it's kind of complicated. Come on into my office, Jerry.
The man waiting in Dawson's office was Raymond Grant.
I hurried down as soon as I heard the radio broadcast about the fire.
Are you the owner, Mr. Grant?
Oh, dear me, no, indeed. The Olympus Piano Company is a corporation with stockholders in all parts of the country. I was formerly executive secretary to Mr. Lawler, chairman of the board.
Yeah? Why did you get fired? Grant blushed.
I'm still with the company, sir. I meant that Mr. Lawler is no longer connected with it. He resigned a few days ago.
Dawson spoke up.
Where's Lawler now? Well, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know.
About then, a uniformed man brought in a report from the fire marshal. No trace of arson at the factory had been found yet, but they discovered something else. The company's safe, wide open and empty. Grant's face turned a sick green.
There was $38,000 in that safe. 38 grand. We don't know how the fire started, but at least we know why.
I nodded. Mr. Grant, was the safe manually operated or on a time device?
Manually, Mr. Browning. Why?
Just wondering about that ticking I heard. The police search for Clark Lawler, the piano company's chairman of the board, started that same night. By morning, it was evident that he'd disappeared, walked out of his apartment the night before, and simply vanished.
Lawler's our man, Jerry. Got fired from a soft job, decided to clean out the company. The night watchman must have caught Lawler at the safe, so Lawler had to kill him.
That makes sense, Dawson. But what was the ticking I heard?
You were half asleep. You probably heard the clock on your own table.
Maybe. Except that there is no clock on my table. Mr. Browning, the Acme Night Patrol Service manufactures most of the clocks night watchmen use on their rounds. Our clocks record as well as tell time. No watchman worth his job would be found dead without an Acme recording clock. You don't say. Well, we found a night watchman without one, and he was dead.
Yes, Mr. Browning, the Western Employment Agency provided the night watchman for the Olympus Piano Factory. He was Angus McDowell, 62, a bachelor. I understand he lived at the factory during the day.
You haven't told me anything I don't already know.
Such foolish question. You ask me what ticks, Mr. Browning. Everything ticks. Clocks, watches, gears, motors, steam pipes, keys, radios, teeth, metronomes, water faucets, firecrackers, and the braze rattling a window shutter. In my opinion, Mr. Browning, the entire universe ticks.
Thanks, Mr. Vanderwaag. You told me exactly what I need to know. I listened to the sound in a music shop, and that was it. A metronome, a small, precise time interval measuring instrument that most pianists use. That afternoon, I poked around in the ruins of Lawler's office at the burned factory, found bits of just such an instrument. Okay, so now I knew what had caused the ticking, and it wasn't the spinning of the universe. When Raymond Grant walked into Dawson's office, he acted like a bored, busy man.
You gentlemen wish to see me?
Yeah. Mr. Grant, we haven't located Mr. Lawler yet. In fact, we don't have much hope of locating him alive. But we have found the night watchman, Angus McDowell. He's in the next room. Let's go talk to him. Grant did a foolish thing. He tried to run and ran square into a husky cop guarding the door. We didn't need to produce the night watchman to make Grant confess. And a good thing, too, since we didn't have the watchman then. Grant confessed that he'd got rid of the watchman the day of the fire by getting him a job in Savannah, Georgia, at a friend's factory down there. Then Grant lured Lawler to the factory. Lawler got suspicious, called me, but too late. Grant killed him, dressed the body in the night watchman's old clothes, set the fire that reached the chemical vats, and set off the explosion. Well, we got the night watchman back to testify once we found out where he was, and that's all there was to it. I'd always suspected Grant, because I remembered Lawler's words just as clearly as the ticking. He'd said, my piano factory. And he said it like a man who really thought it was his factory. Like I said, there's a time for everything, including the moment when a killer gets his first and last look at the chair.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A white cane, a flower that blooms in the dark, and a photograph. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Even a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, can have his eyes wide open and walk straight into trouble. The automobile traffic on Carver Boulevard was heavy and fast. I stood marooned on the safety island until I spotted the figure of another pedestrian right smack in the path of the oncoming cars. I dashed into the street, darted between the speeding machines, and yanked him back to safety. Then I saw that he was clutching a white cane. The man whose life I'd saved was blind. He told me his name was Clarence Webster. I escorted him back to a large house.
Yes, I live here. That is, the owners, Robert and Harold Trent, permit me to live here. I worked with them in their chemical laboratory for many years until, through Robert Trent's carelessness, there was an explosion and I lost my eyesight, my means of livelihood.
Webster talked as if these things had been locked up inside him for a long time.
When I came out of the hospital, Robert and Harold told me I could share their home for as long as I lived. Oh, they mean well, but sometimes, like this evening, I feel I just must get away. So I take a walk.
Webster was interrupted by the opening of the house door. A man in a disheveled dressing gown leaned out.
Webster, what are you doing out in the street? Who's that with you? This is Mr. Browning, a gentleman who saved my life. May I ask him in, Robert? There's something I'd like him to see.
I should have refused Robert's curt nod, but my curiosity got the better of me. What could a blind man want me to see? I saved a blind man from being hit by an automobile. And when I brought him home, he said he wanted me to see something. It was a conservatory filled with rare and fragrant flowers. Webster moved lovingly among them. His fingers pointed straight at the largest, flashiest flowers. It was hard to realize that the blaze of color was nothing but solid blackness to him. Webster seemed to know what I thought.
Don't pity me, Mr. Browning. I enjoy these flowers just as much as any man. Lack of sight has some compensations. I can appreciate this beauty through a sense of smell and touch.
He walked to a table on which stood the spiniest, most vicious-looking plant I've ever seen.
I don't touch this one, however.
I'll bet you don't. What is it?
An extremely rare variety of night-blooming cereus, a member of the great cactus family, Selenocerius grandiflorus. Quite a botanical curiosity. Blooms in the dark, shrivels and falls off after a few hours in the light. The blossoms are, I believe, pure white, and the fragrance is superb. Oh, you must stop in some midnight.
Webster, I'm sure Mr. Browning has more important things to do than humor you in your crazy hobby.
I turned to face the speaker, Robert Trent, whom I'd seen when we came in. His cold eyes were on Webster's sightless ones. Webster advanced toward him, brandishing his cane.
Robert, when you talk like that, I could kill you.
I don't know what might have happened next if another man hadn't walked into the room. He was a younger, gentler edition of Robert, obviously Harold Trent. Webster introduced us. I left as soon after as I could. Harold took me to the door.
Don't mind Robert's gruffness, Mr. Browning. Clarence is a sort of irritant to him because Robert was responsible for the, accident that blinded him. I guess a psychiatrist would call it a guilt complex. Sometimes I'm sorry I persuaded Robert to bring Webster here. But where else could the guy go?
I couldn't answer that one, so I said goodnight, went on home, tried to forget the whole thing. But 2 days later, I had a visitor in my office. It was Robert Trent, and he looked scared to death.
Mr. Browning, you may think it curious that I come to you for help after my rudeness the other evening. I was greatly disturbed then, and now I'm terribly worried.
Okay, Mr. Trent, let's have it. What's bothering you?
I'm afraid I'm the victim of a scheme conceived a long time ago. I haven't time to go into details now, but believe me, Mr. Browning, my home harbors a dangerous man. You must get Webster away from there, and quickly. I don't care how you do it or what it costs, but I want him out of there.
That was the last time I saw Robert Trent alive. About 1 a.m., I got a call from Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide to come down to headquarters at once.
Jerry,
You're wanted as a witness. Robert Trent's been killed about half an hour ago. His brother Harold stumbled over the body in the conservatory. Robert was beaten to death.
With a cane? Dawson nodded unhappily.
Yeah? The blind man's cane. Webster hated Robert, often threatened him. Harold says you heard one of those threats. You'll have to testify to it, Jerry. Webster's in the other room. Will you talk to him?
I shook my head. After the things Robert had intimated that afternoon in my office, what I had to say to or about the blind man was strictly for the ears of the grand jury. There weren't many witnesses, a maid in the Trent household, a delivery boy. They'd both heard Robert Trent behave in a provoking manner, after which Webster had threatened to kill him. Harold Trent took the stand.
I was always fond of Webster, and I'm sure he didn't mean to kill Robert. My brother was difficult to live with. I realized that, tried to make up to Webster by studying conservatory for him, something to putter around with, take his mind off his affliction. Do I believe Webster's guilty? Yes, I do. But he had every reason to kill my brother. Robert goaded him beyond endurance.
I wondered if Harold thought he was helping Webster's case. The clerk called the next witness, me. I was sworn in, told how I'd met Webster, then about Robert's visit to my office.
Look at these photographs, Mr. Browning. They were taken by the police within an hour after Harold Trent stumbled upon his brother's body in the dark. Do you recognize that blood-stained murder weapon?
I recognized it. And then I recognized something else. This is Mr. Webster's cane, but that's not what's important in the photograph. I know the grand jury's impaneled to hear evidence against the defendant. Just the same, I'd like to do a highly unorthodox thing. I want to offer this photograph as proof of the defendant's innocence. I took the picture over to the jury. There's a flower in this photograph. A rare variety of the night-blooming cereus, a plant that blossoms in the dark. This photograph shows those blossoms already shriveled and about to fall off. This means that the plant was exposed to light for several hours, which also means that Robert Trent was killed in a lighted room. Yet his brother says it was dark. Do you know why? Because Harold Trent knows very well that a blind man would not need light to commit murder, would in fact need darkness as an advantage over his victim. Harold Trent cracked. He admitted he'd deliberately set that explosion years back, was afraid Webster had seen him even then trying to kill his brother, whom he hated. It was a full confession, and it got Harold full punishment, the chair. Like I said, sometimes you have to work in the dark to bring the truth to light. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Many people try to get money that isn't coming to them. But I once had a case of a man who tried to refuse $1 million. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It doesn't take a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to realize that nobody ever gets anything for nothing. I pushed my way through the crowd of reporters camped outside Timothy O'Toole's apartment door.
Hey, Jerry, what are you doing here? Gonna be Timothy's bodyguard now that he's worth $1 million?
I shrugged, didn't answer, because I had no answer. I knocked 3 times as prearranged.
Oh, it's you, Jerry. Okay, come on in.
Timothy O'Toole's apartment was a 3-room cold-water flat on Willow Street, in which he lived with his wife and 2 kids. Until yesterday, Timothy had been an employee of the sanitation department, a garbage collector. Today, he was a millionaire, or so the papers claimed.
Oh, boy, am I glad to see you, Jerry. Sit down. Hey, Agnes, bring me friend Jerry Browning a chair.
I smiled at Timothy's scared-looking, plain little wife. Thanks, Mrs. O'Toole. Now, Timothy, what's this all about? Did your great-uncle in San Diego really leave you $1 million? Timothy didn't answer at once. Finally,
Jerry, the money's really been left me. Except I never had a great-uncle or any other kind of relative in San Diego or any place else. Jerry, they gave $1 million to the wrong man.
The garbage collector was willed $1 million, and admitted to me that he had no right to the inheritance. Now, wait a second, Timothy. A great-uncle is kind of a distant relative.
Not that distant, Jerry. Me father and mother had no brothers or sisters. I have kids to have other kids for me to be a great-uncle to.
Timothy, I lost you halfway through, but I get the general idea. Just what is it you want me to do?
Jerry, if it's a mistake, I don't want the money. But if I did have some relative I never heard about, I'd like for you to find that out.
I grinned at him. Okay, Timothy. You're an honest man. I'll go to work on it right away. At the legal offices of Jenkins, Rafferty, Greystock, and McComb, the senior partner told me,
the inheritance is from Patrick McCarran, Mr. O'Toole's great-uncle on the maternal side, and it's fully in order. In fact, this is Mr. George Quentin, the late Mr. McCarran's general manager.
I shook hands with Quentin, who was big, bluff, and heavily tanned.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Browning. I worked 18 years for old McCarran. Heard him mention a great-nephew many times, always meant to look him up. And no surprise he left all his money to him. Had no other relative.
That's fine, Mr. Quentin. But how can you be sure Timothy O'Toole is the great-nephew? Quentin shrugged.
That's lawyer work. Name is right. O'Toole comes from the right town. He's the right age. Lives on Willow Street. Has the right father's and mother's name. That's good enough for me. But, of course, I'm no lawyer.
We kicked it around some more, but it was plain that both Quentin and the lawyer were satisfied that they had the right legatee. The law firm was reputable, the million was real, so... Okay, gentlemen, I guess Timothy O'Toole is just a lucky man. I reported back to Timothy, refused a fee since I hadn't done any real work, congratulated him on his good fortune, warned him not to let anybody swindle him out of his money. It was all I could do without a full-scale investigation, and by now Timothy obviously was beginning to enjoy his wealth. That's all there was to it. Except that about 6 months later, another case took me to California. I finished my job days ahead of schedule, decided to spend some time driving down the coast, enjoying the scenery. That's how I happened to be in a small town north of San Diego, where I picked up the news that a millionaire had recently purchased a mansion. His name was Timothy O'Toole. Remember me?
Sure, I remember you. Jerry Browning. What do you want?
Timothy. That's no way to talk to an old friend. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Well, we've got some fancy friends visiting, and nice seeing you, Jerry. If you're passing by some other time, drop in.
How do you like that? Snubbed by a guy who used to be grateful for a cup of coffee on a cold morning. I turned to leave, and as I did, caught a glimpse of a face at a window. The face of plain little Mrs. O'Toole, as plain as ever, and white with fright. I saw her only for an instant, but that was enough. Instead of heading back home, I went to San Diego. In San Diego, everybody knew about Patrick McCarran. He'd started with a lunch counter, expanded over the years to one of the largest chains of drive-in restaurants in the state. His death had been abrupt, a heart attack brought on by acute indigestion. The assistant district attorney wasn't happy with me.
Mr. Browning, you can't expect us to exhume a body on suspicion such as you've recounted. Mr. O'Toole and his general manager, Quentin, will fight such a request, and, well, frankly, I can't say I'd blame him.
Look, sir, I have every reason to believe Mr. McCarran was murdered. Poisoned is my guess.
But why? Who had anything to gain? Except O'Toole, who was over 2,000 miles away at the time. No, Mr. Browning, I can't do anything for you. Until and unless you come here with concrete evidence.
I spent the next day watching the O'Toole mansion. Quentin went in and out several times, but neither O'Toole nor his wife ventured outside the grounds. What were they afraid of? They had the money. Nobody could take it away from them. Or could it be taken away? I went back to San Diego, registered at a hotel, and then made some phone calls home. All I wanted to find out was, did George Quentin ever have an opportunity to meet Timothy O'Toole before McCarran had died? I got the answer fast. Quentin had been on a visit to our city the year before McCarran died, spent 2 weeks there, then returned to California. Maybe you don't think that's very concrete evidence, but it was enough to get McCarran's body exhumed.
Gentlemen, this body has enough poison in it to have killed 6 men.
Okay, let's get a warrant for Quentin's arrest. Quentin never did confess, but we convicted him just the same, through the testimony of Timothy O'Toole and his wife. It was a careful, clever murder. Quentin knew that if he made himself legatee of McCarran's will, there'd be suspicion and investigation. So he picked a legatee carefully, somebody 2,000 miles away, a poor, humble guy with approximately the right type of family background, a man who'd love wealth once he became a little accustomed to it, a man who could be controlled thereafter by hinting what the man already knew, that he had no real right to the inheritance. Well, Timothy's back with the sanitation department, but he's a department head now, as befits a man who was once a millionaire. Like I said, you can bet $1 million that easy money is generally the toughest kind to keep. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. The vice president of a great railroad was so proud of his line that he wouldn't admit that anybody could commit suicide on one of his trains. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, works on a retainer basis, the best he can hope for is to keep his job. Wilbur Norris, first vice president of the Great Valley Railroad, and I were sitting in the observation car of a Great Valley train at Northbridge, Minnesota. We'd been up there a week on a case involving right-of-way and were finally heading home. About half an hour after we'd started...
Oh, tickets, please.
I'm Wilbur Norris, conductor. Mr. Browning and I are riding on passes.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Norris. I recognize you.
Encouraged by Norris's smile, the conductor added,
We've got a celebrity with us this trip, Mr. Norris. He's Dane Colby, the movie star. Just finished doing some location shots around Northbridge.
Colby, eh? What space has he got? I'd like to meet him.
The conductor hesitated.
I don't think it's better, sir. Mr. Colby's traveling incognito.
Norris shrugged, looked disappointed. The train and Pullman conductors passed us and a man seated alongside of me. The man spoke up. I'm not with these gentlemen, conductor. Don't you want my ticket?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I thought we already collected yours further back.
The man smiled, shook his head, and produced his ticket. That's all there was to it. At 6 o'clock, Norris and I had dinner, then retired to our double bedroom. About 10 o'clock...
Hey, Mr. Norris, that movie star, Dane Colby, just jumped off the train into the Tuscaloosa River.
While riding on one of the Great Valley Railroad's cracked trains, a movie star committed suicide.
Absolutely, utterly preposterous. I do not permit suicides on my trains. Browning, find Colby. I am going to sleep.
I shrugged. Yes, sir, Mr. Norris. There was no use holding up the train. If Colby did jump into the river, nothing could be done about it in that blackness. I set up investigating headquarters in the dining car. Who's Colby's car porter?
Me, sir. Jose Gualdo.
Jose, had you noticed whether Mr. Colby was agitated or behaved unusually in any way?
No, sir. He didn't say anything much.
The only other people who'd had any contact with Colby were the conductors and a dining car waiter who served Colby's dinner in his compartment.
He ordered a good dinner, sir, and ate it, too. Gave me a fine tip, $5.
I turned to the conductor. Did Colby actually identify himself as such to any of you? Developed that far from identifying himself, Colby had tried to keep his identity secret. Wore heavily smoked glasses constantly. Then how can you be sure he was Dane Colby? The conductor shrugged.
Couldn't mistake him, Mr. Browning. Everybody knew he was on location at Northbridge. Besides, with that yellow hair and those freak sport shirts he wears, you couldn't mistake him.
A man doesn't want his presence known, yet wears freak sport shirts. He eats a big dinner a couple of hours before committing suicide. I'm beginning to agree with Mr. Norris. I think Dane Colby, or somebody who wanted us to think he's Dane Colby, is still on the train. Conductor, I want the ticket of every passenger checked again. Colby or somebody impersonating him may be hiding on the train. The conductor led the way back to the observation car, then started to work his way forward. When you were collecting tickets, you started from the head end of the train back. How come you're working the other way this time?
We generally work from the observation car forward. This afternoon I had business at the baggage car, so we worked the other way for a change.
What with having to wake people up, it took well over an hour to work through only half the train. We passed the car where Colby's space had been, found nobody who couldn't account for himself. Then, 2 cars ahead of Colby's.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. We'll have to check your ticket again.
The passenger was the man whose ticket the conductor had almost failed to pick up in the observation car. Conductor, this afternoon in the observation car, what made you think you'd already picked up this gentleman's ticket? Now, see here, I've been bothered enough. Here's my ticket and get out of here. Answer my question, conductor. The conductor wrinkled his brow.
Well, Mr. Browning, when we're working our way through the cars, anybody who passes from a section we've already covered in the direction we're working isn't stopped because we've already seen his ticket. But somebody going the other way has to show his ticket right then and there before he can get by us. I thought I remembered seeing this gentleman pass from the collected ticket area toward the observation car, but it seems I was wrong.
I can figure out a way which would make you right. I turned to the passenger. What's your name and business? Leonard Turner. I'm a director for Peacock Pictures. Mr. Turner, that means you knew Dane Colby, who disappeared off the train a little while ago. I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me inspect your baggage. Turner protested, politely at first, then violently, and finally tried to pull a gun on me, but I'd been expecting that. Yeah, I found the yellow wig and the freak sports shirt in his valise. Colby never had been on the train. Turner admitted that he'd killed the star and buried his body near Northbridge, because Colby, a fading star, had blamed Turner for his poor work and had the director fired. So Turner killed him, buried his body, and then tried to establish Colby's presence on the train as a build-up for a phony suicide. Later, I tried to explain to Norris the reasoning that trapped Turner. You see, Mr. Norris, Turner had a room in his own name up ahead of the space occupied by Colby. He knew the conductor worked from the head end of the train backward and figured that he'd surrender his ticket as Colby, then walk past the conductor and discard his disguise before the conductor got to Turner's space. It was Turner's tough luck that for once the conductor reversed his usual procedure. The only thing Turner could then do was remove the Colby disguise and go on back to the observation car. But the conductor noticed him passing and assumed that he'd already collected Turner's ticket.
Browning, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. However, I said nobody commits suicide on a Great Valley train, and I was right. Why did it take you so long to solve such a simple matter?
Well, that's all. Northbridge police recovered Colby's body, and Turner drew a life sentence. As for me, well, like I said, when you're working for a big-time executive, he has the right to second guess on everything, including murder. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. Some tokens are good for streetcar rides or drinks at a bar. But I once found a token good for $5,400 in cash. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It doesn't take a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to realize that money has no home. It only comes to visit. I was entering the lobby of the finance building to keep an appointment with the secretary of the Dairymen's League when the man who bumped into me hard enough to knock me off my feet didn't stop to apologize. By the time I got up, he'd run across the lobby, darted out the opposite exit on Market Street. Seconds later, 2 cops burst into the lobby, streaked across to the opposite exit in pursuit of the man. Oh, well, it's nice to see somebody else working for a change. I bent over to dust my trouser cuff when I noticed the coin on the lobby floor. It was about the size of a $50, had a face stamped on one side, some words in a foreign language on the other. I picked it up, then went on about my business. The appointment was brief, just long enough for the secretary of the Dairymen's League to give me a check for $200 as payment for a job I'd done.
If you'd rather have the cash, Mr. Browning, you can cash the check at the currency exchange in the lobby.
I needed cash, so 5 minutes later I was waiting in line at the currency exchange. I'd put the check in my pocket, and as I reached the window, pulled the check out and the coin I'd found along with it. On impulse, I flipped the coin through the grating. This worth anything?
Shut up, wise guy.
I was so surprised that I didn't say anything for a moment, which was long enough for the clerk to shove a bundle of money at me. I staggered across the lobby, counted the money I'd been handed. $5,400 for a battered silver coin. When I offered a currency exchange man a coin I'd found, he gave me over $5,000 in cash. I went out to my car, got in, and did some thinking. Now, for all I know, there may be old coins worth $5,400 or even more. It's a cinch that a currency exchange clerk wouldn't know about them. So why was I given the money? Unless the coin was a token, private currency with arbitrary value. But what kind of a token was worth $5,400? At police headquarters, Lieutenant Dawson told me all about the man who'd run into me in the building lobby.
He's Willie Roach. Willie the Roach, they call him. He's been identified as one of 5 men who lifted a factory payroll last week.
Did your men get him?
No, he got away. But we'll catch up with him. Why?
I tossed the bundle of currency on his desk, explained how I'd come by it. For the next 10 minutes, Dawson burned up the telephone lines. Then...
There's no record of serial numbers on the stolen payroll money, Jerry. Maybe this is part of it, maybe not. But we'll soon find out.
Just a second, Dawson. You go over there and pull a raid and they'll laugh at you. Deny they ever gave me this kind of money for a battered coin.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So what do we do?
Dawson, I've got a feeling that whoever thinks this money belongs to him will be trying to recover it, and soon. I drove home, parked my car in my garage, turned off the lights, stepped out, and... When I came to, I found myself lying on a couch. I didn't open my eyes all the way, just enough to make out that I was in a small room. At a little distance from me, 2 men were sitting at a table. Well, I'd been right. They did want their money, and a lot sooner than even I had thought, except that the money was locked up in a safe at police headquarters. I closed my eyes as the men got up, walked over to the couch.
He's still out, Joe. You shouldn't have hit him so hard.
So what? So he croaks, so who cares?
I care. I worked for that, though. I'm entitled to it. If the guy croaks before I get it back, I'll never get it back.
It's tough, Willie.
Maybe I can choke some life back in him.
I could feel Willie's breath on my cheek as he bent over me, and in that same instant, I drew up my knees and, not to make too fine a point of it, kicked him in the stomach. An instant later, Joe was smashing away with me with one hand, trying to draw a gun with the other. That was a mistake. Well, I was now in command of the room, though I had no idea what lay beyond it. I bent down, took the gun from where it had wedged in Joe's pocket, and for the first time really looked around. Realized that I was in an office. I opened the door cautiously and found myself in the anteroom of a suite of offices. While I was still wondering what to do, the front door opened and a man walked in.
Did you get the money back?
It was a currency exchange man, and we recognized each other in the same instant. Come on in and close the door. Maybe I've got some more old coins you'd like to buy, or a bullet if you so much as jerk a muscle.
Please don't shoot.
Don't shoot, the man says. I'm going to cut you up into small pieces and toss them out the window. He looked as though he'd faint. I took a couple of menacing steps toward him, and he practically babbled. All about how he'd let a gang talk him into having his currency exchange used as a payoff point. How he'd purchased this group of old coins, which the gang used as tokens. How he took in hot money hauls at discount and eased the currency back into circulation. In fact, he was still babbling when the door opened again and Dawson burst in with a police squad.
Jerry, I'm certainly glad I came in time. What happened to you?
I glanced in the mirror, and even I was shocked at my appearance. Face battered, eyes almost closed. No wonder the currency exchange man had been so frightened. I gave Dawson a savage look. Dawson, you've got some peculiar ideas of coming on time. You'll find 2 characters sleeping in that office over there. This joint is probably gang headquarters. As for this character, he wants to tell you the story of his life. Me? I'm going home to bed. And that's all there was to it. The police rounded up the whole gang, and Dawson got his picture in all the papers. Not only for breaking up the currency exchange gang, all because he'd assigned one of his men to tail me, but also for saving my life. The money in the police safe was listed as part of the recovered loot, so I didn't get any of it. Oh, well, private detective can't expect to make money all the time. Sometimes he works for practice, too. But anyway, like I said, whether it's old Spanish coins or $1,000 bills, there's no use worrying about money, since it certainly doesn't worry about you. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective. Calling all detectives. When a girl broke a string of imitation pearls, she started a string of events that led straight to a prison cell. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Even a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, once in a while gets the breaks. I ducked out of the rain into the Hamilton Building arcade. The brightly lighted shops lining both sides of the first floor were a welcome contrast to the heavy weather outside. I turned away from one of the shop windows and saw something even more attractive. A nice-looking little blonde walking through the lobby. Just then, the girl jumped at the sound of the thunder, and a moment later, she was scrambling after a string of beads that had been around her neck and were now scattered all over the lobby floor. I bent down to help her pick them up, noticed that what I thought were beads actually were pearls. The girl was agitated, not because the pearls were valuable, but because her fiancé had given her the necklace. She was on her way to meet him now and simply had to be wearing those pearls. Nothing to worry about, miss. There's a good jeweler on the other side of the Hamilton arcade, Barton and Holsworth. Here's my card. Give it to Sam Barton. He's an old friend of mine. He'll have those pearls restrung for you in 10 minutes. The rain was letting up a bit, so I went on out about my business. I got back to my office about an hour and a half later, found a message to call the jeweler, Sam Barton. Very urgent. What Sam told me made me hang up the phone fast, jump into my car. The blonde who'd broken the string of pearls was still in Sam's shop and crying. There was also a big, good-looking young guy who was trying to comfort her, and who I gathered was her fiancé. Also, there were 2 cops in uniform. What's this all about, Sam? I sent a girl in here to get some imitation pearls restrung, and you tell me they're worth $30,000. Sam winced. I'm sorry, Jerry, but that's how it is. That's a string of matched genuine pearls, and they tally exactly with the description of the pearls stolen from the Wentworth collection. When I sent a girl to a store to have a cheap necklace restrung, the imitation pearls turned out to be genuine and stolen. The girl's name was Jean Martin. Her fiancé, who'd given her the necklace, was Steve Conway, and they were both practically speechless with fear. Now, look, Sam, let's find out what this is all about. I turned to Conway. Just tell us how you happened to get the pearls, and you won't have anything to worry about.
Well, I found the pearls, Mr. Browning. I know I should have reported it, but I didn't think they were valuable. They looked like such a nice present for Jean. Oh, when old Grover Wentworth hears about this, I'll really be in a jam.
Wait a minute. Do you know Mr. Wentworth?
Certainly. He and my father used to be partners. When my father died, Mr. Wentworth put me through college, and just last week got me an offer of an engineering job in South America. I turned it down because I wanted to be here with Jeannie.
He smiled at the girl, who shyly smiled back. I grinned, too. Well, it's quite a coincidence, you finding Mr. Wentworth's pearls, but since you know him, we should get this straightened out in no time. Let's go see him. One of the cops spoke up.
He ain't going no place except to headquarters, Mr. Browning. This is stolen stuff.
That's all right, officer. I'll be personally responsible for Mr. Conway. It took 30 minutes waiting and explaining to 3 secretaries before we got in to see Wentworth. And when we did... This is most embarrassing, Mr. Browning. Young Conway was a guest at my home the evening the pearls disappeared. Of course, I don't doubt that he found them, but
Well, I reported the loss to the police and to the insurance company.
Okay, tell the insurance company the stuff has been recovered. Then we'll go to work and find out what really happened.
Well, all I can tell you is that I found him in an envelope on the street, a little way from Mr. Wentworth's house.
Keep quiet. What do you say, Mr. Wentworth?
I'm sorry, Mr. Browning. The thing is out of my hands. I've been paid the value of the pearls by the insurance company. You'll have to deal with them.
Wentworth's insurance was placed with Transocean Insurance Company. And at their office, Henry Pickett, in charge of investigations, told us that Conway here, one of Mr. Wentworth's guests, found the pearls is a coincidence I cannot accept. Frankly, I think Conway stole them. Which means you intend to prosecute? We most certainly will. And unless you wish to become seriously involved, you'd better turn Conway over to the police. Well, I took the kid over to the police. Tried not to see the accusing look his girl gave me. Coincidence. The more I thought about it, the less I believed it. But I still didn't think Conway was a thief. He didn't figure to be one. At the Downtown Securities Exchange office, I began a check through investment ownership files for the past 8 years. It took me 3 days, but what I found led me to the office of the corporate counsel. What I was looking for were the records going back to the date when Conway, Wentworth and Company were formed. What I found led me to an interview with young Conway in his cell. Steve, if Wentworth is such a rich man, how come that when your father died, there wasn't even enough money to send you through college?
I understand the firm wasn't doing well at that time. Wentworth didn't start making money until a few years later.
Oh, that's what you think. I barged past Wentworth's 3 secretaries and into his private office.
Mr. Browning, I've been thinking. I'll take the pearls back, return the insurance money so Conway won't be prosecuted.
You know that wouldn't stop prosecution. And speaking of giving back, how about giving him back the money you stole from his father? Wentworth's face drained of color. Scared? You ought to be. No wonder you were so good to the kid. Kept him away at school, found him a job in South America. Anything to keep him from staying around here and getting curious. And when he wouldn't leave the country, you put those pearls where he'd be bound to find them and bound to land in jail. Wentworth, I have here a warrant for your arrest. You're charged with defrauding an estate. That's all there was to it. We had him so completely nailed on the fraud charge that the business about the pearls was secondary. The insurance company withdrew that charge against Conway fast, happy to avoid a false arrest suit. Conway's a rich man today. He and Jeannie are married. For a wedding gift, I sent them, a string of pearls. Guaranteed imitation. Like I said, a man doesn't need wealth if he has the pearl of integrity. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Why should a man with a family apply for an insurance policy and name as beneficiary somebody who doesn't want the money? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets a case, he seldom knows where to lead. John Cooley, head of investigations for Consolidated Insurance, was small, dried up, had 2 china marbles for eyes, a thin, bloodless mouth. He could be as implacable as death itself. Or,
Browning, I have an unusual situation here. Pietro D'Andrea, age 42, occupation given as laborer, applied for a $500 policy. Here's the doctor's report on him.
I read the medical report. Applicant suspected of having a heart condition. Policy application refused. I handed the paper back to Cooley. What about it, Mr. Cooley?
Mr. D'Andrea paid a $15 deposit against his first premium. The letter refusing the policy, together with the refund check for $15, is here, but will not be sent.
I blinked. Why not, Mr. Cooley?
Because Mr. D'Andrea is dead. He was struck by a motor car and killed yesterday.
Cooley put his fingertips together.
You understand we have no legal obligation. Nevertheless, we will pay the full amount less the initial premium.
Does it carry double indemnity? Cooley nodded.
The beneficiary is listed as Joseph Haviland, relationship friend. There's no question about honoring the policy. All I want to know is why Mr. D'Andrea, with a wife and 2 children, applied for a policy making a friend the beneficiary.
An insurance company elected to honor a policy it would have refused had not the applicant been accidentally killed. On the way to the address given for the beneficiary, I thought about the contradictions in John Cooley's makeup. If there was anything wrong about a policy, he'd fight against payment even if he had to spend twice the face value of the policy. Yet he'd turn around and honor a double indemnity policy where the company had no legal obligation to do so. The address given for Joseph Haviland, beneficiary under D'Andrea's policy, turned out to be a tavern. I went on in, asked the bartender, "Are you Joseph Haviland?"
No.
"Well, does he own this place or live here?"
"I never heard of him."
I shrugged. "Okay. But if you ever do see him, tell him he's passing up $1,000. A heavy-shouldered, florid-faced man got up from a table.
"I'm Haviland. What's this about $1,000?
"I'm from Consolidated Insurance. Man by the name of Pietro D'Andrea left you his insurance." Haviland's already red-faced muttered.
"Is this some kind of a gag?"
"No. D'Andrea had a $500 policy. He got hit by a car, which means you collect $1,000 double indemnity." The color slowly receded from Haviland's face.
"Okay. Hand over the dough."
"I haven't got it. I'm just verifying the claim. D'Andrea had a family. How come he picked you as a beneficiary?"
"Look, I figured this for a gag right from the start. Now I know it is. Get out of here."
"Wait a second. All I ask is..." A bartender had come up behind me, suddenly pinned my arms. Haviland said,
"Mister, you smell like a cop to me, and I don't like it."
I picked myself up off the sidewalk, waggled my jaw to make sure it wasn't broken. Then I staggered over to my car, got in, and drove off.
You let the man beat you up?
The bartender was holding my arms, Mr. Cooley.
Who is this Joseph Haviland?
I checked into it, sir. He owns that tavern, and I suspect has a shakedown racket, a protective association going in that neighborhood. Cooley rubbed his chin.
Did he strike you as a man who would engage in an insurance murder?
I shrugged. He'd probably do anything for money, but he'd also be smart enough to wait until the policy was issued. No, I don't think murder for insurance is involved here, Mr. Cooley. Cooley frowned.
Well, get to the bottom of it, Browning.
Yes, sir. It may be expensive, Mr. Cooley.
I said get to the bottom of it.
Okay. So I had the job of reconstructing the life of a poor laborer, now dead and buried. His wife couldn't tell me much, only that he'd been a good husband, a good father, worked hard. As for the insurance policy, she didn't even know he'd applied for one. The foreman of a road crew told me.
"D'Andrea? Well, he was a good guy. I hated to fire him."
"Why did you fire him?"
"Well, you know how it is. I had to make a job for a friend of a district boss."
"Yeah, I'll bet you did." So D'Andrea had lost his job before he applied for the policy. The picture began to emerge. In fact...
"Don't use my name, but you understand, this D'Andrea, he looked like a guy waiting to die."
I only had one more loose thread to tuck in, and I took care of that at the county courthouse.
"Case against Joseph Haviland? Well, yeah, sure. He's suspected of killing a butcher on 108th Street. Charges dropped. Witness didn't show up."
"Who was the witness, do you know?"
Pietro D'Andrea. Dead, ain't he?"
I reported back to Cooley, and that's when he pressed the button starting wheels turning.
"Front fender of Haviland car dented.
Paint cracked.
Chemical analysis, paint spots on D'Andrea's body. Check with paint analysis of Haviland's car.
Hear ye, the case of the state versus Joseph Haviland. Charge the willful and deliberate murder of Pietro D'Andrea.
Haviland tried to make a deal for life imprisonment. But when they told Cooley about it...
No deals. He'll either go free or go to the chair.
So that's what it was. The chair. A little man, Pietro D'Andrea, knew that he was marked for death, was afraid to appeal to the police lest his family be involved. But he also knew that if he enlisted a great insurance company on his side, there would be one chance that he might be avenged. That's why he tried to buy a policy and named as beneficiary the man he feared would kill him. Like I said, you may be a little guy, but there's nothing like life insurance to get an awful big guy on your side. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. A set of Shakespeare, a page from a calendar, and 5 cents. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, knows that the amount of money involved isn't what determines the importance of a case.
I got 15 who'll say 17. Thank you. 17 once, 17 twice, 17 3 times. This handsomely bound set of Dickens' work sold for $70.
There were two kinds of people at the auction rooms of Clyde and Wilson. Bargain hunters and sensation hunters. Because the personal effects of the late Bertram Cooper were up for sale. He'd committed suicide, according to the papers, for reasons that were never very clear.
And now, friends, I've got up for sale this fine set of it. Just a moment, folks. You, mister. You've been standing up front just watching for the last hour. Did you come in here to buy or get warm?
It wasn't until I glanced around that I realized the auctioneer was talking to me. He reached behind him, picked up a small red volume from a table littered with Cooper's books.
Here, cheapskate, I got a buy for you. 1 book, 1 nickel. Catch it.
I picked the book up off the floor.
Okay, businessman, it's a deal. Here, catch the nickel.
I pocketed the book, pushed my way out through the crowd. I'd attended the auction only because I wasn't satisfied with the newspaper accounts of Cooper's death. Thought maybe I might pick up a few crumbs of information. I took my purchase back to the office and discovered it was a loose-leaf notebook. All the pages were blank. But inserted midway was a torn page from a calendar with notations in handwriting that said, Tuesday, Orphans Welfare Donation. 2 p.m., Emil, till TLR. Wednesday, 11, Blood Bank. 7 p.m., Carlin's Civic League dinner. All these were scrawled notations of appointments Cooper must have made. Nothing remarkable about them, except that they were appointments for days after his death. According to this, Cooper had planned to be very much alive. I bought a book from the estate of a man supposed to have killed himself, and found that he had detailed plans for the future. The first notation on Cooper's calendar sheet was about a donation he'd intended to make to the Orphans' Welfare Fund the day after he died. At the orphanage, the director told me,
Mr. Cooper's death came as a great shock. Frankly, we were counting heavily on his donation. He'd always been generous.
Let me ask you a frank question, sir. Do you suppose he killed himself because he couldn't make good on his promise to you?
Certainly not. We never solicit contributions. Mr. Cooper volunteered his. In fact, he called me personally and made the appointment you asked me about.
Those do not sound like the actions of a man about to commit suicide. It wasn't hard to figure out the second notation on the calendar sheet. 2 p.m., Emil, TLR. Emil was one of the best custom tailors in town. Had his place on the 8th floor of the Foster building.
Mr. Cooper? Oh, non, monsieur, positively no. No appointment with Monsieur Cooper for Tuesday last. One suit I made for him. A magnificent cashmere 5 years ago. I have not seen him since.
That wasn't so good. I left Emil's place, made a mental note to check on him after I'd verified Cooper's other appointments. Both other appointments checked out. At the blood bank, I was told Mr. Cooper was a regular donor. His health? Excellent. Nobody in ill health is permitted to give blood. At the Civic League, where Cooper had been supposed to attend a dinner, I learned
Mr. Cooper was scheduled to be the principal speaker at the Collins Civic League dinner. That's why we couldn't understand his sudden, death. He was a man who never broke a promise.
Cooper had made notations of 4 appointments for the 2 days following his supposed suicide. Only the one with Emil, the tailor, failed to check. I took the calendar sheet down to headquarters, brought Lieutenant Dawson up to date on what I'd been doing. Together, we took the sheet of paper into the police lab. The image on the screen is an enlargement of the penciled notation in question. It's been enlarged 5 diameters. Hey, Dawson, look. Those 3 letters, TLR, and the name ahead of them, Emil. I don't think they're parts of the same notation. There's a period after Emil. I see that now.
So do I, Jerry. But if it doesn't refer to Emil, what does TLR stand for?
It could be the abbreviation for a name that Cooper didn't want to spell out.
Okay, so what now?
Now we do some checking into Mr. Cooper's background. Way background. Cooper checked back easily. 5, 10, 12 years, and that's all. Previous to 12 years ago, he apparently hadn't existed, which meant he'd had some other name. Maybe I couldn't have bridged the gap myself, but when you're working with the police, you're working with people who don't care how long it takes to dig up a fact. They get paid by the year.
We traced it, Jerry. Cooper's name used to be George Endicott. Came from upstate.
Endicott, eh? Well, that's a good, honest name. Why would a man want to change it?
Jerry, why don't you go upstate and find out?
I found out. A woman had been dissatisfied with her marriage to a humdrum husband in a small town. She'd left him to marry another man who changed his mind. She killed that man and drew a sentence of life imprisonment. I visited Mrs. George Endicott in the state penitentiary for women. Her first name was Emile. She didn't know her husband was dead. Didn't even know he'd changed his name. The letters TLR meant nothing to her, but they meant plenty to me now. They meant that some person whose name could be abbreviated as TLR knew about Emmeline and about George Endicott, who'd made a new, respectable life for himself as Bertram Cooper. We found that person. Lawrence Taylor, spelled Taylor. He'd been a court stenographer at Mrs. Endicott's trial. These days he had a more profitable business, blackmail. The police picked up Taylor, smashed a feeble alibi attempt for the day of the murder, and after a while, he confessed. His bank accounts were the giveaway. He'd blackmailed Cooper for years, until Cooper finally decided to go to the police, accept notoriety rather than blackmail. He made an appointment with Taylor to tell him about that decision, but Taylor anticipated it, came around the evening before, and shot Cooper, made it look like suicide. That's all there was to the case. I got no credit, no fee. In fact, it cost me a nickel. But, like I said, everything's stacked against a killer. And he can forfeit his life because of something no more important than 5 cents. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Serum antitoxins save thousands of lives. But I once had a case where life-saving serum was meant to kill a man. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. I, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, don't get sick very much. In fact, more doctors consult me than the other way around. Dr. Bowman closed the door of his private office and sat down heavily at his desk. A moment ago, he'd been the perfect picture of the grave doctor. Now, in the privacy of his office,
Mr. Browning, somebody in my clinic is trying to murder me by means of anaphylaxis.
Anna who? Dr. Bowman wasn't amused.
Anaphylaxis isn't a person, Mr. Browning. It's a physiological phenomenon. Extreme and violent shock reaction. For example, if a guinea pig is injected with a harmless amount of certain tropical serums, that guinea pig becomes sensitized to it. Then, if within 10 to 14 days the animal is injected again with the same serum, anaphylaxis results. Within a few minutes, it dies.
Wow. Now, let me get this straight, Doctor. Serums that protect a person, if injected a second time within a limited period, cause death?
Certain rare serums, yes. Mr. Browning, as you know, I have recently returned from the Amazon, researching for the cause and cure of the dread locosis plague. After 2 years of work, I have finally evolved its antitoxin. And now look.
Dr. Bowman opened his desk drawer, took out a wicked-looking hypodermic syringe.
Browning, somebody has made a human guinea pig out of me. Yesterday, when I went into the closet to change to my street clothes, I felt a pinprick, investigated, and found this needle attached to the wall where I had to bump into it. The needle was filled with locosis plague antitoxin. If it happens again within the next 2 weeks, as sure as I'm sitting here, I am a doomed man.
I was hired by a doctor to find out who was trying to murder him through repeated injections of a deadly tropical plague antitoxin. Dr. Bowman introduced me to his staff as being a pre-graduate worker compiling a report for a medical school journal. His staff consisted of 2 associate doctors, Ryder and Kaufman, and 2 employees, Miss Lang, the nurse, and Harry Brent, the lab technician.
Tell me, Mr. Browning, what do you think of the new Swedish discoveries in the field of paresthesis?
Dr. Kaufman, I approve of them, mostly. I got out of that one. I hoped. But when Brent, the lab technician, found me at the big refrigerator...
Get away from there, Browning. You should know better than to leave that door open. You'll ruin all the cultures and Syria in there.
Well, I was just looking at the stock. Brent stared at me curiously.
Just what do you think this is? A clinic or a grocery store?
I couldn't answer that one and didn't try. After that, I kept out of the lab and spent most of my time in the anteroom studying Miss Lang. That was nice work. She was a neat little brunette who certainly didn't look like a murderess. Then very few of them do. I checked into her background, found it conventional. She lived in a nurse's residence, had no special boyfriend, dated the lab technician Brent once in a while. Brent was one of those guys who hadn't been able to make the grade in medical school and shifted over to lab work. As for the 2 doctors, Kaufman was a widower whose chief interest in life, apart from medicine, appeared to be chess. The other doctor, Ryder, was engaged to a society girl and spent all his free time with her. What did it all add up to? Nothing yet. I shifted my inquiry back to the clinic, observed the patients, watched the staff at work. On the 3rd day, I had another conference with Dr. Bowman.
Anything yet, Browning? This tension is beginning to show on me. I'm afraid to make any sudden move, walk into a closet, turn a corner. Browning, I can't stand this much longer.
Take it easy, Doc. I studied him. How would you like to go out of town for a couple of weeks, until the critical period of that serum shot you had wears off? Bowman shook his head.
I thought of that. But it'll just happen again after I return.
I nodded. Of course it will. We'll solve it, providing you don't lose your nerve.
I promise. I won't lose my nerve anymore.
I grinned at him. Now you're talking. Let's get back to this anaphylaxis business, this sensitivity to plague serums. Would an average patient know about a thing like that?
I doubt it strongly.
What? I doubt it, too. But I just wanted to make sure. That eliminates the patients at the clinic and means the potential killer is somebody on your staff. Doctors Kaufman and Ryder, your nurse, Miss Lang, or your lab technician, Harry Brent.
I'm afraid you're right. Now what?
Now we try some anaphylaxis of our own and watch what happens. I worked that afternoon with the staff until the last patient had left. Then, in that lull, while the staff was still assembled, I said, "You know, it's a funny thing, but many a guy who's afraid of being killed gets so nervous that he turns around and kills the other guy first." Kaufman turned on me.
Mr. Browning, what is the point of that profound observation?
Well, it's just something I happened to read in the papers. Dr. Ryder smiled coldly.
Browning, I suggest you confine your reading to medical journals. Good day.
I got no reactions from the nurse or the lab technician, but I didn't care. The thought had been planted. The next morning, as Dr. Kaufman was putting his coat away...
Confound those carpenters who leave nails sticking out of doors.
We started the morning's work. Then a couple of hours later, Dr. Ryder came dashing into the office.
Get me some iodine and a bandage, quickly.
Dr. Ryder's palm showed a tiny drop of blood from a pinprick, while Miss Lang ran for the iodine. What's the matter, Dr. Ryder? Cut yourself?
A pin sticking out of the corner of my desk. A man can get blood poisoning that way. Where's that girl with the iodine?
Well, that proved nothing. But in the lab that afternoon, Harry Brent was preparing a culture. I walked past him, and as I did, nudged him. Brent staggered back, brushed his elbow against the cabinet door, then jumped into the air.
I'm poisoned! I've been poisoned!
I grabbed Brent before he fell. You're dying. Bowman got you before you got him. Quick, tell me what it's all about, and I'll avenge you. Yeah. Anaphylaxis may be something I never heard of before, but the power of suggestion is old stuff to me. I had the whole story in less than a minute. Jealousy. Brent loved Miss Lang. She loved Bowman. So the lab technician decided to eliminate his rival in typical medical style. In another 5 minutes, Brent knew the whole thing was a fake. Of course, the hypo needle had nothing in it. But by then, he was on the way to jail. Like I said, when anybody plans murder, sooner or later he has to take a shot of his own medicine. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. I don't know whether or not you're superstitious, but I once had a case of a prize fighter who thought he'd been jinxed to death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Believe me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, it doesn't take much to turn a champ into a chump. As I walked into Lefty McGonagall's restaurant, bar, and grill, I saw Kid Boyle and his manager Jojo at a table across the room. Kid Boyle was a clever lightweight who'd been coming up fast. Jojo waved at me, so I strolled over to their table.
Hello, Jerry. Meet Kid Boyle.
Hello, Kid. The smart money says you'll take Bartok in your fight tomorrow.
Sure wish I thought so, Jerry. Me, I just told Jojo I'm jinxed. Ain't got a chance.
Jojo, his manager, laughed loudly.
Jerry, this clown just broke a mirror. So right away he thinks he's through.
I pulled out a chair, sat down. Kid, I'm surprised at you. Broken mirrors, black cats, that stuff is hokum right out of the Dark Ages.
You think so?
I know so. Forget it. The kid brightened, began to eat. A minute later, he reached for the salt, spilled some, threw a pinch of it over his shoulder.
That means I'm going to have a fight.
Of course you will. A fight with Bartok tomorrow. And you'd have it whether you spilled the salt or not.
Yeah, that's a fact.
The rest of the dinner went along without trouble. Then I took out cigarettes, passed them around. I lit a match.
Jerry, not 3 on a match. That's the worst kind of bad luck.
Oh, here we go again. Listen, kid, that superstition started several wars ago, when enemy sharpshooters could snipe at a soldier holding a match too long. Ever since, people have been knocking themselves out over it.
Jerry, I think you could cure me of superstition if you'd work for me for a while. How about you dragging me up out of the Dark Ages?
When Kid Boyle hired me to cure him of superstition, I discovered that what he really wanted was for me to bring him good luck. I walked him down the aisle toward the ring the next night. Look, kid, forget superstition. Go in there and knock Bartok kicking.
Yeah, sure. Hey, rub my head for luck, will you, Jerry?
The fight was short and snappy. In the first round, the kid caught Bartok in a neutral corner and hit Bartok with everything except the corner. The fight was over in less than a minute and a half. They shoved the microphone under the kid's nose, asked him how he'd done it.
Nothing to it. I hit him with a lucky punch.
That was enough for me. I talked to the kid's manager in the dressing room. Jojo, the kid's all yours. He doesn't want to be cured of superstition. He wants me for a mascot. I quit as of right now. In the next 6 months, Kid Boyle shot up through the lightweight ranks with a succession of fast KOs. Then one day I got a panicky call from the kid. Could I please come right over? He was in a bad jam.
Jerry, maybe you think it's superstition, but I tell you, this is serious. Marty Morton, the champ, has given me a shot at the title. But the fight is scheduled for Friday the 13th. Who can beat a jinx like that?
His manager looked at me, rolled his eyes.
That ain't the waste of it, Jerry. You know the managers always cut for which one gets the best dressing room for his boy. So we cut. And you know what I cut?
No, what?
He cut the ace of spades, that's what. The ace of spades. It stands for death. Oh, Jerry, I'll be killed in this fight. I'm as good as dead.
Well, I argued, pleaded, bullied. But, kid, you can't lose. The odds are all with you. The smart money is on you. Kid, you'll win and be the best lightweight champ in ring history.
All I ask is one thing, Jerry. Will you come to my funeral?
What can you do with a guy like that? Jojo and I did the only thing possible. We kept him away from reporters. Just the same, the story leaked. Those things always do. And what happened? The odds went even higher in Kid Boyle's favor. Everybody figured the superstition stuff was a gag released by Jojo to push the odds down. On the night of the fight, Friday the 13th, the big arena was a sellout. I had a ringside seat.
I got your ticket right under my corner, Jerry. It's my farewell present to you. You're a good guy. Maybe you'll even be a pallbearer for me.
Maybe the kid thought he was doomed, but from the way he came tearing out of his corner at the bell, it was plain that he intended to die fighting. He had a reputation as a hard, clean hitter. So did the champ, Morton, so there was plenty of action right from the gong. It was a kid's fight almost from the start. He was faster, hit harder than the champ, and in the third round, the champ went down for a short count. He bounced right up again, but anybody could see he'd been hurt. At the end of that round, Jojo took the water bucket from one of the handlers, sponged the kid's face carefully. Just before the bell, the kid leaned over toward me.
Hey, Jerry, sure looks like I was wrong. I'm getting this guy.
Only seconds after the fourth round started, the kid ran into a right hand thrown by Morton. The next instant, he hit the canvas and lay still. Morton went to a neutral corner, the referee started counting, and I got so excited I started to pound the ring post. My hand slipped and went smack up against the sponge with which Jojo had wiped the kid's face. I wiped my wet hand on my jacket, then I sniffed.
Stop the fight! Stop the fight! The kid's been drugged!
It was quite a riot while it lasted, but they stopped the fight because I had the evidence. The sponge had been saturated with a drug, and in front of thousands of witnesses, Jojo had swabbed his boy with sleepy sauce. It was an old story. A fight manager who'd made a deal to throw his boy, bet heavily on the opposition to win. He'd played on the kid's superstition, and when that didn't seem to be working, he made doubly sure with the dope.
Please, give me another chance. I'll square myself. Give me a little time.
So they gave him time. 5 years. As for the kid, he got a return match with Morton, won easily, held the championship for almost 5 years, retired undefeated. And as far as I know, was never superstitious again. Like I said, if you get the wishbone, you may think you're lucky. But I ask you to consider what happened to the chicken that had it in the first place. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. I once had a case in which a mystery story writer provided the chief exhibit, his own murdered body. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Sometimes people ask me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, how I feel about circumstantial evidence. Well, it all depends on the circumstances. Bungalow A at the Fremont Motel was occupied by one dead man lying on the floor and 8 live cops who were swarming all over the place. While Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide checked for fingerprints, I talked to my friend Tim Fremont, who owned the motel. This murdered man, Henry Hackett, has he stayed out here before, Tim? Tim nodded. Sure. Some kind of a writer, wasn't he? At least that's what he told me. Been coming here for years. Arrived 2 weeks ago, scribbled on a pad of paper all day long. Never any guests. Liked it here because he could get away from people. I don't suppose you caught a glimpse of whoever shot him? Tim shook his head. It was late at night. I heard the shot, same as everybody else. Whoever did it jumped into a car. No lights. Got clean away. Dawson came over to us, holding a letter in his hand.
Jerry, here's a letter we found in Hackett's pocket. Listen. If you insist, we shall keep the midnight date, although I think the whole setup smells of melodrama and hokum. As to Diane, certainly she must die. You can decide when, where, and how. The letter's typed, no signature. What do you think of that, Jerry?
Hackett was a mystery story writer, wasn't he?
Sure he was. What about it?
I just thought I'd mention it, Dawson.
These writers, none of them satisfied to stick to their stories. They have to fool with real crime. Jerry, this case is crawling with clues. I'll have it solved within 24 hours.
When Henry Hackett, a mystery story writer, was murdered, the police found a letter that seemed to name his murderess. Back at headquarters, Dawson called in the reporters.
We'll get this Diane woman mentioned in the letter, boys. She's bound to have been seen in public with Hackett someplace. He intended to kill her, only she killed him first. Give me a play on the story and we'll smoke her out.
The boys really gave the story a play. They smeared it all over page 1. Late that afternoon...
Joe Cooper is my name, Lieutenant. I take care of Mr. Hackett's house while he's away working. Mr. Hackett, he said that if anything ever happened to him, for me to get in touch with his literary agent, a feller by the name of Durham.
Dwight Durham, the literary agent, was sleek, well-groomed, and amused. Come in, gentlemen. I read a story in the papers about some mysterious person named Diane. Might I see the letter at which he's mentioned? Dawson handed over the letter. Durham read it, then... I know this is hardly a time for humor, but... Well, there's been a really funny mistake. Durham reached into his desk, took out 2 file folders. I'm afraid that letter's misled you, Lieutenant. Here's the proof in this first folder. It was proof, all right. Galley proof of the first installment of a new Henry Hackett murder mystery serial. In the very first chapter, there was a character all the other people in the story hated. Her name was Diane. I read the type over Dawson's shoulder, noticed that his ears were turning a bright red. After a few moments more, Dawson put the proof down.
Oh, Jerry, I'll never live this down. Those newspaper reporters will kid me for the rest of my life.
Durham opened the second folder. Here's the rest of the manuscript about the luckless Diane. As for the letter about her, that was written by Harrison Carter, editor-in-chief of the Green Book magazine in Boston. You can call him and check on it if you like. Dawson reached for the phone.
Don't think I won't.
I stopped him. It's no use, Dawson. You know as well as I do that Mr. Durham is telling us the truth. Durham cut in on me. Gentlemen, I'm rather busy this morning. If you have no further business with me... We're not quite finished, Mr. Durham. You are Hackett's agent. Suppose you tell the lieutenant all you know about Hackett while I look through this manuscript. I picked up the typed pages, read through chapter 7, by which time, sure enough, Diane had been murdered. I turned a page and there was no more story. Hey, where's the rest of the story? That's all of it, Mr. Browning. Hackett was killed before he finished the book. I kept on staring at the typed sheets. Something was bothering me, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. This stuff isn't up to Hackett's usual standard, is it? I wouldn't say that, Mr. Browning. Dawson yawned, got up.
Mr. Durham can't tell us anything, Jerry. Come on. Let's get back to headquarters.
Wait a second, Dawson. I've got an angle on what you can tell those reporters about Diane. Sit down at that typewriter over there and wrap it out before I lose the idea. Dawson shrugged, sat down again. Statement to the press concerning the Hackett murder. Please do not release until after the arrest of Hackett's murderer.
I've got that, Jerry. Go ahead.
I didn't answer. Instead, I reached over, pulled the sheet out of the machine. I turned to the agent. Mr. Durham, I've changed my mind about phoning the editor of the Green Book in Boston. I'll call him now. to find out whether Hackett usually sent in his scripts typewritten or in longhand. There was a long pause. Then Durham smiled weakly.
Never mind. I'll answer that. Hackett wrote in longhand. I suppose you've noticed that the type on my typewriter checks with the typing of these manuscript pages. Well, I type his scripts from the longhand drafts when he mails them to me.
Okay. Where are the original pages?
I don't save them.
Jerry, what's this all about?
Dawson, this is about a literary agent who took his client's original manuscript, threw it away, and wrote substitute chapters. Why did you do that, Mr. Durham? Durham kept denying it, finally admitted under pressure that he did rewrite Hackett's material, claimed it was within his rights as literary agent to do so. Dawson was handling the questioning now. Durham was lying desperately and beginning to show fear, out of all proportion to the spot he was in. I didn't listen to his answers, just kept watching his eyes. And 10 minutes later... Don't ask him anything else, Dawson. I think I know where Hackett's original manuscript is. I opened the bottom drawer of a file cabinet across the room, the spot Durham had been staring at. Yeah? I found Hackett's original script. A complete story with one character who did not appear in Durham's version. The character of a crooked literary agent. One who took a power of attorney from writers and then squandered their money. That's how Hackett had intended to show up his agent. And that's why the agent murdered him and wrote a few chapters of a completely new version of the book. Why did I suspect Durham? Remembering that Hackett worked in longhand was part of it, but mostly I know writers. And any mystery writer who turns out only 7 chapters in 2 weeks wouldn't last long in that tough business. Like I said, the real clues aren't always evident. Finding them generally depends on the right circumstances. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Shadowing is part of a detective's business. But once I had a case that involved a whole collection of shadows, all stolen. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Every once in a while, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets a case that puts all the others in the dark. The little man who entered my office smiled diffidently at me.
I am Etienne Surin. I wish to consult with you, Monsieur Browning.
I waved him to a chair. Okay, Mr. Surin. What's your problem?
It is a matter of shadows, monsieur. You are acquainted with this line of work?
I nodded. I don't care much for it, but I do it when necessary. Whom do you want shadowed and why? My visitor shook his head.
It is that you misunderstand. This is the type shadow to which I make reference.
Surin whipped a pair of scissors from his pocket, grabbed a piece of paper from my desk, and went to work. In less than a minute...
Voilà, Monsieur Browning, a shadow of yourself. I, Etienne Surin, am the silhouette artist supreme. In exactly 33 seconds, I transform a piece of lifeless black paper to your living image.
Say, that's mighty clever. But what has it to do with consulting me?
Everything, monsieur. It is that I have a stall in Webster Park, where I make the silhouette for customers and my own amusement. I have a magnificent collection of silhouettes. For 20 years I've made them. They hang on the walls of my stall. To me, they are the expression of my genius.
Okay, what about them?
Monsieur, they're all gone. Or stolen. I beg of you, please find my shadows.
A fast-working silhouette artist hired me to recover his missing collection of shadow pictures. On our way to Webster Park, Surin was still talking about his art.
I do not cut merely the head picture. I do the full-length figure. A woman carrying a child, a man eating from a bag of popcorn. Yet all this is only outline work. For not even the great Surin can show details as in a drawing or painting.
Webster Park was a sort of self-enclosed Coney Island set down in a neighborhood of tenements and factories. It had the usual luck games, rides, and souvenir booths. Surin's stall was next to the bingo game concession. Sure enough, the walls of Surin's booth were bare. Come on, Surin. Let's visit your neighbors, find out if anybody saw the thief. It was a little early for the bingo tent to have any customers, so we talked to Benny Cook, the number caller.
No, I don't know nothing about the guy's paper dolls. Anyways, I've been off sick the last couple of nights, so the boss run a concession. Is the boss around? Mr. Archie? Sure, he's around the grounds someplace.
Looking for the bingo tent boss, we stopped at the Guess Your Weight concession.
Say, listen, I already told the cops I didn't see the guy. There's lots of creeps wearing sports jackets around here. What's so special about one with a briefcase?
I turned to Saran. And what's he talking about? And why didn't you tell me you'd called in the police?
But, monsieur, I have not called the police. And as for sports jacket, the briefcase...
Saran shrugged helplessly.
I too do not know what this man talks about.
Then I got the story from the weight guesser.
Last night, somebody knocked over the friendly loan joint across the street, slugged the bookkeeper. A gook makes a grab at the high sky, see? Snags a piece of his plaid jacket before he counts out. When he comes to, he's got lumps, and a briefcase with $5 grand is missing from the office. Seems a couple of guys seen the heister dash into this here park and disappear into the crowd, but me, I didn't see him.
I couldn't see any connection between the holdup and the theft of Saran's shadow pictures, so we went looking for Archer, the bingo game boss. Finally found him at the park cafeteria.
No, I didn't see no heist guy, and I didn't see no goof lifting Saran's pictures. I didn't see nothing. My man Benny was sick, and I was working a bingo game, and that's a full-time job, watching chiselers trying to ring extra cards in on you. Besides, I don't feel good, so do me a favor, quit bothering me.
And that was that. Saran and I went back to his empty stall.
20 years more it will take me to make another such collection so good, so better I start right now.
I watched the little man work for a while, noticed that he'd take only a passing glance at some person walking past his booth, then snip a full-length outline of the passerby in a matter of seconds. Hey, hold it a second, Saran. Would you say your collection had any real value, resale value?
The pity of it, no. Your silhouette, you value. But to tell the strictest truth, it is not art. No detail, no technique, no value.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So why would somebody risk stealing your collection unless... Wait a second. You cut these pictures of people who pass by. Suppose you cut one last night of a man in a plaid jacket who was carrying a briefcase. Suppose he knew you'd done it, figured he'd be recognized from the picture, so he stole your whole collection to hide the fact that he just wanted his own silhouette.
Vraiment, you are a man of genius. Except, I did not cut such a picture. Too bad.
Benny, the bingo number caller, came sauntering by.
What's the matter, Saran? Still mourning about your paper dolls?
No, I think we've got the reason for the loss figured out. Now listen, Saran. You must have cut the hold-up man's silhouette. No other explanation makes sense. Start cutting a picture of a man with a briefcase. Do it right now. You may get a muscular recall of something your mind doesn't remember.
Well, I gotta be going.
What's your hurry, Benny? Stick around. This might be interesting.
Get out of my way before I slug you. You're fixing to frame me, but I tell you I was homesick. Archie! Hey, Archie!
It wasn't Archer, the boss, who came running up, but two cops. They searched Benny, found nothing. But at his boarding house, they had better luck. They found the torn plaid sports jacket, the briefcase, though not the money. Yeah? Archer had that. He and Benny engineered the holdup together. That's why Benny dashed into the park, passed the money to his boss.
It's no use, Monsieur Browning. I cannot do the picture. It is that some people, their faces are like mush. No individualism. I cut the picture or start to cut it and throw it away. Many times a night I do that. And with this Benny who has the mushy features, it must be that I start the picture and then, eh bien, throw it away. Perhaps.
Well, it made no difference, of course, because Benny had seen Saran start the picture. Came back and stole the whole collection rather than take the time to look for his own silhouette. Then his own alarm provided the real tip-off. Like I said, when somebody acts like he's cut out for crime, he usually proves it on himself, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Some people will go to any lengths to amuse their party guests, up to and including staging fake burglaries. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It's never good business for a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to show off in public. But the man who walked into my office earned his living by doing just that. I'm Alvin Hartwell, a professional party giver. You put up the dough, I put on the show, with a guarantee to register you in the social register. Not me, Mr. Hartwell. I don't want to crash society. Wrong, Mr. Browning. You do want to be in society because I'll pay you to be there. Tomorrow night's the time. The Robertson home is the place, and you are the star attraction. Yeah? And what do? Juggle? Hartwell grinned. Well, not exactly. This will be a Roomba party. Everybody who's anybody will be present. Object to get the Robertsons accepted by the Bon Ton. At the moment, there's a slight resistance to them, which is where you figure. Okay. But so far, I don't like anything I've heard, Mr. Hartwell. That's because you haven't heard the crackle of fresh money yet, but you will. Oh, yes, you will. Mrs. Robertson has a strand of superb emeralds, and I'm going to stage a fake robbery during the party, give the guests a thrill, get the Robertsons' names in the papers, and get another detective. Hartwell smiled, reached into his wallet, brought out a bunch of crisp bills. I'm not suggesting anything illegal, Mr. Browning. It's all in fun. Good publicity. And for you, $1, $2, $3, $4, $500 paid in advance for one night's work. I looked at the money and... you just hired yourself a detective. Against my better judgment, I agreed to attend a party and recover some emeralds after a fake robbery staged for publicity purposes. I got to the party early, but Hartwell, the professional party giver, was already there. He dragged me over and introduced me to my host and hostess. Robertson looked at me doubtfully.
Mr. Browning, what do you think of this fake robbery idea?
Personally, Mr. Robertson, I don't like it a bit, but a job's a job. Robertson nodded, mumbled something about Hartwell knowing his business. I took a good look at Mrs. Robertson's emeralds. They were worth looking at. Then Hartwell tugged at my arm.
Come with me, Jerry, and I'll show you how we work the act.
Hartwell led me to a big potted palm directly below where the orchestra, Don Jose and his boys, were setting up their instruments.
At midnight, just as the folks are heading into the banquet table in the supper room, somebody will pull the light switch. While the lights are off, Mrs. Robertson will slip off her emeralds, pass them to me, and I'll hide them right here in this palm box. She'll announce the loss, you identify yourself as Jerry Browning, the famous detective, and instantly, without stalling, you find the emeralds.
Wait a second. I put on a big grandstand about what a terrific guy I am, and then presto change how I find the stuff?
Right.
Wrong. I quit. I won't make a monkey of myself for $500 or $5,000. Hartwell reasoned with me, pleaded, and finally I agreed to a modification of his wacky plan. No grandstanding, and for me to find the jewels after a search of reasonable duration. We left it at that, and I mingled with the growing crowd. Almost before I knew it, it was midnight.
Supper is served.
People started to move into the next room. I caught a glimpse of the Robertsons with Hartwell standing near them. Then... the lights flicked off, and for a few seconds there was a lot of milling around. Then the lights went on again. I looked at Mrs. Robertson again. Sure enough, her emeralds were gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Robertson's emeralds seem to have disappeared. However, we are fortunate to have present Jerry Browning, America's foremost detective. Mr. Browning, will you find Mrs. Robertson's missing emeralds?
I tried not to blush, said I'd be glad to look for the stuff. I asked people nearby a few perfunctory questions. Then, I suggest that everybody go in for supper, and I'll try to find the necklace, which I think is hidden in this room. When the last guest had left the room, I walked over to the potted palm and poked around a bit in it. Then began to dig in earnest. It was also in vain, because Mrs. Robertson's emeralds were not there. I dashed into the supper room. Okay, who's got the necklace? And this time I'm not kidding about it. It took a couple of minutes for the Robertsons and Hartwell to realize that I meant what I was saying. And then Mrs. Robertson promptly fainted. I paid no attention to her. I'll still consider it a joke if whoever has the necklace will hand it over this second. Otherwise, everybody gets searched. Hartwell jumped up.
You can't search these people. They're the cream of society.
Cream of skim milk. They all get searched, and that includes you, Hartwell. That's when Robertson spoke up.
Mr. Browning, I'm sure there's been a mistake. I will personally vouch for all my guests, including Mr. Hartwell. If you cannot find the necklace where it has perhaps been dropped, then I'm willing to consider the matter closed and to relieve you of further responsibility.
Well, it was a nice gesture. And watching his face as he spoke, I was positive that he wasn't kidding. The necklace was really gone, and he meant to take the loss rather than embarrass his guests. I walked on back to the ballroom. Gazed at the palm I'd ruined. No use searching there anymore. I dug right down to the roots. My eyes wandered up to the musicians' platform where Don Jose, the band leader, was packing away some instruments. Hey, you all through playing for the night?
No, senor. Well, after supper, when people are full with the good food and wine, we play the slower music, so we do not need the maracas, yes?
Maybe yes, maybe no. I think I'd like to look at those maracas right now. Don Jose didn't want to part with his bean-filled gourds. In fact, he was so anxious to keep me from looking at them that he tried to pull a blackjack on me. And when anybody does that, he's talking my language. Yep, the necklace was inside one of the maracas. Don Jose had overheard me talking with Hartwell and decided to acquire a nice necklace for himself, so he snatched it out of the palm box the moment Hartwell dropped it there. In court, he claimed it was a joke, and the judge was smiling when he handed down a 3-year sentence. As for Robertson, he got such a newspaper play for his big gesture in vouching for his guests that society took him and his wife right in. Maybe that's good. I wouldn't know. What I do know is, like I said, when you do tricks to be the life of the party, always make sure you're not being a party to crime. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. There's an old joke about a restaurant owner going out to eat. But I once saw that happen because the owner was afraid to eat his own food. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It doesn't take a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to know that the guy who dishes it out can't always take it. It was after midnight, and I was hungry. So instead of heading home, I decided to stop off at Louie's Hamburger Heaven. Louie was an ex-burglar who'd swapped his Jimmy for a skillet and was doing fine the last time I'd seen him. But tonight, there wasn't a customer in the place. A short-order cook I'd never seen before was dozing over a crossword puzzle, and as for Louie...
Hello, Jerry. How are you?
I'm fine, Louie. But what's with you?
I'm okay, I guess. Sit down.
Louie's smile was fixed and a little punchy.
Got a lot of improvements since you've been here, Jerry. Hey, Gus, meet an old pal, Jerry Browning.
Gus put down his crossword puzzle, waddled over, gave me a flabby hand to shake.
Pleased to meet you.
He turned to Louie.
Guess I'll go on back and clean up, Louie.
Yeah, Gus. Go ahead.
When Gus was out of hearing, Louie whispered,
Gus has a record, Jerry, just like me. That's why I hired him. You gave me a break once, so now I'm passing it along. Gus is going straight. He'll never steal no more.
I grinned. That's fine. But right now I'm hungry. Every time I come in here, you offer me a fish burger or chocolate burger or something. Why not tonight? Louie gulped.
Oh, Jerry, you make me feel like a heel. Tell you what, I'll take you out and buy you a sandwich. Strictly between the two of us, the food in this joint is person. And I mean person.
When I stopped off at Louie's Hamburger Heaven, he told me his food was poison, and he meant it. We went to Louie's competition, Clancy's Chili Parlor.
Louie, about time you wised up that your food ain't fit for human consumption. What'll you have, gents?
Louie winced, but swallowed the insult.
Chili, a steak burger with trimmings, apple pie a la mode, and coffee for my pal. For me, a glass of water.
While I ate, Louie told me his tale of woe.
Business was fine, terrific. So good I had to hire a night man. Gus, the one you met, Jerry. I put in a new stove, a great big deluxe refrigerator. It took 4 guys to lug the thing in this morning. It's so big. And tonight a guy orders a Louis burger, a peanuts and tuna fish, and he gets sick. He says it's the food. Who am I to argue with the guy, so I says it's on the house. Okay, comes the next guy, bacon burger. He gets sick too. So I try some food. I get sick. Gus tries it. He gets sick. No matter what we try, the stuff makes us sick. So when more customers come in, I tell them we're out of everything.
Everything in your place has gone bad? Well, that's impossible, Louis.
Yeah, but it happened. And when the word gets around, I'll be out of business.
No, you won't. There's ways of tracking down trouble like that. Come on, I'll show you how. Back at Louis's place, we found Gus the night man down on all fours trying to get a mop stick behind the big gleaming refrigerator.
Leave that be, Gus. Thing's too heavy to move. Come on out front. We got work to do.
Late as it was, I persuaded an inspector from the Department of Health to come down to the place. Jerry, there's nothing wrong with the food when it comes in here. The bulk meat, staples, and unopened packages all check perfect. And what's been making people sick? Well, that's easy. Somebody has dumped washing soda into all open supplies. The moment the inspector left, Louis, Gus, and I went to work. Threw out all food that wasn't in unopened containers. Dumped salt, pepper, sugar, mustard, ketchup, even ice cubes. Well, Louis, that does it. Oh, I'm going home for some sleep. Tomorrow we'll try to figure out who did this to you and why. Good night. When I got to my office the next morning, I found an urgent message from Louis. Hamburger Heaven was on fire. The excitement was over by the time I got to Louis's place.
Charlie, my dayman, discovered a fire, Jerry. Started in all them boxes and junk we thrown out last night.
Charlie nodded confirmation.
A good thing I found it before it got going good or the joint would have been down. Looked to me like somebody flipped a cigarette in there.
Louis scowled.
That Clancy who runs a chili parlor, he smokes lots of cigarettes, Jerry, lots of cigarettes.
Take it easy, Louis. Don't go making any hasty accusations. You've got no proof against Clancy. I patted his shoulder, promised to come back that evening after I'd finished up on another case. But when I arrived at Hamburger Heaven late that afternoon, the place was deserted again, and Louis looked gloomier than ever.
It ain't no use, Jerry. There's a hex on me.
What's the matter now?
Gus, come here, Gus. Let Jerry take a look at you.
Gus waddled over to us. His face was a mass of red spots.
Measles the guy has got. Now I'll be quarantined for a couple of weeks, and I sure can't blame that on Clancy.
Oh, I guess not. Well, better get Gus to a doctor and let's learn the worst.
Don't worry about me. I got me own doctor.
Gus shouldn't have said that. It broke poor Louis's already battered heart.
Gus, you stuck with me through all this trouble. What kind of a guy you think I am? Not taking care of you when you get sick. Sure, I'll take you to a doctor the best in time.
I said I'll go to my own doctor. Now leave me alone.
Louis looked surprised and hurt.
Okay. If that's how you feel about it.
I put my hand against the cook's chest. It may be okay with Louis, but it's not okay with me, Gus. You're going to a doctor, and with us. Gus tried to knock my hand away, then swung on me. I countered, slapped his face lightly. My hand came away, smeared with red. After that, I really went to work. Sure, he'd faked the measles. With red ink. Gus tried that after his 2 other attempts to close up the place failed. He had to close up Louis's place, all because of that big new refrigerator. Gus wasn't around when it was installed. And when he got there that evening, he found the huge machine standing directly in front of the wall baseboard where he'd concealed some stolen jewelry. Yeah, Gus was one crook who hadn't reformed. He was using Louis's place as a front and as a cache for his loot. He couldn't move the big refrigerator to get at his stuff while Louis or the dayman were around, so he tried to close up the place. There was a nice reward for recovering the jewels. Louis got that and spent it on electric dishwashers. As for Gus, he got 10 years. Like I said, when you cook up trouble for somebody else, be careful, or you may wind up in the soup. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. The marks on a murdered girl's throat indicated that she could only have been killed while flying through the air. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When it comes to crimes of violence, you'd think nothing could surprise a man like me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When Wirtz Brothers Combined Circus comes to town, you can find me right there at its first performance, and at as many others as I can steal time to attend. And what I like best about the Wirtz Brothers Circus are the 5 flying Philippes. For my money, the best high trapeze act in the business. But when I headed for the circus grounds the third night it was in town, what took me there was murder. Sitting in the police car alongside of me, Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide told me,
I called you in on this, Jerry, because you once said you knew Angela Felipe.
Sure, Dawson, I knew her. But no better than the 2 brothers and the 2 outsiders they have working with them.
You mean it's not all one family?
I shook my head. How many of those troops aren't? They just use a family name. Tonio Felipe runs the act. He's the older brother. Pietro is the younger. They hire Shander Torkel and Jim Malone to fill out the act.
Jim Malone, eh? It's the only American name in the lot. He'll probably turn out to be guilty.
We found the body of Angela Felipe where it had been discovered, on the sawdust floor of the main ring. After the crowd left, she and Torkel and Malone had practiced a new stunt for a while on the high trapeze. An hour later, the 2 Felipe brothers found her body in the sawdust. She'd been strangled. Dawson, come here a minute.
What'd you find, Jerry?
Fingerprints on her throat. Notice anything peculiar about them?
The marks are awful strong. Is that what you mean?
I shook my head. No. I mean the position of the fingers on the throat. Thumb and fingers all pointing down, as though her throat had been gripped from above. Dawson stared at the marks.
Yeah, of course. Jerry, she was strangled up on the trapeze by somebody who, instead of gripping her by the hands, grabbed her by the neck.
The marks on a strangled woman's throat indicated that she'd been choked while on the flying trapeze. Tonio Felipe explained how it could be done.
It's not difficult. The man, he hangs by his knees. And when Angela, she comes from the other trapeze, he's gonna grab the wrist. He's across the fingers over the throat from above. Always I tell Angela, someday this Malone, he's gonna kill her.
I walked over to Malone. How do you account for what happened, Jim?
I don't know what happened, Mr. Browning. Shander Torkel and I were working with Angela on the high trapeze. After a while, Shander left, and then she sent me away, said she wanted to limber up.
You admit you were alone with her?
Of course I do, but I didn't kill her. Mr. Browning, I loved Angela. She said she'd marry me at the end of the season. Why would I kill her?
Dawson had an answer for that one.
Because she changed her mind. Her brothers were against the marriage, talked her out of it, so you killed her. Come on, Malone, I'm booking you for murder.
Yep, they booked him the next morning. But I wasn't satisfied. Look, Dawson, one of the other members of the troupe could have come back after Malone left. One of her brothers, or even this Shander Torkel guy nobody's been paying any attention to.
Yeah? Torkel's married, has a wife and 3 kids in Dayton, Ohio. And the brothers were together every minute of the time. If either one did it, they both did it. And 2 husky guys don't have to strangle a girl on a high trapeze. They can wait and catch her on the ground.
That's right, but Malone is husky, too. So why wouldn't he wait until she was on the ground?
Because he did it on the spur of the moment. Now get out of here and stop bothering me. I'm busy.
I drove on out to the circus grounds. It was still early. The crowd hadn't begun to arrive yet, though the sideshows with their freaks were already open to catch stray dimes. Tommy Aldine, a concessionaire I knew slightly, came up to me.
I hear they booked Malone for Angela's murder, did right?
I nodded. Yeah. But I'm not convinced he did it, Tommy. Aldine shrugged.
Wouldn't blame him if he did. She kept that poor guy on the string for years, promising to marry him so he wouldn't leave the act, then flirting with half a dozen other guys and all that.
That's fine. You've just pushed Malone one step nearer to the chair.
Right this way, folks. See the Congress of Freaks. The girl with no head. Aunt Tilda, fattest woman on earth. Mr. Tom Thumb Jr., smaller than his pappy. And Big Bill Bullinger, tallest man on earth, stands 8'7" in his bare feet.
I put down my dime, strolled on inside. I watched a sword swallower, looked at the girl with no head, it was done with mirrors, and stopped before Big Bill Bullinger. He wasn't 8 feet tall, even with cowboys' high-heel boots, but he was big, around 7 feet, and unlike most giants, built in proportion.
Big Bill will now demonstrate his strength by bending an iron bar into a horseshoe.
He bent it all right. And when I picked up the bar, tested it, that was one stunt not done with mirrors. I hung around until the big show drew the crowd away, then went up to the giant. Bill, it might be a good idea for you to tell me where you were last night after the show. He laughed.
Ain't nobody big enough to make Big Bill tell anything, sonny.
I laughed, too. Okay, Bill. But I figure this way. Angela had you on a string, same as Jim Malone and others on the lot. But you aren't accustomed to being dusted off. So, when she got bored with you and told you to run along, you strangle her. You stand mighty high in those boots, and when you strangle a small girl, you reach down to do it, your fingers pointing downward.
You're talking, but you can't prove it.
Sure I can. Your fingerprints are on her throat. The punch he threw at me would have killed an ox if the ox stood still long enough. Me, I stepped aside, pulled my blackjack. Who am I to trade punches with a guy who claims to be over 8 feet tall? The giant was still out cold when the cops arrived. But when he awoke, it took 6 of them to get him into the wagon. He confessed readily enough. Those fingerprints on Angela's throat convinced him there was no use lying. There were no fingerprints, of course. Only bruises. But they didn't tell him that for quite a while, and by then he'd spilled everything, including the fact that he deliberately killed her that way to throw suspicion on Malone. Like I said, it makes no difference which way you approach crime. The way to the cell is always straight ahead. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. Valuable possessions can get lost in all sorts of ways. But when they're lost on purpose, somebody generally calls in a detective. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Once in a blue moon, I, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, get a real jewel of a case. The buzzer sounded, and Titus Wolfe, secretary to Vincent DeWitt, nodded toward the heavy oak door.
Mr. DeWitt will see you now, Mr. Browning.
In his private office, Vincent DeWitt was sitting behind a half-acre of desk.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Browning, but this situation came up unexpectedly, and I've had to rearrange all my appointments to get you in.
I nodded, sat down. What's your trouble, sir? DeWitt put his fingertips together.
It's rather confidential, Browning. My wife, Betsy, a wonderful woman, wonderful, but, well, flighty. Loves to gamble, bridge, poker, occasional flyer on the stock market.
She in a jam with some professional gambler? DeWitt looked shocked.
Dear me, hope not. Oh, it's possible. Betsy has lost her diamond bracelet. At least she says it's lost. My own opinion is that she has sold or pawned it to cover her losses.
Is the bracelet insured, Mr. DeWitt?
Yes, it is. And I have no desire to defraud an insurance company. Your task, therefore, is to recover the bracelet as quietly as possible. If you do, in addition to your daily fee, I will pay you a bonus of $1,000. However, under no circumstances are you to question my wife.
When a man hired me to recover his wife's diamond bracelet, I learned that he suspected her of having sold it to pay gambling debts.
Armed with a description of the bracelet, I started to make the long, weary round of pawn shops. Turned up absolutely nothing. I was sure Mrs. DeWitt wouldn't risk selling the bracelet to one of the big jewelry firms that would insist on identification, so I turned next to the fences.
No, I ain't seen the ice, Jerry. An insurance guy was around asking about this morning, and you know what? He says that maybe a dame will be trying to peddle the stones.
I gulped, grinned weakly. These insurance investigators are a suspicious bunch. Now, look, spread the word. If the ice turns up, and I hear about it first, there'll be a little extra in it for the boys.
Yeah, I get it, Jerry.
So the insurance company also had the idea that Mrs. DeWitt might have engineered the loss of a bracelet. And when an insurance company gets an idea, it doesn't easily drop it. All of which meant that I had to work fast. DeWitt had forbidden me to question his wife, but he didn't say anything about staying away from his wife's broker. The broker's name was Henry J. Drayton, junior partner in one of the best brokerage houses in town. Yes, Mrs. DeWitt has an account with us. Has she lost a lot? Drayton smiled. Well, normally that's a question I would not answer, Mr. Browning, but because of the nature of your investigation, I will tell you. Mrs. DeWitt gives the impression of being impractical, but actually she is an astute trader and has made some interesting profits, upward of $5,000 after taxes. She's making money? Exactly. She plans to buy her husband a gift with her profits and to demonstrate that she is much more able than he gives her credit for being. Thanks, Mr. Drayton. Thanks a lot. At this point, I was just about ready to give up. Mrs. DeWitt was flighty, only she wasn't. She'd stolen and sold her own bracelet, only she didn't need the money. Maybe the bracelet really was lost. I decided to visit the insurance company. William Hanson was the claim adjuster assigned to the case. Frankly, Browning, we don't know what to think about this missing bracelet business. This isn't the first time Mrs. DeWitt has reported some of her jewelry as being missing. That's news to me. Did you pay previous claims? Hanson shook his head. On each of the 2 previous occasions, the missing jewels were recovered just as we were on the point of making payment. Then what are you complaining about? If you don't want Mrs. DeWitt's insurance business because she's careless, that's one thing. But that's no reason to go around town checking on whether she sold the stuff herself. Hanson looked at me thoughtfully. How do you know what we've been doing, Browning? Unless you've been doing the same thing yourself. I had to cover fast. I know a lot of people, and the word has been coming back to me. What's more, I don't mind telling you that Mr. DeWitt resents it and may do something about it. It was Hanson's turn to look unhappy. He mumbled something about routine search, finally admitted, "We haven't recovered any reason why Mrs. DeWitt might have stolen her own bracelet, so we'll honor this claim and then cancel the policy." Hanson answered the phone, listened for a few moments. "Under the papers in your own office, Mr. DeWitt? Well, that's fine. I'll mark the case closed." Hanson turned back to me. "The bracelet's been found, Browning. DeWitt's secretary, Titus Wolf, found it buried under some papers where Mrs. DeWitt must have dropped it. DeWitt says he's giving Wolf a big bonus." "That's the bonus I was figuring on." "Well, see you again sometime." I went back to my client, told him what I'd learned about his wife.
"You say Betsy intends to buy me a gift with her stock market earnings? Well, well."
He opened his desk drawer, brought out the bracelet that had caused all the excitement.
"I think I'll surprise her, too. As your last job for me, Browning, take this to a good jeweler. Have him make up diamond earrings to match."
I took the bracelet to Carnival, the custom jeweler, told him what was wanted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Browning. This setting is platinum, but the stones are zircons, and we don't deal in that.
Did you say zircons? Give me that bracelet. I drove back to DeWitt's office, got there just in time for a nice little scene. DeWitt giving his faithful secretary, Titus Wolf, a big, fat check. I grabbed the check and... "Okay, Wolf, your racket is finished. What did you do with the diamonds from the bracelet?" He talked after a while, and I discovered that in each of the 2 previous jewel losses, Wolf was the one who found the missing piece. What he really did was steal the jewelry, remove the real diamonds, and substitute zircons.
Then after a while, he'd pretend to find the jewel and get a fat reward as well as the stones. Well, he's still playing around with rocks these days, but they're on a rock pile. Like I said, a case may seem all confused at the beginning, but if you uncover enough stones, the guilty person always winds up with the bracelets. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Catching a crook is generally the hard part of a job. But I once had a case of a crook who was easy to catch and impossible to keep. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. One of the first things I, Jerry Browning, learned as a private detective was never make any predictions. The big police car came to a halt at the edge of the live barricade thrown around the Skylight Club building. Standing with me near the sound truck, Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide mumbled,
"Look, Jerry, here comes the commissioner himself."
Disdaining to take cover, Police Commissioner Garrity strode toward us. "Everything under control?"
"Yes, sir. We know Slippery Clayton's inside that building. I tracked him here myself."
The commissioner nodded.
"Good work, Dawson. I want Clayton taken, and after you take him, I want him kept."
Dawson grinned.
"He's as good as taken, and I'll guarantee that he'll be kept, sir."
The commissioner patted his shoulder.
"There's a promotion in this for you, Dawson."
He glanced at me.
"What are you doing here, Browning?"
"One of my clients, the Banking Association, also wants Slippery captured and kept." Dawson glanced at his watch.
"Careful now. Here we go. You men inside the building. The place is surrounded. Come out one at a time with your hands up. Clayton first. You have 1 minute before we open fire. Don't shoot! We surrender!"
Slippery Clayton came out first, was hustled into one of the waiting police wagons. The rest of the men inside the building let themselves be taken just as readily. 20 minutes later, the entire operation was over without a shot being fired. Along with a dozen other men, Slippery was placed in a detention pen at headquarters. At 10 o'clock the next morning, he was gone. Slippery Clayton had escaped again. Slippery Clayton, notorious hold-up man, demonstrated how he got his nickname by escaping from the police detention pen. Police Commissioner Garrity's eyes bored right through Dawson.
"So, he won't get away from you, Dawson. You guarantee it. Lieutenant, you recapture that Clayton or I'll have you back walking a beat. And as for you, Browning, stay away from headquarters. I don't like your looks."
Neither Dawson or I said a word until the echo of Garrity's footsteps died away. Then,
"Jerry, I'm a plucked and cooked goose. I haven't the faintest idea how Slippery got out of that pen or where to start looking for him now."
"Any chance of his having bribed one of the guards, Dawson?" He shook his head.
"Those men have been with the force for years. Besides, to get out, Clayton had to go through 3 sets of locked doors, 3 sets of guards."
"Are you sure he was ever in the pen?" Dawson rolled his eyes.
"Are you kidding? I personally took him downstairs, locked the door on him. He had no money, no keys, no tools of any kind. I guarantee that."
I looked at him sourly. "Dawson, if I were you, I wouldn't guarantee anything for a while. Come on, let's go downstairs to the pen." We talked to the guards, veterans, some of them with 20 years' service and unquestioned loyalty. Whatever way Slippery Clayton had escaped, he obviously hadn't done it with the connivance of those guards.
"Mr. Browning, our shift came on duty at 8 this morning. We didn't even know Clayton was here. None of us ever saw him before."
"In that case, he may even have disappeared sometime during the night." Dawson cut in.
"No, he didn't, Jerry. I talked to the head guard on last night's shift. Clayton was still in the pen when that shift went off. He got out somehow between 8 and 10 this morning."
We tried questioning the other men in the detention pen, but that was hopeless.
Some of the men were those arrested in the raid on the Skylight Club. The rest were drunks or bums who'd been brought in during the night on disorderly conduct charges and were in no shape to tell us anything. While we were there, one of the court attendants came down.
John Smith.
One of the drunks got up as his name was called, wobbled off with the guard. What'll they do to him, Dawson?
$25 fine or 10 days in the workhouse? Maybe both. Why?
No special reason, Dawson. I was just wondering. Since there wasn't anything more we could learn down there, we went on back to Dawson's office.
Well, Jerry, looks like I'll be back in uniform soon. Commissioner always means what he says.
We're not licked yet. There's some kind of trick to this disappearance. When we figure out how Clayton escaped, I think it'll give us the clue to where he went. I left Dawson with his thoughts of pounding a beat, then wandered aimlessly around the big old building. After a while, I found myself in a corridor leading to the magistrate's court. I glanced through the open doorway and watched for a while.
John Smith.
A man standing alongside of me laughed.
Smith. They're all Smith, they're Jones or Brown. Now, one of them gives his real name. They pay a small fine and walk on.
I stared at him. Yeah, they walk out. I found Dawson still at his desk. Dawson, I know how Clayton got out of here, and what's more, I think we can get him back. Come on down to the pen. We had the guards take every man out of the pen, identify him with an entry on the police blotter where the names of all prisoners are recorded. Just as I thought.
Hey, Lieutenant, there's one guy here we got no record of. He ain't on the blotter.
We took the man upstairs. At first, he claimed he'd been drunk the night before, had no recollection of how he got into jail or why his name wasn't on the blotter. It took a while, but we finally got hold of the cop who'd arrested him.
Sure, I remember him. Said his name was Joe Brown. I stood right there when a sergeant booked him.
The name of Joe Brown was on the blotter, along with a notation that his case had come up for hearing at 9 a.m. He'd been given a small fine and dismissed. Except that it was Slippery Clayton who'd answered when Joe Brown's name was called. Slippery Clayton who'd walked out the front door, while the man who helped him work the stunt remained in the pen as a nameless drunk. If we hadn't caught on to the trick, he intended to start complaining about mid-afternoon, and guards would have assumed he'd been put in the pen without booking just to sleep off his drunk and released him. As it was...
You tell us where Clayton went, or I'll guarantee you 20 years for jail delivery.
That was one guarantee Dawson didn't have to make good. The hoodlum broke down, told us where Clayton was hiding out, and inside of an hour we had Slippery again. This time in solitary confinement. Dawson didn't get the promotion he'd been promised, but neither did he go back to pounding a beat. Like I said, when it comes to criminals, the only safe prediction is that they'll be caught, sooner or later. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A lonely old recluse never mentioned the existence of a husband who arrived in time for her death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. There's all kinds of evidence. And to be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, you have to know what evidence to believe. Walking from my car to the big, lonely Carstairs house, I wondered why old Mrs. Carstairs clung to the place. She had enough money for the finest house in town instead of this 10-room barn in the middle of nowhere. Yet she'd lived here alone for the past 30 years. I expected Mrs. Carstairs to answer the doorbell. Instead, I saw a man of about 60, solidly built, heavily tanned.
Yes?
I'm Jerry Browning. Mrs. Carstairs expecting me.
I see. May I ask, what is the nature of your business with her?
Sure, I'm a private detective. I've been investigating a company Mrs. Carstairs was considering investing in. Now, I'll ask one. Who are you?
A reasonable question. Come inside, Mr. Browning.
I followed him inside to the gloomy reception hall.
This may surprise you, Mr. Browning. I am Byron Carstairs, Agatha's husband.
He smiled at me, but his eyes were cold and watchful.
In case you're wondering where I've been for the past 30 years, I don't mind telling you. I've been in South Africa.
Well, Mrs. Carstairs never told me that her husband was dead, but neither had she said he was alive. Since it was none of my business, all I said was, "Okay, Mr. Carstairs, will you please tell your wife that I'm here with that report?" Carstairs kept his face bland.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Mr. Browning. You see, she died 2 hours ago.
A man who told me he was the long-lost husband of a lonely old recluse also told me that she was dead. Carstairs led me upstairs to his wife's bedroom.
Poor Agatha. I'm afraid the shock of my arrival was too much for her heart.
I didn't answer, brushed past him, and walked into Mrs. Carstairs' bedroom. She was lying fully clothed on the bed. There was no sign of any struggle in the room, no mark of violence on her. "I'll have to call the police, Mr. Carstairs, and ask you to stay here until they arrive." Carstairs gave me a thin smile.
I have every intention of staying, Mr. Browning. You forget, this is my home.
The police surgeon walked over to where Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide and I were sitting in the living room.
"Looks like a heart attack, all right, but I can't be sure until we make complete lab tests."
Dawson nodded, turned to Carstairs, who was standing near the fireplace. "Mr. Carstairs, did your wife die in a bedroom?"
No, Lieutenant. We were downstairs here talking soon after I arrived this evening, and she suddenly collapsed, asked me to help her upstairs. I did so, and she died in my arms.
"That's real touching, Mr. Carstairs. How come you didn't call a doctor?"
She was dead, Lieutenant. Past medical aid. I was aware of my delicate position here, and I was wondering what course of action to take when Mr. Browning arrived.
I shot a fast question at him. "Where did you and Mrs. Carstairs originally come from?"
"San Francisco, Mr. Browning. We were married there in 1907. I have here the certified copy of our marriage certificate, which I obtained in 1915, just before I left the States."
Dawson took the photostat copy, glared at it, handed it back. I didn't bother to look at the document. Carstairs didn't have any other papers with him, but he had something even better. A suggestion that we go through Mrs. Carstairs' personal papers in search for possible references to him. We turned up a whole sheaf of stuff. Letters he'd written her from South Africa and now yellow with age. A few copies of replies she'd sent him, in which she curtly refused requests for money. We found old photos showing Agatha Carstairs and this man as they might have looked 40 years ago, and even a tattered old wedding picture. Finally,
"Okay, Mr. Carstairs, I guess you're who you claim to be, but until we're satisfied about just exactly how your wife died, we'll have to ask you to remain in this house. That okay with you?"
Carstairs gave us his bland smile.
"It is perfectly satisfactory, Lieutenant."
I followed Dawson out into the reception hall. "You're not leaving, are you, Dawson? This guy's a phony." Dawson frowned.
"You're wrong, Jerry. I say he's a no-good scoundrel and probably shocked the poor old lady to her death, but there's no doubt he's Byron Carstairs, and there's no doubt he'll get her money.
Everything we've seen here has been carefully set up for us to see. Nobody would go to all that trouble and yet leave the most essential part of it, her death, to chance." Dawson frowned.
"Can you prove it?"
It was a tough spot because I didn't know how Mrs. Carstairs died. Well, Carstairs says she died downstairs, and that makes me think she died upstairs. Let's take another look at that bedroom.
"Okay, but you're just wasting my time."
The body had long since been removed, but the bed still showed the indentation of the frail figure on the smooth counterpane. I stared at the bed. There was something queer about the neatness of the counterpane and the careless way in which the pillows at the head of the bed had been thrust under the bolster. I pulled the counterpane back, picked up one of the pillows. "Hey, look at this soiled pillow, Dawson. Those marks right here, as though teeth had tried to bite on it. Dawson, Agatha Carstairs was smothered with this pillow, a form of death whose symptoms resemble certain types of heart attack. Come on, let's arrest the murderer."
I murder poor Agatha? Ridiculous. My wife was considerably my senior, more than 10 years. She was a very sick woman. Could not have lived much longer in any case. I didn't have to kill her.
Yes, you did, because you're not her husband, never were. Let me have a copy of that marriage certificate. Carstairs hesitated, then handed it over. This is a copy dated 1915 of a marriage performed in San Francisco in 1907. I don't need any expert to tell me that this is a forgery. You were very clever with all the fake documents and pictures you planted in the house during the 2 hours you had after you killed Mrs. Carstairs. But you slipped up badly on this marriage certificate. You see, on April 8th, 1908, there was a fire in San Francisco. The San Francisco earthquake and fire. And it destroyed every single public record prior to that date. So you see, you couldn't get a photostat copy of a marriage license of 1907. You're under arrest for murder. He broke down after that. He admitted that he'd spent years preparing his crime, patiently forged documents and pictures. It all started when he discovered that the real Byron Carstairs had been executed for murder in Alaska, a fact that his wife spent 30 years concealing. The impostor forged the photostat of the 1907 marriage certificate because that was where and when the Carstairs had really been married. But that was his one and only mistake. Like I said, there's evidence and evidence. And the easiest kind to disbelieve is the kind that cannot possibly exist. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Most private detectives work hard to get their cases. But I once had a case that I was slugged into taking. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets all kinds of clients. And he doesn't always enjoy working for them. Klondike Joe Weevil was probably never west of the Mississippi, but the cash registers at his barroom reaped a golden harvest. At Klondike Joe's, bankers and pickpockets rubbed elbows, which made it a doubly good place for a private detective to visit once in a while. Hello, Jerry. I'll buy a drink. I turned to find Gouge Henderson standing behind me. Gouge was big, ill-tempered, and got his nickname from his habit of trying to thumb out the eyes of people who annoyed him. Well, thanks, Gouge. I'll have a beer.
Hey, Slowfoot. 2 beers. Make it snappy.
Huh? Here's how, Gouge.
I know how. Drink your drink. We'll go to work.
We'll go to what kind of work, Gouge?
I got a case for you. So hurry it up.
I pushed the beer away. Nothing doing, Gouge. I don't want a case from you. Gouge frowned, flexed his fingers.
Are we gonna have trouble, Jerry?
I hunched my shoulders. If you make trouble, Gouge, I guess we'll have it. Gouge thought it over for a couple of seconds.
Look, Jerry, Klondike is a good guy, so why should we wreck his joint? But let's see you come outside.
By this time, I was good and mad.
Okay, come on outside.
I was watching Gouge carefully. I should have been looking behind me, because as I reached the door...
Boys, Jerry has took the case.
I refused a case from a hoodlum in a barroom. I was slugged and kidnapped. When I came to, I found myself lying on a couch in what seemed to be a large, well-furnished room. I moved my head a fraction of an inch, saw that 4 men were sitting in easy chairs across the room. I tightened my muscles and... I ducked under hands that grabbed at me, and with my fists, elbows, and feet dealt out plenty of punishment until the weight of numbers dragged me down and pinned me to the floor. A big, red-faced man stood over me.
Browning, do you know who I am?
I stared up into his face.
Yeah, you're Tom Medvale. You're wanted for murder.
That's right. Only I didn't do it, Browning. I've been framed. I need an honest man to prove it. Will you listen to me?
Make these hoods let go of me.
Okay. Let him go.
I got up, looked at the hoods who'd scrambled back out of reach. I'll listen to you, Medvale. But the first time I catch Gouge Henderson, I'll twist his head off his shoulders.
Boy, Jerry, wasn't me that slugged you.
Outside, all of you. I had to bring you here, Browning. There was no other way to do it.
Now listen. Most of what Medvale told me I already knew. He owned a big gambling house out on Woodhaven Road. For a while, there were rumors that Lefty Buchanan, the mobster, was trying to move in on Medvale. One evening, Buchanan came out to Medvale's place for a conference. There were shots, and Buchanan lay dead on the floor of Medvale's office.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. Somebody shot him through the window. Browning, would I be fool enough to kill him in my own place?
I thought about that. No, I don't think you would.
Browning, find out who killed Buchanan, and I'll take my chances on proving it in court.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Browning. I trust you.
Medvale had a man, not one of those who'd fought with me, drive me back to town. The first thing I did was go back to Klondike Joe's place. Klondike? It's easy for a place to get a bad name if the boss lets hoodlums hang around the doorway and slug customers as they come out.
Browning, I don't invite your trade, and I figure to struggle along without it.
Okay, Klondike, if that's how you feel about it. I knocked him back against his glassware, strode out of there feeling a little better and a lot puzzled. Klondike Joe had the right connections, made a lot of money, should have been above letting small-time hoodlums waylay his customers. A thing that couldn't possibly happen without at least his tacit consent. The next morning, I decided to go down to headquarters, get a line on how much of a case there was against Medvale. But when I got there...
Medvale? Oh, he's going to the chair, Jerry. We grabbed him last night at his hideout in Lake Valley.
You did? Where did you get the tip, Dawson? Lieutenant Dawson grinned, poked me playfully.
You're a great kidder, Jerry. I don't know how you did it, Jerry, but I want you to know I sure appreciate it. See you later.
So Dawson thought the tip on Medvale's arrest came from me, which also meant that Medvale thought so, and that pretty soon everybody in town would think so. I drove my car out beyond the city limits, put it in a public garage, came back by bus and streetcar, spent the rest of the day in the second balcony of a movie theater. 3 complete performances later, it was 10:30 at night. And I headed for Klondike Joe's place, knowing that I was a target every step of the way. I didn't enter the bar. I wasn't that foolish. Instead, I worked my way around back, found a hiding place under a window of Klondike's backroom office. Then I waited. I waited until 1 in the morning, until I saw what I wanted. Klondike Joe in a huddled conference with Gouge Henderson. Then I took out my gun, and with the butt... Oh, it was a fine battle while it lasted, but it didn't last long enough. Klondike went out cold in the first few moments. Then I worked over Gouge carefully until... I paid no attention to the knocking at the locked door. Instead, I dragged Gouge to his feet, propped him up against the wall. Gouge, first I'm gonna pistol whip you, then I'll twist your head off your shoulders, just as I promised. We can't both live, so you might as well be the one to die. He must have thought I meant it because he talked fast. Yeah? Klondike Joe is the killer, of course. His success made him ambitious, so he figured out a plan to take over both Buchanan and Medvale by shooting Buchanan and letting Medvale burn for it. He had Gouge Henderson's help by promising to let Gouge run Medvale's roadhouse. It was Gouge who betrayed Medvale to the police, led them to believe I was phoning in the tip, so that when I was shot, it would look like gangland vengeance for betrayed confidence. Like I said, in this business you don't always pick your clients, but you can always pick your enemies.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. I've met a lot of frightened men, but I once had a client who was so terrified that he even had me searched. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Listening to these stories from my casebook, you may have the idea that I, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, solve every case I get. Far from it. Among my clients at one time or another, I've numbered some men who are pretty hard to get at.
But when Hollis Redding phoned me to come and see him, and his secretary led me into an anteroom, I had the new experience of being frisked. I'm sorry, Mr. Browning, but Mr. Redding insists that every person be searched for concealed weapons before being admitted. You can go in now. Hollis Redding was a 120-pound man sitting behind an 800-pound desk. He jumped up as I entered.
Browning, did Frank Carter search you before he let you in to see me?
If you mean your secretary, yeah, he did.
Then why didn't he press the alarm button when he found your gun?
He didn't find my gun. Take it easy, Mr. Redding. It's not his fault. I just don't happen to have a gun on me.
Oh, well, it's all right then. Sit down, Browning.
Look, Mr. Redding, I don't know what your trouble is, but believe me, it won't seem nearly as serious after you talk about it. Redding blinked rapidly.
Yes, I will trust you. Mr. Browning, somebody wants to kill me. I don't know who it is or why he wants to do it. Oh, I suspect everybody, even Carter. Mr. Browning, please save my life.
A wealthy man was so afraid of being killed that he ordered every visitor searched before admitting him to his office. Redding took a sheaf of letters from his desk drawer.
Here are the death threat letters I received, Mr. Browning.
I pulled the letters over to me. I'll read them a bit later. What else has happened?
At least twice somebody has fired at me. Once while I was going from my car to my house. Another time while I was walking in the grounds. There have been near accidents, heavy objects falling close to me here at the plant, almost being run over in the street. As many as a dozen different kinds of attempts on my life.
Have you reported this to the police? Redding grimaced.
Yes, I did. They made an investigation, found nothing.
I nodded, glanced through some of the threatening letters. Mr. Redding, these letters don't look like the work of the same person.
That's what the police said. Browning, I don't care who wrote the letters. Maybe it's a plot. Find out who wants to kill me, and I'll pay you $100.
Mr. Redding, my minimum fee is $40 a day plus expenses. I'll do my best, but my fee is not contingent upon results. Redding winced, finally agreed to hire me for a week, and at my insistence gave me a $200 retainer fee. Back at my office, I examined the death threat letters carefully. They made no sense whatever. There were over 30 of them on all kinds of stationery, bearing post office marks scattered over a wide area. Some letters typed, others in clumsily disguised handwriting, both masculine and feminine. A few letters even had mysterious designs crudely drawn on the paper. Late that afternoon, I telephoned Redding. I want a job in your plant, Mr. Redding. No, I don't want you to recommend me. Just tell me some department where you know they're short-handed and it doesn't require any special skill. The shipping room? Okay. You'll hear from me. Redding's company manufactured and shipped novelties to all parts of the country. I got a job there as an assistant shipping clerk, and it wasn't long before I heard, "Hey, Joe, has Flint Puss been getting any more letters lately?"
I don't know, but if he didn't, he should.
Okay, maybe it can be arranged. I could have grabbed the two clerks then and there, but the thing seemed so easy, practically falling into the solution of a case, that I decided to wait a bit. It was a good thing I did, because during the lunch hour that same day at a diner near the plant, I sat next to two men whose conversation identified them as bookkeepers for Redding and Company. After a while, they stopped talking shop and...
Do you know, I've been thinking. The effect of that last letter is just about worn off, Mr. R. He's overdue for another.
That still wasn't all. Late that afternoon, I heard a truck driver telling one of the girls from the invoice department,
"Listen, Toots, if you got a real sizzler to send Redding, give it to me. I'll mail it from down the line."
I was reasonably sure I could find other letter writers within his plant, but I didn't bother to report back there the next morning. What I aimed to do was widen the scope of my inquiry.
Yep, been gardener for Redding nigh into 40 years. Longest anybody ever held a job. Meanest cuss who ever lived, that man. Well, sure I get a rifle. Shoot it at gophers and any other pests I happen to see around.
Mr. Redding resigned his membership in this club some time ago. He felt that we were not compatible. He accused me of deliberately throwing a banana peel on the sidewalk before the club. Deliberately, mind you. By now, I had a pretty good idea of what was going on. But the payoff came when I checked the handwriting on one letter against samples of the handwriting of Redding's own secretary, the man who'd searched me for a gun. Yeah, the handwriting matched. I walked into Redding's office, put some money on his desk. I've worked 3 days, Mr. Redding. $120. I can't solve the case, which means you have an $80 refund coming. That is.
You mean there's no help for me? I must die?
I don't think you'll die. Those letters are harmless. As for the accidents, you imagine part of them. The rest are practical jokes. Except that those jokes can backfire. Mr. Redding, everybody hates you. Your employees, your associates, even those who used to be your friends. My guess is that somebody wrote you the first letter as a joke. You made so much fuss about it that others took up the idea, elaborated on it, added near accidents to frighten you further. What happens beyond this point is up to you. If you humanize your behavior and stop acting frightened, the letters and the rest of it will cease. Otherwise, one of these days, somebody will carry the joke too far, and you'll be just as dead as though he'd meant to kill you. It's entirely up to you. Well, that's a case I didn't solve, strictly speaking. But Redding must have decided I made sense, because about a year later I saw a picture of him at a company picnic, and people were actually smiling. So I guess he worked things out along the lines I suggested. Like I said, it isn't always necessary to solve a case. Sometimes you do better by removing the cause of the crime.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. Not many people believe in magic spells, but I once had a case of a man who could prove that he was gradually shrinking away. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. In 10 years as a private detective, I, Jerry Browning, have run into some strange and weird crimes. And here's one of the strangest of them all. It was about 10 at night, and I was driving along Kingston Boulevard, when well up ahead I saw the man step off the sidewalk. I slowed down as the man started to cross the street, and when he stopped in the path of my car, I hit the brakes and came to a full stop. I was so mad that I jumped out of my car and grabbed the jaywalker. What are you trying to do, kill yourself?
I don't know. I don't think so, but it's possible. Anything is possible under the spell.
It was a man in his late 30s, a little under average height, exceptionally well-dressed. I softened my voice a little. Are you feeling all right?
It doesn't matter. I'm under a spell, shrinking away. And soon I'll disappear completely.
I almost ran over a man who thought he was under a spell and that he was shrinking away. I led him unresisting to my car. In answer to my questions, the well-dressed jaywalker told me that his name was Russell Rittenauer, and that he was an advertising consultant. Then...
Where are you taking me, Mr. Browning?
I should take you in for observation, except that what you say sounds so wild I just can't believe you imagined it. Tell you what, let's go to my office and talk this over. At my office, Rittenauer carefully put his hat, cane, and gloves on my desk.
Mr. Browning, do I appear to you as a reasonably well-dressed man?
Certainly do. What about it?
All right. Now watch.
He picked up the hat, put it on his head.
Well, what do you notice?
I hated to say it, but the hat was much too big for him.
Hat can stretch,
Mr. Rittenauer.
Perhaps. But look at these gloves.
He pulled the gloves over his hands. The gloves were far too big. Then he picked up his cane, showed me that it was much too big for him.
This cane was especially made for me. It was exactly the correct height only a few days ago. Not only that, but my shoes are too big, my clothes too long. Now, Mr. Browning, do you still think I've lost my mind?
Mr. Rittenauer, I think you'd better tell me something about this spell business and how it started. He told me. A few weeks ago, he'd returned from South America, where he'd set up a branch of his business. But one evening, he had a few drinks too many, got into a quarrel with an Indian. A quarrel that wound up with the Indian putting a solemn curse on him.
A few days ago, I was at my fiancée's home. I suddenly felt ill. And that same evening, the sensation of shrinking away began. Since then, it's been slowly but surely continuing.
Well, that was his story. Could take it, leave it. I would have left it, except for the tangible evidence of his hat, gloves, and cane. As it was, I'll look into it, Mr. Rittenauer. And in the meantime, go out and buy yourself a complete new wardrobe of stuff that fits you right now. I spent the next day making some inquiries about Rittenauer's fiancée, Lois Ashton. I had to work carefully because Miss Ashton was manager of Rittenauer's office here in town and also had a small share in the business. What I wanted to find out was what and who else she also had an interest in. That took some work. But it finally led me to Raymond Corley, an assistant professor at the university. Corley was tall, broad-shouldered, and talked between puffs of his pipe.
Yes, of course I know Miss Ashton. She's taking one of my psychology courses, and we're also quite good friends.
As a psychologist, Mr. Corley, what do you think about curses and spells?
Corley's eyes twinkled. You're referring, of course, to Mr. Rittenauer's delusion? I know all about it.
And what's your opinion?
Mr. Browning, I think the man is paying the price exacted by our high-pressure, competitive civilization, if you follow my meaning.
Sure I do. You think he's losing his mind.
Corley smiled. That's putting it rather harshly. I believe he needs, well, a long rest.
Well, business worries can put any man in a state where he needs a long rest. I can use one myself. But I never heard of worries that caused a man's clothes to get bigger and his walking stick longer. That evening, I had another talk with Rittenauer. Found him attired in a new outfit that he'd just bought. The next morning, I visited Rittenauer's tailor, Andre, in the Merrimack building.
Inspect my workroom. Certainly not. I permit nobody in my workroom, utterly nobody.
I grinned at the little man. Andre, maybe you don't think so, but there are laws, very tough laws, covering people who try to drive other people out of their minds. Now, do I look through your workroom, or do I put you under arrest right now? There was a pause. Then,
Most assuredly. You look through my workroom.
I found what I was looking for, of course. An exact duplicate of the suit Rittenauer had bought the day before. Only this one was a little bigger, had longer sleeves, longer trouser length. And in a box on a shelf, I found a hat, a shirt, gloves. All exact duplicates of the clothes Rittenauer had purchased the day before, and all just a shade bigger.
Believe me, it is a joke. A very good, Mr. Rittenauer.
Sure it is. When we get into court, you just keep repeating that you thought it was a joke. And if you're lucky, you won't go to jail. I took Andre downtown to keep him from giving the alarm. Then I got a warrant for the arrest of Raymond Corley and Lois Ashton. Charge? Trying to drive a man insane in order to gain control of his business. We got a full confession from the girl. She'd fallen in love with Corley while Rittenauer was away. And when the advertising man returned and told the story about the curse, Corley, the psychologist, thought up the plan for driving him insane. It was a fine plan. Simple, like all good plans. Merely to switch items in a man's wardrobe, make him think he was getting smaller, when really everything he owned was getting bigger. A fine plan that almost sent Rittenauer to his death under my car. A jury was willing to believe that Andre the tailor thought it was a joke. But the same jury lost its sense of humor with Corley and the girl. Gave him 5 years, and the girl a year and a day. Like I said, curses and spells can do a great deal of harm. But only if you think they can. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. The average detective doesn't make much money. but I was once given $1 million to spend as I pleased. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Most people like me, Jerry Browning, in my business, private detective, don't get rich. But sometimes they get to handle an awful lot of money.
Don't stay long, Mr. Browning. Jared is a very sick man.
I understand. I'll make it as fast as possible. The old man on the bed was little more than a pair of dark, alert eyes and the fierce will to live a little longer.
About time you got here, Brownie. Can't expect a man to hang on forever, you know.
I smiled at him. You got a long way to go, Mr. Jarrett, so take it easy. The old man tried to prop himself up on an elbow. Failed.
He's a liar, Browning, but I'll overlook it this time. I'm as good as dead, and you know it.
The big dark eyes burned into mine.
You an honest man, Brownie?
I grinned at him. Reasonably honest, Mr. Jarrett. I make more money that way. The ancient head nodded.
You'll do, Browning. Call in John Pettit. He's my confounded lawyer in t'other room. Aim to make me a new will. I'm leaving you all my money. Close to $1 million. And I'm leaving you a job. You find out who that money rightfully belongs to, and you take off it as much as you think is coming to you for a fee. And don't forget, you're an honest man.
A dying man willed me $1 million and told me to find out who should really get the money. 3 weeks later, Jarrett's lawyer and I faced a room full of Jarrett's relatives. Under the provisions of the late Mr. Jarrett's will, Mr. Browning here is the sole legatee. Jarrett's nephew jumped to his feet.
You can't get away with this, Browning. We'll go to court, have the will broken.
I shrugged. Take it easy, everybody. I intend to follow Jarrett's instructions. Find out who really deserves the money. And as soon as I figure it out, you'll all hear from me. Later, I had a private conference with John Pettit, the lawyer. You have a great responsibility, Mr. Browning. One I don't envy you. I know just what you mean. I've got $1 million, only none of it's mine. And I haven't the slightest idea of how to find out who should have it. I assume you're considering Mr. Jarrett's quite considerable number of relatives? Yeah. But I can't help thinking, if Jarrett wanted any of his relatives to have the money, why didn't he leave it to him directly? That, Mr. Browning, is for you to determine. I spent the next couple of weeks ducking reporters and running investigations of Jarrett's relatives. He had 2 brothers, a sister, a flock of nephews and nieces, and a couple of dozen cousins of assorted degree. Jarrett's relatives checked out like people anywhere. Some high-minded, some selfish, some honest, a few not so honest. I tried to project myself into the mind of a dying old man. At a moment like that, he'd be trying to square his conscience, make amends of some kind. Maybe repay somebody he'd cheated. Okay, but why couldn't his lawyer handle that? Why did he need a detective unless... Right there, I knew I had it. Jarrett picked a detective because there was crime involved. Now all I had to do was find the crime. Two days later, I was on a plane bound for Casper, Wyoming. It had taken me that long to find out where Jarrett had originally made his money, and where a man makes his money is the general area in which his conscience sometimes bothers him. Over the years, I've learned that for certain kinds of information, the place to go is a tavern or bar. And at the Silver Dollar Cafe,
Henry Jarrett? No, can't say he's ever heard of him, but I'm kind of a stranger in these parts. Only been tending this bar 18 years. Reckon you better ask Pop Bentley. He's a old-timer.
Well, where'll I find Pop Bentley?
You'll find him sleeping on the sunniest part of the porch.
When I finally located Pop and roused him, he cocked a shrewd eye at me.
Jared? Nope, don't remember him. But
If I had a few drinks, it might jog my memory.
The old-timer's idea of a few drinks was a full bottle. But after a while, his tongue loosened.
Yep. That Hank Jarrett was a smart one. He didn't sell out his claim like some t'other fellers. And that Hank, him and Joe Lawson, I reckon they must took out close to $1 million in dust without anybody ever knowing where the placer was. Lots of fellers tried following him. Tried it myself one time. Led me up and down the desert and finally lost me. Almost died of thirst before I got back. Yep, that Hank Jarrett is a smart one.
He sure must have been. Hey, by the way, what became of Joe Lawson?
He died. More than one feller died back in them days. Weren't good manners to ask just how.
I get it. Pop, how would you like to try to locate the Jarrett claim with me?
Sure would. For $10 a day. Who in the world ever heard of prospecting from an aeroplane?
It's a different world, Pop, and I've got to save time. It was at the 6th lonely, deserted claim that we investigated that we finally found what I was looking for.
Yep. This one's it. And here's where Hank buried his partner after shooting him in the head.
All right, Pop. Cover up the grave again. This is all I needed to know. Locating Lawson's family was a job all by itself, but strictly routine, even though it took 3 months. I had a tough time explaining to them why they were suddenly worth $1 million, but not nearly as tough as the time I had with Jarrett's relatives. In the end, I had to tell the relatives the truth, that Jarrett had been a murderer and would be branded one if there was any lawsuit over his money. That settled it. There was no lawsuit. As for me, I could always claim that I had been worth $1 million once. Like I said, it isn't how much money you've got that matters, but how much of it you can really call your own. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has this in common with a doctor. A lot of the work he does is for free. I straightened up in my seat as white-haired Judge Eli Whitney Rockmore took his place. A moment later, the jury filed back in and handed down the decision I was sure they would.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Robert Heil, guilty as charged.
In his chambers, and with his judicial robe tossed over the back of the chair, Judge Eli Whitney Rockmore looked like just what he was. A very tired old man who had seen far more than his share of human suffering.
Were you able to get any of the information I wanted, Jerry?
I nodded. Yes, I did, sir, but I don't think you're going to like it. The judge smiled wryly.
You mean this boy, Heil, is really guilty?
I hated to say it, but I had to. I located 2 witnesses who saw Heil walk into the gas station, and that the state's attorney never got around to calling because he didn't need them. Furthermore, just about a year ago, Bob Heil's brother was killed while attempting very much the same kind of holdup. I paused. You want me to go on? Judge Rockmore shook his head.
No, I'm afraid that's enough. I have no choice but to pass sentence on this boy. But just the same, Jerry, if he's guilty, then I've learned nothing in my 35 years on the bench.
In spite of the overwhelming evidence against a prisoner, old Judge Rockmore did not think he was guilty.
Robert Heil, this court sentences you to serve a period of not less than 5 years, nor more than 10 years at hard labor. The court is adjourned.
Well, that should have been the end of it. But when a man like Judge Rockmore, who spent 35 years on the bench, tells me that he thinks he's sentencing an innocent man, then my conscience begins to nag me. I had a long talk with Warden Hazelton, who told me,
I would say that Bob Heil's an average prisoner, Mr. Browning. He's not asked for any special favors, except to be transferred from the laundry to the tailor shop.
How does he get along with the other prisoners, Warden? The warden shrugged.
Quite well. He's been making friends of some hardened criminals, I'm sorry to say. Why do you ask these questions, Mr. Browning?
I shrugged. I wish I knew, Warden. There's something peculiar about Heil, and I thought maybe up here I could find out what it was. But I guess I was wrong. When I got back to town, I went to see Judge Rockmore at his home, told him about my visit to the pen. He listened silently, nodded his head a few times. When I'd finished,
Jerry, you mentioned that Heil's brother had been killed while attempting a similar holdup. What do you know about that case?
Not too much, sir. His brother was one of 3 men who held up a big gas station, killed an attendant. Police came up as they were making a getaway. Heil's brother was shot and killed. He drove the getaway car and shot the attendant, according to the other 2. Judge Rockmore nodded.
Where are these others now?
Judge, I'm afraid they're at the penitentiary, and I think there's going to be more murder. Judge Rockmore had warned me not to say or do anything more, and I didn't for about a week. Then I couldn't stand it any longer, called Warden Hazelton at the pen. What I heard almost knocked me out of my chair. A few hours earlier, 3 men had escaped. They were Bob Heil, Joe Marsh, and Fred Reedon, the 2 men who had participated in the holdup with Bob's brother. All 3 had worked in the tailor shop and escaped by slugging a guard and stealing a truck. The men had last been seen heading for town. The story made big headlines, and the way the newspapers told it, Bob Heil deliberately went to jail in order to help his brother's gang escape. It didn't make much sense to me, but then nothing about Heil had made any sense right from the start. Then, a week after the escape, I got a call from Judge Rockmore to come over to his house at once. I found Judge Rockmore alone in his study.
Sit down, Jerry. I want to ask you a question. Suppose you were a young, unemployed ex-soldier. You drove into a gas station, and as you did, 2 men jumped into your car, held a gun to your head, and told you to start driving. What would you do?
I guess I'd start driving, Judge.
And suppose that these 2 men realized that capture was inevitable, that one of them had committed a murder, that it was necessary to sacrifice somebody in order to save their own lives. If they killed you and swore that you were not only their accomplice, but guilty of murder as well, who could possibly prove the contrary?
I put my hand in my pocket, felt the reassuring touch of my revolver. Judge, where is Bob Heil? The judge stood up.
Take your hand out of your pocket, Jerry. Bob, come in here.
Bob Heil walked into the room, stood facing me.
Tell him, Bob.
The boy turned to me.
I knew my brother wasn't involved in that hold-up or killing. He just wasn't that kind of person. I thought if I could get at the 2 men, become their friend, sooner or later I'd learn the truth.
I shook my head. It's no use, Heil. Maybe you're telling the truth, maybe not. It makes no difference. You're a con now, an escaped con, which is worse. Where are Marsh and Reedon?
They're holed up in a little shack not far from here. I go out every night for food. They're too frightened to step out of the place.
He smiled at the judge, who smiled back. An awful thought began to form at the back of my head. Wait a second. You made friends with these 2 men, and the 3 of you walked out of the state pen just by slugging a guard and stealing a truck. The walls are 18 feet high. They've got 62 searchlights and 118 guards. I turned to the judge. Judge Rockmore, how could you do this to me?
Jerry, it was the only chance to clear an innocent man's name and to catch his murderers. After you came back from the penitentiary and told me that Bob had applied for a transfer to the tailor shop, I drew my own conclusions and was in communication with Warden Hazelton. We arranged the jailbreak with Bob, and I even provided the hideaway place and the necessary recording apparatus to take down conversations. This evening they confessed to Bob, and nothing now remains except to retake them.
The judge grinned at me.
In gratitude for your share in the case, you may have the honor of recapturing them, if you wish.
I took a deep breath. Judge, I think you're a terrific guy. One of the greatest I've ever known. And all I have to say is that let us now please phone for 3 or 4 carloads of cops. And that was the end of it. Like I said, another thing that a detective has in common with a doctor is that people are always holding out information on both of them. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. Shadowing people is one of the hardest jobs a detective ever gets. And I once had a case where the shadower was shadowed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Some people have the idea that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, makes a lot of easy money. Believe me, they don't know the half of it. When Cobina Starrett walked into the hat store on Lake Boulevard, I had to hang around outside without creating the impression that I was A, a detective, B, a masher, C, a pickpocket. About half an hour later...
I've been watching you. You're making drawings of our latest imports.
I mumbled something to the store manager about waiting for my wife. He showed me what he thought of that by beckoning to the cop who was directing traffic at the corner. I fled as the cop started toward us. I hurried past the hat store in time to see Cobina Starrett leaving by a rear door. But as I ran around the block...
All right now. I've got you. Leave off struggling before I give you a taste of the billy.
It was the cop who'd run the other way to meet me. Officer, I'm Jerry Browning, Private Detective. What's the use? The cop let go of me but held his club ready.
What's that you said?
Never mind. My subject just drove off in that cab. A woman I was shadowing got away from me when a cop mistook me for a loiterer. I took a cab to the office of my client, Wadsworth Henley. Acting on Henley's orders, I'd been following Cobina Starrett for 10 days, during which time she'd done nothing more exciting than shop at a few dozen stores and spend long hours at her beauty parlor. Henley sat at his desk and gnawed his knuckles while I delivered my rehearsed story. So it's my conclusion, Mr. Henley, that your suspicions of Miss Starrett are completely unfounded. Henley got up from his desk and walked over to me. Browning, I'll tell you what I think of your report. Henley stood over me. Browning, I had a phone call from Cobina Starrett a few minutes ago. She has just married her hairdresser. She said nothing about returning her engagement ring. I got up slowly. I'm sorry, Mr. Henley. I guess you had a right to lose your temper. Henley frowned. No, I didn't. You tried your best. Browning, I'm well out of it. And I now realize that the one I really love is Peggy McConnell. I edged toward the door. That's fine, Mr. Henley. I hope you'll be very happy. Henley grabbed my arm. I won't make the same mistake twice, Browning. Before Peggy gets an engagement ring from me, you make sure that she loves me. Yeah? And how do you suggest I go about finding that out? You're a detective. Don't bother me with trifles. Now get going. That evening, I went down to the Lido Club, where Peggy McConnell was a featured singer. After her act, I watched Peggy circulate from table to table and made a mental note to report to Henley that she was very popular. About 11 o'clock, Henley came in for a while, got a tiny share of Peggy's attention. I hung around until after the last show, then went outside and took up a position near the stage entrance. After I'd been there about an hour, a car drove up to the stage entrance just as Peggy McConnell emerged from the club. After she got into the car, I signaled a taxi. I ran over to the cab, but as I had my hand on the doorknob...
Well, if it ain't the private detective. And who are you shadowing this time?
Look, I'm on a different case. Let go of my arm.
Sure, and I'm only trying to be helpful.
Never mind. This one got away, too. In the light of my afternoon's experience, I didn't dare report to Henley that Peggy McConnell had eluded me. Instead, I went to her home the next morning, waited outside it until she emerged. Why is it that the average woman on a shopping tour will cover approximately 18 miles in the course of any average day? That's what Peggy McConnell did. And I thought it was going to be another wasted day until the door through which Peggy McConnell passed was at City Hall, and it was labeled Marriage License Bureau. At last I had something to report to Henley, except that I couldn't reach him on the phone either at his office or at home. By that time, Peggy had come out of the bureau. I had to pick up a trail which led me to the Lido Club again. All during the evening, I tried to call Henley, and never did succeed in reaching him. When it became obvious that I couldn't connect with him, I decided that the least I could do for the money I was being paid was follow Peggy and let Henley be the first to know whom she was marrying. But at the stage door...
You know something? I've been thinking. And what I've been thinking is that you're a peeping Tom and no detective at all.
Look, officer, I'm a licensed private detective. I'll show you my license. I'll do anything if you'll only go away.
I've met your kind before. You have a pocket full of fake papers and a face butter wouldn't melt on. And what I'm thinking is you're too guileful for a simple man like me. So come on down and tell it to the sergeant.
I watched dully as Peggy McConnell got into the car and drove away. Then I turned to the cop. Don't you ever get a day off? It took me about 5 minutes to identify myself at headquarters, but by then it didn't matter. The next day I went to see Henley. I had another story rehearsed this time. Mr. Henley, you were never in love with Peggy McConnell either. And it's a good thing you didn't give her an engagement ring because she's just a flirt and a heartbreaker. Browning, you're talking about my wife. I got up slowly. Didn't even try to duck in case he wanted to hit me again. But when the door opened and my nemesis, the cop, walked in, I finally understood everything.
You're a good detective, Browning. But you don't have to follow me daughter Peggy around. Not while she's got her old father to look after her. Eh, son-in-law?
Well, I got my $40 a day for every day I worked. But I know plenty of pugs who take a lot fewer wallops in the teeth for a lot more money than I ever make. Like I said, I won't deny that there are lots harder ways of making a living than my way. But I'm sure there must be lots that are easier.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. Private detectives get all sorts of clients. But I once had a murder case in which my client was me. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Many people think that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has a lot of special rights and privileges. Far from it. I was sitting at a small table in the Montmartre, which is one of those intimate nightclubs. With luck, I hope to see Johnny Laughlin walk into the place sometime during the evening. I wanted Johnny for having worked the Flim Flam, one of the basic confidence games, on a man now my client. The man who pushed his way across the floor to my table was tall, dark, heavy-shouldered.
Listen, Jake. You bother my girl again and I'll slap your nose to the back of your head.
I blinked. You're talking to the wrong man, pal. I never saw you or your girl before. All that did was infuriate the guy.
Who you trying to ritz? Stand up and fight or I'll knock that smike right off your puss.
Under the circumstances, there was only one thing to do, and I did it. I yanked my blackjack from my pocket, kicked my chair out from under me, slapped the guy with the blackjack. An instant later, 3 other men surrounded me. One had a gun. I struck out at him. Heard the bullet go past my ear, and from then on was too busy to notice anything. After what seemed like hours, the lights went on. I found myself in the grip of 2 husky cops. There was a still figure on the floor.
Mister, you're under arrest for murder.
I got into a fight at a nightclub and found myself charged with murder. The next morning, I had a talk with my lawyer, and Lieutenant Dawson came over to see me from headquarters. They were both optimistic.
Jerry, we've got it pretty well established that the guy did pick the fight with you. The only question now is who killed him?
My lawyer shrugged.
That's not our question, Lieutenant. Jerry's innocent, and I want him released.
Dawson nodded absently.
Yeah, sure. That's just formality.
He turned to me.
Jerry, I want you to come down to the morgue, take a look at the body. We haven't been able to identify it yet.
I stared at the still body lying on the morgue slab, and I dreaded what I had to say. Dawson, this is not the fellow who picked the fight with me.
You mean this poor guy was just an innocent bystander?
My lawyer got red in the face.
That doesn't alter the circumstances. Jerry had nothing to do with it. A hoodlum picked a fight and...
I shrugged. Save it for court. We're liable to need it.
A license as a private detective is not a license to engage in brawls. Even though Mr. Browning did not actually shoot the victim, he is responsible for the conditions culminating in the murder. I hold him for the grand jury. However, I will accept a petition for bail.
In the 4 days previous to my scheduled appearance before the grand jury, I moved heaven and earth to find out the identity of the murdered man. All I learned was that he'd come into the nightclub alone just a few minutes before the fight started, had been sitting at a table right behind mine. For a while, I thought that the murder had some connection with Johnny Laughlin, the confidence man I'd been trying to capture. But even that slim hope disappeared when I entered the grand jury room. The district attorney shook a bony finger in my face.
Members of the grand jury, this man Browning has been a troublemaker for years. He claims to have been seeking the capture of Johnny Laughlin, who was in the custody of New Orleans police 24 hours before the nightclub murder, as Browning should have known if he were more interested in his business than in brawls. What do you say to that, Browning?
I had one chance, and I took it.
Members of the grand jury, this was no murder growing out of a casual brawl. I've uncovered evidence that makes me believe the whole thing was carefully staged. A fight picked in order to make a deliberate murder look accidental. I'm sure the man who started it did not know I was a detective. He picked on whoever was nearest, the real intended victim. But something happened in the course of the fight which makes me sure I can solve the murder, if the grand jury will give a week to do it in.
The grand jury believed me, and I walked out of there with at least a technical chance to clear myself. That stuff about a deliberately staged fight was something I'd thought up in a moment of desperation. But the more I thought about it, the better I liked it. And in a conference with Dawson that same day, Dawson, the victim, came there to meet somebody. He had no papers on him because he didn't dare have any, and no money because he needed money badly. All that adds up to a Lamester of some kind. Find out who's broken out of a jail lately, or double-crossed a gang someplace, and we'll at least have the victim identified. We had the identification 2 days later.
Jerry, our man is Sandy Purcell. Used to be an accountant. Ran the books for an Eastern gambling syndicate, sold inside information to another gang, and disappeared right after that. As clear as you, Jerry.
Yeah, but that's not enough. There's a certain guy I still have to catch up with. Now that I knew the kind of man I was after, my problem became simpler. What I was looking for was a big man with a big pain in his head. Gangland has its own doctors, men who for many reasons are not permitted to practice medicine, but who, for a price, will extract a bullet or patch a cracked skull. That's why 5 days later I was waiting outside a grimy tenement building on the west side. It cost me $200 to learn this address, but I figured it was well worth it. It was about an hour later when the man walked down the tenement steps. His hat was pulled way down, but not far enough to conceal either his face or the white line of bandages under the hat. He was the man who'd started the nightclub fight. I held my blackjack in my hand as I stopped him. Hello, pal. How's your girlfriend these days? I thought he'd faint.
Don't hit me. I'm a sick man. You almost killed me the last time.
I'll finish it this time. I twirled the blackjack, let him hear its lethal whistle. What do you say? We can talk at police headquarters, or we can go to work right here.
I'll talk any place.
His name was Pete Terrell, and he worked as a dance hall bouncer, made extra money by beating people up on the side. He wasn't in on the actual murder, but he named the 3 men from Boston who'd hired him to start the nightclub fight that led to Sandy Purcell's murder. It was an old story. A guy who sells out a gang to another gang, then gets pushed off as useless. Sandy'd been threatening to talk unless he was taken care of. So they took care of him, though not as he expected. Terrell was lucky. He only got 5 years. Of the rest, 1 got the chair, 2 others life sentences. Like I said, it makes no difference who you are. When you step into a courtroom, all you get is justice.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Calling all detectives. When a music writer died violently, the only clue was a scrap of paper with some musical symbols. A musical key to murder. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Take it from me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Solving a crime is like playing music. You've got to start with the right key. The man who walked into my office was fat, 50-ish, and agitated.
Mr. Browning, I'm Guy Ritchie, the music publisher.
I nodded. I know who you are, Mr. Ritchie. Saw your picture in last night's paper. You're the man Alan Avery worked for. Committed suicide, shot himself right in your office, didn't he?
Suicide, my eye! The papers and the police can call it that, but I'm not holding still for it. Alan Avery was a top pop man in my staff. I paid him a fat salary and a percentage on royalties. He's written a lot of hit tunes. He's made a lot of money. I know he's never been in debt, so that rules out that angle.
What about his health, emotional status?
Never sick a day in the 8 years I've known him. Emotionally, well, maybe a little moody, temperamental. You expect that in a songwriter. But believe me, Browning, Alan Avery wasn't the kind of person who'd take his own life.
Yet the evidence... Ritchie threw out a pudgy hand.
Evidence my foot! The police base a suicide theory on the fact that Alan just wrote a torch tune. I can't face my heart. The next line is, unless you say yes to my arms. Clever, huh? But right away, everybody figures it's a farewell note, especially since he and his wife separated about a month ago. Why, even that was about patched up. You see, she's a classical musician, and their temperaments clashed a little. But now, Browning, here's an important thing.
He reached into his wallet, fished out a scrap of paper. On it was scribbled 5 lines, the treble clef, and the musical symbol of a sharp on the top line.
That was found below Alan's body. I think he left it as a dying message, but the reporters and the cops only laughed at my idea. Browning, as sure as I'm sitting here, this is the key to Alan's murder.
With nothing more than a scrap of paper to go on, I was hired to prove that what looked like suicide was actually murder. I told Ritchie that before I investigated the piece of paper with its musical symbols, I wanted to talk to Mrs. Avery. Ritchie gave me her address, said I was to handle the case any way I saw fit. Then he told me why he was willing to hire a private detective.
Alan Avery helped make my success. He came to me 8 years ago with that song called Do You Remember November? I published it. It was a hit, and I was big time. And this last tune, I Can't Face My Heart, be another smash. I kind of figure I owe something to Avery.
I drove away, thinking that after all, there are some nice people in the world. And after I met Mrs. Avery, I was practically convinced of it. She was tall and slender, with the kind of silvery blonde hair that ought to look awful good behind footlights. She told me that there had been a reconciliation between her and Alan, and she had intended to give up her career as a harpist with the Granton Concert Orchestra Group. Only she'd made her decision too late to stop her husband from doing away with himself. Well, this was interesting. Mrs. Avery, professional name Francesca Sutton, believed Alan had committed suicide. I showed her the scrap of paper. Francesca puzzled over it for a minute, then handed it back with a sad smile. In her opinion, it was meaningless, just a sample of a musician's doodling. I drove back to my office, brooded over that scrap of paper. Then I went to the Aeolian building. Guy Ritchie seemed a little surprised to see me.
You're a fast worker, Browning. What have you got to report?
Not too much, Mr. Ritchie. I've analyzed this bit of paper for every possible meaning. And with your cooperation, we'll try some tests. Look, these symbols, the lines, the sharp, and the treble sign, what do they mean to you?
Why, the key of G, of course.
That's what they mean to me, too. So, let's have it, Mr. Ritchie.
What, Browning? I don't know what you're talking about.
The key, Mr. Ritchie, the key. Your first name is Guy. That means the initial G. Therefore, the key of G. Get it?
Hey, that's mighty clever. Could be I hold the key to, a safety deposit box I shared with Allen, eh? Slick detecting, I call it. Only I don't have any keys except in my office, my car, and my house. So what's next, Mr. Browning?
Well, I put my brain into reverse and came up with another little gem of reasoning. These musical symbols are also known as characters. And the whole drawing could be interpreted as a staff. Maybe with the last of his strength, Allen was trying to tell you it was some character on your staff who's the killer. How about it, Mr. Ritchie? Anyone here fit the description? Ritchie grinned.
Browning, everybody on my staff is a character. But wait, I'll let you see for yourself.
He pushed some buttons on his desk. The door flew open and his staff members came in. Ritchie was right. They were characters. His secretary was a cute little gum-chewing hepcat. According to her, she could dig that I was strictly gone, but she was no square either. Someday she'd be a BTO, too. English translation, big-time operator. I shook the fog out of my brain and went to work on the next candidate. This was Ritchie's lyricist, a lad named Thorpe. I'm sure he even thought in rhyme. Avery murdered? Well, I can't imagine why. Don't look at me. I've got an alibi. Was at the Carter house for dinner, left there at 8, went to a movie, and you can prove it by my date. That's how it went. One weirdie after another, and each with an unshakable story, a strict accounting for the time in which Avery died, and no reason for killing him. My face was as red as a poll taker's the day after election. I left the Aeolian building, stood down on the street, still staring at that scrap of paper. Suddenly, I had it. The symbol for the key of G was F-sharp. I was so engrossed in my latest deduction that I didn't see the boy on the bike until it was too late. It was a Western Union messenger who'd run into me. I picked myself and him up. He was not happy.
Why don't you do your dreaming someplace else, mister? If you're not me in the street under a car, I'd be playing a harp by now.
Then it really hit. I yanked a bill out of my pocket, tossed it to the boy, and was in my car and nothing flat. I found Mrs. Avery, also known as Francesca Sutton, at her apartment and surrounded by half-filled suitcases. Right on top of one of the cases was a fat bundle of securities. Figuring on leaving town, Mrs. Avery? She didn't have to answer. The look on her face was guilt in large letters. You knew I'd figure it out finally, didn't you? The F for Francesca, and the sharp symbol, S for Sutton, and H-A-R-P, harp. That scrap of paper named you as your husband's killer. Let's go, Mrs. Avery. You're under arrest for murder. She fought it for a while, but the evidence against her was too great. All that stuff about a reconciliation was nonsense, intended to lull his suspicions until she could set the stage for murder, in order to get over $20,000 in securities that he owned. She'd walked into Avery's office, shot him, and taken the securities, certain that the death would be considered suicide. But as he was dying, Avery penciled that scrawl, and in the end, it sent her to the chair. Like I said, the real key to a crime is always evident, even though it may at first sound like a wrong note.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
The Sealy Mattress Company presents Calling All Detectives. A transcontinental train, $1 million insurance policy, and a salt shaker. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. What is the real name of S.S. Van Dyne? That is the Sealy Mystery Quiz question, now worth $180. If the person we telephone at the end of the program can answer a question based on tonight's story, he or she will earn a famous Sealy Toughless Inner Spring Mattress, plus a chance to answer the Sealy Mystery Quiz question. So, pull up a chair and listen closely to Calling All Detectives.
If there's one thing a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, ignores, it's superstition. The police photographer finished his grim work. Pictures of the body on the bedroom floor. The murdered man was Zachary Talcott. He owned a chain of newspapers, and when he was alive, millions of people read his daily editorials. Now that he'd been shot through the heart, millions wanted to know who killed him. One of them was John Cooley, head of the investigations department of Consolidated Insurance, which is why I was at Talcott's apartment that muggy autumn morning. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide strolled over to me. I was sitting in the living room at a table that had been set for dinner for two, a dinner that had never been eaten. Dawson sat down alongside of me.
Jerry, this dinner table shows that Talcott was expecting a guest last night. When he was shot, he fell forward, broke his pocket watch. It stopped at 20 minutes past 8. It's 9:30 a.m. now, and the rigor mortis condition of the body indicates that Talcott has been dead a little over 12 hours. Angeline Walker's been going with Talcott. If she has no alibi for 8:20 last night, she's halfway to the chair.
Talcott wanted to marry Angeline Walker. Why would she kill him? Dawson mopped his brow.
I'll have all the answers after she confesses. Talcott certainly kept it hot in here. I'll tell the boys to open a few windows.
I stayed at the table and reflected that if Angeline Walker was guilty, my client would have to pay Talcott's beneficiary $1 million on the policy. The beneficiary was Harvey Considine, Talcott's nephew, and at the moment on a train bound for the West Coast. There was a salt shaker at my elbow. I picked it up, idly let the salt pour out in a swift stream on the tablecloth. There's an old superstition that spilled salt is supposed to spell out the name of a murderer. All this heap of salt did was make a mess on the tablecloth. And when I traced some figures in the dry stuff, what I wrote was $1 million.
Friends, it doesn't take a detective to discover the finest mattress that ever put the handcuffs on insomnia. S-E-A-L-Y spells Sealy, and Sealy mattresses spell S-L-E-E-P. Refreshing, restful sleep that helps you and your family feel better, look better, work better. Sealy mattresses are tuftless, buttonless, bumpless, smooth as sleep itself. And only Sealy has that inner magic, the Miracle Mesh Protector. It's the patented construction which eliminates spring feel, stops shifting of padding, halts sagging or lumping, and improves resilience as it preserves restful comfort. Yes, this Sealy exclusive does away with mid-mattress sag and side sag, too. Sealy mattresses are healthfully firm, yet surface soft with just enough give to give you the right rest. You sleep on a Sealy, not in it. So say Sealy and really invest in true rest. Stop counting sheep. Count on Sealy for years and years of rest that's right every night. Sleeping on a Sealy is like sleeping on a cloud. And now, back to Jerry Browning.
When a wealthy newspaper publisher was murdered, suspicion centered around a woman named Angeline Walker. Dawson arrested Angeline Walker about 2 hours after Talcott's body was found, rushed her off to jail. She refused to give an alibi. I sat alongside Dawson's desk and looked unhappy. Dawson, I think you've been hasty. Angeline Walker hasn't admitted anything. We know that she refused to marry Talcott at least twice, and she had nothing to gain by killing him. Dawson grinned at me.
Jerry, you're worrying about Consolidated Insurance's $1 million policy. You'd like to involve Harvey Considine, even though he was on a train 8 hours before Talcott died. The only thing you got against Considine is that he inherits Talcott's money and gets the policy benefits.
The man who walked into Dawson's office was tall, thin, and determined. Lieutenant, I'm Pete Loring, publicity director for Pure Test Food Products. Angeline Walker was with me last night from 7 o'clock on. Dawson smiled.
Yeah? Why didn't you say so?
Because we were married last night by a justice of the peace over at Portstown. We wanted to keep it secret because her folks don't approve of me, but we didn't figure on keeping it this secret. Dawson's jaw sagged and his face turned from pink to deep purple. One phone call to Portstown, and 1 hour later, Angeline Walker and her husband left police headquarters, and Dawson was left holding the bag. I fell into step with Dawson as he emerged from the police commissioner's office. Dawson, that was a mistake anybody could have made. Now let's think of Harvey Considine. He's the only man who stands to gain anything by Talcott's death, and what he stands to gain is a fortune. Dawson opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, but no sound came out. Whatever the commissioner had said to him, it must have been pretty searing. Finally,
Jerry, Considine is on the Sunshine Limited. We know that. He boarded the train here 8 hours before Talcott was killed. He's been riding ever since, and right this minute he's still on the train someplace in Utah.
Jerry, he's got the world's best alibi, and if I stick my neck out again, the commissioner will purely lop my head off. I argued with him the length of the corridor. Dawson, I figure all that stuff at the apartment was a setup. The dinner table, the broken watch in Talcott's pocket, a lot of stuff indicating that Talcott was killed around 8:30 last night. Well, as a matter of fact, he might have been killed many hours earlier. The body wasn't discovered until 9 o'clock the following morning, so there's no knowing when he was killed. Dawson shook his head sadly. I thought of all that, Jerry, but the autopsy report is absolute. Rigor mortis determines how long the body's been dead. That rigor mortis is determined by the condition of the body, the temperature of the room, and a lot of other scientific stuff there's no arguing with. Jerry, the lab says Talcott was killed at 8:30 last night, and by that time Harvey Considine was almost 500 miles from here on that train. I shrugged. Okay, Dawson. Far be it from me to argue with the lab. But how about you and me going back to Talcott's apartment and taking another look around? It was about 6 o'clock at night when we entered the apartment. The body was gone, of course, but otherwise the place was just as it had been that morning. The table was still set for the dinner that had never been eaten, and the air in the apartment was just as muggy and oppressive as it had been that morning. We puttered around the place for perhaps half an hour, found nothing that the eagle eyes of the homicide squad experts had missed. After a while, I sat down again at the table. There was a caked puddle of salt on the tablecloth. I picked up the salt shaker as I had that morning, tilted it over. Nothing came out of it, so I unscrewed the top. It was about half full of salt, all of it caked in a soggy, compact mass from the dampness. I stared at it. That's funny. This morning, this salt flowed freely, and it was just as damp in here as it is now. Dawson, this is very funny. Jerry, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not sure that I do either. But just for the fun of it, let's talk to whoever's on the service elevator. We found the service elevator operator, and I asked him, was anything taken out of Mr. Talcott's apartment early this morning? For instance, like an air conditioning unit?
Why, yes, now that you mention it, the frost air service people were around here at 8 o'clock this morning. Said they had a call last night to pick up the air conditioning unit and put a new motor in it. Well, they didn't steal it, did they?
No, they didn't steal it. I turned to Dawson. Talcott's body was in the bedroom, the air conditioning unit in the living room. And that changes all the factors that determine when rigor mortis sets in. Dawson, I think you'd better wire ahead and have Harvey Considine taken off the Sunshine Limited. Considine was guilty, of course. He'd killed Talcott just before taking his train at noon, counted on the powerful air conditioning unit to throw out all the factors on rigor mortis. Then he arranged with the service company to pick the unit up the first thing in the morning, knowing that the maid would not arrive and find the body until an hour later. It was a clever stunt, and might have worked if it hadn't been for the salt that ran freely in the still dry air of the morning and had caked by that night. Like I said, I don't go along with any superstitions, but I know at least one murderer that spilled salt sent to the chair.
Jerry Browning will make that phone call, and we'll have the Seeley Mystery Quiz in a moment. Meanwhile, Jerry, some mornings does your back feel as though you'd like to give it back to the Indians? Then, friend, you haven't discovered the new Seeley mattress, the Seeley Orthopedic Firm Arrest Inner Spring Mattress. It's America's most modern mattress, approved by the American Medical Association, and scientifically made to give relief from backache due to sprains or muscular distension. Yes, the Seeley Orthopedic Inner Spring Mattress combines gentle, firm, non-sag support with all the restful comfort of the most luxurious inner spring mattress. It's patented and perfect for all who want refreshing sleep and all who need healthful, gentle back support. Get the sensational Seeley Orthopedic Inner Spring at your favorite furniture or department store. You'll sleep on it, not in it. Your back will thank you, and like all who enjoy Seeley sleep, you're sure to agree. Sleeping on a Seeley is like sleeping on a cloud. Now it's time for the Seeley Mystery Quiz. What's our first number tonight, Jerry?
Well, George Bauer, we're trying Danube first. D, A, 6, 2, 6, and here are the rest.
Well, Jerry, just what's the question about tonight's story?
In what town were Angeline Walker and Pete Loring married?
All right, and if the listener we phone can answer that question, he or she will earn a Sealy Tuftless Inner Spring Mattress, plus an opportunity to answer the Sealy Mystery Quiz question, now worth $180.
And incidentally, if you were talking to me before... Oh, hello. This is Jerry Browning calling from WGN on the Sealy Calling All Detectives program. If you answer my question about tonight's story, you can earn a nationally advertised Sealy Tuftless Inner Spring Mattress, plus an opportunity to answer the Sealy Mystery Quiz question, now worth $180 in cash. What is your name, please? Mrs. Anthony Amato? All right, Mrs. Amato, here's your first question. In what town were Angeline Walker and Pete Loring married? Oh, I'm very sorry you don't know that, Mrs. Amato, but Sealy Mattress Company is going to send you a consolation award worth $5. Thanks very much and good night.
I believe we have time for another call, Jerry.
Yes, we do.
Or
and
were you
Bishop
just going
is
to
it.
say that?
I was going to. B-I-7-O-3, and there are the rest. Incidentally, as I was starting to say before, if you were asking me about my back, that's a silly question. I've been sleeping on a Sealy for over a year. And it certainly is a pleasure to have Sealy back with us on the program, too. Oh, I hope we start ringing soon.
What exchange are we in now, Jerry?
It's Bishop. Well, it started to do something, and then we had silence. Now it's ringing. Possibly these people are... Hello. Is your mother there? That's a little girl, I think. Little girl or little boy. Hello, this is Jerry Browning calling from WGN on the Sealy Calling All Detectives program. If you answer my question about tonight's story, you can earn a nationally advertised Sealy Tuftless Inner Spring Mattress and an opportunity to answer our Sealy Mystery Quiz question, which is worth $180 in cash. What is your name, please? Mrs. Schaefer? Well, here's the question, Mrs. Schaefer. In what town were Angeline Walker and Pete Loring married? Oh, I'm very sorry you don't know that, Mrs.
Well,
Schaefer.
the Sealy Mystery Quiz question. All right.
The correct answer was Portstone, Mrs. Schaefer.
The question remains, what is the real name of SS Van Dyne? Tomorrow's award for the Sealy Mystery Quiz question will be $200, so keep listening. Remember, too, that sleeping on a Sealy is like sleeping on a cloud. Pleasant dreams. This is WGN Chicago 11.
Calling all detectives. You'd think a private detective sees enough of crime. But I once went out looking for murder. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It doesn't take a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to realize that everything is relative. The telegram was from the little town of Pendleton, and it said, "Am coming to spend a few days with you. Save your big cases until I arrive. Signed, Enoch Browning." That was just like Uncle Enoch, a man who never bothered with details, such as when he'd be arriving, at what station, or the possibility that I might be busy.
Jerry, put away your gadgets. Kith and kin come a-calling.
I grinned. "Uncle Enoch, I just got your wire this minute. Come on in." Uncle Enoch Browning came in, plumped his old-fashioned telescope suitcase on my desk.
No crooks in the closet, are there, Jerry?
The detecting business is a bit slow right now. There's nobody here but us Brownings.
Oh, you mean nobody took a shot at you today?
Nary a one, Uncle. But I will take you out and buy you some dinner.
Dinner be hanged. I come to town for excitement. Jerry, let's go out and dig you up a murder.
When my Uncle Enoch arrived from Pendleton, he wanted me to serve him up a nice, fresh murder. The best I could offer him was a behind-the-scenes tour of the Police Homicide Bureau.
You call this a crime bureau? Why, those men are playing pinochle.
I shrugged and looked apologetic. I guess it's slow all over, Uncle. Before he could make any more cracks, I steered him into Lieutenant Dawson's office. When Enoch demanded a murder to help solve, Dawson grinned.
Ain't enough crime to go around, sir. Your nephew solves them before they get real started.
Dawson winked at me, and Uncle Enoch snorted.
Lieutenant Dawson, where at your place your underworld hangs out at?
Well, Mr. Browning, couldn't do better than the Purple Slipper.
I groaned. The Purple Slipper was a flossy nightclub where larceny ran high, but was confined to the check. Uncle Enoch didn't realize that Dawson was kidding, insisted on going to the club at once. Dawson egged him on, finally added,
You two go on, and I'll join you later.
So, there we were, in the middle of the crush at the Purple Slipper. I slipped Charlie, the head waiter, $5. He palmed it fast, and in 2 minutes had a table for us. I told Charlie to leave an extra chair at the table for a late arrival. Charlie just glared at me and stalked off. I stared after him. Wonder what's biting him.
He's mortified because I caught him, low-down crook. Thought he could get away with picking your pocket. Here's your $5 bill back. I plucked it from his thieving fingers.
Oh, no. Unc, order yourself a drink. I'll be right back. I found Charlie, straightened things out with him at the expense of still another $5 bill, told him that I was expecting Dawson. Then I went on back to our table, found a tall glass of lemonade there, but no Uncle Enoch. I finally found him, in Big Mike Hardock's private office. Uncle Enoch was sitting next to a youngster I recognized as Winthrop Walker III, a kid with a lot of dollars and no sense. Walker and Big Mike, who owned the Purple Slipper, were playing casino. Uncle Enoch was kibitzing. I swallowed hard. What are you doing in here, Uncle Enoch? This is a private game.
What's private about casino? It's a game for children.
Big Mike grunted.
Not at $5,000 a hand, it ain't.
He glanced at me briefly.
If this character belongs to you, Browning, get him out of here.
Winthrop Walker shook his head.
He stays. He's bringing me luck.
Walker was right, except that he didn't say what kind of luck. Because on the next deal, as Big Mike shuffled the cards,
Mike, you just slipped a 10 of diamonds up your sleeve. You've been cheating right along, and I won't pay off.
Walker grabbed at Big Mike's arm. There was a scuffle, and a moment later...
You see, Jerry? This is a den of murderers. Arrest that man. Why don't you arrest him?
It was a good question, especially with Big Mike's gun pointing at me. Well, you and I better be going, Uncle Enoch.
Sit down. Nobody's going no place.
We ain't scared of you, mister. Our friend Lieutenant Dawson's coming here first, and if he don't find us, you'll be in trouble.
That did it. Big Mike phoned outside, talked to Charlie, confirmed that we really were expecting Dawson.
Browning, you're going back to your table with the old gent. When Dawson comes, get rid of him. After that, we'll do whatever needs doing.
With 2 of Big Mike's gun-toting bouncers to back up his orders, I had no choice except to obey. They took us back to our table and then stood over us. Uncle Enoch took a big drink of his lemonade, looked around with enjoyment. At last, he was having fun. Then I got an idea. Let me taste that lemonade, Uncle Enoch. Big Mike's boys didn't say anything as I took the glass. When I fumbled and dropped a match into it, they just sneered at my nervousness. I fished out the match, then started fooling with a cigarette. Along about then, Dawson came in.
Hello, Jerry, Mr. Browning. Catch any criminals yet?
Bouncers moved in on us. I smiled at Dawson. Uncle Enoch and I have a special date, and you are not included, Dawson, so run along. Dawson looked hurt and protested. Finally said,
Okay, if you don't want my company.
He got up from the table. I picked up the cigarette. Here, Dawson, smoke this for old time's sake. Outside. Dawson stared at me and took the cigarette and stalked out. One of the bouncers tapped my shoulder.
You did that okay. Now let's go for a ride.
I got up slowly. I wanted to make that last mile last as long as possible. My one chance was that Dawson would smoke the cigarette as instructed. The bouncers herded us outside to the lobby, and then it happened. Dawson was standing in the lobby and firing his gun at the ceiling.
Don't anybody move! The place is surrounded!
Well, that's all there was to it. The police got Big Mike, and Uncle Enoch was a hero. But it was Dawson who sent out the riot call after he lit that cigarette and read my one-word message on it. Help. I dipped a match into the lemonade and written the word on the cigarette paper. Lemon juice is a wonderful invisible ink, and it shows up as brown writing when the paper is heated. Like I said, no matter what odds are against you, if you act slow and think fast, you can even make a killer holler uncle. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Most detectives are happy to have one client at a time. But I once had 2 clients on the same case, and both of them appeared guilty. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has 2 clients for the same case, he really has cause for alarm. I'd set my alarm clock for 8 a.m. It felt more like 1 a.m. when the clatter of bells woke me. I shut off the alarm. The bells still kept ringing. I reached for the phone. Hello, Jerry Browning. What? Okay, Mr. Bryant, but hold the phone a second. The doorbell's ringing.
Mr. Browning, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. Henry Dwight is my name. I have a dreadful problem.
Come on in, Mr. Dwight. This is my night for problems. I've got somebody on the phone with one. Sit down for a second, please. Hello. You still there, Mr. Bryant? Now, what's your trouble? Philately. Oh, stamp collecting. Well, what was the value of the stolen stamps? You think they're about to be stolen? Whom do you suspect? I couldn't believe the answer that came over the phone. I shook my head, glanced at the little man I'd admitted and who was now sitting on the sofa. My visitor had said his name was Henry Dwight, and the man on the phone, whose name was Clayton Bryant, had just told me that Henry Dwight was the one who intended to steal his stamp collection. I said into the phone, "Hold the wire a second, Mr. Bryant." Then I turned to Dwight. What's your trouble, Mr. Dwight?
I'm a philatelist, Mr. Browning, and Clayton Bryant has threatened to steal my stamp collection.
I was engaged by 2 rival hobbyists who feared that each was about to steal the other's valuable stamp collection. I told Bryant to see me at 9 o'clock in my office. Then I put down the phone and turned back to Henry Dwight. Now let's hear your side of the story. Well, it was a simple story of rivalry that started way back when Dwight and Bryant had been college classmates.
And we kept up the feud after we both got into the brokerage business. And now that each of us is retired, why, we're still trying to beat one another at the same hobby. Even buy through the same dealer, Clifford Franklin. Fine chap. Manages to get some interesting covers. You know, envelopes bearing certain postmarks. It's the one field in which Bryant and I have no disputes. He specializes in doubles, place names like Pango Pango, Walla Walla. I see covers bearing people's names like Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Bailey's Harbor, Wisconsin, Carson City, Nevada, and so on.
That's fine. But if you and Bryant don't fight over that stuff, what is your dispute?
It started over a rare stamp, a Japanese lilac, issued back when Japan was just getting started in world commerce. I gave Franklin, the dealer, a phone bid on it, but before I could get to the shop, Bryant walked in, outbid my phone offer, and got the Japanese lilac. Naturally, I was annoyed and threatened to get his entire collection, but...
You threatened him?
But he threatened me, too.
Look, be in my office tomorrow at 9, and we'll get this all straightened out. And now, good night. By the time they arrived at my office, both Bryant and Dwight were feeling pretty sheepish. I read them a long lecture about there being enough stamps in the world to satisfy everybody, and not enough decent behavior to satisfy anybody. You've both made some silly threats which neither of you meant. So why not bury the hatchet and forget all about it? They looked relieved, shook hands, and even paid me a nice fee for having acted as an arbitrator. Then they took me to see their respective collections, which were really something.
You have one of the finest collections in the world, Dwight. Nice of you to say so, Bryant, but I think your collection is even better.
And that's how they left me, telling each other what great guys they were. A nice case, a nice fee, no real work to do. At least that's what I thought until that evening, when both Bryant and Dwight phoned from their respective homes. Each one's stamp collection had just been stolen. Each suspected the other and demanded that I earn the fee I'd just been paid. I got the two men together again, listened to them rave a while. Then, let's get this straight. Your stamp collections have been stolen, but your collections of special covers weren't touched. How come?
Because they have no really great value. It takes patience rather than money to amass a collection of covers.
Bryant nodded.
Yes, I got one as a gift in the mail this morning. A cover bearing the cancellation Leicester, Connecticut, sent me by my dealer Franklin. He's away on a trip.
Dwight chimed in at that.
He sent me one, too, from Mason, Massachusetts.
Okay, let's stick with the stamps. They both started talking at that, each convinced that the other was a thief. Listening to them, I was convinced that neither was involved in the thefts. Gentlemen, I think somebody who knows about your feuding has taken advantage of you. Suppose you give me a few days to work this out, and then if I can't recover your collections, you can take whatever police action you like. After they'd reluctantly agreed not to swear out any warrants for a while, I drove down to the shop of Clifford Franklin, the stamp dealer. Sure enough, there was a card on the door saying that he was out of town, would return in a few days. That seemed to establish his innocence, but I was still suspicious. Franklin knew about the two men's quarrels, and he'd shown himself unscrupulous by selling a stamp for a higher price after having accepted a lower bid. So, when I got back to my office, I made a couple of long-distance phone calls. Then, bright and early the next Monday morning, I was at Franklin's shop again. The dealer came forward to meet me. I'm a private detective, Mr. Franklin. You can save us all a lot of time and maybe get yourself off a little easier if you'll confess to stealing Bryant and Dwight's stamp collections.
Ridiculous! I've been out of town. I even sent these men special covers from towns in Connecticut and Massachusetts.
I smiled, shook my head. You didn't. You wrote to the postmasters at both those places, asking that an enclosure be canceled and mailed back, just like people who sent mail and enclosures to Santa Claus, Indiana, and asked that it be mailed back from there. Postmasters don't mind doing that, but they don't like being used as alibis for theft. Now, do you confess, or do we discuss the subject of what happens to people who use the U.S. mails to defraud? That's a wonderful phrase, U.S. mails. And it has made more than one crook decide to confess in a hurry. Franklin was no exception. He'd carefully built up the feud between Bryant and Dwight, then stolen their collections, secure in the knowledge that the two men would accuse each other and battle to a draw in court. Bryant and Dwight recovered their collections, of course. And as for Franklin, he was practically overjoyed to get only 1 year on a larceny charge. Like I said, when two clients accuse each other, always look for the hand of a third party. It seldom bears the stamp of inspection. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. Twin brothers, a package of diamonds, and a hard bargain. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Every once in a while, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, runs into a criminal who's just too smart. I was at the Central Railway Terminal, winding up a routine check for the Great Valley Railroad. The case had been easy, and I felt good, with nothing to do for a few hours but relax. I wandered into the main waiting room, sat down on a bench, and watched all the people who were hurrying to or back from someplace. Oh. When I heard the groan, I looked around, realized it had come from the well-dressed man sitting alongside of me. I turned to him. "Excuse me, sir, but if you're in trouble, maybe I can help you. I'm Jerry Browning, a private detective." He gave me a shy smile, dabbed at his eyes with an expensive handkerchief. "I am Peter Van Broek. 20 years ago, I came here from South Africa to engage in the diamond business. Greatly have I prospered, but all this time, so unhappy I am because I long for the presence of my twin brother, Kurt." "A twin brother? What happened to him?" "That I do not know, Mr. Browning. Always I urged him to come here, and finally he consented. Last week already he should have arrived.
That he came off the ship, I know, but since disappeared.
Why would anybody want to hurt your brother, Mr. Van Brock?
Because of a quantity of diamonds he was carrying with him. This I sent him the money to buy, and gladly would I suffer their loss if my brother could be saved.
Was your brother supposed to arrive on the Great Valley Railroad, Mr. Van Brock? He nodded vigorously. Okay. I represent the Great Valley, and I'll undertake to find your twin brother. If he's alive. When a wealthy diamond dealer's twin brother disappeared, I started the machinery of an intensive search.
To all cars, missing person Kurt Van Brock, age 46, 5 feet 8, weight about 170, blue eyes, light brown hair, speaks with a Dutch accent.
Wilbur Norris, first vice president of the Great Valley Railroad, frowned up at me.
Browning, are you sure this Kurt Van Brock actually took one of our trains to come here?
Yes, Mr. Norris. I checked at the boat end. Kurt got on our midnight limiter. The conductor remembers his trick accent. What we don't know is whether something happened to him on the train or after he got off. Norris bit off the end of a cigar.
Well, don't just stand here. Find out.
For 2 days, nothing happened. The search for Kurt Van Brock widened out into a 6-state alarm. Meanwhile, with police aid, we checked all pawn shops and fences to see whether the diamonds Kurt had been carrying had gone into underworld channels. That netted us exactly nothing, too. I went back to see Peter Van Brock, who told me,
Spare no effort, no cost, Mr. Browning, to find my brother. If it is a matter of money, of expenses,
I shook my head. I'm working for the Great Valley Railroad, Mr. Van Brock, and all my expenses are paid by them. You'll hear from me. The break in the case came the next day in the form of a message from Lieutenant Dawson of the Homicide Squad. He wanted me to meet him at the morgue. Dawson and I stared down at the body on the slab.
That's him, isn't it?
I nodded. Even in death, Kurt Van Brock was the exact image of his brother. He'd been shot to death. There was no money, no diamonds, no papers on the body.
We found him on the waterfront, dead about 8 hours. They must have been holding him prisoner, killed him when they thought we were closing in. I'm sorry, Jerry.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'd better break the news to his brother. I walked into the Market Street office of Van Brock and Company, diamond merchants. The outer office was empty, but from inside I could hear voices.
Here, Berger, 14 perfect diamonds. The price I quoted you is a bargain.
I will take them, Mr. Van Brock. I never doubt the price is quoted me by a man of your integrity. Peter Van Brock and his customer walked outside. The customer left. Then Van Brock faced me.
Yes? What is it?
I took a deep breath. I have bad news for you, Mr. Van Brock. The worst kind. Van Brock stared at me in blank-eyed horror, as though he didn't know who I was. Don't take it so hard, Mr. Van Brock. As sure as my name is Jerry Browning, I'll find your brother's murderer. Van Brock's face lost its awful blank look. He even managed a weak smile.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Browning, but there's nothing more anybody can do. Kurt is dead. Let him sleep in peace.
He's dead. We can't help that, but believe me, this case is just beginning. I walked outside, shook my head at the kind of resignation Peter Van Brock had shown. I could just see myself telling Mr. Norris something like that, and the cold outrage with which he would instantly fire me. Now, maybe Peter Van Brock was satisfied to let the thing drop, but that's not the way we did things. It was all right to talk and act tough, but that produced no results. Neither the police nor I could uncover any trace of the person or persons who'd been holding Kurt Van Brock a prisoner for more than a week. But that did lead to a thought. Maybe Kurt had been kidnapped and held for ransom. Maybe Peter had even paid a ransom and had been afraid to mention that angle of the case. I phoned Peter Van Brock to ask him about that. Couldn't get him on the wire. After the 6th such call, I realized that Mr. Van Brock didn't want to talk to me. But I've never let something like that bother me. I went to his office, found Van Brock in the outer office with the same customer who'd been there the last time I called. Mr. Van Brock, you quoted me a wrong price. There must be a mistake. These gems are worth 20% less than I paid you.
Bah, what is 20%? A trifle no more than a matter of opinion.
You say that? You, Peter Van Brock, the man most respected in this entire business? Van Brock's face hardened, and so did mine. I stepped between the two men. Excuse me, sir, but I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Peter Van Brock wouldn't cheat you. But this isn't Peter Van Brock. Peter is dead, and you're talking to his brother, Kurt. Van Brock blustered until I told him, you made a bad mistake, Kurt. You didn't realize that in this country the fingerprints of all diamond merchants are registered. That's how we found out you're Kurt, and that you killed the brother who was looking for you. He broke down after that, signed a confession that he'd arrived in town as scheduled, trailed his brother for a week, learned his habits, and then murdered him in order to take over his business. That stuff about registered fingerprints wasn't true, of course, but Kurt did make one mistake just as bad as the one I'd accused him of. When he took over his brother's life and business, he forgot to take over Peter's integrity, the most essential part of the man. Like I said, some criminals are just too smart, drive too hard a bargain, and wind up behind bars a lot sooner than they expect. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. Most magic is of the parlor trick variety, but I once had a case that involved magic that was strictly fatal. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Take the word of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. When you play with death, you'll never win the game. I was on my way to Louie's Hamburger Heaven in answer to a panicky call about something Louie said he couldn't discuss over the phone. Louie's one of my friends, a burglar turned restaurant owner, and doing well at it. From the outside, Hamburger Heaven looked normal. But when I got inside, I saw no customers, only Louie and three men huddled together at a corner table. Louie got up as I entered.
Boys, the worst is over. Here comes the world's greatest detective, my pal, Jerry Browning.
I felt I should take a bow. Instead, I shook hands all around.
Jerry, I want you should meet some of the boys. This here's Whining Willie, Tommy the Tout, and Problems Cassidy.
Glad to meet you, gents. But what's this all about? Whining Willie looked ready to cry.
It's awful, terrible. Shouldn't happen even to a cop.
Tommy the Tout got confidential.
I got an angle, see? I figured the odds is wrong, see?
Problems Cassidy held up his hand.
We gotta face the issue. Okay, so Louie works magic. The problem is, do we put him in a circus or in jail?
Louie put his head in his hands.
Jerry, I'm confused.
I sat down. You're confused? I'm Browning. What's this all about?
Leave me explain the facts, Jerry. There's a guy been hanging around. On the cuff Langley, we call him, on account of what he pays for is nothing. It's always on the cuff. So tonight he comes in, tries to touch me for a double sawbuck, and I says to him like this, "Drop dead," I says. So he drops dead. Right in front of me. Deader than a mackerel. Jerry, I'm magic. I can kill people. And I don't like it.
My friend Louie told a customer to drop dead, and the customer obliged, on the spot. Louie walked restlessly up and down.
You understand, Jerry, a guy like me, he tells customers maybe 10 times a day they should drop dead. Half the time he don't even mean it. But when it gets around that I got this power, what'll happen?
Problems Cassidy answered for him.
I'll tell you what'll happen. People will buy hamburgers someplace else instead of coming in here to drop dead.
Tommy the Tout had an angle.
We could maybe wake up a deal where people who didn't like other people could bring him in here so Louie could knock him off almost legally.
Louie shook his head.
Positively not. I ain't cluttering up the joint with bodies.
That gave me a thought. Louie, what did you do with On the Cuff's body? Louie sighed.
I got a small break. There's a doctor been coming in here, Doc Reardon from down the block. He happened to come by and he took the body away.
Okay, I'll go up and see the doctor. You boys stick around until I get back. Doc Reardon's office was a shabby hole in the wall.
Yes, Mr. Browning, I examined the body. It was dead.
Yeah, so I heard. What did he die of? Reardon frowned from under shaggy eyebrows.
Shock, my dear sir. Shock and fright. Too bad.
What disposition have you made of the body?
It is reposing at Morton's mortuary on Hickory Street. I have not yet filed the death certificate. Louis is one of my friends, and I hesitate.
Don't hesitate about a thing, Doc. You go right ahead and file the certificate. Put on it whatever you think is the real cause of death. Thaddeus Morton met me in the front parlor of his Hickory Street establishment.
You wish to see the body of Mr. Langley. May I ask, are you a friend?
Yeah, the guy who thinks he killed Langley. Morton's chilly manner thawed fast.
Ah, yes, you mean Louis. He's been most generous, offered to pay the complete funeral expenses.
Just how generous was he?
He ordered the deluxe cremation ceremony. Beautiful, beautiful. Costs $1,800.
I groaned. It was just like Louis to break himself burying some no-good bum. I wanted to go back and argue it with Louis, but first, I'd like to see the body, Mr. Morton, satisfy myself that it wasn't death by violence. Morton led me to a back room, showed me a slim, badly nourished figure, a man in his middle 60s. In death, he didn't look like the no-good chiseler Louis and his friends had described. There were no marks of violence on him. When I got back, I found Louis's friends trying to cheer him up.
You gotta look at the bright side, Louis. Why, a guy like you could be a secret weapon. And you don't even have to be loaded.
But Louis didn't see it that way.
All I know is I'll have to mortgage this joint to pay for that Heel's funeral. If he was alive, he should drop that again. Young guy like that living off people, and now he's got to die the same way.
Louis spotted me.
Hey, what'd you find out, Jerry?
I found plenty. Come on, all of you. Let's go and make things lively at a funeral parlor. Mr. Thaddeus Morton didn't seem happy as we trooped in. Hello, Mr. Morton. I brought Louis and his friends to take a last look at Langley's body.
Why, the coffin is already sealed, awaiting cremation.
Yeah, then unseal it. For 1,800 smackers, you can nail it up twice.
Impossible. It's against the law.
I watched Tommy and Problems debate the subject with Mr. Morton for a while. Then, let go of his neck, Tommy. I think he wants to say something.
I'll open the coffin.
I knew what to expect as Morton pried up the coffin lid, but it came as a surprise to Louis and the others.
Why, this ain't on the cuff, Langley. Where is he?
Mr. Browning, if you will ask that gentleman to take the knife from my throat, I will tell you everything.
What Morton confided sent us to Doc Reardon's place again. And there we found the Doc and on-the-cuff Langley sharing a friendly bottle of gin. Yeah, Langley was a voluntary catatonic, a man who could go into trances at will, fake the symptoms of death cleverly enough to fool a casual observer. Reardon, who was no doctor at all, worked with him and Morton. Langley put on his death act in little one-man stores like lunchrooms, groceries, clothing stores. Reardon showed up immediately thereafter, and the swindle was all set with the aid of Morton, the third partner. I suspected a racket right from the start when Reardon hinted he could be bought off on the death certificate. And I was sure of the racket when Louis mentioned that on the cuff was a young man, instead of being the old man I was shown at the funeral parlor. Well, all three got a nice long jail sentence. But Louis's friends were sad.
Louis, you lost out on a terrific career.
Tommy, you can go drop.
He paused as Tommy turned pale.
I mean, you can drop in at the joint for a free feed any time.
And that was the end of Louis's career as a stool pigeon for death. Like I said, death is a visitor who always comes around sooner or later. So why invite him, even in jest? Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. Puzzles and coats, weird wills and rhymed notes are the problems reflective on this page from the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. You may think I'm clowning, but I, Jerry Browning, a private detective, once had a case I called the Poet's Curse. And believe you me, it went from bad to verse. I rapped on the door marked Adam Flynn, and a deep voice called,
Jerry Browning? Well, walk right in.
I saw two men and a little blonde honey. The three Flynn heirs, all after Adam's money. The names were Roger and Harry and Mary Lou.
We need a clever man. That's why we sent for you.
It was Roger who said that. Then Harry picked up the thread. We haven't had a peaceful moment since old Adam is dead. He looked puzzled, Browning. Haven't you read about his will? It's a queer document with a goofy codicil. You see, Uncle Adam thought he was a poet who never had a chance. When he wanted to write, he had to sell pants. He made millions at it, but just the same, he burned because he yearned to be in the literary game. I tell you, Browning, I'm getting softening of the brain. All this rhyming is driving us insane. Mary Lou smiled sweetly as Harry's rage erupted. I saw my chance and, interrupted. Just a minute, folks. Let me get something straight. You mean you actually must talk at this, rhythmic gait?
That's what we've been telling you. This was Uncle Adam's wish. You wonder we find ourselves in a nice kettle of fish? For 10 whole days we must talk in verse form and make it sound sage. Why, I've memorized a rhyming dictionary page by page. Uncle Adam was adamant. A man of strange sentiment. This is all set down in his final testament. Thus far, we've managed to obey his order.
We've got to. The lawyers have installed a wire recorder. They're checking on us from A to Z. If we don't rhyme all the time, the money goes to charity. I grinned. And I suppose this versifying even includes me. The three Flynns looked grateful. There was a smile on each face. That's the spirit, Browning. Just keep up the pace.
Well, that's only the beginning. Boy, have we got woes. Take a look. The will's codicil will chill you to your toes. It's here on this paper how we have to qualify. It's up to you to figure out the what and where and why. I picked up the sheet. There were just 2 lines smack in the middle. Adam Flynn had left his heirs a mighty tricky riddle. The keys in Florida, find it, and you can keep all the riches it took my life to reap. There you have it, Browning. So the next thing to do is to head for the Southland. That means the 3 of us. And you.
An eccentric character was old Adam Flynn. He waited till death to give his kin riches. And, of course, that's no crime. But his will specified they had to find him in rhyme, and within only 10 days' time. Chug, chug went the train. We were Florida bound. And as far as the riddle, I hadn't found any solution. But my clients weren't upset by my admission. They were just glad of the lawyer's permission.
Yep, they let us get away with no more than our pledge. We need this trip. Our nerves are on edge.
We had dinner in the diner, then sat in the club car. The train was clipping, but we weren't getting far, although Roger and Harry made headway at the bar.
This is wonderful. Come on, Jerry, don't you want to feel frisky? I'll tell you my secret. 12 different words rhyme with whiskey.
He started to reel them off, and I do mean reel. But Mary Lou looked at me with sweet appeal. She wanted to stay on the track of the puzzle. As far as we could figure, the first line wuzzle that made sense. Then suddenly I yelled, Mary Lou, I'm getting dense. It says the key's in Florida. Well, just forget the rest. We're certain to find it once we get to Key West. We called for the porter. He brought a map and laid it on our table. As soon as I looked, I was unable to offer enough apologies for that swift and wrong conclusion. Well, the map showed keys in such profusion that it seemed like Florida's in a state of confusion. There was Key Largo, Macomb Key, Long Key, Boot Key, Pigeon Key, Ramrod Key, and a few dozen others. I looked like a monkey to Mary Lou and her brothers, so to cover my embarrassment, I pointed quickly at a dot. Pirates Cove, that seems a likely spot. Mary Lou nodded, said it was worth trying. In fact, since I mentioned it, her uncle talked of buying an old pirate vessel thought to belong to Captain Kidd. It would be like old Adam to have hidden the key to treasure trove at a place by the name of Pirates Cove. Then she recollected how in his den, Adam had a drawing of a pair of men. One was a buccaneer with a vivid orange sash and coat. Roger staggered over.
That's it, sister. He would have walked the plank if he hadn't missed the boat.
Well, when we hit Miami, we rented a car, and as for the course, we made it in par. The road was wide open. We passed through the toll. Nothing could stop us from reaching our goal. Nothing, that is, except the sheriff and his men.
Yo, King Dig here, go on back north again.
Roger got belligerent, started to fight. You've guessed it, we landed in the Pokey. Stayed there overnight. When they let us out, we reckoned the time.
4 days more to talking this silly rhyme.
That's not good. We're broke or badly bent. If we don't beat that deadline, us Flynns won't have a cent. It was up to yours truly to try to save the day. And suddenly I remembered what Mary Lou had to say about Adam's pirate picture hanging in the old homestead. It had to work, or my face, like the Flynn's finances, would be strictly in the red. I packed him in the car, drove off in high. 2 days later, we were soaring in the sky. And when I got them safely home and into Adam's den, I took down the picture, brought it to the girl and the two amazed men. Here's your uncle's secret, and he's buried it well. He was sure you'd never guess it, because to tell the truth, the key is a word both unique and sly. You can rhyme it with no other, no matter how you try. Now think for a minute. It has to do with Florida's fame. With that, all cried, "Orange!" And then the game began in earnest, for on the pictured pirate's bold orange coat and sash was the clue to Adam's treasure, $4 million in cash. It was all done with dots. They spelled a combination, and when we worked it out, you can imagine the elation. Look, the dots are Morse code, and what do you know? The letters spell a message. The Second National Bank Vault's the place to go. We called the lawyers. They came on the run.
Amazing, remarkable. Old Adam had his fun, but you solved his riddle, did it to perfection.
Roger broke in.
Thanks to Jerry's slick detection.
Yeah, I got all the credit that fine day. What's more, I really made rhyme pay with a great big fine fee, proving that there's more profit than truth in some poetry. Like I said, and you'll probably agree, when you're out on a limb, completely up a tree, just turn a new leaf and don't ever stop. Sooner or later, you'll get to the top. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. When a stock market analyst called a market trend wrong, what it cost him was his own life. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Take a tip from me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It's never safe to make any predictions. The stock ticker at one corner of the office was rapping out a combination of letters and numbers. But John Pettigrew, the stock market analyst, didn't hear it because he was dead. His body lay slumped over the desk. His hand, dangling over the side of his chair, still held the gun. While the homicide squad men went through their routine movements, I talked with pink-cheeked, white-haired Harold McCormick, head of the Securities Exchange Board.
Mr. Browning, this proves that a man can become so engrossed in his work that he loses all sense of comparative values.
I nodded. Yeah? I guess you're right, Mr. McCormick. The suicide note seems to be genuine. Under the circumstances, just what do you expect me to do? McCormick looked uncomfortable.
Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Browning. I'm sure Pettigrew killed himself because the market analysis he sent out to his subscribing clients proved completely inaccurate. However, I would like to know why he made so complete a mistake.
I kept staring at the stock ticker, which had stopped working altogether. This thing hasn't been working much. I suppose that means a dull market session.
Yes, it does. The market is sluggish and off a bit, instead of being very active and sharply up. It's the first time in 3 years that Pettigrew has failed to predict a major trend accurately. And as you read from his suicide note, it preyed on his mind to the point where he took his own life.
I turned my back on the stock ticker. I'll accept the case, Mr. McCormick, but I'll warn you, I don't believe a man would kill himself over one error of judgment in 3 years. A well-known stock market analyst appeared to have taken his own life because a report he sent out was wrong. There was nothing I could do in Pettigrew's office while the police were working there, so I went on down to the securities exchange floor. It didn't take an expert to realize that there wasn't much of anything doing at the moment, but about 10 minutes later, several newcomers came onto the floor. And minutes after that, for no reason that I could see, the whole floor suddenly came to life. Men were shouting across the room to one another, wig-wagging signals and dashing about wildly. Alongside of me, Harold McCormick, head of the Securities Exchange Board, shouted into my ear,
"This is astounding. The bull market has arrived only 48 hours after Pettigrew predicted that it would."
Mr. McCormick's name got me a swift interview with Tom Caldwell, who was supposed to be the smartest stock trader in town. Mr. Caldwell, I guess you made a lot of money on today's bull market. Would you mind giving me some idea of how you figured out that a price rise was in the offing? Caldwell leaned back in his chair and laughed.
Simple, Browning, very simple. I pay John Pettigrew $1,500 a year for his market analysis service, and I have implicit faith in him. He predicted this rise, and I merely rolled with the tide.
I sighed. Mr. Caldwell, don't you know that Pettigrew killed himself this morning because he thought his analysis was all wrong?
No. I didn't know. I had no idea.
Well, you know now. Shrewd, cynical Joe Morton is the financial editor of the Daily Sentinel. He told me, "Jerry, nobody knows what makes the stock market go up or down. Some people base their market fluctuation systems on sunspot cycles." You think I'm kidding, but that's the sober truth. The fact is, if enough people think it'll go up, it goes up. And the opposite is just as true. I'm sorry, Jerry, but that's all I can tell you. I spent what was left of the day interviewing half a dozen or so market analysts. And the gist of what they told me was,
Obviously, sir, the market will go up when it doesn't go down, or stabilize within tight limits. My prediction for this month was optimistic, with cautious overtones, and suggested that after a necessary readjustment period, changes might be anticipated in one direction or another.
In other words, you didn't come right out and predict a sharp market increase the way Pettigrew did.
Well, no, I didn't. Nobody did, except Pettigrew.
At police headquarters, Lieutenant Dawson told me, "Jerry, we haven't been able to find out where Pettigrew got a revolver. He certainly didn't have a permit to own one." Dawson, I think Pettigrew was murdered. And what's more, I don't think it's going to be too hard to find out who did it. Mr. McCormick, the head of the Securities Exchange Board, looked unhappy as the police accountants began working their way through the list of the day's stock transactions.
"This is very irregular. I only consented to meet you gentlemen here in the interests of justice, and I trust you realize the very highly confidential nature of these records."
Don't worry, Mr. McCormick. The only person we're after is a murderer. Dawson came over to me.
"We got all the figures, Jerry. You were right."
I turned to McCormick. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'll have to ask you to come with us." Tom Caldwell, the stock trader, had a fine big home in one of the best suburbs. He told Dawson,
"Yes, Mr. Pettigrew and I were very good friends. As a matter of fact, we spent several days together up at my hunting lodge, and he seemed in very good spirits at the time."
I smiled at him. "Mr. Caldwell, the two of you got back only last night, didn't you?" I didn't wait for his answer. "You left for your hunting lodge immediately after Pettigrew prepared his market letter and sent it out to his subscribers. Since you didn't return until last night, it was not until this morning that Pettigrew learned what was in his letter." Caldwell turned pale.
"I don't understand you, Mr. Browning. Since Pettigrew wrote his own letter, he obviously knew its contents."
I shook my head. Not this time he didn't. Because the letter that went out was not the letter he wrote. Pettigrew let no one see his letters in advance, lest any news of his predictions leak out. That's why you could work a substitution, because you were the only man he trusted. You prepared a false letter, predicting a general market rise, knowing that Pettigrew's prestige would create such a rise, at least temporarily. That's why today, while all other traders were buying, you were selling. Stock you had bought last week in anticipation of this rise. And that's also why you forced Pettigrew to write a suicide note at gunpoint and then killed him, so that he could not repudiate the counterfeit letter sent out over his signature. Mr. Caldwell, you're under arrest for murder. We had to pile up a lot of evidence to make him do it. But finally, Caldwell did confess. We tracked the revolver to him. We proved that Caldwell had taken the Pettigrew market letters to the post office. In fact, we did everything but find the original Pettigrew letters, which Caldwell had destroyed. The market went into a nosedive following Caldwell's arrest. Then, the next day, it started a 3-week climb that carried it to a new high for the year. And don't ask me why. Sunspots, maybe. Like I said, stock markets may be unpredictable, but when it comes to crime, you can't ever sell justice short. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling All Detectives. When I kept an appointment in a hotel lobby, I didn't realize it was an appointment with death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, never knows where he's headed. Why, I once even made a date with death. It was 3 o'clock of a Saturday afternoon when I walked into the lobby of the Wingate Hotel. The reason I was at the Wingate was because I had a date with Joey Greer. Joey called himself a salesman, and what he sold was underworld information. That's why Joey made appointments for crowded public places, because there was safety in numbers. Joey'd offered me the lowdown on the brains behind a big hot money ring. The man who strolled over to me was Frank McGloon, the house detective. Until you came in, Jerry, it was a nice, quiet week. Do me a favor, don't start nothing in here. Oh, me? I'm waiting for a friend, McGloon. Yeah, sure you are. Jerry, if I'd have studied my lessons when I was a kid, I would be a gent like them monkeys over there, instead of a gumshoe like you and me. McGloon indicated a group of distinguished-looking men. I recognized 2 of them as Carter James and Harvey Paulson of the university faculty. Just then, a short man joined the group. That's Stuart Jackson, the new history prof. They're lunching him in the gold room. Boy, that's the life. Too mild for guys like us, McGloon. I glanced at my wristwatch. Got stood up, huh? Goodbye now. I'm not leaving, just have to make a phone call. I pushed open the phone booth door and didn't have to make the call. Because there was Joey Greer, slumped on the floor of the booth, stabbed in the back. I rolled him over, and from his hand fell a scrap of paper with some numbers scrawled on it. There'd never be safety in numbers for Joey again, because he was very dead. A man who promised to sell me some information about a hot money ring was murdered, and in his hand I found some numbers scrawled on a scrap of paper. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide put his feet up on his desk.
Joey was asking to be killed. He knew too much, Jerry.
Sure, but where's the knife, Dawson? And what about those numbers on the paper?
The knife will turn up, and the numbers, probably track entries or odds. Joey must have been calling his bookie when he got it in the back.
Joey didn't play the horses. Dawson shrugged.
Okay, you figure it out. You're good at figures.
Back at my office, I brooded over that scrap of paper. There were 3 sets of 4-digit numbers written one below the other in a column. They read 1815, 1066, 1492. They could add up to anything, phone numbers, street addresses, or Joey's profits on payoffs. I tried the phone number routine first, coupled each of the numbers with every telephone exchange from Alhambra to Zenith. It took 4 hours and got me nothing but a sore arm and a big phone bill. I thought of working with street addresses, but we've got over 1,000 streets in town. Joey wouldn't leave me an impossible clue like that. About 7 p.m. that evening, I finally gave up. Drove to the home of John Manfred, head of the District Banking Association. Mr. Manfred, I need advice. Look. I showed him the numbers, told him my story. Well, this can't be a list of bills, Jerry. Money numbers run into 8 digits, and they're always preceded and followed by a series letter. However, let me copy the numbers. I'll work on them tonight, and you meet me at my office first thing in the morning. Banker's hours, in spite of what you may have heard, start awful early. At 8:15, John Manfred and I were at work covering sheets of paper with possible combinations. Suddenly, that time element gave me an idea. And look, Mr. Manfred, could these figures possibly be dates or hours, like 10-6-6 being October 6th at 6 o'clock? Possibly. You explore that angle. I'll check to see whether the numbers represent amounts deposited by Greer in any banks. Well, what we got for our double effort was nothing. Police blotters showed that October 6th had been an extremely quiet day. And as for Joey Greer's deposits, he had an account with the 4th National, but it was singularly inactive. No deposits, no withdrawals since the 4th of last August. And that was that. So I tried the most fantastic way I could think of. I called on Professor Sorokin, numerologist.
Very simple. We total the column. We arrive at the sum 4,373. Now we add these digits horizontally. Oh, yes, comes up the mystic number 17. Add these and we get the highly significant numeral 8. 8 means wait. When were you born, Mr. Browning?
I grabbed the column of figures from the professor. Skip it, I'm in no mood for razzmatazz. Professor Sorokin was offended.
Mr. Browning, please, you haven't let me finish. The number 8 is most significant. Think of its role in civilization. It was the 8th King of England, Henry, who achieved great things for his nation, over and above his amazing marital record. It was the 8th President of the United States, Martin Van Buren, who put the treasury of this country on a firm foundation. Mr. Browning, where are you going?
Now I knew where I could get help. That word history had rung a bell in my brain. I remembered a verse we'd all chanted as kids. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. 1492 was one of the numbers, and I was catching on fast to the other two. I saw Stuart Jackson between classes at the university. Mr. Jackson, you've been pointed out to me as a history expert. I would like you to confirm something for the police files. Jackson took a look at the numbers, and his face went white. You can prove nothing. None of these towns link up to me. My record is clear. I blinked. And then, because I know a guilty guy when I see one, it's no use, Jackson. We found the knife with your fingerprints on it. He wilted fast after that, admitted he was the brains of the hot money ring, and that he killed Joey Greer to keep him from revealing that fact. But he didn't count on Joey's kind of mind. Joey knew he was dying and scrawled a simple code. 1066, the Battle of Hastings. Everybody knows that one. 1815, the Battle of Waterloo. 1492, Columbus. What did it spell out? The names of cities. Hastings, Nebraska, Waterloo, Iowa, Columbus, Ohio. The 3 cities in which the hot money ring shuffled stolen currency around. After Jackson's confession, federal agents rounded up the whole gang. But it's a funny thing. We never did find the murder weapon, the knife Jackson said he hid in a potted palm in the hotel lobby. I suppose the souvenir hound got it. They'll take anything. But by then, we didn't need it for a conviction. Like I said, when a criminal makes a date with death for somebody else, he generally makes one for himself as well.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Calling all detectives. When an embezzler stole a large sum of money, the greatest part of it vanished, even though none of it was spent. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. If there's one thing I, Jerry Browning, have learned in 10 years as a private detective, it's that people are unpredictable. Up ahead of me, George Rennie was walking just as fast as he could without actually running. There was a remote chance that he didn't know I was following him, in which case he might lead me to the place where he'd hidden the $30,000 he'd embezzled from the Mercantile Loan Company. But as Rennie got to the corner, he broke into a run, darted down an alley with me pounding along behind him. At the far end of the alley was a high brick wall, dead end.
Okay, cop, you got me cornered. Now come and take me.
Sure, Rennie, I'll come and take you, and it'll be a pleasure. I tore into him and almost got knocked cold with an uppercut. After that, I fought him more carefully, watched for an opening, finally suckered him into throwing another right, stepped inside of it, and... That was all for Mr. Rennie. When he came to, I had the cuffs on him.
All right, you took me. But if I ever get out, you and I'll do this again. And the next time, I'll murder you.
When I got Rennie to headquarters, I learned that the police, acting on a tip, had found his hideout. But of the $30,000 Rennie had stolen, only $4,000 was recovered. The next day, Mr. Maynard, treasurer of the Mercantile Loan Company, paid me for the work I'd done.
Capturing Rennie was an expert job of detection, Mr. Browning, and it's not your fault that we couldn't salvage more of the money he stole. If ever you need a recommendation, don't hesitate to use my name.
Recommendations are very valuable in my business, and I felt fine for almost 24 hours when I learned that George Rennie had escaped, and I was expected to capture him all over again. I captured an embezzler, earned myself a vote of thanks, and then learned that the prisoner had escaped. Dawson stopped the police car in front of my house.
Jerry, I'd feel better if you'd let a couple of my men stay at your place tonight, just in case.
I shook my head. Thanks, Dawson, but I'd rather not. Once I start worrying about guys like Rennie, I'm all through in this business. If it's all the same to you, I'll take my own chances. Dawson hesitated, then...
Okay, Jerry. Good night.
I walked up the 2 flights to my apartment, unlocked the door.
Don't turn around, Browning. Don't make a sound. I've been waiting for you. Close the door.
I did as instructed, walked slowly into the dark living room. Go ahead and shoot. Get it over with.
No, you didn't shoot me when you had a chance. Stand still. I'll turn on the lights. Okay, turn around.
I turned slowly, faced Rennie. He had no weapon of any kind.
I could have slugged you, Browning, but I didn't. Because I thought maybe you'd listen to me.
I'll listen. Pull up a chair. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks.
Rennie slumped down into the chair. I took my coat off, sat down too. Ah, what's all this about? Rennie took a deep breath.
It ain't easy to explain. You see, I'm an ex-con. Did 2 to 5 and a higher. Embezzlement. Same thing they want me for this time.
Are you trying to tell me you didn't steal that money from Mercantile Loan?
No, I took it all right. But listen, why did they hire a guy like me as assistant cashier? And why did they leave money around where I could get my hands on it after they did hire me? And after I took it and hid it and they found it, what happened to 26,000 of it? I didn't get a chance to spend a dime, so where did all that money disappear to? That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
It was the craziest story I'd ever heard. I questioned Rennie for an hour, and at the end of it, Rennie, you stay here. It's the only safe place in town for you tonight. Don't leave until I get back. It was pretty late, and it took quite a while for Mr. Maynard, treasurer of the Mercantile Loan Company, to answer the doorbell. And when he did answer, he only cracked the door an inch. It's okay, Mr. Maynard. It's me, Jerry Browning. We were inside before Maynard realized he was still holding a revolver in his hand.
I'm sorry, Browning.
He slipped the gun into his dressing gown pocket.
With Rennie at large again, I've taken certain precautions. I needn't add how glad I am to see you.
I sat down, lit a cigarette. Are you worried, Mr. Maynard? Rennie shouldn't have anything against you. After all, you hired him, gave an ex-convict a chance to go straight if he could. Maynard slipped his hand into his dressing gown pocket.
How did you know Rennie was an ex-convict, Mr. Browning?
Just routine. They fingerprinted him today. Checked the prints with Washington files, discovered the record of an Ohio conviction. Maynard took his hand out of his pocket.
You don't say. Yes, I did hire him, but I had no idea of his previous record, none whatever. I met Rennie at some gathering or other. He seemed like a decent sort, and I'm afraid I was negligent about checking into his background. You may be sure I'll never make that mistake again.
I leaned back, blew smoke up at the ceiling. I'll bet you won't. You're much too smart to pull something like this twice. By the way, how did you know where Rennie intended to hide his loot? Did you follow him every night after he left work? Maynard didn't say anything, just put his hand into his pocket again, pulled out the gun, and fired at me point blank. Except that I was waiting for it and died at him the instant that gun came into view. It was very easy to take it from him because people like that are all through the first time they miss. All right, Mr. Maynard. I arrest you for assault with intent to kill, not to mention compounding a felony. Let's go. It was almost morning before I went back to my apartment for Rennie, found him still there. Maynard has confessed, Rennie. We've got the $26,000 and the complete story. He used you as a cat's paw, hired you in the hope that you'd steal the money so that he could steal it from you and from his company. But you understand, that doesn't make you any less guilty.
Yeah, I understand. It's okay.
It was a strange case, and it wound up with 2 men going to jail. Rennie with a 2-year term, Maynard for from 5 to 10. I didn't press the intent to kill charge. I figured I'd provoke that, just as much as Rennie had been provoked into stealing again. Like I said, people are unpredictable, and just because they slug you or pat your shoulder once doesn't mean they'll do the same thing the next time. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
As originally broadcast over the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Calling all detectives. When one hoodlum gave another a holiday necktie, it spelled out a pattern of murder. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. The holiday season is a time for relaxation. For everybody except a guy like me, Jerry Browning, Private Detective. It was a couple of days after Christmas, and the Lascott department store was doing a big business in gift exchanges. I was at the hosiery counter explaining why size 9 socks were too small for me, when a couple of aisles over, 2 men at the neckwear counter began exchanging Sunday punches. I pushed my way through the crowd just as one of the contestants folded up and hit the rug. I grabbed the victor just in time to prevent him from kicking in the ribs of his fallen opponent. Shame on you big bully, slugging a little guy like that, and right in the middle of the holidays, too. The big man twisted my grip.
Let go of me before I knock your back teeth out. Oh, hello, Jerry. What's the good word?
I relaxed my grip, took a good look at him. Hello, Muscles. When did you get paroled?
4 months ago. Excuse me a second, Jerry.
He bent over the small, fallen man, took a gun from his victim's pocket, transferred it to his own.
You have to excuse me, Jerry, but good-natured Eddie has got a nasty temper, as everybody knows. And if he wakes up with that rod in his pocket, he might get rash.
I picked up the little man, shook him to a semblance of consciousness. Muscles, and you too, good-natured. What's the big idea of staging a riot in a place like this?
Good-natured gave me a glassy stare.
Why'd they hit me?
Muscles looked hurt. Why did I hit him? Jerry, I buy. I don't steal a classy $10 tie. A special, one-of-a-kind hand paint job. I give it to my pal, Casino Cassidy, season's greetings, except that Casino intercepted 6 slugs yesterday before he ever sports the tie. And today, I catch good-natured Eddie trying to exchange the tie I buy for Casino.
You mean good-natured Eddie has a necktie you gave a man who's been murdered? That was the point at which good-natured came out of his daze.
I can explain everything. I think the tie is too loud.
Do him up, Browning, Jerry. Two hoodlums staged a fight in a department store. When one tried to exchange a necktie, the other had given a murdered gambler. I walked Muscles and Good-natured down the street, keeping a firm grip on each one's arm. Good-natured muttered,
Jerry, if you will butt your nose out of private business, I will cut Muscles' heart out.
Muscles tried to reach beyond me to strike at the little man's face.
Listen, you scrawny runt. Soon's Jerry leaves, I'll twist your head around till you're looking the other way.
I yanked him over to a doorway. You two listen to me, you thick-headed apes. Casino Cassidy has been murdered. You, Muscles, gave him a holiday necktie, which makes you one of his friends, presumably. You, good-natured, have that necktie, which means you either murdered him or know the person who did. It seems to me that both of you are in kind of a tough spot. Muscles and good-natured exchanged glances. Then,
Jerry, leave us go have a drink against the cold and kind of talk this over.
Sitting in a booth at the Red Lion Bar, good-natured tried to explain.
The tie is too loud, Jerry. That's why I went to exchange it. I'm the conservative type. But I didn't get it off Casino. It was given to me by Danamora Dave Willis, holiday greetings. I'm the good-natured kind, Jerry. I don't croak guys. A bullet in the shoulders as far as I go. And even then, I don't take their ties. Ask Danamora Dave.
I pulled at the necktie that was dangling from good-natured's pocket. It was a loud thing of horses and palm trees and, somehow, mermaids and ocean, obviously hand-painted. Muscles, are you sure this is the tie you gave Casino?
I ask you, Jerry. Could I be mistaken?
I took another look at the monstrosity. Oh, Muscles, you certainly couldn't. I think we'd better go see Danamora Dave.
Let's pause right here. Calling All Detectives returns in a moment. And now let's rejoin Calling All Detectives, starring Paul Barnes, the man of 1,000 voices.
Danamora Dave was the bouncer at a big roller skating rink. When he saw us, he came skating across the floor, pausing long enough to pluck a young would-be acrobat along the way.
If you want to die, Sonny, die outside. Hello, Jerry, Muscles, good-natured. A merry Yuletide, gents. What's the score?
Good-natured looked unhappy.
8-5, Danamora, against you.
I held up the necktie. You gave this to good-natured Danamora, but before that, Muscles gave it to the late Casino Cassidy. Mind telling us how you got the tie? Danamora winced.
It was a happy holiday present from a friend. Only I personally favor bow ties, the kind with the elastic like I'm wearing. So I pass it on to my pal, good-natured here.
Who gave it to you, Danamora? The bouncer hesitated.
Well, Casino was always a square guy. He shouldn't have been killed, so... Guzzler Grogan gave it to me. I thought it was kind of funny when he told me he was in too much of a hurry to get a box with it.
Muscles snorted.
I paid for the tie. I got a box with it.
Danamora nodded.
Maybe we should all go have a talk with Guzzler Grogan. It'll take all of us to do it.
It took hours, but we finally found Guzzler Grogan leaning against a lamppost near the entrance to a narrow, poorly lighted street. When he saw us, Guzzler stiffened, then relaxed as he recognized us.
The season's best, pals. Where's the convention?
Danamora didn't waste any time.
Guzzler, you give me a tie that I give good nature that he tries to exchange. Only before that, Muscles give the same tie to Casino Cassidy, who is now on a slab.
Leave me see the tie.
I held it up at a safe distance. Guzzler nodded gravely.
That's a tie, all right. A dilly, ain't it?
Guzzler, I know you're a hold-up man, but I didn't think you were a killer, too. Guzzler was indignant.
Anybody I knock off is strictly not on purpose. Being as Danamora is my pal, I don't mind telling, I take this tie off a guy I guzzled last night, a big skinny guy wearing a monkey-tail coat. He comes out of Casino's place last night at 2 a.m., through a window. As he lands on the grass, there I am, and I grab him around the neck and I guzzle him.
You mean you choked him?
That's what I said, didn't I? I got his wallet and his watch. He's got this tie in his pocket, see? And I figure that's just what I need for my good friend Danamora Dave. A merry holiday to you.
I shrugged, put the tie back into my pocket. Looks like the end of the trail, boys. Now we'll never find Casino's killer.
I don't know about that. Before I fling the wallet, I look inside. More time or Aldershot the second as a moniker. Though naturally I won't say it in court.
A police squad picked up young Aldershot at his home. He was so surprised that he caved right in, admitted killing Casino in order to wipe out a gambling debt. As for the necktie, it had been flung in a drawer along with Aldershot's IOUs, and when Aldershot grabbed up the notes, he stuffed the tie into his pocket as well. In his panic, he never even realized he had it. Like I said, anything can become evidence, and sometimes even a necktie can turn into a noose around a killer's neck.
And that was Paul Barnes.
Calling all detectives. Suppose you visited a restaurant, found no menu, no waiters, no customers. Yet you knew it made fabulous profits. What kind of a racket would you look for? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Even though I, Jerry Browning, have been a private detective for 10 years, every now and then I get a case that floors me. Banking Associates Incorporated is a loan company so big that it specializes in lending money only to people who don't need it. Its executive director is Vaughn Ryerson, who has the ingratiating personality of a snake oil salesman, combined with all the kindliness of a bear trap. He said, "Close the door." Ryerson leaned back.
Here's your assignment, Browning. Auguste Descobier owns a restaurant on Morley Street. His statement shows he's making big money. Wants $70,000 to open a downtown branch. Ever eaten his place?
Well, no, sir. I never even heard of it. Ryerson said,
Neither did I, till he came in here. Can't imagine how he makes that kind of money. Look into it.
Escobier's restaurant was in an outlying section, the first floor of a modest brownstone house. It had no sign. The way I found it was by peering in and noting the tables. There were less than a dozen tables in the place, only 2 of them occupied. I sat down and waited. About 20 minutes later, a stout, middle-aged man walked up to me.
You are waiting for somebody?
Not somebody, something. I'd like dinner. The man looked perplexed, pulled out a chair, sat down at my table. He said,
I am Escobier.
There was a long, unhappy silence. Finally, Escobier said,
You are hungry, maybe?
I said, yes, I am. Very hungry. Escobier's face lit up.
Fine, so am I.
He got up.
Come, we will go out for dinner together.
The head of an industrial loan company hired me to check up on a restaurant owner who offered to take me out for dinner. I said, look, Mr. Escobier, this is supposed to be a restaurant. Don't you serve meals? Escobier said,
There is no selection, and it takes to learn. If you are hungry, come with me.
Well, now I've heard everything. Okay, let's go. A tall, important-looking man got out of a sporty-looking convertible that had pulled up in front of the building just as we reached the sidewalk. He called, "Hey, Escobier, wait a second." Escobier said,
Excuse me a moment.
"Now, see here, Escobier, don't think you can hold me up. I'll give you $100,000 for your place. Take it or leave it. $110,000 is my top price." Escobier took my arm.
My friend and I are about to dine. It is bad for the digestion to talk business before dinner. And in any case, I do not wish to sell.
We'd walked about half a block before I found my tongue. I said, "That man, he offered you $110,000 for your dinky restaurant?" Escobier smiled.
Yes, foolish, isn't it?
It isn't foolish, it's insane. Anyway, where are you taking me? Escobier said,
To Harry's hamburger. Hamburgers, my favorite dish, so easily prepared.
I wrenched my arm free. "Mr. Escobier, I just remembered. I've got important business to attend to." The next morning, I made my report to Ryerson. I said, "Escobier's place must be a front for some other kind of business." I can't imagine what. I told Ryerson about the purchase offer I'd overheard. Ryerson frowned.
Well, it doesn't seem logical. If he's running an illegal business, how can he expect to get a loan to build a branch restaurant?
Ryerson shook his head.
I consider this an unsatisfactory report, Browning. Your services are no longer required.
I got up. Okay. I never did like working for you anyway. Well, that's one way of alienating people and losing clients. I went back to my office, got out the folder labeled Banking Associates Incorporated, and flung it into the wastebasket. Then I sat down and brooded. The more I thought about Escobier and his weird business, the madder I got. Not because I'd been fired by a well-paying client, but because I couldn't figure out what the thing was all about. Finally, I picked up the phone, dialed a number. "Hello, Madge. Jerry Browning. How would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" "You would? Fine. I'll pick you up about 7. And if we wind up with hamburgers, don't be too surprised." When we entered Escobier's place, it looked much like the night before, except that tonight only one table was occupied. 2 women were sitting alone at it, though it was set for 4, and there were 4 cocktails on the table. Neither the women's escorts nor Escobier were any place in sight. I said to Madge, "Honey, there's something funny going on. You stay here while I look around. If you hear any peculiar noises, run out and holler for cops." I walked back toward swinging doors that obviously led into the kitchen and entered a kitchen straight out of a chef's dream of paradise. There were 6 spotless small ranges set against a wall. There were tables with burnished steel tops, all set with an array of carving tools and cooking gadgets. On the walls hung scores of pots, pans, skillets, racks, utensils of every size and shape, all gleaming steel and aluminum, all spotlessly clean. On the other wall, there was a huge icebox with glass doors. And inside it, steaks, chops, trussed-up chickens, turkeys, roasts, sections of ribs, all arranged with an artist's eye for pattern. 2 men were working with grim concentration, each at a range, each in a white apron and tall chef's cap. And sitting in a corner, reading a magazine, was Escobier. He glanced up, recognized me.
Oh, you are not so hungry tonight. You have decided to cook your own dinner?
I took another look around. The 2 engrossed men at the ranges, at Escobier's twinkling eyes. So that's what it is. You let amateur cooks come in here and prepare their own meals. Escobier smiled.
For a price. It is of necessity a high price. There is so much experimentation.
I licked my lips. Oh, brother. I always did want to try a souffle, and this is my big chance. Escobier said,
Yes, and no dishes to wash. That I do.
Well, That's all there was to the mystery of Escobier's success. He capitalized on every man's secret belief that he can cook rings around any woman, given everything he needs, plus a free hand. It cost me a client to find it out, but it's a loss I've never minded. Like I said, man can't live by bread alone, but if it's bread he baked himself, he's generally willing to try. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.